A genius inventor, while deep in an experiment, suddenly finds himself unexpectedly disconnected from his own life and transported back in time. To his shock, he becomes the crown prince of the Joseon dynasty in Korean history. Armed with knowledge from the future, he begins to revolutionize the nation. While other kingdoms still rely on oil lamps, his country is illuminated by electric lights. While others use horses for travel, his nation already boasts trains. And while enemy soldiers march into battle wearing fabric armor, his forces are clad in iron armor and armed with 6-barrel guns, turning every battle into a decisive victory. Follow the journey of a 9-year-old crown prince as he reshapes his kingdom into the most powerful dynasty in history. Our story centers on Kim Jin-ho, a prodigious inventor with an unparalleled ability to create. In middle school, he successfully built a working steam engine. By high school, he was forging iron armor with the precision and skill of a master craftsman from the ancient world. In college, he designed a human-powered plane that ran without fuel. He even crafted a peculiar toy gun that packed more punch than a real firearm, an invention that almost got him arrested by the Royal Army on multiple occasions. But fate had other plans. During a sudden earthquake, Jin-ho accidentally dropped some explosive materials, triggering a disaster. In the blink of an eye, he was sent back in time, awakening in the body of a newborn baby. It didn't take long for Jin-ho to realize that his family in this life was far from ordinary. They were part of the elite upper class. Initially, he thought his parents were just typical nobles, but it didn't take long for him to discover that they were not only incredibly wealthy, but also wielded immense power. His father was the crown prince, the future king, and the 4th ruler of the Oeon dynasty in Korean history. Born into privilege, Jin-ho was a true heir to the throne, seemingly destined for greatness. Time flew by, and before he could even grasp it, he was already 4 years old. At this point, the current emperor decided it was time to pass the crown to the crown prince. With his father now ascending to the throne, Jin-ho automatically took on the title of crown prince. Like all royal children, he was expected to start his education early. However, with the mind of someone well over 30, Jin-ho found it incredibly frustrating to be treated as a child and pushed into basic lessons. In an attempt to avoid the grueling routine of studying, Jin-ho devised a clever strategy to use his father to his benefit. History had praised King Se-young the Great as a ruler who valued intellect and placed great emphasis on encouraging innovation and nurturing the brightest minds. Jin-ho's plan was to gather skilled craftsmen, introduce them to critical future knowledge, and earn his father's trust in the process. His ultimate aim was to enjoy a life of luxury, taking advantage of the rewards without lifting a finger. However, he still had to appear dedicated and studious to gain others' trust and manipulate them in his favor. The first step in Jin-ho's scheme was to win over those responsible for his education. These figures would hold influential roles in the court when he matured, making it crucial for him to secure their loyalty. The very next day, as he made his way to his studies, Jin-ho was struck by a nauseating smell. Curious, he scanned his surroundings to identify the source. There, in the grass, lay a massive pile of dung. Seriously, he thought, did people from ancient times just relieve themselves wherever they felt like it? At that moment, a group of palace maids walked by and bowed as they greeted the crown prince. Just as Jin-ho was about to continue on his way, the smell hit him again. Turning around, he saw that the last maid in the group had stepped directly into the pile, her dress now stained with filth. Jin-ho's temper flared. He immediately realized the source of the mess was a palace maid. Coming from a modern world where hygiene was a priority, he could not tolerate such unsanitary behavior. Determined to prevent this from happening again, Jin-ho decided it was time to confront his teachers. On his way to the meeting, Jin-ho began, "I saw a maid earlier with stains on her dress. It's natural for people to relieve themselves, but it's unacceptable to get it on your clothing." One teacher argued that clothing not only covers the body, but also shows one's social standing. so a little discomfort should be expected. However, Jin Ho, thinking with a modern mindset, immediately countered, even if a person wears torn clothes, their inner qualities still shine through. Don't you think judging someone based on their clothes is outdated? The teachers were left speechless, realizing they couldn't respond. Quickly, they changed the topic. This issue can't be fixed overnight, Your Highness. Do you have any other questions? Frustrated by their evasion, Jin Ho pressed on. I recently read about the invasion of Tsushima Island. It mentioned that everyone, from the nobles to the common folk, had to enlist because the military forces were too weak. Why aren't we training a proper navy? He continued his barrage of questions, leaving the teachers stammering. Also, why didn't we evacuate the civilians from the island? If the fear is that Japanese pirates would occupy the land, wouldn't it be better to move the people to northern Osan? The more Jin Ho spoke, the more the teachers began to sweat. They hadn't expected the Crown Prince to be so knowledgeable about national matters. But no matter how much Jin Ho questioned them, the elderly scholars insisted these matters were beyond their influence. Hearing this only made Jin Ho angrier, but there was little he could do. Afterward, the scholars gathered together, amazed at the Crown Prince's intelligence, especially considering he was only 5 years old. While most children his age were still playing, he was outsmarting his teachers. They agreed that if the Crown Prince was already so wise, they should teach him more advanced topics. When he became emperor, he would undoubtedly be a wise and capable ruler. Meanwhile, Jin Ho, still inside the palace, had no idea that his life had just become more difficult. He already hated studying, and now they would make him study even harder. He was still frustrated by the arrogance of the scholars. According to history, the original person who inhabited this body had passed away young from overwork. Jin Ho had planned to start making his moves when he turned 15, but given the current situation, he realized he needed to act sooner. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and now Jin Ho was 7 years old, officially crowned Crown Prince in front of the entire court. The ancient rituals were excessively complicated, leaving him completely drained. But after years of difficult studies, he had finally earned his position as Crown Prince. Now, he could sit in on imperial discussions with his father and the ministers, where he would be able to present his plans to develop the nation and strengthen its wealth and power. However, the biggest problem was the royal treasury. There weren't enough funds to operate. Despite being crowned Crown Prince, Jin Ho was still a 7-year-old child with no real authority. No one would listen to him. But he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He needed to start small. After writing on a piece of paper, he accidentally smudged ink all over it. Ugh, how annoying, he muttered. No matter how many times he used the brush, he couldn't get used to it. This era is just so inconvenient. Suddenly, an idea struck Jin Ho. Why not start by addressing the small daily problems instead of focusing on huge reforms? This was just the beginning. As Jin Ho walked outside, he saw the blacksmiths hard at work, molding hot iron into various shapes. This was the military supply division, an imperial facility where weapons were forged. The sight and smell of the hot metal filled him with excitement. I've missed the scent of metal, he thought. I should visit here more often and get to know the people. A supervising official approached, bowing deeply to greet the Crown Prince. Jin Ho smiled and nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks to your hard work, the Zun fortresses are becoming more robust each day. The official, Lee Chong-ho, the overseer of the military supply division, felt honored by the prince's praise. It is my great honor, Your Highness, he replied respectfully. Jin Ho got straight to the point, asking, Who's the most skilled craftsman working with gold and steel here? Lee Chong-ho seemed surprised by the question. Gold and steel, Your Highness? He paused for a moment before answering. There may be someone who could help with that. After hearing Lee Chong-ho's suggestion, Jin Ho ordered the skilled blacksmith to be brought in. When the blacksmith saw the Crown Prince, He immediately knelt and bowed deeply. "I greet your highness," he said humbly. Jinho chuckled. "Humble? Don't be modest. You're working in the military supply division, responsible for strengthening Osen's defenses. How could you consider yourself humble?" The blacksmith quickly corrected himself. "Your grace, your boundless wisdom humbles me." Jinho took out a scroll and spread it on the table. "Come closer. I have something I need your help with." He placed a blueprint on the table and asked, "Can you create this?" The blacksmith examined the sketches, a puzzled look crossing his face. "What is this?" he asked. Jinho placed his hand on the table and explained, "This is meant to replace the traditional writing brush." The blacksmith's eyes widened in surprise. "It looks like something that can store ink and release it when writing, but the key feature seems to be controlling the flow of ink with each stroke." Jinho smiled, pleased that the blacksmith understood. "Exactly. Also, I need the nib to have a rounded tip to prevent excess ink from soaking into the paper. Can you also make the slit through which the ink flows as narrow as possible?" The blacksmith thought for a moment. "If I give it my best effort, I think I can make it about 5 megabytes wide." Jinho quickly worked out the measurements in his head. 5 mo. A kai is about 3 centimeters. That's about 0.15 millimeters. "Do you think you can achieve that by hand?" He continued. "You'll need to make several of these pens, and they must be finished quickly, not over a month's time. Since the tips will come into contact with water, we'll need to use gold and silver to prevent rust. The pens will be made from thinly hammered sheets. If the molds are correct, we could produce up to 20 pens a day." The blacksmith gestured to the drawing. "The main issue is the slit." Jinho nodded thoughtfully. "The line needs to be as fine as a single hair when writing," he said, musing to himself. "Maybe about the size of a mechanical pencil lead. 0.5 millimeters should be good." After considering the details, the blacksmith said, "I can make the slit about 1 GI wide." Jinho asked, "How long do you think it will take?" The blacksmith replied, "If you give me 2 days." Jinho immediately said, "I'll give you 3. Bring me your best finished work." The blacksmith eagerly agreed. "Understood, Your Highness." 3 days later, the blacksmith returned with the finished products. "I've created 5 nibs, each with a different line thickness. Please try them out and let me know which one you prefer." Jinho attached the nib to the pen and carefully dipped it in ink. As he made a swift stroke across the paper, the nib produced a fine, elegant line, exceeding his expectations. Jinho smiled, clearly impressed. "I love it. You did an amazing job," he said, praising the blacksmith. The blacksmith humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Your Highness." After testing all the nibs, Jinho placed his order. "Make 100 more with this line thickness, and keep 10 in pristine condition." The blacksmith nodded immediately. "Of course, Your Highness." Jinho added, "Also, could you engrave plum blossoms on the nib of this gold pen?" Without a moment's hesitation, the blacksmith bowed and replied, "Of course, Your Highness." Han, full of excitement, inquired, "How long will it take?" The blacksmith, with unwavering confidence, assured him, "Only 10 days, Your Highness." Hyung, always cautious, replied, "I'll grant you 2 extra days, but I expect it to be flawless. I will present this to my father." Gong, the blacksmith, gave a deep bow and pledged, "I swear, there will be no flaws, Your Highness." Hyung, with one final request, added, "By the way, please keep this project a secret until I introduce it to my father." Gong quickly responded, "As you wish, Your Highness." With their conversation concluded, Hyung swiftly departed. From a distance, Lee Chong-ho, who had been watching, remarked, "His Highness is remarkably mature for his age." Gong, agreeing, replied, "I've heard he's only just turned 8, but the way he speaks and carries himself, it's as if he's 30. Lee Chong-ho, turning to him, asked, "Putting that aside, you've probably realized something by now." "Isn't it wonderful to be the finest craftsman in Osen?" It turned out that Gong had received a special certificate of recognition, personally given to him by Crown Prince Hyang. Gong cherished it greatly and said, "I'll need to find a skilled carpenter to make the perfect frame for this. It's truly a family heirloom in the making." Meanwhile, the nibs Hyang had requested were finally completed, adorned with intricate plum blossom engravings. When Emperor Yongnian tested the pen, he was astounded. "This is an extraordinary tool, 10 out of 10, he exclaimed. In the 3rd year of Sai Yung's reign, the Crown Prince proudly presented the golden pen to the Emperor. After trying it himself, the Emperor was unable to contain his praise. "The wrist and arm feel so comfortable while writing with this pen. Even when writing quickly, it maintains its beauty. Truly, the Crown Prince has created something remarkable." Hyang humbly responded, "You are too kind, father." The Emperor, pleased, declared, "The historians must record the remarkable achievement of the Crown Prince today." The historian, bowing respectfully, responded, "As you command, Your Majesty." Emperor Yongnian looked at the pen for a long moment. "You've done something truly extraordinary, Crown Prince," he said, noticing something special. "Is this a plum blossom?" he asked. Hyang replied quickly, "Yes, it's engraved on the nib as the royal family symbol." The Emperor, filled with pride, responded, "Excellent! But how did you come up with the idea for this invention?" The Emperor, eager to know, asked the Crown Prince to explain his reasoning. Hyang paused, thinking carefully, then responded with cleverness. "One day, when father was dipping his brush into the ink, I noticed something strange. The ink seemed to be absorbed into the bristles of the brush. Normally, water flows downward, but here the ink moved upward, defying what was expected. It fascinated me, and so I decided to create this." The Emperor, impressed with his son's insight, said, "Many have used brushes, but none have observed it in the way you did. This is truly an example of learning through observation." Hyang, grateful for the praise, boldly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, father. I have one request." "Speak your mind," the Emperor replied. Hyang turned to the servant and called, "Eunuch, bring them here." The servant entered, carrying a mysterious box. "Father," Hyang said, turning to the Emperor, "I request that these golden pens be given to the historians and ministers of the court." The Emperor, intrigued, asked, "All of these pens?" Hyang explained, "The ministers and officials who write quickly would benefit from them. The historians, who work tirelessly without rest, deserve something to ease their workload. I thought this might be helpful to them." Everyone present was taken by surprise. No one had ever thought to show such empathy toward the historians. The Emperor, turning to the ministers, asked, "What do you think of the Crown Prince's idea?" The ministers, all in agreement, said, "We believe the Crown Prince is right. It's truly remarkable for someone so young to think about the well-being of his officials. It's a beautiful gesture." Finally, the Emperor gave his approval. "Distribute the golden pens to the historians and court officials," he ordered. The servants quickly obeyed. Throughout the ceremony, the Emperor smiled with joy, and the ministers shared in his happiness. "His Highness, the Crown Prince, truly has a deep and thoughtful mind," they remarked, while Hyang smiled contentedly. Not long after, the golden pen Hyang had created set a new trend in Yoshan. In the 3rd year of Sai Yung's reign, after presenting the pen to the Emperor, Hyang's invention was praised as a remarkable tool. The Emperor, deeply impressed by the Crown Prince's brilliance, ordered the pen to be distributed to those in need, ensuring that Hyang's thoughtful gesture would benefit the entire court. The reaction was overwhelming. Court officials and ministers were captivated by the new invention, and the excitement surrounding it spread like wildfire. "Have you tried the golden nib pen that the Crown Prince invented?" one official asked. "I have, and it's truly remarkable." It became incredibly popular because it made writing official documents so much easier. Additionally, Hyang had created a portable writing board for the generals, allowing them to issue urgent orders comfortably wherever they were. The writing board was the perfect match for the golden nib pen, and everyone who used it couldn't stop praising it. "This is incredible!" they exclaimed. Emperor Uni was very pleased and ordered that both items be mass-produced, distributing them to the generals alongside the golden nib pens. The golden nib pen that Hyang had invented brought about significant changes in the kingdom. A few days later, during a court session, a minister spoke to the emperor. "There's been an unfortunate incident in the market." "An unfortunate incident?" the emperor asked. "Speak," he commanded. "There are rumors that counterfeit golden nib pens are being sold everywhere," the minister explained. "How dare they forge such a valuable item, especially one that bears the royal symbol?" "This is an outrage," the emperor exclaimed. "The punishment must be severe." The officials all agreed in unison. "We urge your majesty to punish them strictly." The emperor, remembering Hyang, said, "I believe we should consult the crown prince. After all, he is the one who invented the golden nib pen." The eunuch immediately called out, "Summon the crown prince." A short time later, Hyang arrived. "Father, you called for me?" The emperor got straight to the point. "The ministers have reported that counterfeit golden nib pens are being sold. They must be severely punished. I'd like to hear your thoughts, my son." Hyang bowed and replied, "Yes, father." He furrowed his brow in thought. Everyone's eyes were on him, waiting to hear the young prince's response, admiring how thoughtful he seemed. A few moments later, Hyang finally spoke. "Father, may I take charge of this issue?" Before anyone knew it, a month had passed, and the crown prince made his move. Hyang calmly entered the Ministry of Revenue. At his arrival, every official quickly knelt and bowed with the utmost respect. "Your Highness, we honor the crown prince," they said in unison. Hyang looked at them with a calm demeanor. "So, do you understand why I'm here?" He held up a pen. One official's face turned ashen at the sight of it, and no one dared to lift their gaze. "None of us would allow our guilds to be part of such a disgraceful act," one official nervously replied. "My guild would never be involved in something like this," another added in defense. Hyang observed them briefly, then replied, "I'm not here to point fingers at you. Stand up." Cold sweat dripped down their faces, and their hands trembled as Hyang's next action was to slam his hand on the table, his voice lowering in authority. "Don't make me repeat myself. What do you think you're doing? Stand up immediately." The officials stood shakily, regaining their composure, as Hyang took his seat, exuding confidence. "Let me be clear. I am ready to award the production of both golden nib pens and ordinary pens to one of your guilds. However, those producing the golden nib pens will be required to give 20% of their earnings to the royal court. Furthermore, the retail price of the pens must not exceed 60% more than what it costs to produce them." An official, clearly uncomfortable, hesitated before speaking up. "Your Highness, if I may, there's an issue." He carefully explained his point. While a 60% markup seems generous, factoring in the wages of the workers and the sellers, we'd only be left with a 30% profit. With the 20% taken by the court, that leaves us with just 10%. At that moment, Hyang's expression darkened. He slammed his hand onto the table in frustration. "Are you lying to me?" The official fell silent, realizing his mistake. Hyang pointed at him and barked, "I said 20% of the 30% profit. That means you'd only keep about 6%, not 10%. Take this dishonest fool out of my sight and strip his guild of their bidding rights." The man froze, stammering for a reply, but two soldiers swiftly dragged him away, ignoring his desperate pleas. "Please, Your Highness, have mercy." One of the officials glanced nervously toward Hyang, but no one dared speak as the room became tense with silence. Hyang's tone remained firm. "Both my father and I agree that the prosperity of merchants and commoners is vital. No one can thrive alone. Everyone needs assistance in life." He suddenly stood up, his voice rising with authority. "However, if any of you dare to deceive like he did, you will be seen as nothing more than trash. Understand?" All the officials bowed deeply and responded together. "We will remember, Your Highness." With Hyang's position now made clear, the bidding process for the golden nib pen moved forward without further deception. Hyang called for the eunuch to meet him privately. A sly grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You did well, eunuch." I wouldn't dare, Your Highness," the eunuch replied, his brow furrowed. "But, if I may ask, why did you take such drastic measures?" Hyang let out a quiet sigh. "You know, I'm still young and lacking in experience. I don't have many other options." The eunuch nodded in understanding. "Indeed, Your Highness. Well, if you'll permit me, I'll take my leave now." "Go ahead," Hyang replied, his heart filled with satisfaction. "Good. Everything is going smoothly. Just keep this up." But then, a sudden interruption. An official spoke out. "Your Highness, I, Grand Chamberlain Suam, have an urgent matter to discuss," he said in a stern voice. "We can no longer proceed with the Crown Prince's plan," the official informed the Emperor with a resolute tone. "Your Majesty, I, Grand Minister Suam, must report something of great importance." This was the first time Hyang had encountered such political maneuvering. With a determined gaze, he turned toward the man. Suam spoke again, his words final. "We cannot continue with the Crown Prince's plan, Your Majesty. Since Hyang's reincarnation, he had been showered with endless praise and laughter, particularly as the royal treasury flourished. Everyone was overjoyed by the financial success that followed the introduction of golden nib pens. The economic situation had steadily improved, generating revenue like never before. Thanks to this, King Sa-jong and the ministers began to pay closer attention to the benefits of trade. The emperor praised Hyang, saying, "The crown prince has truly done something remarkable." However, those less fond of the prince began meeting in secrecy. A small group of conspirators huddled together, discussing in hushed tones. How can the court turn into a marketplace? The merchants will become the lowest class in society. The emperor and the officials are showing far too much favoritism toward them, one man said, stroking his beard. This all originates from the crown prince. We must act swiftly to reveal this to the emperor, or else things will continue to spiral downward. The group agreed. No matter how clever the crown prince is, he is still just a child. It is a grave error to allow a child to decide such important matters. But before they could carry their complaints to the emperor's father, Grand King Taejong, passed away on the 10th of May during the 4th year of Sejong's reign. Grand King Taejong died at the age of 56, forcing the conspirators to delay their plans. "It seems we'll have to wait for a better opportunity," one said, and the others reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Hyang was overwhelmed with work day and night. He buried himself in book after book. "So the books from Europe in this era come here through China," he mused, hands on his hips and a confident expression on his face. "Hopefully, this will help me with the source of my inspiration. If I claim these ideas as my own, they'll grow suspicious." Hyang's face darkened. "I need to figure out how to deceive them." Everything was proceeding as planned. During the formal court presentation, Hyang spoke with clarity and logic. "Therefore, I believe it would be far more practical if we adopted these Indian numerals, or, as the Westerners call them, Arabic numerals, for use in our country." The ministers reacted. Minister of Revenue, Kim Jung, spoke up first. "After careful thought, I believe these Indian numerals would indeed be useful for representing numbers." Minister of Rights Haya-do also agreed, saying, "I share that opinion." The emperor quickly made his decision. "With the support of these two important ministries, we will allow the use of Indian numerals starting next month. If the results are favorable, we will implement them nationwide." Everyone responded in unison, "We obey, Your Majesty." As the next petition was read, the emperor paused. "I think the crown prince should hear this." Hyang, confused, replied, "Yes, father?" The emperor rubbed his temples, looking weary. "The emperor of the Ming has sent a letter. Emperor Zhonggle is very pleased with the golden nib pens and has requested that we send an additional 10,000 as tribute." Hyang knew the royal treasury was struggling and immediately began formulating a plan. A sudden idea struck him. "Father, what if the court were to establish its own guild?" At the mention of the word guild, everyone was shocked. "How could that be?" "Minister of Rights," Heen protested. The emperor motioned for him to be quiet. "The crown prince has more to say. Continue," he urged. Hyang began explaining in detail. Since the emperor of the Ming has requested more pens, it's clear they are in high demand in the Ming dynasty. With its vast territory and large population, the number of literate people there must be far greater than in our nation. If we collaborate with merchants to handle the production of golden nib pens, we could easily meet the Ming dynasty's demands, and then some. The emperor listened thoughtfully. Minister Kim Jung was already calculating in his head. If we base our projections on that, both the emperor and I can expect considerable profit. Hyang continued, "We can also arrange for merchants to accompany our diplomatic missions to the Ming dynasty. In return, the merchants would only need to cover their lodging expenses." Minister Su Am growled in protest. "No, we cannot proceed with the crown prince's plan." He presented his concerns. While the crown prince's plan would certainly bring wealth to the court, if we grow too rich, the people may become self-indulgent, leading to luxury and excess. This could result in tyranny, and the royal family's power would be compromised. Another official spoke up. "I, the Minister of Rights, agree with Minister Su Am. How could we allow such lowly merchants to accompany a diplomatic mission to the Emperor of Ming? It would tarnish the honor of our nation, Yosan." Hyang, determined, asked Minister Swam, "Do you think we should continue to live in poverty and find joy in it, as some claim a king should? Have you seen any commoners who truly wish to live in poverty and remain virtuous? They suffer from droughts, starvation, and freezing winters. Who would praise their virtue?" With authority, Hyang continued, "Even a noble would do anything to feed his starving child. A king should be no different. A king is the father of his people. Shouldn't a father act to care for his children?" The emperor, visibly moved, declared, "My son speaks wisely." No one dared to challenge Hyang further, and the scribes quickly recorded the emperor's words. With the court in silence, Hyang passionately continued, "For the prosperity of our kingdom and to save our people, we must take action." The emperor, once again impressed, praised his son. "My son speaks wisely."
The emperor took a brief moment to steady himself, while Hyang, noticing this, pressed on as the court remained in expectant silence. "Go on," the emperor urged. "Yes, father," Hyang responded. "The ministers and nobles beyond the palace walls can endure hunger because they understand both the reason and necessity behind it. However, the common people do not possess such knowledge, nor do they comprehend how to withstand such suffering. If we truly wish to educate them, shouldn't we first ease their burdens by lessening their hunger?" The emperor slammed his hand onto the table. "Precisely." The entire court watched in stunned silence. Hyang thought to himself, "Father's growing too agitated. Perhaps I should end things here for today." Yet, he continued, "Throughout history, it has been said that the will of the people reflects the will of heaven. Even if we, as rulers, uphold virtue, what would the gods think if our people remain in despair? Moreover, it is often said, 'Man proposes, but heaven disposes.' If we have done all that is within our power, should we not then wait to see how the heavens respond? Yet whenever droughts or plagues befall the land, ministers are quick to claim that it is due to the emperor's waning virtue, insisting that preserving virtue takes precedence over all else. Is that not a contradiction?" Hyang then turned to the court. Many among you have served since before this dynasty came to be. Then tell me, why was King Tao never accused of losing virtue when he established this very kingdom while still a subject of Goryeo? Or what of my grandfather, King Taejong? Was he devoid of virtue for raising his sword against his own brothers? And what of my father? Is he lacking in virtue because he ascended the throne instead of his elder brother, the rightful heir? Grand Minister Swam immediately interjected, his voice urgent. Your Highness, that is not what we meant. He turned to the Emperor in desperation. Your Majesty, we have never entertained such treasonous thoughts. We beg your Majesty for mercy. The ministers followed in unison. Please, your Majesty, grant us mercy. The Emperor, his expression firm yet composed, finally spoke. The Crown Prince's words may have been severe, but I trust the ministers will not take offense. Hyang, mind your words in the future. Yes, Father, I will be more careful, Hyang responded swiftly. The Emperor then addressed the court. I want you all to understand, I too believe that ensuring the well-being of the people is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the tribute to the Ming Emperor will proceed according to the Crown Prince's proposal. The officials lowered their heads in compliance. As your Majesty commands. The Emperor turned back to Hyang. Do you have anything more to add? Hyang immediately replied, rather than simply distributing food as charity, I believe it would be wiser to provide sustenance in exchange for labor, Father. The Emperor, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. You propose paying them? Hyang elaborated. Droughts are not solely caused by a lack of rainfall. Our limited irrigation systems and neglected reservoirs also play a significant role. If we wish to prevent future disasters, we must construct water storage facilities in every town and restore the ones that have fallen into disrepair. By enlisting the people for this task and compensating them with food, we can address both hunger and infrastructure at once. Would this not be solving two problems at once? He turned toward the ministers. What do you all think? The court officials, after a brief murmur of agreement, responded unanimously, Your Highness, this is an excellent proposal. The Emperor gave a firm nod before issuing his command. Crown Prince, return to the palace. Hyang bowed deeply. Yes, Father. Just as he was about to leave, the Emperor seemed to recall something. And do not forget, you must prepare to take part in state discussions once the ancestral rites have concluded. Thank you, Father, for granting your inexperienced son the opportunity to partake in such matters, Hyang replied before turning to depart. Rising from his seat, the Emperor declared, Court is adjourned. You are all dismissed. As your Majesty commands, the court echoed. Yet before anyone could move, the Emperor's voice suddenly deepened, taking on a graver tone. One more thing, he added. Perhaps it is time I truly consider something. Tell me, what do you all honestly think of this dynasty? The ministers were gripped by fear. Your Majesty, we would never even dream of betraying you, they pleaded desperately. Please, have mercy. The Emperor's expression turned cold. Go back to your duties, he commanded. Mercy, your Majesty, they echoed as they hurriedly left the hall. Outside, murmurs spread among the officials. One misstep and disaster could strike, one whispered. He isn't just King Teo's descendant. His lineage is deeply tied to the previous rulers as well. Grand Minister Sum shot them a stern look. Enough of that nonsense. If you value your positions, you'll be careful with what you say. Another official sighed. I can't help but wonder, is this truly the path our nation is headed down? The others exchanged cautious glances before one warned, You should know by now. Careless words can lead to ruin. Suum exhaled slowly. We made a grave error today. We dismissed the Crown Prince because of his youth, but he has proven to be far more formidable than we expected. One minister hesitated before asking, "Then, what do we do now?" Suum's expression darkened. "If it comes to it, we may have no choice but to submit a formal resignation." The suggestion stunned the others. "Resign?" Suum folded his arms. "Our role is to guide the ruler, ensuring he stays on the right path. Even ancient texts say that a wise leader listens to the voice of his people. We must make sure the emperor remains wise." His tone carried a weight of unspoken intent. When King Si Yunk's order was proclaimed, the Ministry of Revenue set to work crafting golden nib pens, intended as tribute for Emperor Jongle. However, an issue soon arose. The emperor's expression darkened. "What do you mean they won't meet the deadline?" A court official bowed low. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness, but the Merchant Guild responsible for the pens has informed us that they cannot produce the required amount in time." Jinho had anticipated this. Given the current state of Joseon's workshops, meeting such a demand within the given time frame was unrealistic. After a brief pause, he addressed his father. "Your Majesty, I need to clarify something. May I summon the leader of the Merchant Guild?" Suum immediately protested. "This is unacceptable. A mere merchant has no place in affairs of the state." The emperor remained composed. "Grand Secretary, you knew exactly how I would respond. Yet you still chose to interrupt me, didn't you?" Realizing his mistake, Suum hesitated. "Your Majesty, The emperor continued, his tone unwavering. "I acknowledge your loyalty, but instead of dismissing every proposal outright, why not present an actual alternative?" Lowering his head, Suum murmured, "I seek your Majesty's pardon." The emperor dismissed the matter. "Summon the merchant at once." Not long after, the guild's representative was brought before the court and knelt. "Your humble servant greets your Majesty." The emperor gestured toward Jinho. "The Crown Prince has a question for you. Answer honestly." "Yes, your Majesty," the merchant responded. Jinho's gaze was steady. "I understand that your guild is unable to fulfill the order on time. What is the reason for this delay?" The merchant bowed his head slightly. "Golden nib pens require meticulous craftsmanship. Each piece must be crafted with precision and care. Even if we work faster, there are limits to how many can be made within the time frame." Jinho considered this. "So, the entire process relies on a single artisan for each pen?" "That is correct, Your Highness," the merchant confirmed. "A skilled craftsman must handle each one individually." After a moment's thought, Jinho turned to his father. "Your Majesty, I believe I have a solution. However, I will need to speak with the artisans directly." Suum reacted immediately, his voice rising in protest. "Your Majesty, first a merchant. Now the prince wishes to summon mere craftsmen to the royal court? This cannot be allowed." The emperor's patience wore thin. "Grand Secretary, silence yourself. Why should I not summon them when this matter concerns the kingdom itself?" Suum, still displeased, attempted to argue. "Your Majesty, But the emperor had heard enough. "If you persist in arguing, I may begin to doubt your loyalty," the emperor warned, his voice heavy with authority. The chamber fell into an uneasy silence. No one dared to challenge him further. With a firm gesture, the emperor commanded, "Summon the craftsmen at once." When the artisans arrived, Jinho addressed them directly. "I've been told that each of you is responsible for crafting an entire golden nib pen from start to finish. Is that correct?" The craftsmen, kneeling, responded in unison. "Yes, Your Highness." Jinho gave a thoughtful nod before continuing. "I have a proposal. Rather than each craftsman handling the entire process alone, Why not divide the labor? One person could shape the nib, another could refine it, and a third could engrave the final details. Would this method improve efficiency? The craftsmen exchanged startled glances before one of them hesitantly replied, "It may be possible, Your Highness. We would need time to adjust, but once accustomed to the process, we should be able to produce the pens much faster than before." Jinho smiled. This concept is called division of labor. When tasks are shared among many, production increases significantly. The Emperor, clearly impressed, nodded approvingly. That logic is sound. We shall look forward to seeing the results. You may return to your work. After the artisans had departed, the Emperor turned to his son. Division of labor to boost productivity. How did you conceive such an ingenious idea, Crown Prince? Jinho hesitated for a moment before answering. I observed the kitchen staff. The assistants and maids follow the head chef's instructions, each performing specific tasks instead of cooking a dish alone. That observation led me to this conclusion. The Emperor let out a hearty laugh. A brilliant mind indeed. To derive such wisdom from everyday occurrences, truly extraordinary. Ministers, what are your thoughts? The officials bowed and responded in agreement. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is exceptionally wise. However, Soom, unwilling to conform, voiced his dissent. Your Majesty, I fear the Crown Prince is wasting his intellect on insignificant matters. His sharp mind would be better directed toward studying the teachings of the sages. The Emperor's expression darkened. Why do you dismiss deep thought and insight as trivial? Did the great scholars not also reflect on matters that benefit the nation and its people? Or is it that you, Grand Secretary, refuse to acknowledge wisdom unless it comes from your beloved classics? Soom, realizing he had overstepped, quickly bowed. I only wish for the Crown Prince's growth, Your Majesty. The Emperor's patience wore thin. Is this not exactly what the Crown Prince mentioned the other day? That you believe my rule, and that of my ancestors, unworthy? Is that why you dare to speak such nonsense? Panic flashed across Soom's face as he stammered, Your Majesty, I would never entertain such disloyal thoughts. Please, I beg you to understand my intentions. Another minister, watching the exchange in silence, mused to himself, Soom may have been narrow-minded, but to suppress dissent so harshly. It is unwise for a ruler to silence opposing voices, no matter how talented his heir may be. Jinho, too, observed his father carefully. He's revealing his true nature again. Later, when Jinho returned to the Eastern Palace, he shut the door behind him and exhaled deeply. That was intense. If I hadn't thought of the division of labor in time, I wonder how things would have unfolded. He sat in contemplation. Come to think of it, division of labor doesn't even exist in this era. Though Adam Smith later formalized it, it had been practiced long before him. Historically, industrialized labor systems were shaped through agreements between absolute monarchs and market policies. But what about Rhone? Though it claims to be an absolute monarchy, in reality it is a battleground, between the king striving to uphold his authority and officials pushing for a republican system. Meanwhile, the common people yearned for a semi-republican government. If a ruler truly prioritizes his people over his officials, he can secure their support, thereby consolidating real power. Success won't come overnight. I must build this foundation piece by piece, ensuring my father's authority extends to the most remote corners of the kingdom. And for that, I need wealth. Determined, Jinho stood. The first step is clear. I will fill the treasury. Resolute in his decision, the Crown Prince left the Eastern Palace and made his way toward the main hall. The Emperor, taken aback, inquired, What brings you here? The Crown Prince respectfully answered, I need to discuss something regarding the envoy preparing to journey to the Ming dynasty. There is a matter we must have the Ming emperor verify. Those present exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. What was the crown prince plotting this time? Jin Ho calmly stated, "This concerns the envoy being dispatched to Ming. We need to secure confirmation from their emperor regarding an important issue." The emperor, intrigued, asked, "What exactly is on your mind now?" The crown prince offered a measured smile, his thoughts carefully calculating his next move. The first step to enriching the treasury was securing a monopoly on the trade of gold-tipped pens. He needed to ensure that Rowan's merchants alone would have the right to sell these prized pens within Ming's vast market. "The Emperor of Ming continues to request more of these pens from us, which indicates their immense value," he explained. "Since their empire is significantly larger than ours, their demand is naturally much greater." He continued, "Additionally, every time the Ming envoys arrive, they demand an excessive amount of tribute. We must request an official decree to regulate their demands." At this, Minister Swam, clearly unsettled, interrupted. "Your Highness, that is unthinkable. The Ming dynasty considers Rhone a subordinate state. A vassal questioning the demands of its sovereign would be a grave affront." The crown prince, unfazed, challenged, "And why would it be offensive? Does being the larger nation give them the right to exploit smaller ones?" Swam countered, "That is not the issue. If we suddenly reduce the tribute they are accustomed to receiving, it could provoke serious repercussions." Jin Ho, growing irritated with Swam's constant resistance, thought, "This old man never fails to oppose me." Aloud, he said, "Do you even realize where all this tribute comes from? It is taken from the very people of our land, the result of their labor and sacrifice. Furthermore, the Ming dynasty's demands continue to increase, which means our own people's resources are diminishing. If this trend continues, even our treasury will suffer. Should we not address this crisis before it escalates?" Swam remained steadfast. "Your Highness, you still lack experience in governing state affairs. The envoys we deal with are not mere officials. They are eunuchs, those closest to the Emperor of Ming. If they speak poorly of us, we could be placing Rhone in grave danger." The Crown Prince's patience wore thin. "Do you truly believe the Ming Emperor is so easily swayed by mere words?" Swam hesitated. "That is not what I mean. I fear that due to your youth, you may make rash decisions that bring significant harm in pursuit of minor benefits." The Crown Prince's expression darkened. "What does my age have to do with this? And did you not just claim that we are suffering major losses for insignificant gains? Every time the Ming envoys arrive, their tribute demands clog our roads for miles. Is that not wealth being stripped from our people and our treasury?" He pressed on. "Master Yoshan, the great sage, once taught that a true official prioritizes the well-being of the people above all else. Yet here you stand, advocating submission to these envoys as if we are their servants. What does that make you then?" Swam hastily tried to explain. "Your Highness, you are exaggerating. We are not submitting." The Crown Prince cut him off sharply. "I have not finished speaking." He continued, "Menus once taught that a virtuous individual, even while surrounded by wealth, remains compassionate. Even when seated at the highest ranks, they uphold their integrity, steadfastly walking the path of righteousness. Now tell me, does showering these eunuchs with gifts and false praise align with any of these principles? If not, how can you still call yourselves honorable men?" Then, without hesitation, the Crown Prince dropped to his knees, his voice filled with conviction. "Father, I beg you, let me lead the envoy this time. I will personally appeal to the Emperor of Ming and do everything in my power to put an end to this unjust tradition. Please, grant me your permission." He continued, "It is true that I am still young, only 9 years old, but my resolve stands taller than the highest mountain." The emperor rubbed his temples, exhaling slowly before addressing his son. "The journey to Beijing is long and fraught with hardship." The crown prince met his gaze and replied firmly, "Rhone stands at a crossroads, a time of both crisis and opportunity. If we act wisely, we can build a foundation that will support 1,000 years of prosperity. But if we hesitate, we will remain nothing more than a small and isolated nation. I ask you, Father, to consider my words." The emperor let out a deep sigh. "Return to your palace, Crown Prince. Eunuchs, escort him back to his chambers. He is too agitated. See that he calms himself." Desperation flashed across the young prince's face as he cried out, "Father, please, I implore you, allow me to go." Back in the Eastern Palace, frustration boiled over. The Crown Prince stormed into the hall and shouted, "Everyone, leave! Now!" The attendants scattered as he collapsed into a chair, his hands clenched into fists. Damn it, I let my emotions get the better of me. He sat there in silence, lost in thought before muttering bitterly, "That insufferable swam. He looks down on me because of my age, doesn't he? He's been standing in my way since the last time. Well, I refuse to let this go unanswered. Just wait and see, you wretches." Then he called out, "Eunuch, prepare for my departure to the Ming dynasty." The startled eunuch hesitated. "Your Highness, what? Why so suddenly?" I said, "Prepare my belongings. Now." Meanwhile, in the main hall, ministers debated among themselves. "Your Majesty, we cannot allow the Crown Prince to act so recklessly. Please consider our concerns." The Emperor let out a weary sigh. "Tell me, do you know how much sleep that child gets each night? Never more than 6 hours. He is only 9 years old, yet his mind is constantly occupied with ways to strengthen the nation. And all you ever do is reject his ideas again and again." The officials lowered their heads in shame. "Your Majesty, we are at fault. We deserve punishment." Just then a servant burst into the hall. "Your Majesty, an urgent matter." The Emperor frowned. "What is it?" The servant hesitated before replying. "The Crown Prince. He is preparing to leave." A stunned silence filled the chamber. "What?" one of the ministers gasped. "Where is he going?" Alarmed, the Emperor turned to the servant. "Where is that boy heading?" A eunuch stepped forward and answered cautiously. "It appears His Highness is planning to depart for the Ming dynasty immediately. He said he cannot afford to waste even a single moment if he truly cares for the nation and its people." The Emperor's expression darkened, his patience snapping. Slamming his hand against the table, he roared, "That reckless child! How dare he defy me like this?"
Fuming with anger, the Emperor stormed toward the Crown Prince's quarters. As he neared, he spotted 2 eunuchs leaving the chamber and bellowed, "You two! Stop right there!" The startled eunuchs quickly turned and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects." The Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you both assigned to the East Palace? Where are you headed?" One eunuch hesitated briefly before replying, "Your Majesty, we are on our way to the Office of Records." Suspicious, the Emperor pressed further. "And for what purpose?" The eunuch faltered but eventually muttered, "We were instructed to document all the gifts sent to the Ming envoys ever since the late King Taejo's reign." Hearing this, the Emperor's fury exploded. His voice thundered, "That audacious brat!" Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, a servant rushed in, breathless. "Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen." The Empress turned sharply. "What's with all this shouting?" Panting, the servant blurted out, "The Crown Prince is preparing to leave for the Ming Empire." The Empress's face went pale. "He's planning to go to the Ming Empire? Does he think it's as simple as a casual outing? Why is he doing this? The prince insists it's to put an end to the Ming envoy's excessive demands for tribute, the servant explained. The Ministry of Justice tried to reason with him, but he refused to listen. He declared that if no one else will act, he will go himself. After a brief pause, the servant added in a hushed tone, "His Majesty is already on his way to the East Palace." The Empress's heart pounded with anxiety. Without wasting another moment, she hastily left her quarters and rushed toward the palace, her mind racing. "What in the world are you thinking, my son?" The servants, startled by her urgency, hurried after her, calling out, "Your Majesty, please slow down." At the East Palace, the Emperor stormed inside, his temper boiling over. Pointing a trembling finger at his son, he roared, "You reckless child! What madness is this?" Standing his ground, the Crown Prince met his father's gaze and declared, "This is not recklessness, father. It is my duty." Outside, court officials stood in stiff silence, not daring to intervene. The Emperor's wrath echoed through the hall. "You're only 9 years old," he thundered. "Do you even understand the gravity of your actions?" The Crown Prince remained steadfast. "Age does not determine one's resolve. People use youth as an excuse to avoid responsibility, but I will not." Growing even more furious, the Emperor demanded, "And what makes you think you can shoulder this burden alone?" At that moment, the Empress burst into the hall, breathless. "Your Majesty, please wait." The Crown Prince clenched his fists. "If the Emperor is the father of the nation, then I wish to be its elder brother. When the envoys come, the people suffer. If I stand by and do nothing, what kind of elder brother would I be?" His words, though passionate, only fueled the Emperor's anger. "You foolish boy," he growled, gritting his teeth. "You dare defy me?" His patience snapped. "Steward, bring the whip and the punishment bench." A wave of shock rippled through the hall. The Empress gasped, horror-stricken. The officials outside stiffened, their faces filled with unease. The Empress rushed forward. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. He's just a child." The Emperor's expression remained unyielding. "And that is exactly why he must be disciplined. Empress, do not meddle in this matter." He motioned to the eunuchs. "Take the Empress out." Desperation filled her voice. "Your Majesty, have mercy." Before the eunuchs could act, the first lash struck. The whip cracked against the Crown Prince's legs, leaving a stinging red mark. With each strike, the Emperor roared, "Your first mistake, being arrogant beyond your years. Your second, showing no respect to those who serve you." But despite his tender age, the Crown Prince did not shed a tear. He clenched his teeth and bore the pain in silence. By now, the Crown Prince's legs were covered in red welts from the lashes, but the Emperor showed no mercy. He continued striking, saying, "Your third mistake is defying your father's orders. Reflect on your actions today and ensure this never happens again." Outside, the Empress had cried until she could shed no more tears, while the ministers stood uneasily, anxiously awaiting the outcome. At last, the doors opened, and the Emperor, still breathing heavily from his fury, stepped out. He ordered, "Summon the royal physicians to tend to the Crown Prince." The officials responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." As the Emperor passed, he noticed the Empress still sobbing and instructed her, "Care for the Crown Prince." He then glanced at the ministers and added, "You are all more petty than a child." One minister, unable to restrain himself, muttered, "How could the Crown Prince act this way?" Another, noticing the Empress nearby, quickly warned, "Be quiet. The Empress will hear you." With anger in her voice, the Empress turned toward the ministers. "Why couldn't you think as wisely as the child? Look at what's happened now. I will never forget today." The ministers lowered their heads, acknowledging their failure. "We are to blame. We deserve punishment." In the Crown Prince's chambers, the Empress continued to scold him, her frustration clear. She slapped his legs repeatedly. "You troublesome child! Why do you always make me worry like this? Can't you behave?" The Crown Prince cried out, "Mother, it hurts!" He lay face down, thinking to himself, "No matter the life, it seems my legs always bear the brunt of things. After a while, the crown prince was surprised when he felt his mother stop striking him. The empress, heartbroken, quietly wept before gently bending down to hold him. "Right now, I have no one but you, my child," she said softly. Hearing her words, the crown prince whispered, "I'm sorry, mother." The scene shifted to the royal court, where the emperor sat with an imposing presence, looking down at the gathered officials. He turned to one eunuch and ordered, "Bring me the documents the crown prince asked you to prepare." The eunuch quickly complied, "Yes, your majesty." Moments later, the eunuch presented a stack of documents. After reviewing them, the emperor's expression darkened. "The smallest tribute they demand is worth 2 months of our annual treasury, and the largest can reach up to 5 months. If we include the tribute from smaller villages, the total could equal almost an entire year's worth of resources." He held up the records and challenged, "Do you see this, ministers? Here is the list of tributes sent to the Ming Empire. Year after year. What do you have to say about this?" Silence hung in the air. The emperor, enraged, slammed his fist against the chair. "Why is there no response? Even the crown prince, a mere child, has considered this, yet none of you have thought to act." The ministers bowed their heads, speaking in unison, "We apologize, your majesty." The emperor's anger flared again. "Choose the leader of the envoy and their assistant within 2 hours, or I will charge you all with treason." The ministers, their voices shaky, replied, "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." That night, as the emperor gazed at the moon, the empress's voice broke the silence. "Your majesty," he turned and asked, "Is something troubling you, empress?" She hesitated before speaking. "I stepped out for some fresh air as I couldn't sleep." "But your majesty, why did you punish the crown prince so harshly today? It seemed more severe than usual." The emperor paused before responding. "The crown prince is a clever child, but sometimes he becomes too absorbed in his own intelligence. Today, he faced opposition from the ministers, and that led to this outcome. A tree that grows too straight can easily break if it lacks support. Without the ministers' trust, how can he properly care for the people?" The empress listened in silence, watching him. The emperor continued, "I believe the crown prince has the qualities of a sage. From now on, I will guide him to ensure he follows the right path." The empress smiled softly, though she didn't fully understand his reasoning. "I may not completely grasp your deeper intentions, but if this is your goal, I have no other wish." After the harsh punishment, the emperor immediately ordered the ministers to select the envoy leader and assistant. Although the crown prince's actions had been extreme, he had spoken no falsehoods. His methods, however, had surpassed the emperor's patience, and for that, he was punished. The crown prince rested his head on his hand, exhaling repeatedly as he watched his younger brothers playing in the courtyard. His gaze lingered on the one closest in age to him, a boy whose future would shape the fate of the kingdom. That child, laughing and darting around without a care, was none other than Iyu, his younger brother. But Iyu was no ordinary prince. In the years ahead, this seemingly carefree boy would unleash a storm of bloodshed within these very palace walls. He was destined to become the 17th ruler of Yoshan, King Seijo. If history unfolded as Jin Ho remembered, Iyu would orchestrate the downfall of the current King Mong before aiding Mong's nephew, King Danzhong, in ascending the throne. However, Iyu's ambition wouldn't end there. He would rally the Guyujiang faction, staging a rebellion that would crush all opposition. Even his own brother, Grand Prince Anyon, wouldn't escape his grasp, poisoned to secure Iyu's reign. The Guyujiang uprising was no minor skirmish. It was a full-scale coup, a brutal purge that redefined the kingdom's power structure in 1453. Jin Ho could still recall his teacher's words about Prince Shuang, a man who had forsaken both his younger and older siblings, turned against his grandfather and father, and cast an ominous shadow over the once prosperous Joseon dynasty. Historians condemned Shuang as a tyrant, and now, as Jin Ho stared at his innocent-looking brother, dread settled deep in his chest. That child would one day become a monster. Jin Ho clenched his fists. He couldn't stand idly by and watch history repeat itself. He had to act before IU's ambitions took root. A sudden thought flickered in his mind, curling his lips into a smirk. Yes, that was the answer. The best way to reshape someone's fate was through guidance. With a newfound determination, he strode toward his brothers, calling out, "IU, good morning." The two younger princes, IU and Aong, whose real names were Swang and Anang, halted their game and turned to him, bowing politely. "Good morning, elder brother." Jinho smiled warmly. "You both seem to be enjoying yourselves." Then, turning to IU, he asked, "Your writing lesson is soon, isn't it? Why don't we study together today?" IU blinked, caught off guard. "Why?" Jinho hadn't expected him to question it and stumbled over his words. "Why, I just want to see how you're progressing." But beneath the surface, his thoughts ran deeper. "You'll serve under me one day. You won't have the luxury to slack off." Yu's expression darkened with suspicion. He hesitated, then shook his head. "I'll study on my own." Without waiting for a reply, IU grabbed Aong's hand and pulled him away. "Let's go. We're disturbing our brother." Though his voice remained neutral, there was a flicker of irritation in his eyes. As the day wore on, the palace bustled with its usual routines. That evening, IU eagerly rushed toward the dining hall, his small feet pattering against the polished floors. A maid trailed behind him, sighing. "Young master, slow down. You'll trip." As IU neared the hall, hushed voices from a nearby corridor caught his attention. He stopped abruptly, pressing himself against the wall to eavesdrop. "His Highness, the Crown Prince is truly exceptional," one servant murmured in admiration. "Despite his youth, he's already well-versed in literature and governance." "Indeed," another agreed. "A prodigy, born to lead." IU perked up, expecting to hear his name next. But as the conversation continued, his excitement faded. "Well, the second prince is competent, but compared to the Crown Prince, they were born to be compared," the first servant sighed. A sharp pang shot through IU's chest. His fingers curled into fists. Behind him, his maid noticed his expression and stormed toward the gossiping servants. "How dare you speak so?" "Carelessly?" she snapped. The startled maids dropped to their knees. "We deserve punishment!" Before his maid could drag them away for discipline, IU held up a hand. "Let it go," he said coolly. "It doesn't matter." On the surface, he seemed unbothered, but deep inside, an unsettling question gnawed at him. Why am I always second? A few days later, Jinho gathered his younger brothers in his chambers. Determined to strengthen their bond, he proudly held up 2 handmade flashcards, grinning. "Look, this is how this character is written. It represents the sky and the earth." Aong's eyes widened with delight. "Wow. Did you make these, brother?" Jinho puffed out his chest. "Of course. Well, I had the palace eunuch's help." These flashcards were part of his strategy, a way to spend time with his brothers while steering IU toward a different path. "With these, I'll make sure learning is enjoyable. He won't even realize I'm molding him." He turned to IU. "Come, have a look." But IU, unimpressed, shook his head. "I already have a tutor, I don't need them." Jinho's smile froze. IU's disinterest stung more than expected. Gahan, looking perplexed, asked, "Wouldn't it be more enjoyable if we studied together?" But before he could finish, IU abruptly cut him off. "I can handle it myself," he snapped. Turning away coldly, he added, "Please don't call me for things like this again." His sudden reaction left both Jihan and Eon startled and confused. The following day, IU sat in the courtyard, absorbed in his studies with his tutor. Concealed behind the bushes nearby, Jihan crouched low, quietly observing. "This kid is harder to figure out than I expected. I need to watch him closely every day," he thought. The tutor, with a warm smile, asked, "Do you find this section difficult?" IU returned the smile and replied, "Not at all. Your teaching is very clear, so I understand it easily." His respectful and composed demeanor took Jihan by surprise. "What's this? He's much nicer than I thought. Is he only difficult when dealing with me?" The tutor continued, "Let's review the 3 fundamental relationships and the virtues of steadfastness we covered yesterday." IU immediately responded, "Yes, sir," and began reciting fluently. loyalty of subjects to their ruler. The king is the guide of his people, filial piety of a child to their parents. The father is both protector and disciplinarian. In this context, guide refers to someone who governs and takes responsibility for discipline, similar to a modern supervisor or guardian. As IU confidently recited, Ji-hun stood frozen in amazement. Not only has he mastered the 1,000-character script, but he's also memorized the 3 fundamental relationships and the 5 virtues of steadfastness. A memory flashed in Ji-hun's mind. His tutor had once mentioned a rumor about Grand Prince Swang. People claimed that while Swang wasn't quite as accomplished as King Moonjong, he excelled in both literature and martial arts. The only problem was that his older brother's brilliance overshadowed him. Was that really just a rumor? Gi-hun studied the diligent child before him, realizing what IU truly needed. That afternoon, during Swang's sword training, IU was rigorously practicing against a wooden dummy. As he struck, a loud noise startled him, causing him to lose grip on his sword. The heavy blade tumbled across the ground, stopping right at Ji-hun's feet. Picking up the sword, Ji-hun remarked, "Looks like you're training in swordsmanship." He lifted a wooden sword of his own and added, "How about teaching me some techniques? I've only ever studied theory. I don't know much about actual combat." Though slightly irritated, IU didn't refuse. While demonstrating, he said, casually, "It's not that complicated. You just do it like this." Standing beside him, Ji-hun nodded but hesitated. "It looks pretty difficult, doesn't it?" He raised his sword high, trying to mimic IU's stance, but the weight overwhelmed him. Losing balance, he toppled backward. With a yelp, "Ouch!" he groaned. Startled, IU instinctively called out, "Big brother!" Lying on the ground, Ji-hun let out a defeated sigh. "Man, just as I thought, this is way harder than it looks." Scrambling to sit up, he added with a sheepish grin, "I could really use your help. I have no talent for this at all. Could you teach me, just as a favor?" IU furrowed his brows, considering the request. He remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. "Why are you so bad at this?" he teased. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two brothers continued their practice. Ji-hun frequently stumbled, exposing his weaknesses, while IU corrected him. "Like this?" Gi-hun asked, swinging awkwardly. IU shook his head. "No, lift your hand a little higher. Children have simple hearts." IU had always felt inferior. No matter how hard he tried, everyone around him constantly compared him to his older brother, making him resentful. But now, seeing that Ji-hun had weaknesses too, struggling in areas where he excelled, he felt a newfound sense of balance. For the first time, IU allowed Ji-hun to get closer. A warmth he had never shown before began to surface. The first step toward changing the future tyrant had begun. On a bright and pleasant morning, two noblewomen sat together in conversation. The lady dressed in rose-hued silk leaned in and murmured, "Have you heard about the study cards the Crown Prince created?" The woman in blue nodded. "Indeed, I've heard whispers about them." "Oh? What have you heard?" the lady in pink asked with intrigue. "They say these cards make learning far more engaging," the lady in blue replied. A thoughtful expression crossed the lady in pink's face. "Do you think these cards could help my son recognize Chinese characters more easily?" Her companion smiled, knowingly. "Perhaps. Never underestimate the power of word of mouth." That afternoon, the lady in pink approached her husband, a respected court official. "Husband," she began, "I've been hearing wonderful things about the study cards the Crown Prince designed." Surprised, he raised an eyebrow. "How do you know about those?" With a slight frown, she answered, "I came across the information by chance. But tell me, wouldn't it be beneficial for our son to use them?" The official stroked his beard in contemplation. "I'm not sure." His wife, however, was determined. Why not request to borrow them from the Crown Prince? The mere thought of an adult asking a child for something made him uncomfortable. "That would be humiliating," he grumbled. His wife's eyes narrowed. "Is your pride more valuable than our son's education? His future and our family's standing are at stake." As it happened, they weren't the only family intrigued by the study cards. Soon a group of officials gathered and requested an audience with the young Crown Prince. Upon hearing their request, Jin-ho leaned back with a teasing smile. Those cards were made for my younger brothers. Desperate, one official stepped forward. Then please, sell them to us. Name your price. Feigning reluctance, Jin-ho let out a sigh. If you insist, I suppose I have no choice. He raised 3 fingers. 3 sol. The officials collectively gasped. 3 sol was equivalent to 159 kilograms of white rice, a staggering amount. What? One official sputtered. Jin-ho remained unfazed. Did you not hear me clearly? That's 159 kilograms of rice. Another official, sweating, asked cautiously, Are you saying these cards are worth that much rice? Jin-ho chuckled. It's not just for the cards themselves. Part of the cost covers materials, another portion will be contributed to the national treasury, and the last part is for my own use. The officials exchanged glances. One of them hesitated before asking, Your own use? What does that mean? With a composed tone, Jin-ho explained, Books. Due to various circumstances, books are quite expensive. The room fell silent as the officials pondered his words. Eventually, one of them sighed and said, Fine. My wife has been pestering me about these cards anyway. As soon as one official agreed, others followed suit. I'll buy them too. Count. Me in. I need those cards for my children. Seeing the eager crowd, Jin-ho grinned. Then it's a deal. With a newfound source of income secured, he felt triumphant. Now, I can fully dedicate myself to my interests, he thought. However, another pressing matter remained, his father's health. That evening, in the emperor's private quarters, a lavish meal had been prepared. The emperor scanned the room, ensuring he was alone before reaching for a piece of roasted meat with his chopsticks. Just as he was about to take a bite, a sharp voice rang out. Father! Startled, the emperor dropped the meat. The young crown prince stormed in. Are you eating nothing but meat again? Jin-ho demanded. Annoyed, the emperor scowled. What nonsense are you spouting now? Inside the chamber, the two began their usual argument. Even a dog would be angry if its meal was interrupted, the emperor muttered. Jin-ho remained unfazed. But eating properly is crucial for your health. Outside the room, the eunuchs exchanged wary glances. Should we step in? One whispered. Wait until His Majesty gives the order, another advised. Back at the table, the emperor slammed his fist down. What are you implying? My meal is unhealthy? Jin-ho crossed his arms. Let's see. He gestured toward the plates. Roasted chicken, charred pork, stir-fried beef with onions. Where are the vegetables? The emperor faltered. Well, this, Jin-ho smirked. Exactly. And so, another round of their daily battle had begun. The palace maids knelt, sighing deeply. Your Highness, please, enough. His Majesty has been under a lot of stress because of you lately. It all began when Jin-ho developed an unusual fixation on the emperor's diet. He became obsessed with what his father ate, constantly monitoring his meals. During the emperor's working hours, Jin-ho would sneak into his chambers, a thick book in hand, rambling endlessly. According to the nutritional guidelines of the Yuan dynasty, a well-balanced diet rich in vegetables is crucial for longevity and overall well-being. His concerns didn't stop at lectures. Jin-ho even took it upon himself to personally supervise the royal kitchen. This dish has too much salt. Redo it. Cut down on the meat. The chefs, though irritated, had no choice but to obey. Even during mealtimes, he hovered beside his father, muttering, Too much meat thickens the blood. Thick blood leads to stress. Stress weakens the body. A weakened body affects the mind. And if your mind isn't sharp, what happens to the empire? Chaos. Day after day, meal after meal, the emperor endured his son's relentless nagging, all in the name of father's health. The palace staff noticed the emperor's eye twitching with irritation, a sure sign he was reaching his limit. The maids, still kneeling, braced themselves for the inevitable outburst. As expected, the emperor finally exploded. You insufferable brat! I've tolerated this nonsense because you're young, but enough is enough. He jabbed a finger at Jin-ho. Stop meddling with my meals. Even a ghost, if it died from overeating, would at least have some dignity. Furious, he commanded, Guards, remove the crown prince immediately, and from now on, he is forbidden from coming near me while I eat. Before Jin-ho could protest, palace guards seized him and dragged him away. "Father!" he cried, but the doors slammed shut behind him. Standing outside, Jin-ho frowned, deep in thought. This can't continue. If the old man falls ill, who knows what might happen to my future? He needs to stay healthy and reign for a long time. I need to find another way. Just then, from inside, the emperor's voice boomed. "Bring me more meat!" Jin-ho's eyes lit up. That's it. There's still one solution left. Without wasting a second, he rushed to the imperial carpentry workshop. "I need something made," he announced. The royal craftsman immediately got to work, but Jin-ho was relentless in his demands. "It must be rounder, sturdier." "Yes, your highness," the craftsman replied, exhausted from his constant corrections. The palace workers whispered among themselves, puzzled. What on earth is the prince making? Days passed, and the final product was presented to him. Jin-ho picked it up and pressed down on it lightly, only for it to snap in half. His temper flared. "This is unacceptable. Reinforce it. Make it stronger. Try again." The workshop rang with his endless instructions. "Do it again. Rounder, more durable." After several more days of refinement, Jin-ho finally strode into the throne room, holding his newly crafted items with a confident smile. The emperor, seeing his son approach, sighed in exasperation. "What now?" Jin-ho, unfazed, knelt before his father and presented his creations. "Father, I designed these for your health." Skeptical, the emperor narrowed his eyes. "What are these? They look like nothing more than a string and a child's toy." Jin-ho grinned. "No, father. These are carefully crafted health tools. This," he lifted the first item, "is an indestructible jump rope. And this," he held up the second, "is a set of specially designed bells. Together they will ensure you remain in peak physical condition." The emperor raised an eyebrow, suspicious yet intrigued. "And how exactly is this supposed to help me?" Jin-ho, beaming, replied, "Trust me, father. This is a revolutionary health plan." This is an excellent way to stay in shape, father," Jin-ho declared, holding up a long rope. "It's called skipping." The emperor squinted at the contraption in his son's hands, unimpressed. "Jumping over a rope? And this is supposed to make me healthier?" Jin-ho, undeterred, smiled. "Seeing is believing, father. Allow me to demonstrate." The emperor gestured dismissively. "Go on then." Jin-ho looped a small bell around his neck, then firmly grasped the ends of the rope. He began hopping over it with practiced ease, his movements light and quick. The court officials watched in silence as the young prince performed the simple but rhythmic exercise. After a few rounds, he stopped, slightly out of breath. "And that," he announced, "is how you use a jump rope." The emperor raised a skeptical brow. "And how exactly does that improve my health? It looks like ordinary jumping to me." Jin-ho had expected this. He lifted a thick book, flipping to a page before responding. "Western scholars have found that those who sit for long periods tend to have weaker legs, but skipping helps strengthen the lower body." Then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he leaned in, glancing at the gathered officials before adding, "It has another benefit too, but I'm not sure how to explain it." That caught everyone's attention. When it came to general wellness, the officials barely reacted. But when Jin-ho hinted at a more personal advantage, every ear in the room suddenly perked up, including the emperor's. The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Are you certain?" Jin-ho nodded earnestly. "Absolutely, father." The emperor stroked his beard, still hesitant. "It seems foolish, but if it truly has such effects." He mulled it over before finally asking, "I just spin the rope and jump over it, correct?" Jin-ho beamed. "Yes, father. Just follow the rhythm of the bell." Turning to the palace steward, he called, "Steward, come here." An elderly attendant hurried forward. "Yes, your highness." Jin-ho unfastened the bell from his neck and handed it over. "Put this on the emperor." The steward bowed. "Understood." Jin-ho's expression softened as he looked at his father. "My greatest wish, father, is for you to live a long and healthy life." The emperor let out a reluctant sigh. With his son making such an emotional appeal, how could he refuse? He stepped into the courtyard. Jin-ho eagerly reached out. "Father, let me tie the bell for you." The emperor frowned. "Is this really necessary?" "Yes, it helps with the rhythm." As Jin-ho secured the bell around his father's neck, The emperor caught sight of his reflection in a nearby bronze mirror. He blinked. Wait, this makes me look like a farm animal, doesn't it? Jin-ho hadn't considered that, but once the emperor pointed it out, he couldn't unsee it. A sudden burst of laughter escaped him. The emperor scowled. What's so funny? Jin-ho wiped away a tear, shaking his head. Nothing at all, father. Let's begin. Still skeptical, the emperor picked up the rope. This feels ridiculous. You'll get used to it, Jin-ho assured him. Hesitantly, the emperor swung the rope over his head and jumped, once, twice. By the third attempt, he was already winded. Panting, he turned to the steward. How many times was that? The steward, after a quick count, answered dutifully, 9, Your Majesty. The emperor's eyes widened. Only 9. Jin-ho crossed his arms. You must keep going, father. The goal is 100. The emperor groaned. That many. Can't we lower the target since I'm just starting? Jin-ho shook his head firmly. No, father. You must persist. He straightened, his voice filled with determination. I will not leave until you reach 100. The emperor nearly choked. Word of the emperor's unusual new exercise quickly spread through the palace. It became a favorite topic of gossip among the officials. One day, a group of courtiers huddled together, whispering. Suddenly, one of them rushed over, looking urgent. Are you all still standing around? He asked breathlessly. 2 royal physicians exchanged glances. What's happened? The official took a deep breath before announcing gravely. The emperor coughed. One of the physicians frowned. His Majesty often coughs around this time. What's so unusual about it? The official leaned in, lowering his voice. It's not the coughing that's concerning. It's what happened after. The group held their breath. The official's eyes darted around before he revealed in a hushed tone, right after coughing. His Majesty ran straight to the plum blossom chamber pot. A stunned silence followed. For context, the plum blossom chamber pot was an exclusive royal commode, reserved only for the emperor's use. The news spread like wildfire. Ever since the emperor incorporated jump rope into his daily routine, noticeable transformations had taken place. Previously plagued by sluggish digestion, he now found himself more regular, much to the delight of the palace maids, who whispered about his improved well-being. But that wasn't all. He had begun working late into the night, managing state affairs with renewed energy. And, most intriguingly, he had been paying far more visits to the Empress's chambers than before. Whispers quickly circulated among the court. Have you heard? His Majesty has taken up jump rope, and now he uses the plum blossom chamber pot right after coughing. Another official chimed in. His complexion is looking much better these days. Do you think it's connected? A third official, stroking his beard, nodded gravely. It must be. Ever since he started exercising, the changes are undeniable. At that, the gathered officials fell silent, each contemplating their own declining health. I haven't been feeling great myself lately, one admitted. Same here. I haven't slept well in weeks and my wife won't stop complaining. Their eyes met in mutual understanding. Then, one afternoon, while Jin-ho was quietly engrossed in his studies, a commotion erupted outside. A frantic voice called out, "Crown Prince?" Startled, Jin-ho looked up to see a swarm of court officials rushing toward him, their expressions desperate. "What's the matter?" he asked, taken aback. Without hesitation, one of them blurted, "We need more jump ropes. We'll pay in rice. Just name your price." Another official eagerly interjected, "I need one for my wife and children." "And I want one for myself," someone else shouted. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, resembling an overcrowded marketplace. Jin-ho had to raise his voice to restore order. One at a time, speak one by one. He had never expected such overwhelming demand. Without wasting time, he rushed back to the woodworking shop and declared, "We're scaling up production. From now on, each of you will have a dedicated task. Rope making, handle crafting, bell attachment. Everyone has a role." The artisans, tears welling in their eyes, could only sigh in resignation. "Crown Prince, you're working us to the bone." But Jin-ho wasn't finished. "Prepare yourselves. We need to produce 500 more. Despair swept through the workers. "Just kill us now. We're human too." And still, he wasn't done. He pulled out another design and handed it to a servant. "Take this to the royal tailor." The servant squinted at the unfamiliar sketch. Your Highness, what is this? Jinho grinned. Jumping rope in traditional robes is inconvenient, so I've designed something better, exercise pants. And just like that, his innovations revolutionized the court's approach to fitness. Households across the kingdom began jumping rope together, their health improving by the day. Husbands grew stronger, wives became happier, and children followed suit, turning exercise into a family activity. People sang praises. Who would have thought something so simple could change our lives? The Crown Prince is truly a visionary. But while Jinho basked in the rewards, amassing an impressive stockpile of rice in his private storage, there were murmurs of dissent among the old guard officials. This Crown Prince, his reputation is growing too quickly. I hear he's selling these contraptions even to the highest ministers, one sneered. Another nodded gravely. A true nobleman does not hoard wealth for himself. One senior official, however, silenced the room with a raised hand. Patience. A small spark can ignite a great fire. If he lets his ambition cloud his judgment, he will eventually bring about his own downfall. The others exchanged knowing glances and nodded. The Crown Prince's rise was impressive, but would it last? As the days passed, preparations for the journey to Beijing were finally complete. Unlike previous diplomatic missions, where merchant caravans traveled alongside the envoy, the Minister of Foreign Trade proposed a new approach. King San, upon hearing the idea, turned to his advisors. Take Honk's proposal into account, he instructed. Ensure that our envoy conveys this suggestion to the Ming court. With that, the envoy embarked on their journey, and time continued to pass. Within the palace walls, Young stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the vast sky, lost in thought. His quiet moment was abruptly interrupted by a cheerful voice. Hey, Young! Look at this! Do you know what it is? Turning toward the voice, he saw Princess Yong-su, the elder sister of King Mong, holding a tray of exquisitely shaped, colorful sweets. Hayoung furrowed his brow, thinking carefully before hesitantly answering. Is it Yagua? Yong-su burst into laughter, playfully smacking his back. Wrong! It's Dosik, she corrected with amusement. You've been studying for 100 days and you still don't know this. Dosik was a traditional Korean sweet, often served with tea. With a teasing grin, she continued, You should take a break from burying your nose in books all day. If you keep this up, you'll end up looking just like father. At the mention of their father's round, plump figure, Hyung instinctively flinched, his expression twisting in frustration. I'm still better off than you, he shot back. Yong-su, unfazed, strolled past him with an easy smile. I wouldn't be so... Sure, she quipped. Anyway, study hard today. As she passed by the palace eunuchs, she greeted them with polite grace. Good morning, Grand Eunuch. The elder eunuch, bowing respectfully, replied, Did your highness sleep well last night? In the Joseon court, princesses held esteemed titles, being the cherished daughters of kings. As Hyung walked away, he muttered to himself, She's always like this. But I guess that's normal at her age. His thoughts lingered on his sister, the ever-radiant Princess Yong-su. But even as she smiled in the distance, an ominous realization struck him. In just 2 years, the entire palace would be plunged into grief. Yong-su was fated to succumb to smallpox. Once a feared and deadly disease, smallpox had ravaged humanity for centuries. It caused severe fever, painful rashes, and left survivors permanently scarred. In medieval times, its mortality rate soared as high as 30%. Among the 3 great disasters of the world, tigers, war, and smallpox, the latter was the most relentless. When Princess Yong-su fell ill, King San was devastated. She was his firstborn daughter, his pride and joy. But Hyung clenched his fists in determination. I won't let that happen, he vowed. He had a plan. The scene shifted. Hyung now stood before a cow, facing an elderly servant. This cow, Hyung said, his eyes sharp with intent. It has smallpox, doesn't it? The kneeling cowherd respectfully answered, Yes, your highness. A smile tugged at the corners of Hyung's lips. Excellent. You might just be the key. Nearby, his bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances. What in the world was the Crown Prince planning this time? They were in Neobion Island, known in the present day as Jeju Island. The land here was unsuitable for farming, so the locals primarily raised livestock. Hyung turned to the farmers kneeling before him. Do all of you raise cattle? One of them, clad in a worn brown tunic, responded, Yes, Your Highness. Hyang continued, Which of you has never had smallpox? Raise your hand. A lone hand shot up. That would be me, Your Highness, the man said. Hyang's eyes narrowed. And have you remained free of smallpox, even after years of raising cattle? The farmer nodded. Yes, Your Highness. I've never caught it. Hyang's curiosity deepened. Has Neobion Island ever experienced a smallpox outbreak? The farmer nodded again. Yes, Your Highness. Every year, before the cold season begins. Hyang frowned. Then tell me, why has no one here ever fallen ill? The farmers exchanged uncertain glances before one of them finally admitted, Well, to tell the truth, our doctor and landlord don't believe in it, but there is an old remedy we secretly use to stop the disease. Hyang's tense expression softened, and he grinned. I knew it, he thought, recalling Edward Jenner, the man who pioneered the smallpox vaccine. Jenner had observed that those who contracted cowpox from cattle never succumbed to smallpox. After countless experiments, he had revolutionized medicine with the concept of vaccination. Eagerly, Hyang turned to the farmers and asked, Does anyone here know how to perform this method? A man dressed in white hesitated before stepping forward. I do, Your Highness, he said. Then use it on me, Hyang stated firmly. The farmer's face paled, as if he had misheard. What did you say, Your Highness? Hyang, unwavering in his decision, held out a needle. I want you to perform the procedure on me. The farmer's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, you can't be serious. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the emperor was seated on his throne, listening to his ministers discuss state matters. Our treasury is nearly depleted, one minister said gravely. The only way to balance the budget is to increase taxes. Before the discussion could continue, a royal steward burst into the chamber, his face pale with panic. Your Majesty, we have an urgent situation, he exclaimed. The emperor, composed as always, raised an eyebrow. What's happened? The steward hesitated before leaning in and whispering something in his ear. The emperor's expression instantly shifted from calm to utter disbelief. What? Where is the crown prince now? He demanded, standing abruptly. The ministers, caught off guard by their ruler's sudden distress, murmured among themselves. What's wrong? What happened? The steward quickly explained. His Highness has just returned to the palace. Without hesitation, the emperor rushed out of the chamber, his robes billowing as he stormed through the corridors. Hyang! He called desperately. The startled servants and officials hurried after him, watching their normally composed ruler race through the halls in near panic. When the emperor finally caught sight of his son in the distance, he shouted again, Hyang! Hyang, puzzled by the commotion, turned around just as the emperor ran up to him, breathless and wide-eyed. Are you hurt? The emperor asked urgently, scanning his son for injuries. Hyang blinked in confusion. No, father. What's going on? The emperor's expression darkened, and he turned sharply to the steward. Explain. Now. The steward fumbled with his words, nervous under the emperor's intense gaze. Your Majesty, I merely repeated what Yiko had told me. The emperor's eyes narrowed. Yiko, come forward and tell me exactly what happened. A eunuch immediately fell to his knees, bowing so low his forehead touched the floor. Your Majesty, I deserve punishment, but I swear I spoke the truth. The emperor's patience snapped. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Just then, Hyang spoke up. Father, please don't blame him. This is all a misunderstanding. It has to do with Neobion Island. The emperor turned to his son, his expression demanding an explanation. What do you mean? Hyang exhaled, realizing this would be difficult to explain. It's about an illness that sometimes spreads among the people of Rowan. The emperor's eyes narrowed. Are you referring to smallpox? Hyang's face lit up. Exactly. I've been reading medical books from China, and I found a method to prevent it. So I tested it on myself by taking material from a cowpox infection and using it for inoculation. Silence fell. The emperor's mind reeled at his son's words, struggling to process the reckless decision. His breath caught, and before anyone could react, his vision blurred. The emperor collapsed. Gasps of shock echoed through the palace hall. Father! Hyang cried, rushing to his side. The ministers, alarmed, shouted, Your Majesty, wake up! But the emperor lay motionless, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. After the initial shock, The emperor slowly regained his composure, his face ashen as he stared at Hyang with disbelief. "So, you're telling me you actually injected cow pus into your body?" the emperor asked, his voice trembling with confusion. Hyang replied calmly, without hesitation. "Yes, father." King San, still unable to fully process the words, stared at him, shaking his head. "You can't possibly understand what pus is, can you? There's no way." Before he could finish, Hyang chuckled lightly, interrupting him. "It really is pus, father. It comes from the wounds of the cow." The emperor, barely able to contain his anger, asked, "So, this procedure you're describing, you only applied it to your skin, right?" "No, father," Hyang answered bluntly. "I used a needle to inject it directly into my body." That moment, the emperor's rage exploded. He stormed forward, grabbed Hyang by the shoulders and shouted, "You reckless child! How dare you do something so dangerous just because you read it in a book? Do you think you can blindly follow?" "Any suggestion?" Hyang, trying to explain himself, said, "Father, I'm fine. An experienced person performed the procedure on me." The emperor, still stunned, asked, "What? Who did this to you?" Hyang pointed to the farmer standing nearby. Him, the farmer, now terrified, immediately bowed low. "Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant of the Crown Prince." Hyang introduced the man with confidence. "This man will be my servant in the future. Well, actually, he's a shepherd from Neobion Island. He's the one who performed the treatment on me. He says it's a secret technique passed down through generations to treat smallpox on the island." King San, still disbelieving, asked, "A cattle herder?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the farmer replied. "That's correct." The emperor, stepping closer to Hyang, asked in a softer tone, "Crown Prince, are you telling me that this man is truly wise?" Hyang answered firmly, "Yes, father. He has cured everyone on his island." The emperor's voice rose again, filled with concern. "Even so, you didn't have to make yourself the test subject for this treatment. What were you thinking? You're the Crown Prince." Not backing down, Hyang responded, "A life is a life, father. There's no distinction between nobility or common folk when it comes to life and death. Many people have been cured and are now healthy again. So, why should I be afraid?" The emperor, still worried, said, "But this was too reckless. What if something had gone wrong?" Hyang sighed, taking a brief pause before speaking. "Father, you know just as well as I do how many people have died from smallpox in this country. I believe it will reach the palace one day. If I can prove this treatment works, we can protect not only the citizens, but also those we care about. Don't you agree, father?" King San, deeply moved by his son's words, stood silently for a long moment, lost in thought. He sighed deeply, thinking to himself, "I cannot decide whether this child will be a blessing or a curse for the kingdom. His actions and thoughts resemble those of a wise philosopher, yet at times he's like an untamed force of nature, striking a rock again and again without rest." Finally, the emperor turned to the guards. "Take this man to the prison. Ensure he's well fed and not mistreated." Then, addressing the cattle herder, he added, "If anything happens to the Crown Prince, I will take your life. But if what you've said proves true, you will be richly rewarded." The farmer, trembling with fear, replied, "I understand, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Grand Inspector was having a conversation with the royal astronomer, Iron. The Grand Inspector remarked, "Have you heard about the Crown Prince? He claims to have been cured of smallpox after being treated by that lowly servant. He even injected that disgusting cow pus into himself." Iron, though skeptical, replied, "It sounds unbelievable, but if it's the Crown Prince, he must have his reasons. After all, he's capable of things no one else even imagines. Besides, he always spends his time studying in his chambers." This time, though, before Iron could finish, two men rushed past them, shouting, "The Crown Prince!" Iron, startled, asked, "What's going on?" Yunko rushed to respond, his voice urgent. "This is serious, Your Highness." At that very moment, Hyang lay in his bed, burning with fever. Despite his condition, he tried to reassure the concerned servants. "I'm fine." One of the servants, her face flushed with worry, retorted, "How can you say that? You're burning up like a furnace." Another muttered in frustration, "What a fool you are." Meanwhile, in the prison, So Ado was tied to a chair. The warden barked at him, "You foolish man, how dare you put the crown prince at risk by insulting the royal family?" So Ado, bewildered, asked, "What's happening?" The warden scowled. "Don't pretend you don't know. The crown prince is suffering terribly. He's on the brink of death." So Ado, realizing what the warden was talking about, responded calmly, "Ah, you must be referring to the fever." The warden, surprised, asked, "How do you know about that?" So Ado answered nonchalantly, "There's no need to panic. It's common for a high fever to last up to 5 days. But after about 10 days, the fever will break and the crown prince will be fine, as if he's been cleansed." The warden, still skeptical, didn't believe it. But as the days passed, so Ado's prediction proved true. After exactly 10 days, Yang recovered completely, as if nothing had happened. Later, in the palace, Yang stood proudly before the emperor, announcing, "Father, I've completely overcome the threat of smallpox." The emperor, deep in thought, responded cautiously, "I can't be sure of that from just this incident." Yang persisted, "Then let me go to a place where smallpox is spreading, and I'll prove it to you." The emperor immediately rejected the idea. "No, absolutely not." But Yang pressed on. "How about this, father? Let's use this method to treat people in areas affected by smallpox. I'm confident that once explained, people will be cured after receiving the treatment." At that moment, the Grand Inspector spoke up from behind. "We cannot proceed with this, Your Highness. This could just be a coincidence. Furthermore, isn't the Crown Prince's method essentially forcing people into treatment?" Yang was quiet for a moment before responding. "Grand Inspector, this method has been used by So Ado and his family for decades. How can you call it a coincidence? And since we're offering this treatment voluntarily, there's no coercion involved. Everything in this world advances through trial and error." Yang's voice grew firmer. "If we don't try to overcome our fear of failure, how will our kingdom ever progress?" No one responded. The Grand Inspector stood silently, clearly frustrated. Following Yang's suggestion, they focused on the regions most affected by smallpox, and the treatment began. Those who feared the disease the most eagerly took part. The method's effectiveness was soon proven. In addition, King Sejong ordered a dual investigation to coincide with the smallpox vaccination campaign, combining it with a population census to further verify the method's success. Once the results confirmed its effectiveness, King Sejong allowed the treatment to be implemented throughout the entire Joseon kingdom. One day, as Yang walked through the palace, a voice called out to him, "Yang, do you know what this is?" Turning around, Yang saw it was his sister, Yongsu. Yang smiled and replied, "It's sugwa, traditional Korean sweets." Yongsu grinned. "That's right. To reward you, I'll perform a little show with these." Though Yongsu wasn't particularly skilled with instruments, she played anyway. Yang patiently listened, trying his best to endure the performance. Yongsu teased him, "You shouldn't spend all your time studying. Appreciate the arts a little more. And by the way, have you gained a bit of weight recently?" Just then, someone came to fetch her. "Princess, it's time to go." Yongsu waved cheerfully. "See you later, Yang." Yang watched her go, a smile spreading across his face. She always speaks her mind and leaves so quickly, he thought, feeling warmth in his heart. Watching his sister walk away, healthy and happy, Yang whispered to himself, "It's good to see you well, sister." With the smallpox crisis now largely under control, Yang turned his attention to matters of state. He began organizing medical case notes and compiled them into a volume, a compendium of traditional Korean healing practices and agricultural insights. He even authored a separate book detailing farming techniques, tailored to the unique climate of Jian. But Yang didn't stop there. He submitted proposals covering a wide range of reforms, including a project to redraw the kingdom's official maps. Watching his progress unfold, Yang couldn't help but smile with pride. All of this, he thought, is laying the groundwork for a more efficient, better-governed nation. Though certain ministers occasionally voiced complaints, Yang often dismissed their protests without a second thought. His tireless efforts earned him a nickname among officials, the sleepless engine of the 6 ministries. The administrative heart of Jian pulsed with constant activity, never truly at rest, day or night. One evening, under a sky scattered with stars, King Sajang stood silently, reflecting on the state of his kingdom. He suddenly turned to his guards. "You don't need to follow me tonight," he said. A nearby attendant hesitated. "But, Your Majesty," Sajang cut him off gently. "I simply wish to speak with my son. Alone." As the emperor approached the crown prince's residence, he noticed the warm flicker of oil lamps still burning. Yang hadn't retired for the night. A palace aide stepped forward and remarked, "Your Majesty, the crown prince often works into the early morning, sometimes as late as 3, despite the doctors advising rest by 11. The emperor furrowed his brow. "He stays up that late?" Inside his study, Yang was deep in thought, scribbling on parchment, when he heard the announcement, "His Majesty has arrived." He immediately set down his brush and greeted his father. "Father, what brings you here at this hour?" "King." Sajang entered with a calm demeanor. "I was taking a walk and noticed your lights were still on," he said. "What's keeping you up tonight?" "I've been reading, Father," Yang responded plainly. The king raised an eyebrow. "Another Western book?" Yang nodded. "Yes, this one is titled The Art of Alchemy." The emperor looked puzzled. "Alchemy? What exactly is that?" "It's the practice of attempting to transform base metals, like iron or lead, into gold. Using various processes," Yang explained. The king stroked his beard, intrigued. "Turning iron into gold, is that even feasible?" Yang offered a faint smile. "The book concludes that it's ultimately impossible, but the experiments and ideas within, those are still valuable. The study of alchemy during medieval times played a crucial role in shaping modern chemistry." Curious, King Sang leaned forward and said, "Let me see that book." Yang nodded. "Of course, Father. I even have a translated version. We could read it together if you'd like." Taking the book into his hands, the emperor flipped through the pages, examining the unfamiliar writing. "I just wanted to see what Western script looks like," he remarked. Hours passed. Yang, growing increasingly tired, stifled a yawn. He wanted nothing more than to sleep, but his father remained absorbed in the book, eyes scanning line after line. Yang looked at him with admiration. "Father, aren't you exhausted? You're so focused." Sang chuckled, still absorbed. "This writing, it's really something." The emperor pointed at a line. "Come here and take a look." He gestured to a specific phrase and continued. "If this word appears in multiple places like this, it's probably the subject. And notice, most sentences seem to start with these symbols. This part must represent the beginning of a word, this the middle, and this the end." Listening silently, Yang was astonished. How is he breaking down Latin after barely glancing at it? He's not just brilliant, he's terrifying. Sensing his son's stunned silence, the emperor asked, "Isn't that right?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Yang quickly replied, "Yes, father, you're correct." Sang continued, "These Western letters are nothing like Chinese characters. They all look similar at first glance, yet their meanings change depending on how they're arranged." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he turned to Hyang again. "This has me thinking. What do you think about creating a new writing system? One just for Joseon?" Yang's eyes widened. "I've thought about that a lot. Joseon truly needs its own script. Even among scholars, only a handful can truly understand Chinese characters." The emperor hesitated. "But if I announce that publicly, the Hall of Worthies will immediately resist." The Hall of Worthies, a scholarly institute founded by the king, held great influence over state matters and was deeply rooted in Confucian ideals. Hyang replied, "But so many people can't even write a simple petition. If you explain the purpose well, they'll understand." The emperor looked at his son with a knowing smile. "You've always had trouble with characters, haven't you?" Yang offered a sheepish grin, but thought silently, "They really are difficult." Sang reflected for a moment. "I remember the first time I tried writing a proper sentence. It took me 2 hours just to finish a short poem." Your grandfather laughed so hard when he read it. He rose from his seat and walked toward the door. I've stayed too long. You should get some rest now. Yang bowed respectfully. You too, father. Please take care of yourself. Joseon needs your strength. The emperor looked at his son warmly. You've grown so much. I hope you turn 15 soon. Yang blinked, confused by the remark. But before he could ask, his father just smiled and said, Go to sleep. The next morning, Yang stood confidently in the royal court and addressed the emperor. I believe the 6 ministries should function independently, with detailed records maintained for each. If everything is only recorded chronologically, future officials will waste time digging through documents. The emperor turned to his ministers. Does anyone disagree? The officials all responded in unison. We support the crown prince's proposal. The emperor nodded. I agree as well. I understand why some decisions were made in the past, but without proper documentation, those reasons may be lost. From now on, each ministry will follow the crown prince's system. Organize and classify records accordingly. The court echoed in agreement. We obey, Your Majesty. After the session, officials filtered out. The Grand Inspector and the Grand Historian walked side by side, their expressions tense. This is getting out of hand, the historian muttered. Now the Crown Prince wants to control how we document everything? The Grand Inspector grumbled. Exactly. Aren't the official annals and the Secretariat journals enough? We already document the king's daily life. Why add more? The historian nodded. It's just more work for us, completely unnecessary. The inspector scowled. We're already drowning in work thanks to him. If this keeps up, he'll shake the entire foundation of the court. Frankly, I think he's going to undo everything we've built, the historian countered. He may be zealous, but he still has principles. It won't go that far. Elsewhere,
Yang was practically bursting with energy. This is it, real reform. I'm tearing down these rotten customs one by one. I won't let this outdated bureaucracy smother the kingdom any longer. Back with the 2 ministers, the inspector added.
But think about it, all of his changes defy tradition. What if he brings back a dangerous precedent? A sharp voice interrupted them. That won't happen. Startled, the 2 men turned and immediately bowed. Chief Minister Ru Yunyan had arrived. With a stern face, he declared, Too many people read a few books and suddenly think they're qualified to reshape the country. But they don't understand the consequences of meddling with systems they barely grasp. His eyes narrowed. If the Crown Prince ever crosses the line, if he undermines everything we've worked for, I won't just stand by, even if he's the heir to the throne. The scene shifts to the royal court, where King Sajang formally opened the day's session. I imagine the return trip from the Ming court was no easy feat, the king remarked. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, the Grand Inspector answered with a respectful bow. King Sajang moved on. What is the latest update on the Rosen Embassy? Another official stepped forward. Following negotiations, the Ming authorities have approved the establishment of a Rosen Embassy in Shandong Province. The king nodded, visibly pleased. That's encouraging. Was there anything noteworthy during the trip? The official continued. Yes, Your Majesty. A number of Ming merchants expressed strong interest in purchasing paper from Joseon. Paper? The Crown Prince echoed, slightly leaning forward. Yes, Your Highness, the Grand Inspector affirmed. Our paper is considered far superior in both texture and durability compared to Ming products. They've asked that we bring larger quantities on our next visit. King Sajang took a thoughtful pause, considering whether to order an increase in production at the royal paper mills. Understood. You may take your seat. Just then Hyong, emboldened by the moment, spoke up. Your Majesty, if I may. With that single sentence, tension swept across the court. The surrounding officials shifted uncomfortably, some breaking into nervous whispers. What now? They all wondered. King Sajang eyed his son, Must it be said now? Yes, father. Hyong replied firmly, his voice calm but resolute. With a sigh that suggested resignation more than annoyance, the king gave him permission. Very well. Speak. I propose that we shut down the paper mill. Shock thundered through the hall like a drumbeat. Mouths fell open, murmurs buzzed through the room like hornets. The Crown Prince's suggestion seemed utterly absurd, especially at a time when their paper was gaining international recognition. Many thought he'd finally lost his senses. Wasn't this the same Crown Prince who had previously pushed for economic innovation? Hyong narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Enough. Let me finish." Clearing his throat, he addressed the court again. "This isn't a contradiction of my principles. It's an extension of them." King Sajang, curious despite the uproar, asked, "Then explain your logic." Hyong bowed slightly and began, "As you're aware, Joseon's paper owes its reputation to the brilliance of our craftsmen. Yet these very artisans live in poverty. Their wages are so meager, many have been forced to take on additional jobs or leave the craft altogether. Some now work the fields or have moved into unrelated trades." Ryu Yunyan's expression darkened, clearly displeased with where this was heading. Hyong pressed on. "If we increase their workload without addressing their compensation, we risk losing even more of them," Ryu interrupted sharply. "This is a result of laziness, not poverty. Look at the artisans in our royal armories. They're granted a 9th rank status and appropriate wages. You rarely see resignations among them." Visibly frustrated, Hyong countered, "And are you saying that those officials don't receive other, more informal benefits? Even your own residence, Lord Ryu, is visited day and night by petitioners and guests." Ryu's voice was calm but defiant. "They come in gratitude. That's simply the custom." "I'm not criticizing the custom," Hyong replied. "But how can we expect paper craftsmen, who receive none of these expressions of goodwill, to pour their hearts into work that doesn't sustain them? If we allow their hardships to continue, not only will we fail to improve our production techniques, we'll lose an entire generation of artisans. The tradition itself will vanish." The room went silent. At last, King Sajang spoke. "The Crown Prince makes a valid point, but..." Ryu Yunyan wasn't finished. "Does the Crown Prince realize it was King Taejong himself who ordered the creation of the paper mill?" "He did so because the paper being collected for monetary purposes varied too greatly in quality. Without a centralized operation, maintaining consistency will once again become a nightmare. I urge you to reconsider, Your Highness." Now the king was torn, caught between two compelling perspectives. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. What now? He wondered. Hyong turned to him and gave the faintest nod. "You already know the answer, father. Trust yourself." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the court shifted. Hyong's confident expression dimmed as he studied his father's face. King Sajang, calm yet unreadable, turned back to his son. "What do you think?" he asked. That question gave Hyong pause. "When did father develop this habit of deflecting hard questions to me?" he mused. "Is he trying to push me to take more initiative in state affairs?" With a small sigh, the Crown Prince squared his shoulders and answered firmly. "Have we already forgotten the criteria we established for official paper use?" he began. "The gold-nibbed pens, 3 cha wide, 2 cha tall, smooth texture, and a vibrant peach blossom hue. We hire artisans to meet these standards at minimal cost." Ryu Yunyan hesitated. "But what about the expense involved?" Without missing a beat, Hyong continued. "If we recognize these paper craftsmen as royal merchants, it will legitimize their business and allow us to collect taxes on their profits, easily offsetting the cost. Moreover, competition to produce higher quality paper will drive innovation, and our exports to Ming will only increase. This isn't just tradition, it's opportunity." The room fell into thoughtful silence until a voice broke through. believe the Crown Prince's proposal is sound. It was the Minister of Revenue who added, 3 years have passed since the founding of Joseon, and we still haven't properly resolved this. If we now have a feasible way to ease costs and increase revenue, should we not act on it? Ryu Yunyan's tone sharpened as he shot back, Minister, be careful with your words. Don't forget that our foundation lies in the teachings of the sages. If we neglect that, this nation will lose its soul. He then turned to King Sajang. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's proposal may work in the short term, but long-term prosperity requires moral education, discipline rooted in Confucian virtue. Before the king could respond, another official spoke up. With respect, Grand Inspector, that's theory at best. We cannot preach the words of the sages to starving people. Before education, there must be stability and bread. The remarks sparked an uproar among the ministers. How can a senior official say that? One shouted. This is blasphemy against the classics. Hyung watched the unfolding chaos with a smirk. This is better than a play. I should invent popcorn for moments like this. He turned his gaze to the king. Now let's see what father decides. King Sajang, raising his hand slowly, signaled for silence. The room quieted instantly. I've heard enough, he said, his voice echoing through the hall. It is indeed true. Education is vital. But we must not forget the people's survival comes first. I expect each of you to bring me several plans, ones that balance both needs. No one dared to object. They bowed in unison. We will obey your Majesty's command, the king continued. Regarding the paper mill, I believe the Crown Prince's observations are valid, but an immediate shutdown would be reckless. Instead, devise a thorough strategy and submit your recommendations to me. Again, the ministers replied in unison, Yes, your Majesty. With the matter temporarily resolved, King Sajang turned toward Hyung. Now to you, my son. Yes, father, Hyung replied, bowing respectfully. I know your heart is set on the well-being of the nation. That's your duty as Crown Prince, and for that, I will not chastise you. In fact, I admire your concern. Hyung nodded outwardly, but inwardly thought, this feels like a compliment wrapped in a scolding. The king then added, but every time you speak it causes division. You must understand, your ideas aren't always clear to the ministers or to me. From now on, explain not just the proposal, but the reasoning behind it, your political philosophy. At the mention of political philosophy, Ryu Yunyan's expression darkened. The king continued, You will do this in the main. Hall, present your thoughts before all ministers of rank 3 and above. Can you handle this? Excitement flashed in Hyung's eyes. So he wants me to present formally now. That means he's taking me seriously. With confidence, he answered, Yes, father. Give me 5 days to prepare. After the assembly ended and the grand hall emptied, murmurs filled the air as the ministers gathered outside in clusters, their brows furrowed in disbelief. How can a mere child possibly possess a political philosophy? One asked with a hint of disdain. I truly don't understand His Majesty's decision, another muttered. Even if the Crown Prince is unusually bright, he's still just a boy. No amount of preparation can make him convincing. Another official chimed in. He may have 5 days, but what difference will that make? At that moment, Ryu Yunyan broke his silence. We must prepare thoroughly, he said sharply, turning heads. His expression was calm but resolute, as if he'd already begun calculating his next move. This isn't just about quoting the Confucian classics. We need to analyze the policies of other dynasties as well. One minister scoffed. Seriously? He's 9 years old. Isn't this overkill? Yunyan's eyes narrowed. Have you all forgotten what that 9-year-old has already put us through? Don't let his age fool you. His proposals may come from his mouth, but they reflect His Majesty's will. Ask yourselves, has the king ever rejected a single one of the Crown Prince's suggestions? Silence followed. The reality of Yunyan's words began to sink in. He may be young, Yunyan added, but behind him stands the king. That alone should make us cautious. We cannot risk letting our guard down. The foundation of Joseon must not be shaken by the careless mistakes of former rulers. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "So what now?" asked the chief censor, raising his voice over the discussion. "We must file a formal objection. A boy has no place in political debate." While many plotted how to discredit the crown prince, one man hesitated. Still, the gold-nibbed pen issue proved he's not just clever, he's capable. Before he could elaborate, the chief censor barked. "And that's exactly what worries me." That moment marked the start of all this obsession with profit. I should have stood against it then, but I didn't. And now, it's too late. With rising urgency, he declared, "We need to submit a memorial immediately, rejecting the crown prince's involvement." The others echoed their agreement, rallying around him as they stormed out to take action. Elsewhere, in a private chamber, an official debriefed King Sang on the backlash. "Your Majesty, the majority of officials seem displeased with the crown prince's initiative." The king frowned, tugging at his earlobe, clearly exasperated. "Why are they all so stuck in their ways?" The official continued. "What's more disappointing is that even the younger officials, those from the censorate and inspectorate, mirror the elders. I expected Yunyan's opposition, given his status. But the younger ones? They're blindly following outdated dogma." He paused, then added, "Still, many admit that the crown prince is brilliant. His drive and intellect are clear." The king's expression darkened. "Is there no one left I can trust to think for themselves?" Back in the palace, Crown Prince Hyong sat deep in thought, mentally replaying the events of the past days. "We're sorely lacking talent," he muttered. "Those fossilized ministers are too set in their ways." A nearby eunuch looked puzzled. "Pardon, Your Highness. What do you mean by fossilized?" Hyong shook his head. "Forget it. I wasn't speaking to you." He exhaled slowly, his mind racing. "This isn't some declining dynasty in its final years. We're just at the beginning of Joseon. Shouldn't the ruling elite be more open-minded?" He clenched his fists. "They'll dismiss me no matter what. I say, just because I'm a child. And now Father wants me to present in front of the third rank and above, the highest ministers." But rather than discouragement, a fire lit in his eyes. "Fine," he said to himself. "I'll give them a taste of what modern leadership really looks like. Let's see how they handle some 21st century strategy." He turned to the eunuch. "I need to prepare a few things. Take me to the Bureau of Graphics, and then to the weapons storage." The eunuch bowed. "As you command, Your Highness." Though inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder what new idea the young prince was planning to unveil. 5 days later, the grand hall at Gyeongbokgung Palace was filled to the brim. The atmosphere buzzed with a mix of anticipation and tension. 2. Ministers greeted each other politely as they waited. "Minister Cha," one said with a smile. "It's been too long." "Minister Park," the other replied warmly. "When did you return to the capital?" "I just got back yesterday," Park replied casually. Their conversation naturally shifted to the reason for their assembly. "So His Majesty gathered us here, just to listen to the Crown Prince's opinions on governance?" Sue asked, clearly unimpressed. "What a pointless exercise." Yun Hyeon, standing nearby, let out a soft sigh. "You're not the only one who thinks so. I doubt many here see this as a valuable use of time." Before the grumbling could grow louder, a voice echoed through the hall. "His Majesty the King is entering." King Junyan strode into the hall with deliberate authority and ascended the throne without delay. His expression was firm as he addressed the ministers. "As you are all aware, the Crown Prince has submitted various proposals of late. However, to truly assess the merit of these suggestions, we must understand the principles that guide them. That is why I've gathered you today, to hear, directly from him, the philosophy behind his politics. Listen closely and offer your guidance, so he may not stray from the righteous path." The ministers bowed their heads in unison. "Yes, Your Majesty." Moments later, the sound of steady footsteps filled the chamber. Crown Prince Haiyan entered with a composed demeanor, followed by servants carrying several curious-looking objects. A few ministers exchanged puzzled glances. "What's he brought with him?" one whispered. Standing before his father, Haiyan bowed deeply. "Thank you, father, for granting me this chance to speak." The king gave a slight nod. "You may begin." Haiyan signaled to his attendants, who promptly revealed a reform proposal scroll, then handed him what looked like a small device. Taking hold of it, he addressed the audience. "Testing, 1, 2. Can everyone hear me?" The sudden amplification of his voice startled the room. "What is that device?" someone murmured. "Why is he so loud?" said another. Ignoring their reactions, Haiyan pressed forward with energy. "Thanks to my father's permission, I am able to address all of you here today. I won't waste time with pleasantries. Let me share my political philosophy directly." The room grew still, curiosity replacing skepticism. As rulers, our responsibility should be to ensure the best outcome for all of humanity. That is my guiding principle. Interestingly, this is not a new idea. It was the very foundation upon which King Wang Geon built the Goryeo dynasty. The true royal way puts the people at the center of governance. He gestured to a diagram being unfurled beside him. But how can our people thrive when most of the land is steep and mountainous, leaving so little space for farming? Our citizens crowd the limited plains and poverty deepens. He paused before continuing. We must stop relying solely on agriculture. We need to promote crafts and trade. Only by doing so can we strengthen our economy and acquire what we lack from abroad. Some ministers sat speechless, others chuckled at the audacity of it. A few leaned forward, intrigued. "And now," Haiyan said, "we come to institutional reform." With confidence, he pointed to another set of illustrations. "We must overhaul the 6 existing ministries. In their place, I propose we establish 3 core bodies: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. These branches will distribute power more efficiently and maintain balance." He moved on. Local governance must also change. No longer should one official carry all responsibilities. Tasks must be shared and delegated properly. "And finally," Haiyan said, raising his voice slightly, "we must uplift the people through education. A strong, educated population is key to national prosperity. Let's provide basic instruction to all and implement systems that prevent wealth hoarding. That means revising land laws, exploiting natural resources like gold and silver, and ensuring fair taxation." A stunned silence overtook the room. "Is this really coming from a child?" one minister whispered. "This is revolutionary." Another breathed. "He might actually be a genius." Noticing the mix of disbelief and awe on their faces, Haiyan smirked to himself. "You think this is bold?" he thought. "You haven't seen anything yet. There's still a long way to go before I reclaim the joy I once knew." Inside the grand hall of Manhwa, the young crown prince stood confidently before the ministers and concluded, "And that, esteemed elders, is the core of my political vision." A hush fell over the room. The elderly ministers, once skeptical, now stared at the boy in stunned silence. He was only 9, yet he spoke like a seasoned statesman. Even King Junan couldn't help but express admiration. "Remarkable," he murmured. "Did you devise all of this on your own?" Yang offered. A modest smile. "Not entirely, father. I've studied the teachings of our ancient sages and also learned much from Western writings." The king, caught between pride and surprise, replied with a slight chuckle. "You've raised points that hadn't even crossed my mind. Many systems have evolved since the founding of our dynasty, but so many outdated ways remain untouched. You honor me too much," the boy responded humbly. "There's a Western proverb that says, 'New wine must be stored in new bottles.' It's been 35 years since our dynasty was founded by our great ancestor, but the suffering of the people hasn't eased. That's why I believe real reform is necessary, for the sake of the people's future. Nihan, standing nearby, nodded solemnly as he repeated Hyang's last words. The air in the hall had turned somber, reading the unease in the ministers' expressions. Hyang raised his voice with conviction. Yes, for the future of everyone. At that, the king declared the session concluded. This ends the Crown Prince's presentation on political reform. As the officials exited the chamber, no one spoke. The silence lingered like fog. Then a voice finally broke through. "What are your thoughts?" someone asked. Ying Hong, clearly disturbed, scowled. "Thoughts? My mind is spinning. We must act quickly and submit a petition to halt him. He cloaks his ambitions in lofty words like the future of all people, while throwing aside our cherished traditions. He doesn't follow Confucian values, he follows legalism. It's disheartening." A chorus of agreement followed. "Yes, I thought the same. The Crown Prince's proposals are reckless. Outlandish ideas like these cannot go unchallenged," another official from the imperial court added. "We need to stop this before it goes too far." Swam was the first to step forward with formal opposition. On the surface, the Crown Prince sounds wise and virtuous, but in truth he seeks to resurrect the authoritarian rule of Qin Shi Huang. This cannot be allowed. The murmurs intensified. "But the king seems quite fond of him," someone whispered. Swam lowered his voice. "Even so, we can't let sentiment doom the dynasty. If it comes to it, we must consider removing the Crown Prince." That suggestion stunned the group. "Isn't that far too extreme?" Swam stayed resolute. "You still think this isn't serious? The king wasn't always like this. Something has changed." Before he could finish, someone quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Quiet," the person whispered. "Are you trying to get yourself executed?" Swam shoved the hand away and snapped, "Tell me I'm wrong. Are we just going to let a child spout dangerous nonsense unchecked? We need to hold his tutors, and even His Highness, accountable. Discipline must come first. Praise without boundaries will ruin him." Another man tried to temper the tension. "Then call for more structure in his education. But talk of removing the Crown Prince." Swam interrupted, anger flaring. "Look at where we are. If we don't act now, we may not get another chance. Deposing him is the only righteous path left." The atmosphere grew tense. A few voices muttered, "You're speaking too loudly." Meanwhile, not all were against the prince. A smaller group of ministers walked away with lighter steps and renewed hope. "That was the most refreshing thing I've heard in years," one said with a smile. "I agree. For once someone's talking about real change. No vague nonsense, just practical solutions we desperately need." "My thoughts feel clear for the first time in ages," said another. "And did you notice the king? He looked ready to implement the Crown Prince's ideas on the spot." "I never expected such insight from the boy," someone added. "With him leading, Yoshan might finally—" But the sentence was cut short as they found themselves face to face with the opposing group. The hallway grew quiet again as the realization hit. Two clear factions had formed, one standing firmly behind the Crown Prince, and the other determined to stop him. As the two groups crossed paths in the corridor, the tension between them was palpable. Those who rejected the Crown Prince's ideas scoffed quietly, convinced the supporters were naive idealists wrapped in grand words. On the other hand, the supporters muttered back, calling their opponents rigid traditionalists, clinging to outdated systems. "Not worth the breath," one of the dissenters muttered. "Let's just get to work on that petition." "Agreed," another grunted. "That's the only way to stop this madness." Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's allies shared a similar resolve. "They think we're just going to sit back?" one of them whispered. "We can write petitions too, better ones." "Exactly. Let's show them we're not just talk." Later that day, Prince Hyang met with his father, Chongneo, in a private study. The elder man was beaming. "Your address today was outstanding," he said with pride. "Thank you, father." Hyang responded with a cheerful smile. Chongneo looked at him thoughtfully. "As I listened to you speak, I realized how many blind spots I've had. Your points touched on areas I hadn't fully considered. There are policies I feel ready to enact immediately." Yang's expression turned modest. "You give me too much credit, father. Many of the changes I spoke of require careful groundwork. Implementing them won't be easy." Junan, who had been silently observing, chimed in with a grin. "Even so, it's rare to see such clarity and courage in someone your age. We should have more discussions like this, just the two of us." Chongneo nodded. "Indeed. Though I must admit, I'm bracing myself for the deluge of petitions tomorrow. The Supreme Council won't have a quiet day." Hyang let out a small sigh. "They're going to be busy." "I'll have food sent over to them," Chongneo offered, half-joking. "They'll need the energy." The next morning, two officials stood outside the Supreme Council chamber, staring at the growing pile of documents. "They weren't kidding," one said, almost in awe. "Looks like they pulled an all-nighter." "Impressive. But we can't just stand here gawking." "You're right," the other replied. "Let's get started." Inside, the entire room was in motion. Papers were being sorted, scribes moving quickly. "You all know the drill," one supervisor barked. "Some of these condemn the Crown Prince, others support him. Split them up accordingly." "Yes, understood." In another part of the building, Chongneo sat at his desk, visibly weary. A towering stack of petitions loomed over him. He rubbed his temples before pulling one from the pile and began to read. As he scanned the contents, his brow furrowed. Lines deepened in his face. By the end, his hand had tightened around the scroll in anger. Without hesitation, he called out, "Fang!" The servant appeared quickly. "Yes, Your Highness." "Send word," Chongneo said coldly. "Summon the Crown Prince. At once." Prince Jinho approached the Emperor's chamber and bowed deeply. "Father, you summoned me?" The Emperor, sitting on his throne, gestured for him to rise. He then picked up a scroll and spoke with a firm tone. "Indeed, I did. It seems there are some among the officials who misunderstood your words from yesterday." The Emperor's voice suddenly became sharper. "LG Qin!" At the sound of his name, the old official sprang into action, standing upright. "Yes, Your Highness?" he asked, his voice laced with hesitation. The Emperor's expression grew serious as he held up the petition. "Read this aloud, for the Crown Prince to hear. Let's clear the air." The room grew silent, with all eyes on the old man as he took the scroll. LG Qin hesitated for a moment, but the Emperor's commanding gaze left him no choice. He took the scroll and began to read. "His Highness, the Emperor, in my humble submission, it is my belief that the Crown Prince's policies contain several flawed elements." The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he impatiently interrupted. "Enough with the formalities. Get to the point." The old man paled slightly at the sharp command, but continued. "The first issue concerns the Crown Prince's approach to governance. While he advocates for progress, his methods lean heavily towards the legalist philosophy, far too harsh, too restrictive. Our kingdom, Your Highness, is built on Neo-Confucian principles. This is a belief system designed to foster harmony, not one that imposes stringent rules that harm the people." The officials in the room exchanged glances, some of them tense with anticipation. The old man paused before continuing, his voice shaking slightly. "Secondly, the Crown Prince proposed lifting the restrictions on concubine-born children. Such a move undermines the system that distinguishes between the children of first wives and concubines. This is an essential principle established by King Tijong to prevent chaos. Allowing these children to hold positions of power would, as history has shown, only invite corruption. Jinho's brow furrowed as he listened intently. The old man went on. And lastly, the Crown Prince's idea of expanding the number of officials, although seemingly well-intentioned, will only burden the people more. If the workload becomes too overwhelming, we should look to local scholars for help, not increase the number of bureaucrats. The old man stopped reading, his eyes glancing nervously at the room of officials. Jinho remained silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Then he spoke. "May I respond, Father?" The Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, and the tension in the room thickened. After a pause, the Emperor nodded, giving Jinho permission to address the accusations. Jinho stood alone, facing the gathered officials. His voice was calm, but filled with authority. First, LG Qin suggests that our kingdom's guiding philosophy is Neo-Confucianism, but I argue that the true guiding principle of our land is the royal way, which focuses on the well-being of the people. Neo-Confucianism is simply one of the tools we use to achieve this end. To limit ourselves strictly to it would be to constrain our ability to meet the needs of the people. He took a breath and continued, his words cutting through the tension in the room. To put it another way, if the royal way is the plate, then various philosophies and systems of governance are the bowls. Is it truly necessary to distinguish between the tools we use to serve the people? The officials shifted uncomfortably. One attempted to interrupt, but Jinho continued without hesitation. Neo-Confucianism is but a branch of Confucianism, not the entirety of it. Should we confine ourselves to one narrow perspective? That, to me, would be restrictive. LG Qin's expression darkened, but he remained silent, his teeth clenched in frustration. Jinho turned to the second point. Second, he said, the issue of concubine-born children. LG Qin claims that allowing them to hold official positions would lead to abuse of power. But let me ask this. Did not everyone from noble families, whether born of the first wife or concubine, engage in corruption at some point in history? Why then should the children of concubines alone bear the brunt of this accusation? He looked directly at the officials around him. And furthermore, the law clearly states that all who take concubines are guilty of this behavior. Yet, as many of you know, countless ministers here have concubines. How can you, in good conscience, condemn the children of concubines alone? The air in the room grew heavy, and the officials exchanged uneasy glances. Jinho wasn't finished. Has it not become common for prominent families to hide their own wrongdoings while continuing to discriminate against the children born of concubines? This double standard, this hypocrisy, is the true injustice. There was a tense silence. Then, Jinho addressed the third point with a measured tone. Finally, regarding local officials asking scholars for help, have they ever done so in the past? Have they ever opened the grain stores in times of drought or famine to aid the people? No. Instead, what we've seen time and again is exploitation. Local officials have charged exorbitant interest rates, causing the poor to sell their land or become refugees. Jinho's fists clenched as he continued. While the people suffer, their land is seized by the rich, and no help ever comes from those who should have stepped forward. This, too, is a failing of our system. The room fell into a deep silence. The officials were left speechless, the weight of Jinho's words sinking in. The tension in the court was palpable as Hyang addressed Yin Yan directly. Tell me, LG Qin, for the common folk, who is more fearsome than a tiger? Is it the government officials, or is it the local scholars? Yin Yan's face drained of color, and he lowered his gaze, trembling. The Emperor, observing the silence, glared at him, waiting for an answer. When no response came, the Emperor's voice boomed, I wish to hear your answer, LG Qin. Under immense pressure, Yin Yan mumbled, It's the local scholars. A wave of discomfort rippled through the room. The officials shifted uneasily, some exchanging glances, while others remained tense, watching the interaction. The Emperor, slightly amused, added, It seems the petitions submitted by others are nearly identical to LG Chin's. It appears some have the same concerns. How curious. He then picked up another scroll. But this one is different, Crown Prince. Read it. Jinho nodded and accepted the scroll from his father. As he unfurled the document, his eyes widened in surprise. He scanned the text, and his brow furrowed in disbelief. The Emperor noticed his reaction. "What do you think?" he asked. Jinho exhaled slowly before reading aloud. "There is no true joy in luxury. If we encourage indulgence, society will descend into decadence, and wealth will replace virtue. That is why the sages of old divided society into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants." Standing tall, Jinho declared, "This petition's author should be severely punished." The court gasped at the Crown Prince's boldness. The officials exchanged worried looks, clearly taken aback by his firm stance. Jinho continued, explaining his reasoning. "In all the writings of the sages, none have advocated for such rigid class divisions. To fabricate teachings for personal gain is an act of treason and disloyalty. Such actions must be punished swiftly." One of the officials, furious at the Crown Prince's words, interjected, "Crown Prince, the author of this petition was simply offering his counsel out of concern for the country. If you punish him simply because you disagree with him, you risk alienating all those who speak honestly." Jinho turned to face the official, his voice calm but resolute. "This is an honest counsel. It's an attempt to deceive and divide. By fabricating teachings that were never meant to be, the author seeks to undermine the very principles that hold our kingdom together." The official, now growing defensive, countered, "The sages warned us of the dangers of extravagance. We must not allow indulgence to overtake virtue." Jinho's gaze sharpened. "Did the sages ever teach that the noble class had the right to exploit the people? Did they endorse the practice of lending grain at exorbitant interest rates? Should we allow this to continue simply because it has always been this way?" The room fell silent as the weight of his words hung in the air. Jinho continued, his voice firm. "More and more people are selling themselves into slavery due to these oppressive interest rates. Do you think this is right?" Before the official could respond, the Emperor slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing in the tense room. Realizing his mistake, Jinho quickly lowered his head. "I apologize, Father. I overstepped." The Emperor, his expression softened but serious, corrected, "His son. Even if your words hold truth, you must not be disrespectful." "That is enough, Jinho." Jinho bowed in apology. "Thank you for your mercy, Father." The Emperor then shifted his gaze toward the Grand Inspector. "Step forward," he commanded. The Grand Inspector approached, bowing low. "Yes, Your Highness." The Emperor handed the petition to the Grand Inspector, saying, "There is a part the Crown Prince hasn't read. You should read it aloud." The Grand Inspector hesitated as he unrolled the scroll. His face paled as he read the contents, his hands trembling as he gripped the paper. After a moment, he fell to his knees, bowing before the Emperor. "Your Highness, this is the opinion of an individual, not the entire inspectorate." The court held its breath, awaiting the Emperor's response. The Emperor looked at the Grand Inspector, his gaze cold. "I know. That is why the Crown Prince did not read it, and neither will I." The Grand Inspector, shaking, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy." The Emperor's voice softened. "As for the punishment of the petition's author, I will consider it carefully." The court session concluded, and as the officials began to disperse, a voice called out. It was the Grand Censor, who approached the Grand Inspector with curiosity. What was in that petition? The Grand Inspector did not answer. Instead, he hurriedly walked away, ignoring the repeated calls of the Grand Censor. But soon, an official was seized by the collar, and the enraged Grand Inspector's voice boomed. "You scoundrel! How dare you!" The officials surrounding them rushed to intervene. "Please, my lord, calm down," the Grand Inspector growled. This fool will ruin us all! He turned to face the official he had grabbed by the collar. Who do you think you are, suggesting that the crown prince be deposed? The room froze in shock. The officials stared at the Grand Inspector in stunned silence as his words echoed in the tense atmosphere. He continued, his anger palpable. How dare you suggest such a thing? Who do you think you are to even consider deposing the crown prince? The words of the grand official landed like a thunderclap in the quiet hall, leaving the other officials stunned. One of them surged forward, seizing the grand official by the collar with both hands. His voice trembled with fury. Who do you think you are to dare suggest deposing the crown prince? The grand official struggled briefly, then spat out his response, each word as sharp as a blade. How can a prince who rejects Confucian principles and treads the road of rebellion be fit to wear the crown? His words stoked the grand official's rage. He bellowed back, You would depose a child? He's 9 years old. How could anyone? Think that's just? The official hesitated, but clung to his argument. What does age have to do with virtue? Even the young must be held to the wisdom of the sages. That was the breaking point. The grand official's voice roared through the chamber. You fool. If you're going to challenge the ruler's direction, you need more than empty conviction. You need the right timing, a strategic advantage, and most importantly, the support of the people. He paused, seething. Those three forces once made the crown prince, our crown prince, but now we have none. You're dragging the rest of us into ruin with your recklessness. The room fell into a tense silence. After a pause, the opposing official lifted his head. It is the duty of every civil servant to speak out against injustice, no matter the danger. To stay silent in the face of wrongdoing is the greater sin. Bishar. Other four officials stood frozen, unsure whether to admire his courage or fear his audacity. The grand official finally released his grip, letting his hands drop in disbelief. Even a fool like you made it into government service. Heaven help us all. In the crown prince's chambers, Jinho let out a long, exhausted sigh. I knew this would happen, he muttered, but not this quickly. Why does the chief minister always stand against me? He began pacing, frustration seeping into every step. They're clinging to the past, dragging up the same old grievances over and over. Then he stopped mid-step. Wait. If someone told me to abandon agriculture and put all my faith in industry and trade, wouldn't I be furious too? He closed his eyes and took a slow, deliberate breath, allowing himself to calm down. Of course they're upset. Their reaction is only natural. Outside, the palace staff could tell he was angry. His aura was unmistakable. Inside, Jinho's eyes narrowed. Do they think they're the only ones capable of writing memorials to the emperor? Do they think I can't respond properly? He marched to his desk, grabbed a brush and began writing. Every stroke was sharp and deliberate. His heart poured into each word. Fine, he said under his breath. I'll show them. I'll show them what true humility and resolve look like. No one could say how much time had passed when a puzzled official spotted a familiar figure entering the court office early in the morning. Wait, aren't you the eunuch from the Eastern Palace? What are you doing here at this hour? His eyes fell on the stack of scrolls the eunuch was carrying. What's all this? The eunuch gave a small bow. Memorials, written entirely by the crown prince. The official blinked. All of this? Yes, sir. He stared at the mountain of documents in silence. After a long moment, he gave a heavy sigh. So, I suppose we won't be going home today either. When the documents reached the emperor, he burst into laughter. My son, that boy actually wrote a memorial in response? Already? He wiped tears of amusement from his eyes. Truly, he is my son. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. I can't stop him now. Not after this. This is the most unexpected memorial I've ever received. He turned to the stoic figure nearby. Lan Ji Chin. You'd better read it too. Chief Minister Deng Hung's jaw tightened. He bowed stiffly. Yes, Your Majesty. He opened the scroll with visible reluctance, his sour expression catching the attention of the Grand Censor and the Grand Inspector, who exchanged curious glances. The Emperor issued an order to the head of the Board of Revenue, instructing him to deliver the Crown Prince Hyong's memorial to the Minister of Revenue. Upon receiving the document, the Emperor commanded the minister to read it aloud before the entire court. Though visibly unsettled, the minister dared not refuse. Steeling himself, he opened the scroll and began to read. I am Crown Prince Hyong, your loyal subject and heir. I submit this memorial with utmost respect and sincerity. Many ministers have accused me of advocating legalism and cited the collapse of the Qin dynasty as a cautionary tale. But I ask, was it truly legalism that doomed Qin? No. It was the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang and his ministers, who robbed and slaughtered the innocent, alienating the people. Without public support, even the strongest empire will crumble. Yet it was also legalism that forged Qin into the dominant power during the Warring States period. Even today, traces of its principles form the foundation of our most enduring laws. Why do these ideas persist if they were so destructive? There is a saying, a towering tree can stand firm against the wind only because its roots run deep and wide. The governance of a nation is no different. Our empire is young, still putting down its roots. To flourish, we must draw from many philosophies. Must we rely on Confucianism alone, despite the wisdom of the sages? When the Minister of Revenue finished reading, a heavy silence fell over the court. Many were too stunned to speak. The Chief Minister, however, gave a fleeting sneer. Observing the room, the Emperor smiled and declared, "Isn't my son insightful? His words are unexpected, yet they offer much to consider. I want every minister here to reflect deeply on this memorial and share your honest opinions." At once, the court bowed and replied in unison, "By your Majesty's command." A few days passed. Jin Ho strolled beside a palace eunuch, lost in thought. "I feel relieved," he murmured, "now that I've voiced all I needed to say." Not far off, a sudden commotion erupted. "Minister! Wake up! Minister!" servants shouted. The minister lay crumpled on the ground, too exhausted to even open his eyes. "I surrender," he groaned faintly. The eunuch frantically pointed to a towering heap of documents beside him. "There's no time for this. Can't you see the mountain of memorials waiting for you?" The minister let out a cry of despair. "Just end my suffering now!" Jin Ho, witnessing the scene as he passed, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The problem is clear. Both sides continue to bury each other in memorials, he thought. If I want public support, I must help people recognize the true value of smallpox inoculation. Only when they trust these innovations will I have the chance to introduce broader reforms. I just need a little more time. The right moment will come. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the overburdened minister behind, still lamenting his misfortune. Not long after, during a formal court session, an official reported encouraging news. In regions where smallpox inoculation had been implemented, the number of cases had dropped dramatically. The emperor leaned forward, intrigued. "Excellent. Then let us expand the inoculation effort to other regions." But another minister quickly interjected. "Your Majesty, the number of treated cases is still quite limited." As the court gathered, tension hung in the air. The discussion had shifted to the recent inoculation trials, and the emperor was eager to hear his minister's opinions. Just as the matter was being considered, the chief minister stood and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty," he said cautiously, "with all due respect, I believe it is premature to advance this inoculation effort. We've observed only a small number of cases. Shouldn't we monitor the situation a little longer before making a larger commitment? And is it not true this method relies on injecting people with infected cowpox matter? It's unnatural and unclean." The emperor listened thoughtfully and gave a slight nod, indicating that the matter warranted further contemplation. Several days passed. When the court convened again, the emperor addressed his ministers. "The people of Gyeonggi province have mostly received the inoculation, and while there have been some minor adverse reactions, overall, it appears to be successful. Now, neighboring regions are petitioning to allow inoculations within their borders for the safety of their citizens. I believe the time has come to expand the program. What are your thoughts?" The chief minister stepped forward again, brows furrowed in concern. "Your Majesty, I must object. The state treasury is already under strain. Rolling this out to other provinces would require funds we currently do not possess. I urge you to delay the expansion for just a short time." Another minister chimed in with a different tone. "Sire, there are growing reports that prominent families, having heard of the success in Gyeonggi, have begun donating cattle for use in inoculation. Moreover, the number of petitions asking for the program to be brought to their own districts is rising daily." The emperor's eyes brightened with resolve. "Then we cannot wait. Ministers, begin preparations for nationwide inoculation immediately." Again, the chief minister interjected, his voice more urgent. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I must protest." Again. A nationwide rollout presents numerous difficulties. The emperor, now visibly irked, leaned forward. "Explain. What obstacles do you see?" The chief minister straightened his robes and took a breath. "Winter is approaching. Managing supplies, logistics, and funds will be far more difficult in these conditions. Not to mention, collecting cattle and handling inoculations on such a scale will increase expenditures beyond our means." The emperor's patience began to wane. His tone sharpened. "We can purchase cattle from wealthy donors. Many citizens have already pledged contributions to support this initiative. So tell me, what precisely is the problem?" The chief minister stood firm. "Your Majesty, if we solicit funds from scholars and civil officials, it will stir dissent. And the procedure itself, the injection of animal disease into humans, is still unproven on a large scale. How can we justify spreading this to the entire population, especially when the inoculations are being administered by simple cattle handlers with no formal training?" The emperor's face flushed with rage. His hand clenched at his side, veins standing out along his wrist. With a trembling voice filled with fury, he shouted, "Lan Ji Chin, you insolent knave!" The court fell silent as Lan Ji Chin recoiled, startled by the sudden outburst. The emperor pointed directly at him, voice booming through the chamber. "Enough from you! Hold your tongue, this matter is settled." A hush fell over the entire court. Not a single word dared escape the lips of the gathered ministers. Hidden sighs passed between them as the emperor stood trembling with fury, chest heaving. With a sudden motion, he snatched up a scroll and held it aloft. "Do you know what this is?" he bellowed. "A report on smallpox inoculations in Hanyang. You stand there condemning inoculation as dangerous and useless, yet every one of you has received it." He glared at them, eyes blazing. "Every last one of you. You protect yourselves and your families, and then have the audacity to oppose it for the rest of the nation. Hypocrites, cowards with forked tongues." Startled and shaken by the emperor's outburst, the officials fell to their knees at once, their foreheads knocking against the stone floor. "Your Majesty, we have failed you. We are at fault. We deserve punishment." But their groveling only fueled the emperor's wrath. "Spare me your pitiful performances," he snapped. "I don't want to see your faces again. Leave." With that, he rose abruptly from the throne and strode out of the hall, his robe sweeping behind him like a storm. The ministers, panicked and disoriented, cried after him, "Your Majesty, please!" They scrambled on hands and knees, shouting, their voices echoing with desperation. Ying Hung, still smarting from the emperor's direct rebuke, fumed silently. One of the older ministers turned on Lan Ji Chin with a hiss. "This is your doing. Don't you know when to stay silent?" Lan Ji-chin said nothing. His expression remained unreadable. His silence only deepened the tension. "What are we supposed to do now?" one minister muttered bitterly. "What can we do?" came another reply. "We'll perform the repentance rites. After that, we'll have to find a way to roll out inoculation across the empire. There's no other choice." With a mix of grumbling and resignation, the ministers filed out into the bleak winter air. Their breath steamed as they muttered about their aching joints and impending rituals. Lan Ji-chin, however, stayed behind. He stood still in the empty court, eyes fixed on the floor. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply. "I've lived too long," he murmured. "If we continue on this path, we will descend into tyranny, just like in the dark days under King Tun." His brow furrowed with worry, he turned and left the court alone. "Even if it costs me everything, I must not allow this to continue." Meanwhile, far from the palace, Jinho listened quietly as the eunuch recounted the chaotic court scene. He nodded thoughtfully. "So that's what father did." He paused, then asked, "And where did he go afterward?" "To visit the queen," the eunuch replied, bowing. A shadow passed over Jinho's face. "Perhaps it's time we stirred the pot a little," he said cryptically. The eunuch blinked. "Your Highness?" Jinho waved it off with a small, sharp smile. "Never mind. There's no point in playing. Mind games now." "Not yet." Back at the temple, the repentance ritual had begun. The Minister of Revenue grumbled as he laid out his mat, his knees cracking audibly. "I'm too old for this nonsense," he muttered. "First the cold, now this. Ritual, and we still have to deal with inoculation." The frigid air clung to everything, biting at the skin of those outside. Suddenly, a breathless voice broke the silence. "Minister of Revenue, sir." Startled, the minister turned sharply. "What is it? Why are you so frantic?" The man clutched his chest, trying to catch his breath. "The chief minister. He's preparing a memorial, one that directly criticizes His Majesty." Those words struck the Minister of Revenue like thunder in a clear sky. "What?" he gasped, frozen for a heartbeat. Then, without another word, he dashed off, half muttering, as the old man truly lost his senses. When he arrived at the chief minister's residence, the Minister of Revenue didn't wait for formality. He pushed through the doors, his voice raised in alarm. "We must stop him!" His shouting alerted Ying Hong, who turned to see the minister barging in. "What are you doing?" the minister exclaimed, eyes fixed on the parchment in the chief minister's hands. "You're writing another memorial after the repentance ritual? Have you gone mad? It's freezing, and this could spell disaster." But the chief minister remained calm, resolute. "I must write it. This cannot be ignored," he replied. He met the minister's eyes with intensity. "If you care about this dynasty's survival, then you'll understand." "Understand?" "You must be insane," the Minister of Revenue replied in disbelief. Ying Hong stood, brushing past him. "Step aside. His Majesty must be reminded of what governance truly means. He's forgotten the role of his ministers." With that, he grabbed the scroll and marched out. The Minister of Revenue tried to intervene, but Ying Hong was determined and unstoppable. Defeated, the minister turned toward the onlookers in the room. "Why didn't any of you stop him? Are you all just going to let this happen? Do you want blood on your hands?" One of the officials stepped forward, his voice calm. "I didn't stop him because I agree with him. If one claims to be a righteous scholar, one must uphold their convictions." True to his principles, Ying Hong submitted the memorial to the emperor. Its contents read, "I, Chief Minister Ruo Ying Hong, humbly offer this memorial to your Majesty. The court exists as the heart of governance. For this reason, every decision must be weighed with the utmost care. Consistency in policy is not a luxury, it is a necessity. If policies shift like the wind, how can the people place their faith in the government? Regarding the matter of smallpox inoculation, Your Majesty initially agreed to test its effects only within Hyang before considering expansion. That plan was prudent. But now, under external suggestions, Your Majesty has chosen to implement it across the entire nation. This abrupt change undermines the principle of consistency. Moreover, governance cannot rest on the will of one. The monarch and his ministers must govern together. The court exists precisely because no ruler can deliberate on every matter alone. If Your Majesty decides unilaterally, what need is there for ministers at all?
Such an approach mirrors tyranny and strays from the way of the sages. If tradition permits a sovereign to dominate unchecked, then what hope remains for the future of the Zhou dynasty? To protect our legacy, consensus must guide every critical
decision. As a loyal servant, I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. Do not proceed with a nationwide implementation of this inoculation without proof of its effectiveness. Should it prove to be beneficial, I, Ruo Yinghong, vow to offer all I possess in support. When the memorial was read aloud before the court, silence consumed the hall. No one dared speak. Beads of sweat formed on the brows of even the highest-ranking ministers. Finally, the emperor broke the stillness. Have you all read this? The ministers responded timidly. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor's expression was unreadable. Many averted their gaze. He continued, voice now cold and sharp. When I first heard about the benefits of inoculation, I considered a nationwide implementation. But I refrained, because the chief minister advised caution. I accepted his judgment. His eyes scanned the room. Tell me then, when have I ruled as a tyrant? The court fell deeper into silence. King Chun's face darkened, and a chilling weight settled over the room. I'll ask you once more, King Chun Neon said coldly, his voice echoing through the vast hall. When have I ever ruled as a tyrant? The ministers sat stiffly, silent as statues. Not a soul dared to speak. Though the sun blazed outside, within the chamber the atmosphere was icy, thick with apprehension. The king rose, his robes brushing the polished floor. If a ruler waits endlessly for consensus and misses the crucial moment to act, is he not as worthless as an empty figurehead? His fist slammed down onto the table with a thunderous crack. Tell me, do you truly think I act out of authoritarian impulse? That I make decisions blindly, with no regard for counsel or consequence? The weight of his fury pressed on every man in the room. Beads of sweat formed on foreheads. Hands gripped tightly in their laps. No one dared meet his gaze. Still, King Chun Neon's fury burned hot. Let me pose another question. What happens if smallpox strikes the regions we haven't yet vaccinated? Do we just sit and wait until it spreads to the areas we've protected, just to prove our method works? How many lives will we forfeit in that time? Hundreds? Thousands? Lives twisted by disease? Children left impaired for life? Is that the cost you're willing to bear just to feel certain? Each word was a blade, sharp with frustration and grief. The king's voice trembled not with weakness but with the burden of compassion. Then finally, Minister LG Chin spoke up. Your Majesty, he said carefully, we too feel the weight of those potential sacrifices. But we must also prioritize the stability of the kingdom. Smallpox is not new. It is a foe we have faced before. King Chun Neon's face flushed red with renewed rage. His eyes narrowed. His jaw tightened. You, he growled. But LG Chin pushed on, unflinching. We believe the number of casualties will remain within a tolerable range. More importantly, we must uphold the traditions of the Yoshian court. That was the final straw. You dare claim that this is the wisdom of the sages? The king roared, voice filled with thunder. Before the storm could build further, a messenger burst into the hall, breathless and pale. He fell to his knees and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, urgent news. Speak, the king barked. Forgive the interruption, sire, but smallpox has been confirmed in Aeon Dangpo district, Jiangchan province. The king froze,
stunned by the very scenario he had just feared aloud. His mouth fell open. The color drained from his face. Even Minister LG Chin looked shaken, his confidence unraveling as a cold sweat formed along his brow. Without hesitation, the king barked new orders. Seal off Ion Dangpo immediately. Quarantine it from the neighboring regions. Only allow essential communication with Hanyang. Yes, Your Majesty, the messenger replied, bowing again before hurrying from the room. Turning to the Minister of Revenue, King Chun Neon continued briskly. What treatment efforts have been initiated? We've sent physicians to all corners of the affected district, the minister responded quickly. Good, the king nodded. Make sure the sick are treated swiftly and properly. Yes, Your Majesty. Just then, the sound of running feet echoed in the hall. A small figure burst through the entrance, panting. It was the Crown Prince, Hyon. Father, he called. May I speak with you? The king, caught off guard, blinked and nodded. What is it, my son? I heard about the outbreak in Jiangchan, Hyon said between gasps, and that you're sending physicians. That's good, but I have a suggestion. The ministers looked on, startled by the boy's sudden appearance. Go on, said the king, eyes softening slightly. If we're sending doctors to Jiangchan, Hyon said, why not also send extra help from Hanyang? People who can assist the doctors, carry supplies, deliver messages, care for the sick. Before the king could answer, LG Chin cut in, voice sharp. That's too reckless. We can't send untrained citizens into a contaminated district. But the prince held his ground. The physicians will be overwhelmed. They'll need runners. And assistants, Hyon argued. And if we rely solely on local helpers, we risk more people catching the disease. But if we send healthy, trained volunteers from Hanyang, we can manage it better and prevent more outbreaks. There was a silence. The young prince's words hung in the air, logical and brave. King Chun Neon looked at his son, so young, yet already thinking like a leader. He nodded slowly. The room was thick with tension as the debate continued. Discussions about the illness spreading from Jianggan filled the air, and voices were rising in urgency. We must act, one advisor proposed. Bringing medical personnel from Hanyang to aid the Jianggan physicians is a logical move. With proper compensation, we lessen the burden on local doctors, and more importantly, curb the spread of the disease. But Minister Li Jin stepped forward, his expression stern. Crown Prince, we cannot take such a risk. If those we send from Hanyang contract the illness and bring it back, the capital itself could fall into chaos. Who will answer for that, Prince? Yong stood quietly for a moment, eyes clear with conviction. Then he raised his voice, firm and unwavering. I have full faith in the power of smallpox inoculation. If this effort fails, if this method proves ineffective, I will surrender my title as Crown Prince. He placed his hand over his heart and stared directly at the emperor, his gaze resolute. Gasps echoed through the court. Ministers exchanged stunned glances, and even the emperor looked visibly shaken. Yong did not waver. If the people of Hanyang hesitate to act, then I will go myself. I'll lead the effort to care for the afflicted. I'm not afraid. Silence fell over the chamber like a curtain. One of the older ministers murmured under his breath, "The Crown Prince, again." After a long, heavy pause, the emperor exhaled deeply and turned to the Minister of Revenue. Begin preparations. Issue a decree calling for volunteers from Hanyang. The ministers bowed in unison. By your command, Your Majesty. Then the emperor turned to his son, his voice heavy. And you, Crown Prince, listen carefully. No matter how dire the circumstances, never make such bold promises lightly. That was reckless. Yong bowed his head respectfully. Yes, father, I understand. But inside, he allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction. The door is open. All I need now is time. A few days later,
The distinct sound of the emperor's arrival echoed through the palace corridors. Hyang was in the courtyard, lost in thought, when he turned at the sound of footsteps. "Father," he greeted, bowing. "You're here," the emperor nodded. "How are you feeling?" "Very well, thanks to your concern." "Good," said the emperor, gesturing toward a shaded pavilion. "Come, let's talk over tea." They sat quietly before the emperor. Spoke again. "Yong, have you heard the news from Jiangzhou?" Yong shook his head. "Not yet, father." A small smile broke on the emperor's face. "Aside from the initial 5 cases, there have been no new infections." The crown prince's face lit up with surprise and joy. "Truly? That's incredible." "I admit," the emperor said, "even I didn't expect such success. I'm proud of you for placing faith in a method others dismissed as peasant nonsense." "You proved them wrong." The recognition filled Hyang with warmth. At last, his father acknowledged him. So much for Li Jin, he thought silently. "I'll dismantle him piece by piece." But the emperor's voice interrupted his inner victory. "Hyang." "Yes, father." The emperor's tone changed. He clutched his teacup tighter, a shadow crossing his face. "I've decided. I intend to have Li Jin executed." Hyang's smile faded instantly. His breath caught. "And I'm seriously considering purging those who supported him," the emperor continued. "I've weighed the risks, the future of this kingdom. It must be done. Tell me, do you think I've gone too far?" There was a long pause. Hyang's mind raced. Finally, he replied, "I believe a strong example must be made. The court has grown stagnant. This could be a turning point, a chance to restore the balance of power where it belongs. The ministers have long wielded more influence than the throne itself." The emperor listened intently, nodding slowly. Encouraged, Yong went on. "That said, I'm not convinced Li Jin must die. During the last reign, he served the nation well. His experience is vast. Skepticism toward unfamiliar methods is not treason, merely caution. Perhaps exile would be a more fitting punishment." The emperor remained silent, weighing his son's words. Yong bowed his head again. "A decisive action, yes, but tempered by wisdom." Hyang offered a calm, composed smile as he finished presenting his thoughts. The emperor didn't immediately respond, but his silence spoke volumes. He was clearly leaning toward agreement with his son's proposal. After a long pause, the emperor finally broke the stillness. "I understand," he said. "I will take it under consideration." The day the emperor officially declared Lan Ji-chin's exile, the court was thrown into chaos. Lan Ji-chin, once the esteemed chief minister, fell to his knees before the throne, his forehead pressing against the cold stone floor. "Your Majesty," he pleaded, voice trembling with sincerity, "please, I beg you to reconsider. My only intent was to ensure the inoculation's effectiveness, for the sake of the people." But the emperor's expression twisted into anger. "Enough!" he bellowed. "Even now, you try to twist your words and justify your deceit?" Before Lan Ji-chin could respond, several ministers joined him in protest, bowing deeply with their hands raised in unison. "Your Majesty," one implored, "perhaps Chief Minister Lan was mistaken in his approach, but everything he did was in service of the empire. Please, show mercy." The pleas only stoked the emperor's fury. "If you insist on defending him," he growled, his voice laced with venom, "then I will consider every one of you complicit in his treachery. Do not test my patience." Yet one minister stood firm, his tone unwavering. "Your Majesty," he said, "to condemn a loyal servant without just cause is to abandon justice itself. The relationship between monarch and minister must be based on consensus, as the sages have long taught. This is the bedrock of good governance." The emperor's face flushed a deeper red. He rose to his feet, voice thundering through the hall. "Consensus? Sages?" he snapped. You speak of principles only when they suit your personal gain. Don't insult me. What you desire is not shared governance. You want a figurehead on the throne while you pull the strings. Amid the storm of accusations, Lan Ji Qin raised his head. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but his voice remained calm. Your Majesty, I never sought to... Before he could finish, a man in regal purple robes stepped forward. Your Majesty, the man announced with a crisp salute, Jin Mu of the Royal Guard awaits your command. The Emperor didn't hesitate. Jin Mu, arrest these traitors. Imprison Lan Ji Qin, the Grand Inspector, and the Grand Censor. All of them. The court froze. The weight of the Emperor's decision settled like lead in the air. Gasps echoed as the royal guards moved in. Even as they were dragged away, the accused called out desperately, Your Majesty, this violates every virtue the sages upheld. This is the price of progress, the Emperor muttered under his breath, unmoved. Not long after, the censorate member who had dared to suggest deposing the Crown Prince was officially declared guilty of high treason. Shackled in iron, he was sentenced to exile, banished 1,000 miles from the capital for trying to manipulate the monarchy with outdated ideals. The families of Lan Ji Qin, the Grand Inspector, and the Grand Censor were stripped of all noble titles, reduced to commoner status. Their personal wealth was seized, with 80% of their assets confiscated. The officials themselves were exiled, sent to the far reaches of the empire. As the opposition crumbled beneath the weight of their failure to adapt, Yong stood quietly beside the emperor. He allowed himself the smallest of smiles. They're still breathing after all, he murmured, and that's more than they deserved. With the exile of the old guard, the road ahead was clear, and the new era had begun. Spring had come at last. From atop his throne, King Chun Neon gazed across the assembled court with a measured calm. Ministers, advisors, and nobles stood in attendance, none absent on such an important day. The king's voice echoed through the grand hall. It seems everyone is present. Good. I have an announcement of great importance. Murmurs rippled through the room. Whispers of wonder filled the air. How had the Crown Prince changed so much? Could something as trivial as jump rope truly transform a man's spirit? No one dared say it aloud, but the question hung heavy among the crowd. King Chun Neon did not wait for their thoughts to settle. He placed a thick booklet on the polished table before him, his face glowing with pride. For the sake of the Ai, Joseon dynasty's future, I have decided to enact sweeping reforms. Eyes widened. Gasps passed silently from one face to another, except for one. Yang stood among the court, his face unreadable, though fatigue flickered in his eyes. So it's finally happening, he thought. He had known this moment was coming. Weeks earlier, in the quiet of night, Yang had been drifting into sleep when a voice called softly outside his chamber. Yang, are you awake? He stirred at the sound. That voice belonged unmistakably to his father. Sitting up groggily, Yang replied, No, father, but come in if you wish. His father's voice came through the door. No need. I only need that user chart from your last presentation. The chart? It's on my desk, Yang said, rubbing his eyes. Please take it. Thank you, came the reply, and the voice called out, Servant, fetch the chart. A man in green robes stepped inside quietly to retrieve the document. Before leaving, the emperor added warmly, I'm heading out now. Go back to sleep. Half asleep, Yang murmured. Yes, father, and collapsed back onto his bed, unaware that this innocent midnight request would mark the start of many sleepless nights. Not long after, the familiar sound of his father's footsteps once again echoed through the halls. The emperor has arrived, a courtier announced. Yang turned to greet him with practiced grace. There's a section in your chart I didn't quite understand, said the king as he entered the room. Can you explain it to me? still groggy from lack of sleep. Hyang bowed. Of course, father. Come in. The next day, as Hyang tried to enjoy a quiet lunch, his father raised the topic again, and the next day, and the next. By the third late-night visit, Hyang could barely keep his eyes open. It was well past midnight, and yet the Emperor's eyes gleamed with more energy than ever as he pored over the chart, deeply engrossed. "I don't think you've grasped it yet," he said, lifting his head. "Let me explain it again." Panic flickered in Hyang's chest. Desperation made him speak quickly. No, father, I understand perfectly." The Emperor beamed. "Good, that's my brilliant son." On the outside, Hyang managed to smile, but inside, he was screaming. Back in the present, the king stood at the front of the court, animated as he laid out his plans. "I want all of you to study this proposal thoroughly. Find weaknesses, note improvements, and don't hold back. If any of you have better ideas, speak up." The court dropped to one knee in unison. "As your majesty commands." The king's excitement was infectious. His eyes sparkled with purpose, his tone unwavering. Thus began the age of reform under King Chun-Neon. The first initiative targeted the central government. Minister Sa Jiang proposed a bold restructuring, dividing governance into 6 specialized departments, each with its own scope and chain of command. He laid out detailed implementation steps to ensure efficiency. Next came the reorganization of local administration. The province of Gwanga was split into 5 districts, Yonggi into 7, and Gangan into 5. Each district was to establish its own independent local governing body, an unprecedented level of decentralization. And finally, the king turned to what he believed to be the heart of the matter. As he and Hyang walked the palace grounds, discussing the reforms. This is the implied lead-in to the next part. The king turned toward Hyang with a steady gaze. "Today, Crown Prince, we'll be discussing commerce and industry." Hyang blinked in surprise. "Right now, father." The king nodded, his voice calm but firm. "Yes. During my morning exercises, something struck me. In your last presentation, you didn't say it directly, but your chart suggested that advancing commerce and industry would not only grow the economy, but also strengthen the power of the monarchy." He paused. "I understand the economics, but how exactly does the monarchy gain more power through this?" Hyang took a moment to think, then answered carefully. "It's actually quite straightforward, father. Traditionally, agriculture has been the foundation of noble wealth. But if the court encourages commerce and industry, it can generate far more profit than land ownership ever could. That shift pulls economic power toward the throne, toward you, and away from the nobles." The king raised an eyebrow. "But the nobles are still the primary buyers, aren't they? If trade expands, won't they benefit the most, just as you said?" Hyang was ready. "That's a narrow view, father. You need to consider the broader scope." The king glanced briefly at the small boy standing nearby. "The broader scope?" He mulled over the idea. Then his eyes lit up with understanding. Foreign trade." Hyang gave a small, knowing smile, as expected of King Sajang. "Exactly. If we export goods, we're no longer confined by the limitations of our domestic lands. Our influence and wealth will grow beyond our borders. The nobles, tied to their estates, won't be able to keep up. Their grip on power will weaken naturally." The king rested a hand on Hyang's shoulder. "You truly are my son." But just as Hyang was beginning to feel at ease, he noticed a shift in his father's expression, serious, intense, as if he were preparing another round of questions. His eyes bored into Hyang's, and for a brief moment he looked almost predatory. Here it comes, Hyang thought, already bracing himself. He knew his father wouldn't stop now. The king continued, "Let's say we want to open businesses. That takes capital, but most of the kingdom's wealth is held by the nobles. If merchants borrow money from them, aren't we just shifting power back into their hands?" Hyang responded quickly, not missing a beat. "That's one way to look," added. "But there's another path. one that favors the crown. We could draw the merchants to our side. The king narrowed his eyes. And how would we do that? By changing who controls the capital, Hyung explained. Instead of relying on the nobles, we let the court provide the funding. In modern terms, it would be a national bank, a state-run institution offering loans to merchants at reasonable interest. That way, we strengthen the economy while keeping control within the monarchy. King Sajang leaned back in thought, then gave a satisfied nod. A national bank. That would be the final piece of the reform. The transformation known later as Sajang's Great Reform began with that decision. New government positions were created at an unprecedented rate, and the court found itself in desperate need of educated, capable officials. To meet this need, the king ordered sweeping changes to the education system. Basic schooling would be extended to commoners, ensuring that talent, not birthright, would guide the future of the kingdom. The reforms were slow but deliberate. Government agents were dispatched to monitor the local impact of each new policy, and adjustments were made along the way. Even so, problems inevitably arose, some minor, others severe. It took 15 years before the reforms were fully established. In generations to come, historians would call it the Year of the Dragon Reform, a pivotal moment in the kingdom's history. When the final reforms were in place, King Sajang turned once more to Hyung. It will take time, but because of you, the people's lives will flourish. Hyung's face lit up with pride. He gave a casual thumbs up. No need to thank me, father. Being part of this is already more than enough. Inside, he thought, this is the first time I've met someone even more passionate about this vision than I am. The king clasped his hands behind his back and laughed with genuine joy. You rascal. Hyung looked up at him, curious. Father, why don't you let me and the officials handle the workload? You don't have to do everything yourself. The king playfully knocked him on the head. You rascal. Do you think a monarch's duty is something that can be passed off like a chore? Hyung rubbed his head, frowning. That's not what I meant. I just think we can handle the heavy lifting and keep you updated. The king smiled, a thoughtful glint in his eye. Tell me, Hyung, do you think there's a difference between truly understanding something and merely hearing it secondhand? Hyung paused, caught off guard by the question. I won't be a king who sits on a throne and only listens to reports, his father said. Then, with another hearty laugh, he turned and strode back inside. Hyung watched him go, his heart filled with awe. Just as I thought. Even with all my knowledge of the future, there are things I still can't surpass. A familiar voice rang out through the halls of the palace. His Majesty has arrived. King Chung Neon entered the chamber, his presence commanding yet calm. Prince Hyung rose to greet him with a respectful bow. Father, he said politely, you've arrived. As expected, the king came straight to the point. I've come to speak with you about your policy chart. The moment he heard the word chart, Hyung tensed. A look of dread crossed his face. This time he didn't bother to hide it. Father, he pleaded, I just want to rest, just for a little while. Seeing how distressed his son was, King offered a gentle smile. It's not about the reform plans, not this time. Even so, Hyung's shoulders didn't fully relax. His wariness remained clear. Then what is it? He asked cautiously. The king's tone shifted, more probing now. In your policy proposal, you covered many sectors: education, agriculture, trade, but you made no mention of the military. Why is that? Hyung froze. The question hit squarely. For a few moments, he said nothing. Then, unexpectedly, he chuckled and gave a small grin. This reaction only confused the king. A single bead of sweat slid down his temple as he muttered under his breath. This kid, always scheming. Hyung finally replied, If I talk about the military, it will only stir up more trouble than it solves. He turned the question back on his father. What's your opinion of our military's current state? The king paused to reflect before answering. This nation is still young. The military lacks structure and preparedness. We haven't yet built a proper system to manage or strengthen it. If a real threat came, we might not be ready. We need to dedicate more resources, more energy. Hyong nodded to himself. That was exactly what he needed to hear. I completely agree, Father. In fact, I believe our naval forces should be the top priority. The Navy? The king asked with a raised brow. Yes, Hyong said firmly. Our dynasty has no true naval strength. During the Tsushima Island campaign a few years ago, over half the ships were manned by untrained civilians. That's unacceptable. And it's not just the people. The ships themselves are too small and fragile. Just crossing the sea from Busan to Tsushima puts soldiers at serious risk. The king listened intently. The argument made sense. You're right, he admitted. We need to increase shipbuilding efforts and bolster our naval defenses. That's exactly what I've been thinking, Hyong agreed. But the king's mind quickly jumped to the next hurdle. The real challenge is the budget. Where will we find the resources? Hyong didn't miss a beat. I have a solution. Father. Oh? The king looked intrigued. What do you suggest? Mining, Hyong answered confidently. We need to start mining stone. The king blinked in confusion. Stone? Why stone? Soon after, public decrees were posted throughout the kingdom, summoning skilled miners to the Ministry of Works. Citizens gathered in clusters, whispering to one another. Mining? Do they mean digging up stones? Why the sudden rush for rocks? Maybe they found gold in the palace, someone speculated. Inside the royal court, the king was deep in calculations. Stabilizing the national currency was his first priority, which meant acquiring more gold, silver, and copper. Turning to his ministers, he asked, "Will those be enough?" A senior minister replied, "That should be sufficient, Your Majesty." Hyong, standing nearby, remained lost in thought. For my plans, I'll need more than that, he realized. Father, he spoke up, there are a few additional resources we'll need. The king looked over. More? What else? Hyong didn't hesitate. Iron, sulfur, limestone, and something called coal. The king furrowed his brow. Coal? What is that? Hyong launched into explanation. Coal is formed when wood is buried and compressed underground over long periods. It burns hotter and longer than regular firewood. If we switch from burning trees to coal, we can slow down deforestation. Not only that, it will be essential for powering furnaces, forging weapons, and building ships. The king absorbed the information slowly. Hyong's plan wasn't just about the military, it was about building the infrastructure for a stronger future. And coal, it seemed, would fuel the fire. Upon hearing news of the newly discovered resource, the king leaned forward, intrigued. Is that so? Fascinating, he said with genuine interest. Tell me, what do you intend to use limestone for? Hyong stepped forward confidently. Limestone plays a vital role in both construction and iron smelting, Your Majesty. The king's brow furrowed in thought. Construction? How exactly does limestone aid in building? Caught slightly off guard, Hyong paused for a moment. Forgive me, Father. I'll need more time to study its full applications, but I do know it's a common mineral, easy to gather. Its potential is significant. Even as he spoke, Hyong was recalling knowledge from his past life. In modern times, iron, coal, and cement had been the backbone of the Industrial Revolution. Without these key materials, how could any form of industry flourish? One of the ministers raised a hand hesitantly. Crown Prince, with respect, our kingdom, Rosen, does not possess sulfur mines. That's why we've always had to rely on imports from the W Kingdom. Hyong answered with a calm but pointed tone. Are we certain of that? Perhaps we simply haven't discovered them yet. It doesn't make sense that both the W Kingdom and the Ming Dynasty have sulfur, and we do not. The room fell into silence. He continued, sulfur can be hidden in hard-to-access regions, I'll admit. But consider this. Sulfur is indispensable in the production of gunpowder. It's a cornerstone of national defense. If we continue to rely on imports, we place our sovereignty in the hands of others. That is a risk we cannot afford. The court was stunned. Only now did the ministers grasp the full strategic value of the resource. King Sajang gave a solemn nod. You are right. We must investigate this matter further. Another minister quickly stood. Yes, we should issue new orders to the mining corps. They must keep an eye out for sulfur during all excavation work. Hyong allowed himself a small smile. As I thought, once national security is on the table, the entire bureaucracy starts to move faster. Not long after, skilled miners from every corner of the 8 provinces were summoned to the capital, Hanyang. In response to the scale of the operation, King Sajang authorized the creation of a new government division under the Ministry of Works, dubbed the Ministry of Resources, to oversee all mining and mineral discovery efforts. The appointed minister stood before the gathered miners and addressed them with authority. Your duty is to search the land thoroughly and find every resource listed here. If you succeed, you will be handsomely rewarded. Take this task seriously, for it will shape the future of our kingdom. We understand, the miners replied in unison. Just then, a herald called out, His Majesty approaches. King Sajang entered the grounds, and every miner immediately bowed in reverence. We greet your Majesty, they chorused. The king gave them a warm, encouraging smile. What you are about to do is no small task. The strength and prosperity of Rosen depend on what you find. I trust you all to give your utmost. We will, your Majesty, the miners shouted. Once the king had departed, the minister passed out the resource lists. Go over this thoroughly. If anything seems unclear, speak up now. A miner opened the scroll and began reading aloud. Gold, silver, copper, coal? He blinked in confusion. What's coal? Another miner leaned in, whispering, I've heard about it. It's a black rock, burns easily, very useful. A rock that burns? The first miner said in disbelief. Strange stuff. They read further down the list. Sulfur. Do we even have sulfur in Rosen? Then something caught their eye, an unusual note scribbled in the corner. What's this? One of them asked. The reader leaned in and read it aloud. If you find a shiny black rock resembling obsidian but more brittle, report it immediately. It's called graphite. Some time passed. Eventually, wagons filled with mineral samples arrived at the palace. Seeing the variety of materials stacked before him, Hyong nodded with satisfaction. Well done. This is a great start. We now possess the building blocks of an industrial future. At that moment, an aide approached, slightly breathless. Your Highness, news from the Ming Dynasty. The envoy has returned. Delighted, Hyong turned. Finally. Inside the royal court, a grand table was laid out, stacked with scrolls, books, and foreign curiosities. These are the gifts sent by the Ming envoy, Your Majesty, a servant announced. A minister unrolled one of the scrolls, brows lifting in surprise at its detail. Meanwhile, King Sajang examined a large sheet of parchment with a puzzled expression. What is this? A map, he murmured. The king glanced over the pile of documents laid out before him and turned to Hyong, a curious frown on his face. Hyong, what is all this? These maps, these books, what are they for? Hyong responded immediately, his tone respectful but eager. I requested them, Father. These are vital for managing the affairs of the state, charts and logs from June's legendary sea voyages. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue chimed in. I've heard of this, June. Wasn't he a eunuch under Emperor Yongle? Led expeditions across uncharted waters on imperial command. He paused thoughtfully, then added, "It's said he ventured as far as Southeast Asia, even Africa." The king nodded slowly. The name Jun did sound familiar. He remembered learning of him in his youth, but still didn't grasp the connection between these ancient records and the current governance of their kingdom. Seeing the confusion, Hyang lifted one of the maps with both hands and presented it. "Please, father, look at this. This map is priceless." His words were met with blank stares from both the king and the minister, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and incomprehension. Hyang sighed, frustration creeping into his voice. "Do you recall the issue we had with importing buffalo horns?" The minister blinked, repeating the phrase as if trying to place it. "Buffalo horns?" "Yes," Hyang explained, seizing the opportunity to clarify. "Buffalo horn is a key component in crafting bows. We don't produce it in Osen, so we depend on imports from the Ming dynasty. But they only provide it when we send tribute missions, which are costly and infrequent." The room began to stir. The ministers were now clearly listening. "But buffalo don't exist only in Ming territory," Hyang pressed on. "Places like Jai Viet and Siam are also rich in buffalo. The real issue is this. We have no established routes to those regions. We don't know how to get there." That struck a chord. A murmur ran through the ministers as the realization dawned. Hyang's tone grew more energized, his words more confident. "This map," he said, gesturing again, "shows those routes. With this, we can establish direct trade. We won't have to depend on the Ming court or waste resources on diplomatic missions just to obtain what we need." The king stroked his beard, deep in thought. After a long pause, he gave a firm nod, then raised his thumb, a gesture learned recently from Hyang himself. "Incredible," he said, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. The ministers stared, at the king's gesture bewildered. "Your Majesty," one of them ventured. "What? What does that mean?" The king chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment. "It means, you're the best. The crown prince taught me this." Hyang, standing nearby, could only muster a stiff smile in response. The unexpected use of the gesture had caught him off guard. Then the king turned serious once again. "But there's something I still don't understand, Crown Prince. The Ming wouldn't just give away such important documents. What exactly did you do to get this?" At the word trick, Hyang's face grew tense. He hesitated, the memory clearly weighing on him. "Well," he said, forcing a polite smile, "to answer that, we'll have to go back to the day our envoy stood before the Ming emperor himself." The hall of the Forbidden City was vast and silent as the Joseon delegation knelt before Emperor Yongle. Seated high upon his throne, the emperor looked down at them with piercing eyes. "You've come a long way," he said. "I imagine the journey was difficult." All the envoys bowed and responded in unison. "Your Majesty, you are wise and merciful." The emperor's attention drifted to a gift they had brought, a falcon, caged, but proud and regal. He examined it closely. "This is a fine bird," he said, clearly impressed. "A magnificent creature, just as I expected from Osen." The falcon's feathers shimmered in the sunlight, each plume lined with grace and strength. It was, in many ways, a reflection of the emperor himself. The emperor, pleased by their honeyed words, beamed with satisfaction. Encouraged by his expression, the envoys from Joseon pressed on with practiced eloquence. "Our humble land has only just begun to comprehend the magnificence of the world. For centuries we were cloistered and unaware of the grand scale of things. We now humbly request a copy of Yoongi's voyage records, to learn, to reflect, and to marvel at the splendor of the Ming." Within the imperial court, ministers shifted, uncomfortably. Their patience was wearing thin under the weight of such excessive praise. Yet the envoys were undeterred. With one final ceremonial bow, they added, "We earnestly pray that your Majesty will allow us to witness your empire's greatness through these chronicles." Having finished the tale, Hyang concluded, And that, Father, is what happened. King Cain, who had listened quietly, was left momentarily speechless. At last, he nodded with vague approval. The envoys certainly gave it their all, but then his brow furrowed. Still, I can't help but wonder. Why would they give us something so valuable just because we praised them? Surely they must have had another reason. The Grand Censor, who had been standing nearby, suddenly looked uneasy. A troubling thought had struck him. "Your Majesty," he said carefully, "something feels strange about this document." King Sang turned to him. "What are you suggesting?" With a grim expression, the Grand Censor picked up the scroll from the table. "This isn't a replica. It's the original." Gasps rippled through the court. The ministers froze, exchanging shocked glances. The original? Could it be a mistake? Will this lead to diplomatic trouble later? The Grand Censor slowly opened the scroll. As he did, a folded letter slipped out from between the pages. "There's more," he said, lifting the letter. "Your Majesty, a message was hidden inside." The king extended his hand. "Bring it to me." The Grand Censor, visibly tense, stepped forward and handed it over. The king unfolded the paper, scanning its contents carefully. After reading it once through, he shook his head in bewilderment. "This makes no sense to me." Yang, who had been standing to the side, stepped forward. "Father, may I read it?" The king nodded and passed the letter to a court official who delivered it to Yang. Yang opened it. The message was brief and bureaucratic. "This document has been dispatched through official channels. Roan is advised not to inquire further into its origins." Yang stared at the words for a moment. Then, in his mind's eye, he imagined the Emperor of Ming impatiently shoving the document into his father's hands, saying, "Here, take it. Don't ask questions. Just take it." That imagined scene made everything click. Yang looked back at the king. "Father, it seems like the Ming dynasty simply wants to get rid of it. They're unloading it on us." Still unconvinced, the king asked, "But why? What would they gain from giving us something so historically important?" Yang paused, sifting through the knowledge buried deep in his modern memories, his mind recalling the sound of chalk against a blackboard and the calm voice of his old teacher, Samron Po. "To understand that," Yang said slowly, "we need to go back to how Emperor Yongle came to power. He seized the throne in a coup, which meant his rule wasn't rooted in strong legitimacy. He needed bold accomplishments to win over his people. The maritime expeditions, those great voyages of Jungi, were a way to do that. Grand displays of power and prestige." The king nodded slightly, listening. "But have you ever wondered why no one in Ming China repeated those expeditions after the 15th century? Why Asia never experienced an age of exploration like Europe?" Yang continued. "It's because the Ming dynasty didn't engage in true trade. Their foreign dealings followed a tribute-based model. Other countries had to bring gifts, and in return, the empire was expected to reward them. This wasn't sustainable with distant lands. The Ming court had to send ships, repair damage, offer lavish gifts. If a vessel sank or was lost to storms, they had to replace it. That system was bleeding resources." Yang looked around the court. "So, perhaps, this original document wasn't a gift of honor. It was a burden they were eager to pass on. And now, we've inherited it." After the passing of Emperor Zhao, the imperial court took swift action to erase all records of the grand expeditions. The costly nature of those ventures had left a mark, and it was decided that by eliminating the documents, future emperors would be less likely to repeat such expensive undertakings. For the Ming dynasty, these records came to represent not a legacy of glory, but a cautionary tale, more burden than benefit. As Yang explained the historical background, King Saong listened thoughtfully. The idea began to crystallize in his mind. Exploration was not merely daring, it was financially draining. One of the ministers,
the head of public works, raised a practical concern. If it demands so many resources, perhaps we should avoid
it altogether, Haiyang responded immediately, with a calm but confident tone. That's not necessarily a problem for us, he said. The Ming dynasty's situation differs greatly from ours. The king raised an eyebrow. In what way are we different? He asked, intrigued. With a sly grin, Haiyang leaned forward. It's all in how foreign trade is structured, he said. The Ming operate on a tribute system. They receive gifts and send gifts in return. But we have the chance to do things differently. We can embrace bilateral trade. The court fell into a murmur. The concept was unfamiliar to most present. Bilateral trade? Someone echoed. What does that mean? Haiyang clarified. Unlike the tribute model used by the Ming, bilateral trade is based on mutual exchange. Instead of one side presenting offerings to gain favor, both nations agree to trade goods that are essential or valuable to each other. It's practical, efficient, beneficial for both. The ministers considered the idea in silence, the wheels turning. The notion of trade, built on equality rather than ceremony and extravagance, was novel and potentially revolutionary. Curious and intrigued, King Sang leaned forward slightly and asked for a more thorough explanation. Haiyang, composed and respectful, nodded and began to speak. In essence, Father, we'll operate based on a trade model. The royal court will oversee transportation and guarantee the merchant's safety. In return, we'll impose taxes and modest fees to ensure the kingdom profits from the exchange. He paused for effect, then added, with this arrangement, we can import essential goods for daily use at far lower costs. Additionally, since we'll be the primary supplier, we can regulate market prices. King Sang considered his son's words, his expression thoughtful. Nearby, the Minister of Taxation raised a concern. Essential goods for daily life. Are such things even found abroad? We already produce most of what we need within Osun, and with considerable quality. Before anyone else could respond, Haiyang interjected, Ministers, have any of you considered pepper? The Minister of Public Works suddenly sat up straighter, as if a forgotten memory had been triggered. Pepper, that's right. I nearly forgot. Haiyang resisted the urge to sigh aloud. They really don't realize how tasteless food can be without it, he continued. Our current supply of pepper comes only in small quantities from Arab traders. That's why it's so prohibitively expensive here. Another minister voiced a concern. But do we really need to import it? If the public becomes too enthusiastic, we risk draining our kingdom's silver reserves. The Minister of Public Works responded immediately. That's true, but trying to halt the flow of currency completely may cause worse problems. Smuggling would rise, prices would spiral, and corruption would flourish. People would bribe officials to get what they want anyway. Another minister nodded in agreement. He's right. If Rosen prospers through trade, the people's lives will naturally improve. There were murmurs of agreement around the court. Haiyang, seeing the momentum shift in his favor, took the opportunity to press forward. In that case, Minister of Taxation, about the goods I requested. Aside from the books, where are the rest stored? They're in storage, Your Highness, the minister replied. Haiyang turned to his father. Father, may I transfer these items to the East Palace? King Saang granted permission without hesitation. The Minister of Taxation, checking a record scroll, added, there are still 20 chests left in total. Haiyang raised an eyebrow. 20? He walked over to one of the containers and pried it open. His eyes widened as he looked inside. There's even more here than I anticipated, he said. The Minister of Taxation, now intrigued, asked, what is it? Haiyang answered without hesitation. Sugar. The minister blinked. Sugar, cane, sugar. A memory stirred in Haiyang's mind. His teacher, Sam Chanpo, had once told him that sugar was an extremely valuable ingredient during the Joseon period, prized for its rarity. Because sugarcane was difficult to cultivate, sugar was not just a foodstuff, it was a luxury. Gasps echoed across the court. Sugar? That expensive, one minister muttered. Even King Sang looked taken aback. Hyeong, you are the heir to the throne, yes, but 20 chests of something so extravagant? Hyeong kept a straight face, though inwardly he chuckled. If only they knew the opportunity this represents. He turned to the Minister of Taxation again. Is there a price list with the inventory? How much does the sugar cost? The minister scanned the documents, then went pale. Sugar, sugar. Here, 20 taels of silver per unit. Shocked silence swept the court. King Sang leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Is that figure correct? Minister, how much sugar was bought in total? A total of 2,011 taels, Your Majesty. The court erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Impossible. That amount wouldn't buy a pinch of sugar at market rates. As the astonished voices faded, Hyeong recalled more of his teacher's words. If you truly study the Joseon dynasty's records, you'll realize how severely the kingdom had isolated itself. People here never knew the Ming Empire had begun mass-producing sugar. They made so much of it, sugar became a second-tier commodity there, almost commonplace. Hyeong's expression remained calm, but his thoughts burned with clarity. It's not extravagance, it's opportunity. Hyeon leaned back with a smug grin. And that's exactly how I managed to secure the sugar at a ridiculously low price. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the hall. King Sang beamed with pride. Impressive! You've handled this brilliantly, my son. Truly worthy of your title as Crown Prince. But not everyone was convinced. The Minister of Public Works stood up with a stiff expression. Your Majesty, we already have honey and 5-grain syrup as sweeteners. There's no need to rely on imports. Another minister, eyebrows raised, immediately shot back. Your logic is flawed. Honey is rare and expensive, and 5-grain syrup is tied directly to our annual harvests. If nature fails us, so does our supply. Isn't it wiser to diversify through trade rather than restrict ourselves? Their words clashed like swords. The room grew tense as the two glared at each other, a silent battle crackling between them. The second minister continued firmly. This isn't about taking the easy way. It's about securing stability. Do we want to fall behind just to prove a point? Meanwhile, smugglers thrive because we refuse to be pragmatic. Hyeon raised his hand to halt the brewing argument. Let me ask, how many of you have actually tasted cane sugar before? A hush fell over the ministers. Some exchanged confused looks. One minister finally said, I had a taste once, after passing the civil service exam. Another admitted, I've never tried it at all. Murmurs of uncertainty spread across the room. Hyeon let out a long sigh, his voice barely above a whisper. Our Joseon, it's truly impoverished.
King Song, catching the comment, raised a brow. What was that? Hyeon quickly straightened. Nothing, father, he said quickly, then pivoted. But I do have a suggestion. Since we've obtained such a large quantity of sugar, why not distribute some as a reward for our dedicated officials and the palace staff? There were a few murmurs of surprise, then thoughtful nods. Someone questioned aloud. Hyeon nodded. Exactly. Let's honor those who serve the nation selflessly. A taste of luxury for those who give their lives to the kingdom. Soon after, sugar began to circulate within the court, not just as an imported good. Even the ministers who once opposed the purchase voted to sell the remaining stockpile days later. While King Song was leisurely enjoying a sugary treat, he was suddenly interrupted. Hyun burst into the room, slightly out of breath. Father, the ministers are here to see you. The king, still savoring the sweetness in his mouth, looked up, startled. Your early crown prince. Haeon's eyes narrowed as he spotted the sugar in his father's hand. Again with the sugar, look at you, your belly's already grown bigger. The king grunted, clearly not in the mood to be lectured. I was going to skip dinner. If that helps, you'll get diabetes at this rate, Han scolded. I already know, Han. You don't have to remind me every day. Their familiar argument rolled on like thunderclouds, forming over a warm field. Neither side willing to yield. Just then, a voice called from outside the chamber. Your Majesty, the ministers have arrived. With a final grumble, King Song composed himself and cleared his throat. Let them in. The heavy doors opened slowly, revealing 3 men dressed in impeccable robes. They stepped into the room with a calm, imposing air, clearly men of significance. Hyun tilted his head. Who are they? It was the first time he had seen these individuals, but something about their presence felt ... powerful. The king addressed his son. These are the officials I've chosen to fill the vacant high-ranking positions. You're meeting them for the first time. Crown Prince, introductions are in order. The first man bowed. I am Manhwa, your new right minister. The second followed suit. I am Hang Hai, appointed as the left minister. The last stood tall, his gaze steady. Remix? Prime Minister Han's breath caught. His heart pounded as recognition dawned. It's them. It's really them. He stared at the 3 with a mix of disbelief and excitement. They're here? Then that means... The king, unaware of his son's inner storm, turned back to official matters. Minister of Public Works, he addressed sternly. You mentioned concerns about our water measuring equipment. I want more precise tools developed. Jung Ion Shenyul lead this effort. The minister gave a respectful nod. Yes, Your Majesty. As the discussions continued, Hyun remained partially detached, his mind spinning. Jong Aeon Shen. It must be him. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The Avengers of the court have finally assembled. Later, in the quiet of his Eastern Palace study, Haeon bent over his desk, ink flowing across the page as he wrote with fierce focus, preparing for what came next. After jotting down the final stroke on his notes, Huhon rolled up the paper with a triumphant grin. All done, he declared, gripping the scroll with one small hand and dashing toward the door. He flung it open with excitement. Let's on. Deliver. This to the royal infirmary. Quickly, the servant bowed with practiced grace. Yes, Your Highness. Hyong's face glowed with anticipation. I'm going to greet him myself, he murmured to no one in particular. Moments later, his eager voice rang through the corridors of the Eastern Palace. Sir Jang Ion Shen, is he here? A nearby guard bowed with mild hesitation. He isn't in the royal infirmary at the moment, Your Highness. Hailung's hopeful expression faltered. He's not. He's at the water clock tower, the guard explained. Disappointment flickered in Hailung's eyes. Oh, I see. Noting the prince's dismay, the guard instinctively moved to send for Jang Ion Shen. But Hyun raised a hand to stop him. No need, he's likely hard at work. It would be rude to keep pulling busy people away. Then, glancing toward the horizon, he asked, which way to the water clock? The guard pointed, that direction, Your Highness. Without another word, Hu Yong set off. When he arrived, he stood in awe before the towering structure. So this is the kingdom's legendary water-powered clock. It's even more enormous than I imagined. He stepped closer, marveling at the intricacies of the ancient timekeeping device. Just then, a man pacing nearby rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, No, that measurement doesn't work. This calculation doesn't either. Huyang approached. Are you Jang Ion Shen? The man straightened, quickly bowing. Your humble servant greets the Crown Prince. Huyang chuckled. Are you? You're a 5th rank official? If you keep calling yourself that, someone might accuse you of false modesty. I wouldn't dare, Jang replied, a bit flustered. Hyung moved closer to the water clock and nodded toward it. You looked troubled. Is something wrong with the design? Jang answered carefully. His Majesty tasked me with creating a more accurate version. I understand the mechanics, but the math is complicated. Hu Yong tapped his chin in thought. Have you considered building a smaller version instead? Jang looked mildly surprised, then shook his head. I've thought about that. Unfortunately, it's not feasible to reduce the size beyond what we have. Hyung's eyes gleamed with excitement. Actually, I drafted a design for a new kind of clock. Would you care to take a look? He handed over the scroll. Zhang accepted it skeptically, prepared to humor the young prince. After all, timepieces wasn't child's play. But as he unfurled the drawing and studied it, his expression changed. His eyes widened, disbelief overtaking his face. A pendulum-driven mechanism. With a regulated gear system, this design it's not water-based at all. He looked at Huyong, stunned. This is incredible. Where did you learn this? Huyong smiled sheepishly. Well, I'd say about 30% came from Western ideas. Actually, if I'm being honest, it's all modern knowledge. Chang stared at the diagram again, still in awe. So, Huyong asked, leaning forward, can you build it? Chang hesitated. I can't guarantee success, but I'll certainly try. The prince lit up with delight. Great, then let's begin right away. With no further hesitation, Zhang carefully rolled up the scroll and followed Huyong back toward the palace, both of them moving with purpose. Zhang Ionxin turned to leave. He paused mid-step, struck by a sudden realization. My apologies, Your Highness, he said, bowing slightly. I nearly forgot. I'm currently handling a separate assignment at His Majesty's request. I'm afraid I won't be able to begin immediately. Haiyan's bright mood instantly dimmed. He pouted, clearly disappointed. I'll take care of that task in your stead. Zhang Ionxin blinked, uncertain he'd heard correctly. Pardon, I said. I'll handle your current duty for you. You should begin designing the clock right away. Official hesitated, visibly uneasy. Is ... is that even allowed? If someone finds out, I could lose my position, maybe even my life. Han waved the concern away with a soft smile. You said it yourself. This task requires heavy calculations, and you're the only one with the right expertise. Let me shoulder the burden. Do you know anyone capable of assisting with such complex mathematics? Ionxin asked, testing the Crown Prince's seriousness. Certainly, Heian replied without missing a beat. Lord Yicho from the Ministry of Public Works is well known for his calculations. Lord Yang Yiji from the Hall of Sages too, and I believe Lord Ran of the Ministry of Justice is also quite adept. Clapping his hands, Hyun beamed. Perfect. I'll take care of it all. Just focus on the design. With that, he handed Ionxin a new scroll, sealed with the emblem of No Kai. The official accepted it, but still looked puzzled, unsure of its immediate purpose. After his visit, Heian made his way to the palace to meet with the king. As he entered, the monarch looked up from a scroll and asked calmly, "What brings you here, my son?" "I have a proposal," Heian replied. The gathered ministers collectively stiffened. Whispers rippled through the room. Another proposal. The last one had nearly sent the treasury into a frenzy. But Han stood firm. "I wish to enlist a few individuals." "You want to conscript officials?" the king asked with curiosity. "Yes," Hyun nodded. "I need Lord Deng Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, Lord Yang Yuji from the Hall of Sages, and Lord Ran from the Ministry of Justice." A startled murmur spread through the ministers, but Heian wasn't done. "I'll also require craftsmen from the military workshop, and of course, Lord Zhang Ionxin from the Royal Infirmary." Before the king could respond, the Minister of Public Works stood abruptly. "Your Highness, forgive the interruption, but the individuals you've mentioned are key personnel in their respective branches. Their absence would jeopardize state operations." The king raised a brow. "Is that so? Then tell me, Heian White." Hyun considered his response carefully before speaking. "I want to develop new inventions to strengthen Osan designs that will benefit both the military and the common people." "Inventions?" the king echoed, intrigued. "I already have 10 drafts. Drawn up in my study at the Eastern Palace," Hyun explained. "They're early-stage models lacking precise calculations. That's where these experts come in. With their help, we can pioneer innovations that could elevate our nation's power and prosperity." "A tiger with wings, father." The king looked at his son for a long moment, trying to gauge whether the boy was overly ambitious or simply farsighted. The ministers, still unsure of what to make of it, remained silent. The following day, at the Eastern Palace, 3 high officials sat around a low table, examining blueprints laid out before them. "It's been a while, Lord Jiang," said Lord Deng Yi, nodding politely. "Indeed, Lord Deng," replied Lord Zhang. "It's good to see you." Lord Deng turned to the matter at hand. The Crown Prince said, "You're designing a clock. Is that accurate?" "Yes," Jiang confirmed, unrolling a large parchment. "This is the design His Highness sketched himself." The officials leaned in to study the diagram. Lord Yang Yiji stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This appears to follow a unified system for measuring time, a single structure governing both day and night." He looked up, but Roan still uses different systems to tell time during the day and night. Would switching to one system confuse the populace? Before anyone could respond, the door to the study opened. Huan entered briskly, prompting everyone to rise and bow. "Your humble servants greet the Crown Prince," they said in unison. Huan had caught the tail end of their conversation. "It's true," he said. "The current timekeeping method changes with the seasons. It's outdated. A consistent system would benefit both governance and daily life." The officials nodded slowly, seeing the logic in his words. "But may we ask," said Lord Ron cautiously, "why have you summoned us, Your Highness?" In response, Huan placed a thick stack of documents onto the table with a soft thud. "I need your help solving these." The officials stared at the stack. Pages and pages of densely packed numbers. "You want us ... to solve math problems?" Lord Yang asked, half incredulous. Heian smiled radiantly, hands clasped behind his back like a child showing off a prize. "Would you kindly solve them for me?" His cheerful expression did little to ease their unease. Who brings together the Empire's top officials just to assign them math homework? They all silently wondered. Lord Zheng Ansu of the Royal Infirmary and Lord Li of the Ministry of Justice stood frozen, eyes wide, utterly speechless. The Crown Prince had just handed each of them a parchment filled with complex-looking equations. They were not prepared for this kind of ambush. When the scroll reached Lord Yun Aichi from the Hall of Sages, his brow furrowed in alarm. "What exactly is this?" he asked cautiously. Haiyang, standing confidently before them, gave a casual wave of his hand. "Just a few basic math problems, nothing too difficult. Think of them like sweets. Solve them first, questions later." But sweet they were not. The officials, though esteemed in their respective fields and known for their intellect, now sat squinting at the scrolls, chewing their quills, trying in vain to decode the logic before them. Lord Li Jiang's face grew paler with each question, especially one that asked for the formula to calculate irregular land area. Lord Jiang could only sigh and lean on his hand, muttering something about wishing he had an abacus. Haiyang watched them silently for a while. When he checked their completed answers, his expression dimmed. "This is worse than I expected," he murmured. "The top score is just 70. This won't do. We seriously need to introduce Arabic numerals, and they need proper math training too." But with his schedule already packed, the thought of teaching dozens of court officials himself felt impossible. Then a thought struck him. "All right," he said aloud, snapping his fingers. "I'll invite some Arab mathematicians here." That's the only way. A month later, at the Tuachen Hall, the Crown Prince unveiled his newest invention, a meticulously crafted pendulum clock. He personally wheeled it in to present to the king, who was flanked by curious ministers. "This, the Crown Prince announced proudly, is the new official timekeeper. It will replace the outdated water clocks." He gestured grandly. "One will be installed in the palace, and others across all 6 ministries. From now on, every official in Osan will know the time down to the second." The king leaned forward, with a broad grin, visibly impressed. "Brilliant work." He immediately turned to the Minister of Public Works. "Begin installation at once in the palace and across every ministry." "Yes, Your Majesty." The minister replied with booming enthusiasm. The rest of the court murmured in admiration. Another marvel from the Crown Prince. "Truly remarkable," one whispered. "Our lives will be so much easier now," another added. But their optimism was short-lived. Within weeks, chaos reigned. The ministers, unfamiliar with the new timekeeping system, began showing up late to meetings at Tuachen Hall. The king, already annoyed, waited with a stormy expression. When they finally arrived, he pointed to the new clock looming over the chamber. "Tell me," he demanded, turning to the Minister of Personnel and the Minister of the Household. "What time is it right now?" Both ministers looked at the clock, as if it were a cryptic artifact. Cold sweat broke across their foreheads. We beg your majesty's forgiveness," they cried, bowing low at the Ministry of Rights. A similar scene played out. "You still haven't completed your assignments?" The head minister shouted at his aides. One of them trembled. "Please, sir, we just need a little more time. You said it would be ready by 5 p.m. "What time is it now?" the aide stammered and looked helplessly at the unfamiliar clock face. Elsewhere, in the Ministry of Public Works, the shouting was even louder. "When will the report be ready?" the minister bellowed. The junior officials bowed low. "We'll work until 7 p.m. if needed, sir." The minister glared at them. "You think it's 7 p.m.? It's 7 in the morning, you fools. Have you been napping since sunrise?" "No, sir. We wouldn't dare. Didn't you all graduate from the military academy? And yet here, you are struggling to read a clock." Meanwhile, in the streets near the Eastern Palace, the commoners were no better off in a busy tavern. A group of tradesmen grumbled over mugs of rice wine. "This cursed contraption has ruined my business," one of them shouted. "Who in their right mind thought this would help?" Another barked, "I want to find whoever invented it and beat some sense into them." "The Minister of Public Works." Clearly, someone yelled. "I quit." Back at the palace, the king strolled with Haiyang through the gardens, seemingly unfazed by the uproar. He turned to his son with a warm smile. "Thank you, Haiyang." The crown prince blinked in surprise. "Thank me? For what?" The king chuckled. "Because of you, the entire court has never been so... animated." Haiyang looked away, trying not to smile. At the very least, things were never boring around here anymore. We're not wasting time like we once did. Hyung said modestly. "You're too kind, father," he added, with a respectful bow. "I'll continue working hard and bring you even more useful inventions." The king chuckled and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. "You're too modest, Hyung. Truly, I'm proud to have a son like you." After a pause, the king leaned forward with interest. "Tell me, do you need anything else to continue developing your ideas?" Hang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Well, if you insist, there is one thing." "Oh," the king asked, now fully intrigued. "Tell me." "It's nothing major," Hyung replied, feigning nonchalance. "Just a small independent building." The king nearly fell from his chair. A separate building, eyes gleaming with excitement. Hung nodded eagerly. "Yes, a proper workspace would make all the difference. While building the clock, I struggled so much because I didn't have the room. My desk was buried in blueprints, and scattered parts I even had to eat on the floor." The king hesitated. "A whole building might be excessive, don't you think?" Hung let out a dramatic sigh and threw up his hands like a frustrated child. "If I had a proper space, I could have already built so much more." Seeing his son's sincere frustration and the dramatic glimmer of tears, the king finally relented. All right. I'll speak with the ministers. Give me a few days." 5 days later, the Institute for Scientific and Technological Development of Osan was born. When the ministers arrived for the opening, they found themselves standing in front of a space barely larger than a closet. A gentle breeze drifted through the tiny room, carrying the scent of fresh wood and old books. One of the officials blinked in disbelief. "This is a government department." The crown prince, though slightly underwhelmed himself, stayed optimistic. "It's small for now, but trust Manhwa results will be enormous. In time, no one will dare look down on us." Another minister asked, "So, what exactly are we meant to do here?" Hyung smiled and gestured them inside. "Glad you asked. Come take a look." Inside, he unfurled a neatly drawn diagram and stood proudly beside it. "This is the organizational structure for our institute," he began, voice full of excitement. "We're here to make Osan stronger through science and technology." He pointed to the chart. "I'll serve as the director. Beneath me are 2 core divisions, the Basic Sciences Division, responsible for fundamental research in fields like mathematics, chemistry, and architecture. The Applied Sciences Division, which will turn our discoveries into tools and innovations for everyday life." The ministers looked at one another, murmuring in admiration at the clarity and ambition of the design. Hyung began assigning roles. Lord Dunn, Lord YG, and the Minister of Public Works will join the Basic Division. Lord Li Chan, you'll lead. The Applied Division, Lord Zhang, you'll handle military logistics and coordinate with craftsmen from other departments to help build what we need. One minister raised a hand. All of this sounds impressive, but what will we actually be researching? Let me explain, Hyung said. The Basic Division will use mathematics to study various fields: geometry, material science, structural design, and more. The Applied Division will then take those findings and develop practical uses. Jang On-soo looked uncertain. And architecture, those are considered academic fields. Hyung nodded. Absolutely. Without understanding the underlying theories, how can we innovate? Theory is what fuels creativity. Lord Yong folded his arms and gave a slow nod. Hyung added, also, if any of you know officials skilled in mathematics, recruit them immediately. And if our local talent isn't enough, bring in Muslim scholars. That raised some eyebrows. Jang On-soo looked bewildered. Muslims? Aren't they just merchants from Ran Hyung answered calmly. They're renowned for their mathematics. It's said Muslims have been active on the peninsula since the Silla dynasty. Their knowledge will benefit our research immensely. If there's resistance, simply tell them it was my decision. He let the thought linger, then pivoted. Lord Li Chung nearly dropped his fan. What? Hyung smirked. Ah, I knew that would catch your attention. Nothing sweeter to a military man than an offer to upgrade his weapons. With a firm bow, Li Chung responded, I will see it done, no matter the cost. The Crown Prince's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Excellent. But before anything else, we'll need someone well-versed in firearms. Do you know anyone who fits the bill? Lord Li nodded without hesitation. Yes, Your Highness. General Choi Hazen comes to mind. He currently oversees the Bureau of Military Supplies. His background is impressive, son of the renowned General Choi Suzum, who once served under the Joseon dynasty. If I'm not mistaken, he's now stationed at the Ministry of War. Hai Hong's face lit up with excitement. Perfect. Then let's head to the Ministry of War immediately. Li Chan responded dutifully. As you command, Your Highness. Upon arriving at the ministry, the Crown Prince was greeted promptly by an imposing figure who approached with disciplined grace. I assume His Highness wishes to speak with me, the official asked. The man was none other than General Choi Hazen himself, stoic, upright, and the embodiment of military rigidity. At first glance, Hu Yang felt a pang of intimidation. So this is the legendary Choi Hazen, he thought. He really does radiate authority. But brushing aside his initial nerves, the prince stepped forward with a warm smile. It's an honor to, finally, meet you, General. I've heard much of your service. General Choi regarded the prince silently for a moment, then gave a subtle, respectful nod. Though his expression remained stern, his voice was calm. Thank you, Your Highness. The honor is mine. Relieved by the general's gracious tone, Hu Yang motioned for everyone to be seated. Let's talk. I'd like to propose something. Unconventional, Your Highness? Yes, Hai Yong replied. I'm inviting both you and Lord Li Chan to help me design and build something new, something that could change the tide of our military's future. Intrigued, General Choi asked, May I ask what exactly we'd be designing? I want to advance the weaponry of our army, the prince said plainly. The word weapons made the general sit up straighter. Hu Yong continued, Let's face it, our military can't rival the sheer numbers of the Ming dynasty. Even in hand-to-hand combat, Japan has gained the upper hand. Our forces are falling behind. General Choi slowly nodded. I must admit, that's true. And we're facing financial strain, the Crown Prince added. Recruiting and maintaining a large army is no longer feasible. But if we focus on improving the quality of our weapons rather than quantity, we can still turn the tide. We need efficiency. The general offered a mild protest. With all due respect, Your Highness, our spears and swords are already crafted to the highest standards. I agree, Hu Yang said, but I'm not referring to traditional weapons. I'm speaking of something different. Gunpowder, Lord. Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean firearms? Cannons? The prince gave a sly, confident smile. Exactly. Both men exchanged a look. For a moment, they were uncertain. A child barely past his 10th year. Speaking of revolutionizing warfare with such clarity and conviction, it was unnerving. Sensing their doubt, Hyung added, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything in detail soon. But for now, I want to observe what we currently have. Can we arrange a demonstration of our artillery's capabilities?" Lee hesitated. A demonstration would require the king's authorization. Without skipping a beat, Huyang rose to his feet. "Then I'll speak with my father myself." Later, in the royal chamber, the king looked mildly surprised by the request. "A cannon demonstration," he repeated. "Why is this just a game?" To you, but the young prince's earnest expression softened the king's skepticism. Though he didn't fully understand Hyang's motives, he approved the demonstration nonetheless. On the scheduled day, as the soldiers prepared the cannons, and the air filled with the scent of gunpowder, Crown Prince Hyung stood on the observation platform with a focused gaze. Notebook in hand, he watched every movement, every spark, every blast, carefully recording it all the future of his kingdom, he believed, might just begin with these roaring cannons. The cavalry and archers kicked off the military demonstration. With great energy, Hyang watched with keen interest, though something immediately struck him as off. The spears the soldiers carried were noticeably shorter than he remembered. Then came the archers. As the signal was given, they loosed their arrows in unison, a volley of precision and training. The cavalry followed, charging forward with thunderous gallops. But just as they gained speed, the riders abruptly pulled back on their reins, slowing the horses to a halt before they even reached their intended target. Hyung furrowed his brows. Why are they pulling back? Doesn't that completely kill the momentum? The entire point of cavalry, after all, was to shatter the enemy's front lines through sheer force and velocity. He let out a quiet sigh. There's still a long road ahead, he thought, so much to refine. Soon, the cavalry cleared the grounds, and the firearms and cannonry were brought in for the next segment. Choi Hessen, dressed smartly in his military uniform, looked every inch the decorated officer. Eyes lit up. There was a flicker of genuine excitement on his face. Finally, the part I've been waiting for. He shifted in his seat with anticipation only to pause a moment later and rub the back of his neck. Why is it suddenly so warm back there? He wondered. Frowning slightly, the artillery crew began rolling in the cannons. Towering above the rest was the largest among them, dubbed the Sky Cannon. It was followed by the slightly smaller Earth Cannon, and finally, stationed along the far edge of the field was a peculiar, more compact weapon and advanced, handheld version derived from the Sky Cannon itself. The command to fire rang out. A deafening blast followed as the Sky Cannon unleashed its payload. A massive iron projectile cutting through the air like thunder, splitting the heavens. The earth shook beneath them, even Hyung couldn't suppress. A grin that King clearly delighted clapped once and exclaimed, "What firepower! Simply astounding." How far did that one go? A nearby minister stepped forward and bowed. "Roughly 1,300 paces, Your Majesty." The king beamed, clearly pleased. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. He turned to Hyung, still smiling. "Well, my son, what do you make of it?" But Hyang was silent. Lost in thought, he hadn't heard the question. The king had to repeat it several times before the crown prince finally blinked and returned to the moment. "It's remarkable," Hyang said quickly. "All thanks to our capable generals and the dedication of the troops." Choi Hessen, standing to the side, offered a polite bow. "Your Highness flatters us." But Hyang wasn't done. He took a step closer to the king and made a request. "Father, if I may, I'd like to speak with the artillery operators." Just to clarify a few technical points, the king arched a brow, his expression curious, but not without a hint of suspicion. Now, what's this boy up to? He thought. The scene transitions to the military training grounds, where soldiers are busy manning cannons. As the Crown Prince Hing arrives, the troops snap to attention and bow in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness." Hing responds with warmth, walking among them with pride. "Thanks to your dedication, this nation remains at peace. I am truly grateful for all of your efforts." The soldiers modestly bow again. "Your Highness flatters us." But Hang's eyes narrow as something odd catches his attention. "Now that I think about it, why are your armors all different from one another?" he asks, folding his arms. The soldiers reply without hesitation. We brought our own armor, Your Highness. Hing nods slowly, realization dawning. Ah, that explains it. That used to be the custom in the days of Rosen, didn't it? Soldiers supplied their own armor back then too. He pauses, then sets the matter aside for now. There's something more important to check first. Turning to General Choi, he asks, "Are all the cannons and handheld weapons accounted for?" "Yes, Your Highness," Choi replies, pulling back a heavy tarp to reveal an impressive arsenal neatly arranged swords, spears, handheld cannons, and larger artillery. Hang's eyes light up with awe. Incredible. I never imagined I'd witness such a sight in person. The craftsmanship, the sheer scale, it's beautiful. Choi, slightly puzzled by the prince's reaction, watches silently as Hing steps forward for a closer look. Inspecting the weapons, Hing notes something significant. They're still using wooden cannons without braces, no built-in stoppers to concentrate the gunpowder's force. He mutters thoughtfully, "Of course, brace-mounted cannons haven't become standard yet. It's understandable that these older models are still in use." Just then, something catches his eye. Wait, is this one made of wood, but fitted with a brace? He asks, gesturing to a particular cannon. Choi confirms, "Yes, Your Highness." We've begun experimenting with that configuration. Resting, his chin in his hand, Hing murmurs, "Improvements are happening, but clearly a complete overhaul is needed. The question is, where should we begin?" Deciding to leave the larger cannons for now, he shifts focus to the handheld ones. He turns back to Choi with a barrage of technical questions. How's the penetration power of these handheld cannons? Do the Juran army troops wear armor? Do, Choi replies. Some wear light armor, others heavy. It varies. Hing presses further. Then let's say someone in light armor is hit. What happens? Choi hesitates, then answers as best he can. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but our scouts from the north reported a Juran warrior killed at around 40 paces. That's approximately 50 meters. The Crown Prince nods slowly, absorbing the information. Understood. I've seen enough. Let's return. As they walk, Hang's thoughts spiral. So many variables, so many moving parts. But where do I even begin? After the drill concludes, Hing publicly praises the troops. "Well done, everyone. I've arranged for food and drink. Enjoy it to your heart's content." The soldiers erupt with cheers. "Long live His Highness. Thank you." But even in the midst of their celebration, Hing's thoughts remain elsewhere. Something doesn't add up. I need answers. I can't ignore this anymore. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he calls over to artillerymen from the cannon and handheld teams. The two look at each other, puzzled but obedient. "Yes, Your Highness." Hing gives a sly grin. "Come with me. I've got a few questions for you." Before diving into his inquiry, he adds with a polite smile, "Sorry to keep you from the feast." The two soldiers shake their heads quickly. "No need to worry, Your Highness. We're honored." "Really? Then I'll get right to it." Although they seem cheerful, both men are quietly nervous. "Why is the Crown Prince interested in us? What's going on?" Hing asks with a serious tone. "Tell me, are there any challenges when using these handheld cannons? Discomfort? Technical difficulties? Speak openly." The soldiers exchange glances. One finally replies, "It's not uncomfortable exactly, but they are hard to manage." Hing raises a brow. "Go on." "Well, most of the handheld cannons require mounting on poles for firing, but even the strongest gunners can barely get off more than 2 shots before their arms give out. They're heavy and the aim shifts easily." Hang nods, intrigued. "So accuracy drops significantly at long range?" "Yes, Your Highness. If the target's close, we can hit it. But the farther it is, the more unreliable the shot becomes." "Let me try," Hing says, reaching out. He lifts the cannon mounted on a pole and immediately understands the issue. The front end is too heavy. The center of gravity is off, he mutters, adjusting his grip. It tilts forward. Could the weight alone be the cause? He stares at the weapon, deep in thought. Intrigued, the Crown Prince leaned in and asked, "Tell me, General Choi, how much does this handheld cannon weigh?" Choi straightened his back and responded, 3 gun and 8 ryo, Your Highness." He nodded thoughtfully, then followed up. "And the length?" The general paused, then said, "They vary, Your Highness, but even the shortest ones are at least 4 feet long." Hing furrowed his brows. So, the sizes differ. Choi hesitated again, clearly uncomfortable. That depends on which unit of measurement you use, Your Highness. There are inconsistencies. The Crown Prince blinked in disbelief. Waitar? You saying that the rulers themselves are different lengths? You're telling me there's no standard? In truth, Choi said quietly, these cannons were tribute items from various regions. Each one was crafted independently. Hing sighed and rubbed his temple. So the problem isn't just with balance and weight distribution, it's deeper than that, he thought. He turned his attention back to the cannon. How much gunpowder is needed to fire one of these? Choi gave him the exact quantity. The Crown Prince's jaw dropped. He stared in silence for a moment, then muttered, That's more than I expected. His eyes narrowed, and he looked like he might need a physician on standby. Choi stepped forward, alarmed. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Hing replied, shaking his head slowly. It's just, I didn't realize the firepower requirements were so extreme. Now that he had cleared up the last of his questions, he gave a small wave. That will be all, General. You're dismissed, Choi saluted. Yes, Your Highness. He gestured for the soldiers beside him. Hey San, let's move out. Hang didn't even glance back as they left. Instead, he flashed a satisfied grin and called after them, Good work, everyone. The two soldiers beamed, responding in unison. Thank you, Your Highness. But as they walked off, they exchanged puzzled glances. What's with the Crown Prince? One whispered. Why is he so interested in this stuff? He's still young, the other replied, probably just curious. Unbeknownst to them, Heng had already pieced together the bigger issue and he was quite pleased with himself for figuring it out. As Crown Prince Hing walked beside General Choi Hyansen, he turned and asked, General, does it really take two people to operate a handheld cannon? General Choi gave a small nod. Normally, yes, Your Highness. Still intrigued, the Crown Prince pressed on, but I've heard it can be done alone. True, the general admitted. If absolutely necessary, a soldier can brace the cannon under their right arm or hold it in their right hand while lighting the fuse with the left. It's not ideal, but it works in a pinch. Hing sighed, a little dismayed. That sounds terribly inconvenient. The general smiled wryly. Indeed, that's why we prefer a two-man operation. But that, of course, creates manpower issues. It limits how many artillerymen we can field. Hing nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then we'll start by solving the handheld cannon problem first. His mind wandered back to his previous life, back when he was Kim Gin-ho. Long before he had awakened in the body of Crown Prince Hing Gin-ho, had once spent time in the United States, working on shipbuilding projects. There, he'd befriended a group of passionate military hobbyists. One day, one of them had proudly shown off a vast personal collection of firearms from various eras displayed like museum pieces. Come on, Jin-ho, the man had said. Let me show you how to make ammunition. Gin-ho had been awestruck. His friend even knew how to craft bullets by hand. This really is the land of guns, he had thought at the time, in his innocence. Jin-ho had asked if the gunpowder used in the bullets was around 30 grams. His friend had laughed. No, he said, it's measured in grains, not grams. Remember that. Back then, Jin-ho hadn't even known how many grams made up a grain. He looked it up on his phone and was shocked to learn it was less than 2 grams. Just under 2 grams of powder can launch a 14-gram bullet at the speed of sound. He'd marveled, unbelievable. Now, back in the present and in a different body, Hing recalled that discovery vividly. Black powder, while weaker than modern smokeless powder, still held plenty of explosive force. 1 hectogram 100 grams should be enough to produce the equivalent force of a small modern round, perhaps around .50 caliber. But there were limitations. In this world, no aiming tools existed. Everything was done by eye. That meant to hit targets reliably, you had to fire either from up close or fire in large volume, and to do that, you needed more powder. But adding more powder also meant stronger recoil. Would their artillerymen be able to handle it? Hing sighed. A vicious cycle, he muttered. More power means more recoil, and that just breaks the soldiers. He tapped his chin. Should I try inventing a sighting mechanism, but with Osanira technology? Is that even possible? maybe I should fix the cannon design first. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "That's it," he shouted. "Tackle the small problems first, then move forward." He flung open the doors and called to the eunuch. "Prepare a carriage. I'm going to the Ministry of War." Inside the ministry, General Choi was seated in an unusual pose, squatting low while reading a book. When Hing entered, the general quickly sprang to his feet, startled. "Your Highness, I didn't expect you so soon. My apologies." Hang waved it off. "Relax, General. I'm only here to ask a quick question." Coughing lightly, he asked, "Is the fuse used in the cannons always made to the same thickness?" "Yes, Your Highness," Choi replied. "Then, may I see one?" Without hesitation, Choi brought over a fuse. As he handed it over, curiosity got the better of him. "If I may ask, why are you looking into fuses? Would you mind lighting one for me?" Hang asked. Though puzzled, the general complied. He struck the fuse, but it fizzled out after barely catching. "Let me see others," Hing said, his brow furrowing. Choi's expression tensed. He was starting to understand. Hing nodded. "Just as I suspected. You've noticed it too, haven't you?" Choi sighed. "It's the wind, Your Highness. It snuffs the flame." "Exactly," Hing said. "Has no one reported this?" "No, Your Highness, but it's not a major concern. If a fuse goes out, the artillerymen simply relight it." Hing's eyes sharpened. "But what if you're in the middle of battle? Can you afford that delay?" There was no answer. On the battlefield, he said firmly, "Time equals life. Send word to the Military Supply Division. I want a report on ideal fuse length and resistance immediately." Choi was left speechless. His respect for the young prince deepened. "How can someone so young think so far ahead?" Li Chan reported. Calmly, "The Crown Prince has been deeply immersed in an important experiment for the past 5 days. He's barely left the annex of the Royal Research Institute." There was a pause before he added, "Not long ago, he even requisitioned mercury from the military's supply department." That statement alone was enough to leave the Minister of Revenue stunned. His eyes widened, jaw slack. "Mercury? Why mercury?" he stammered, clearly baffled. The scene shifts. The Crown Prince Hing has summoned his ministers for a rare strategic meeting. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" he began, scanning the familiar faces gathered in the chamber. Without wasting time, Hing turned to the Minister of Public Works. "What's the current status on the calendar revisions?" The minister stepped forward and responded, "Your Highness, progress has been encouraging. We've identified inconsistencies between our calendar and that of the Ming Dynasty. Adjustments are underway." Hing gave a slight nod, his tone lightening. "Good. So when will the changes be completed?" "If all continues smoothly," the minister replied, "we anticipate finishing by winter." At that, Hing's expression darkened. He slammed his palm on the table. "Winter is too late." His voice echoed sharply through the hall. "This must be completed by the Mid-Autumn Festival no later." The Minister of Public Works hesitated, startled. He had thought winter was already an optimistic estimate. "Your Highness, that timeline is extremely—" Hing cut him off coldly. "I've already given you the authority to pressure your subordinates using my name. There will be no delays. Mid-Autumn is your deadline." Swallowing hard, the minister bowed respectfully. "Understood, Your Highness." Without missing a beat, Hing turned to General Choi H. San and General Li Chan. "I have a critical task for the two of you," he said, voice sharp and focused. The generals straightened, exchanging wary glances. Beads of sweat formed on their brows. "What is it, Your Highness?" General Li asked cautiously. Instead of answering right away, Hang walked over to a scroll tube resting nearby. He unsealed it and unfurled the parchment across the meeting table. It was a detailed schematic and intricate blueprint of a new type of firearm. "This," Hing said, his voice filled with steely confidence, "will reshape the battlefield as we know it." Li Chan's eyes widened as he studied the drawing, stunned by the innovation. Whatever the Crown Prince had been working on in that annex, it wasn't just alchemy or tinkering, it was revolution. The Crown Prince stood at the center of the war chamber, gesturing confidently to the large scroll spread across the table. "This," he declared, "is the weapon I intend to build." The ministers leaned in, staring at the unfamiliar design. With wide, skeptical eyes, the intricate diagram bore little resemblance to any traditional weapon they knew. This device, the prince continued, has the potential to change warfare as we know it. Permanently, trust me. Turning to Generals Li Chan and Choi, he added firmly, I need both of you to work with me. Let's create this weapon together. The two generals exchanged uncertain glances, each deep in thought. From the side, Minister Jiangsu raised a hand, furrowing his brow as he examined the sketch more closely. Your Highness, if I may, this curved piece here, if you pull this ring at the bottom, wouldn't it move the top part? I'm just wondering, where's the ignition for the fuse? Rather than answer directly, the prince posed a question. If it were you designing this, Minister Jiang, how would you ignite it? Jiang took a moment, then pointed at a spot on the diagram. Well, I'd tie a fuse here, then place a powder plate just beneath it. If we pulled the crescent-shaped lever, it would pull the fuse across the ignition plate. The flame would travel down and into the barrel boom. A grin spread across the prince's face. Brilliant, that's exactly right. Li Chan's eyes lit up in realization. Ah, so that's how it works. General Choi nodded slowly. A genius design. This would eliminate the need for a separate person to light the fuse and cut firing time dramatically. The Crown Prince's smile widened. Exactly. Still studying the plans, Minister Jiang pointed to a small protrusion. But Your Highness, in this diagram, I don't see any fuse or powder plate, just this odd raised part. Where does the gunpowder go? The Crown Prince chuckled. Let me explain. According to Western design, this part that resembles a chicken's head is actually the firing mechanism. They call it a frizzen, the compartment where the gunpowder sits. Ah, Minister Jiang said, nodding in understanding. So when the trigger is pulled, it strikes the frizzen cap, and that ignites the gunpowder. Exactly, the prince confirmed. The ignition is instant. At that moment, General Choi raised a more serious concern. Your Highness, the gunpowder itself is another issue. The type we use now has many drawbacks. Manufacturing is dangerous, storage is risky, and worst of all, if handled incorrectly, the mixture can combust. On top of that, saltpeter absorbs moisture to isolate. That's why we mix it with sand during transport. He paused, clearly worried. Even if we create this firing cap, if the gunpowder fails, the weapon won't function. The Crown Prince nodded in agreement. Your concerns are valid, General, but I have a solution. From beneath his robe, he retrieved a small pouch. The room fell silent as he untied the cord and poured a small amount of fine powder onto a sheet of parchment. This, he said, is my own formulation. I call it silver powder. Minister Jiang blinked. Silver, as in actual silver. With a mischievous grin, the prince dusted the powder across the parchment like a chef seasoning food. No silver. It's a mixture of saltpeter, mercury, and alcohol. The combination neutralizes moisture issues and increases combustion. Artist Dung Ik-hye, who had been silently watching, looked utterly stunned. Seeing his expression, the prince handed him a small hammer. Curious, are you? Go ahead, strike the parchment. Dung Ik hesitated. The task seemed pointless, but he obeyed. With a swift swing, he struck the paper. A flash smoke. Ah! Dung Ik-hye yelped, stumbling backward. It ignited. A satisfied smile touched the prince's lips as the last wisps of smoke curled into the air. He turned to Choi and Li Chan. So, gentlemen, what do you think? General Choi stepped forward, eyes gleaming. With this powder, we could absolutely make it work. Your Highness, this is extraordinary. How did you even think of this? The Crown Prince laughed and flung an arm around Choi's shoulder. Because I'm clever, of course. He added more seriously, this is only the first iteration, but with this design, the powder will be loaded here. He pointed to the marked chamber, and the weapon will fire seamlessly. General, would you like to give it a try? Choi hesitated. May I, Your Highness? The Crown Prince offered a knowing smile. Be my guest. General Choi raised the sleek, unfamiliar weapon and narrowed one eye as he carefully aimed. Like this, Your Highness? He asked, steadying his grip. The Crown Prince gave a slight nod. Around them, the gathered ministers murmured in admiration. Such composure, whispered. Indeed, the general makes it look effortless. Another added, the Crown Prince couldn't help but smirk. These old men get excited over the smallest things, he thought. Li John, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. If we proceed with this firearm, Your Highness, I believe the mechanism for multiple consecutive shots might not be practical. A single-shot system would be more precise and more suitable. From the back of the room, the Minister of Public Works raised a hand. But, Your Highness, I still don't quite follow the tactic. Isn't a single shot too risky? What if it misses? Minister Jiang stepped forward, taking the weapon from General Choi and examining it thoughtfully. I see now, he said after a moment. This small protrusion here acts as a sight for aiming. And given the length of the barrel, it seems this design helps improve accuracy. He paused, his brow furrowed. But this doesn't look like it was cast the traditional way. You're correct, Hing replied smoothly. This model will be forged, not cast. That's why I need you to coordinate with the military supply department immediately. They'll need time to adjust production accordingly. The day wore on as Hing and the ministers discussed the intricacies of the new design materials, adjustments, testing methods. Before long, night had fallen, and their meeting finally concluded. Meanwhile, back in the royal palace, the King Hing's father sat deep in thought. I haven't seen the crown prince all day, he mused aloud. Even yesterday he was nowhere to be found. What is he up to? One of the eunuchs bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the crown prince has just returned to the palace. As if summoned by the very mention of his name, Hing entered the hall. The ministers exchanged knowing glances and whispered among themselves. Speak of the devil. Hing approached the throne, bowing with proper decorum. I hope your Majesty is in good health. The king regarded him carefully. You've been absent from court quite a bit lately. What exactly have you been doing? Hing stood tall and replied evenly. I was preparing a report to present to you, further detailing the most recent developments at the Institute of Science and Technological Advancement. At that, the eunuch stepped forward and handed the king a thick document bound in fine leather. This, the crown prince said with calm confidence, contains the full progress of our latest work. Your Majesty. The king opened the report and began to read. His eyes scanned line after line, expression shifting from curiosity to astonishment. Are all of these results accurate? He asked, clearly taken aback. The king's eyes scanned the document in disbelief. He read a section again, slower this time, as if the words might change. Then, looking up with a mix of astonishment and doubt, he asked, Crown Prince, is all of this actually true? He bowed slightly. Yes, father, everything in the report is accurate. The king leaned back, stunned. You're saying? You've created a method to synchronize our calendar with that of the Ming dynasty tailored specifically for Rosen. Hing replied calmly. That is correct, Your Majesty, he continued. Do you recall the incident during the Gucci Cree ritual a few years ago? The miscalculation in the timing of the eclipse? The king nodded. Yes, the ritual was delayed 15 minutes. The court astronomer responsible was punished for that. That incident occurred because our lunar calendar doesn't perfectly align with the Ming calendar, Hing explained. To avoid that kind of error in the future, I've devised a formula to make the necessary adjustments. The king rested his chin on one hand, rereading the report more carefully. If this works, it could be quite valuable. Then he asked, intrigued, tell me more about this astronomical device you mentioned. Hing smiled slightly. As the name suggests, it's an instrument for observing celestial events, sunrises, eclipses, lunar phases. It improves accuracy. In predictions, the Minister of Revenue muttered under his breath, I don't understand a single word of this. Hang's expression briefly faltered, but he remained cheerful, not to worry. I'll prepare a separate memorial to explain everything in simpler terms for Your Majesty. The king paused, as if considering another question, but stopped himself. Instead, he thought, this boy, he's already thinking about diplomacy with the Ming. Hing, meanwhile, had his own thoughts. Accurate celestial tracking would soon become a key issue in foreign policy between the Ming dynasty and Yoshin. That's why, in his memorial, he had recommended modifying their existing lunar calendar. Rather than creating an entirely new system, the king nodded slowly. We'll deal with this for now. We'll discuss it further when the time comes. Hing lowered his gaze. Understood, father. Despite the innovations described in the report, there were still many other achievements the Crown Prince hadn't mentioned. This omission did not go unnoticed. The king raised an eyebrow. "Crown Prince, I don't see anything in here about military developments." Hing hesitated. "Those projects are being handled with the highest level of confidentiality." "Request a little more time, Your Majesty." The Minister of Revenue glanced sideways, growing more suspicious. What on earth are they hiding? Then Hing made a request that pushed the king's patience to its limit. "We would like to request additional funding, though we are still slightly behind schedule." The king's face darkened. "You dare ask for more money without showing me any results?" His voice was low but heavy with warning. Hing didn't argue. Nor did his closest advisors, Choi H-san and Lee J-n. They stood firm, silent, and resolute, refusing to reveal anything further. That night, the king paced his private chambers, too restless to sleep. Do I wait for Hing's next report? Or do I confront him now? Just then, the royal eunuch entered and bowed. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. Let him in, at once." Hing entered quietly. The king leaned forward, curious. "Why are you here at such an hour?" "Forgive the intrusion, Father," Hing said respectfully. "I don't bring news, but I do have a request. I need access to the military training. Unit both, officers and soldiers." A few days later, those soldiers were seen heading toward the research division. From that moment forward, they refused to speak a word about their assignment. They were transferred to an undisclosed location, walled off with tall fences and guarded day and night. Every so often, thunderous explosions echoed from behind the walls. At the facility's entrance, a sign had been posted in large letters: Area 51. Hing had introduced the name to the king, though His Majesty was visibly puzzled. Area 51. What does that mean? Even the ministers were baffled. "We're not sure either, Your Majesty," one admitted. "But ever since the sign went up, people have started using a new phrase game changer." "Game changer?" the king asked. "What on earth does that mean?" "I believe it's a Western expression," the minister replied sheepishly. Since establishing Area 51, Hing's routine had changed drastically. Each morning between 6 and 7, he rose early to complete his duties as Crown Prince. Immediately after, he headed straight to the Military Research Institute, hidden behind those walls. There, something transformative was taking shapes, something even the king couldn't yet imagine. Yang was a whirlwind of motion these days, so much so that he'd taken to riding on horseback to cut down on travel time. The unusual sight of the Crown Prince galloping through the streets became a spectacle in itself, drawing murmurs and curious glances from the townspeople. In the capital of Haiyang, nothing stayed unnoticed for long. 2 high-ranking officials spotted him racing by dust, swirling behind his steed. One furrowed his brow. "Have you seen this? The Crown Prince seems unusually driven lately." The second minister crossed his arms. "I've been wondering the same. What is he working on that demands this level of urgency?" Back at court, the murmurs turned into formal concerns. A senior official from the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward and addressed the king. "Your Majesty, we can no longer turn a blind eye. We must investigate the Crown Prince's activities. The budget he's using must be accounted for." Another minister added, "Yes, sire. It is imperative that we verify the funds are being properly allocated." The king, sitting with a contemplative expression, nodded. "It seems you're all in agreement. Truth be told, I've had similar concerns. Let us summon the Crown Prince at once." The chief steward bowed low. "As you command, Your Majesty." Soon after, Hing stood before his father, lowering his head respectfully. "Please forgive my secrecy, Father. What I'm working on is of utmost importance to Osan's national security. I cannot reveal any details until it's ready. I ask for patience, not out of arrogance, but necessity." The king studied his son's face, noting the flicker of tension behind his calm demeanor. "I understand the value of discretion," he said carefully, "but I cannot authorize further funds without seeing progress. Transparency is still required, even in matters of secrecy." 2 ministers glanced at each other, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Was the king truly preparing to probe his own son's secrets? Hing, seeing the storm brewing, drew a deep breath. "Then I asked for 5 more days." That's all I need to show you everything." The king paused, then gave a measured nod. "Very well. In 5 days, we'll inspect this secretive research institute of yours." 5 days later, the courtyard of the research facility was buzzing. Ministers, officials, aides all gathered outside the gates in anticipation. When the king arrived, the crowd bowed low. Heng stepped forward, his face alight with energy. "Father." "Welcome," he greeted. The king looked around, impressed by the scale of the operation. "It seems your work has expanded. There are more people here than before, though I must say, they all look absolutely exhausted." Hing gave a sheepish grin. "Ah, you must be imagining it. Father, let us head inside." As they entered the main chamber, the king's eyes swept over various items on display. He gestured to one of them. "Aren't these the same types of devices developed by Minister Young, but these look like miniature versions?" "They are," Hing replied. "They're just models, demonstrations, not the actual functional prototypes." The king raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "This alone doesn't justify the resources you've used." Heng chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. He hurried over to a large, reinforced door at the back of the room. "What you've seen so far is just a glimpse," he said, placing his hand on the door handle. "The real results are in here." With a theatrical flair, Heng pushed the door open. The king stepped inside, and his eyes widened at once. The room beyond gleamed with intricate inventions and polished mechanisms, each arranged neatly on display shelves. The aura of true innovation filled the air. What are these?" the king asked, voice rising with excitement. He took a step forward, then another, like a child stepping into a treasure vault. "Let's see it all," he said eagerly. "Lead the way." Hing gently tugged on the king's sleeve and spoke in a low, respectful voice. "Father, what you're about to see is highly confidential. Aside from you and the senior ministers, I ask that all other officials remain outside." The king gave a solemn nod. Understood. He turned to the gathered officials and ordered them to wait beyond the chamber doors. Only the ministers accompanied him into the room. Once inside, the king surveyed the strange instruments and prototypes laid out on the tables. His gaze shifted toward Hing. "Did you and the scholars at the institute develop all of this?" Hing nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, father. These devices are the result of months of hard work. Many brilliant minds have contributed." The king smiled warmly, clearly pleased. "I see you've all done well." As he walked past the table, something curious caught his attention, a long metal rod. He picked it up and examined it. "And what exactly is this? What's it used for?" "That's a device we call a leveler," Hing explained. "It measures horizontal and vertical alignment. If the small iron ball rests perfectly at the center, it means the surface is completely level." He paused, then added, "Though this version is still a prototype, it's not quite final." The king tilted the tool in his hands, watching the ball shift. Fascinating. "But tell me, why is such precision necessary?" "For construction purposes, father," Heng said, "especially in the building of astronomical instruments. Even the slightest imbalance could distort the readings. Everything must be perfectly level for accuracy." Outside the chamber, murmurs spread through the palace as passersby noticed the gathering. Inside, the king gave an approving nod. "I see. So theoretically, this leveler could be used in the construction of government buildings as well." Hing hesitated slightly, his voice careful. "Forgive me, father, but it's still too early for that. The device isn't quite ready for practical use yet." "Why not?" the king asked. "It's still in the experimental phase," Heng said. "Once the design is finalized and tested thoroughly, I'll submit an official report." The king nodded again, understanding. "Very well, I'll await your findings." His attention then shifted to a different item on the Tabola miniature ship model. Intrigued, he lifted it. "This appears to be a warship. Did you design this?" "Yes," Father Hing replied proudly. "It's a scale model of the largest warship based on Western design." The king's brow furrowed as he studied the unfamiliar shape. "It doesn't look like one of our own. You're saying the West has already built something like this?" Hing nodded. "Yes, this model follows the exact proportions of their largest naval vessel." The king, still holding the model, asked, "Where are the oars?" Hing chuckled. "This ship doesn't rely on oars, father. It's powered entirely by wind." The king moved to another part of the table and picked up another model. And these weapons? Cannons, Hing answered. With proper calculations, a ship of this size can carry as many as 80 of them. The king's eyes widened. 80 cannons, astounding. He turned to Hing with admiration. You've made me proud, my son, Hing beamed. Thank you, father. I'll do everything I can to make this vision a reality. The ministers nearby exchanged glances, equally stunned by the scale of the design, but then the king noticed a smaller model sitting beside the warship. He squinted at it. What's this? A bowl of noodles? Hing laughed. No, father, that's a representation of an iron ship. The room fell into stunned silence. The king and ministers spoke almost in unison. An iron ship. A few months earlier, Heng had first voiced his ambition to build a vessel entirely from iron. At the time, it had been met with disbelief and ridicule. An iron ship? That's absurd, one minister had said. Even children know iron sinks. But Hing had responded with confidence. It's not impossible. We simply haven't discovered the method yet. Curious, the ministers had pressed him. What do you mean? In reply, Hing had called over a eunuch. Bring me a bronze cup and a large basin of water. Yes, your highness, the eunuch had said, hurrying off to fetch the items. When the basin arrived, Heng performed a simple demonstration. Holding the cup in one hand, he dropped it into the water. Observe. Even iron can float under the right conditions, he said. The ministers leaned in. Intrigued, Heng explained, if an object is solid and touches only a small surface area of water, it sinks. But if it's hollow and spreads out its weight over a larger surface area, it can float. That's because, as we increase the volume while keeping the mass constant, the overall density decreases. The demonstration was simple, but the implications were revolutionary. One of the ministers thoughtfully stroked his beard before asking, what exactly is this density? The Minister of Public Works, who was standing nearby, chimed in quickly. We studied this concept back at the Foundational Institute. It refers to how tightly packed matter is mass divided by volume. He gestured to the plans on the table. So, if we use strong iron sheets and bind them together properly, we can construct a ship from iron. Heng nodded with approval. Exactly, that's the basic idea. It's not as complicated as it sounds, but skepticism lingered. Another minister raised his hand. But how do we join these iron plates without leaving gaps? One leak and the whole ship could sink. Heng gave a cheerful, almost too innocent smile. Well, that's your job. I'm leaving that part to your department for research. A collective sigh rippled through the ministers. Internally, many wondered if it wasn't too late to submit their resignations. Later, Heng stood before the king to explain why a miniature wooden model had been placed in the royal hall. The minister of revenue bowed slightly. Your Majesty, with all due respect, constructing an iron ship is no small endeavor. The king asked, do you think we'll be able to develop a method to make it work? Heng answered confidently, we already understand the principle. Now we simply need to discover the technique to apply it. The minister hesitated before pressing further. But, Crown Prince, the issue is not just how, it's also when. We don't know how long it will take. King Taejong turned to Hing with concern. Then tell me, will I live to see this iron ship launched while I'm still on the throne? For a moment, Hing was caught off guard. But then, after a pause, he said sincerely, perhaps. Not even I will see it during my own reign. The room fell silent. You still want to proceed? The king asked, surprised. Even when we can't measure the cost or time required. Hing met his father's gaze, his voice steady. For the future of Yoshin, we must do it. Please place your trust in me. The king leaned back, visibly impressed. One of the ministers muttered under his breath, this boy's got nerves of steel. Another nodded. Even so, every strange thing he's attempted so far has somehow worked. The king exhaled. Very well, proceed, but we're not sinking. Royal funds into this blindly. I expect detailed plans and regular progress reports. Hing smiled. Yes, father, I'll make sure of it. As they continued inspecting the various prototypes in the room, the king pointed at a peculiar object in the corner. What is that strange contraption? Heng perked up. Ah, that's called Heron's steam ball, father. Steam ball. The king echoed. Yes, Hing said. It's a device invented centuries ago by a Western scholar. It's used to demonstrate the power of steam. When heated, it spins rapidly. It's essentially one of the earliest models of steam propulsion. The king studied it closely, then turned back. Let's say we manage to build this iron ship. It'll be much heavier than a wooden one. Using sails and oars won't be enough to move it. How do you plan to make it move? That's exactly what I've been thinking about, Hing said, almost bouncing with enthusiasm. Which is why I'm proposing a new research initiative, and I'll need everyone's cooperation. He gestured to a court eunuch nearby. Bring the device we requested from the military supply department. Yes, Your Highness, the eunuch replied and hurried off. Moments later, he returned carrying a mechanical apparatus as the ministers. Gathered around, the device began to spin, gradually increasing speed. The clicking of gears and the humming sound drew murmurs of awe. Hing looked around at their faces. Have you ever noticed what happens to a pot lid when rice is cooking? The pressure from steam is powerful enough to lift even a heavy lid. He paused and then declared with conviction, "This is what I want to call the steam engine." The miniature steam engine roared to life, its wheels spinning so fast they were a blur. The ministers watched in astonishment. "Incredible," exclaimed the Minister of Public Works. "Just fire and water, and it turns like a whirlwind. This definitely deserves further study. Imagine if we could use this to power ships. No more waiting for the wind or relying on rowers." Hing raised a hand, gesturing for attention. "It's not just for ships." Minister Li Zhang blinked, clearly confused. "You mean it could be used for something else?" "Exactly," Hing replied without missing a beat. "What if, instead of horses, we used this to pull carriages?" That idea sent a wave of disbelief through the room. Both Minister Li and the Public Works Minister exchanged stunned glances. Replace horses with steam? The scene shifted to King Taejong's chamber, where Heng was now presenting his invention directly to the monarch. The king sat in quiet thought, studying the strange device. "You expect this machine to pull a cart?" the king asked. "That seems far-fetched." "What part is unclear, father?" Hing asked respectfully. The king leaned forward. "If it relies on fire and water, wouldn't we need to carry both with us on the cart? That would take up space needed for cargo, wouldn't it?" Hing nodded, silently impressed, as expected. King Taejong was as sharp as ever. Outwardly, he remained composed. "I understand your concern," he replied, "but this engine produces immense power for its size. It could pull not just one cart, but several at the same time." Taejong raised an eyebrow. "Several carts? That seems ambitious." With a confident smile, Hing stepped aside and opened a concealed door. Inside was a room filled with unfamiliar machinery. The king and his ministers followed him, in their eyes widening. "What are all these?" one minister gasped. Yang beamed with pride. "This is the culmination of my passion, my vision brought from the 21st century, a working model of a railway system." He turned to a nearby servant. "Prepare the locomotive." The king observed skeptically as Hing connected the steam engine to a wheeled platform. "You put it on rails?" the king questioned. Lighting the fire beneath the miniature locomotive, Hing dropped a glowing coal into the furnace. The water boiled, steam hissed, and then, with a mechanical histomodel train, began moving. "It's working!" the king exclaimed, clapping in excitement. Hing nodded. "This is just a prototype, but I believe we can make it real. If we succeed, we could travel from Hanseong to Busan in a single dayor, from the southern coast to the farthest reaches of Yosan by sunset. With railways, Yosan would beat with life again." Still watching the train, the king turned. "What do you mean by the heartbeat of Yosan?" Hing's tone grew serious. "Right now, our people live and die where they are born. The mountains divide us, travel is hard, trade is slow. But if we can connect our land with railroads, people will move, goods will flow, ideas will spread. We would enter a new era of prosperity." Ministers Kim Jang and Prime Minister Min Ah-young were stunned. "It sounds like a dream," one whispered. The king, however, remained composed. Hing studied his father's face carefully, searching for signs of support or hesitation. While the potential was immense, they all knew bringing this vision to life would demand vast resources, funding, and political will. The path ahead would not be easy, but perhaps, just perhaps, it had begun. Realizing the importance of the matter, the Crown Prince instructed the Minister of Public Works to present their proposal directly to His Majesty. The minister respectfully complied and, with the help of another official, brought forth a towering stack of scrolls and documents, carefully placing them before the king. King Tijung's eyes widened in disbelief. The pile was massive, far more than he expected. He picked up the first volume and opened it, only to be met by dense lines of tiny script and diagrams. It was a sweeping national development blueprint, so intricate that he muttered under his breath, "I've come to despise quill pens." Standing nearby, Hing calmly explained, "These are long-term strategic initiatives, Your Majesty. They're designed to fortify Yoshin based on our topography, population clusters, resource networks, and economic makeup." As the king thumbed through the volumes, he began to count them in his head. 30, 35, 40, 42 in total. With a sigh that held both awe and exasperation, he remarked, "Well, I suppose they're worth reading." He then instructed the left Prime Minister to review the documents with the rest of the council. Once the matter was handed off, Hing made another request. "Father, there's one more thing I must ask. The Research Institute is woefully understaffed. None of us are getting the rest we need, not even me." Curious, the king turned to the Minister of Public Works. "Is this true?" he asked the minister, looking utterly exhausted, nearly broke down. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, is leading multiple projects simultaneously. We're all stretched to the breaking point. The workload is staggering, and no one is getting enough sleep." "Then why haven't you brought in more people?" the king asked, frowning. The minister hesitated before replying honestly. "Word of the workload has spread far and wide. Few dare to volunteer. Many came hoping for advancement, but as soon as someone new joins, His Highness launches another initiative. The Research Institute is barely 6 months old, and yet we've produced an astonishing volume of work. We simply can't keep up." The king clenched his jaw as if preparing to scold someone, but then, surprisingly, he chuckled. "Hing, you're certainly not one to sit still, are you?" Scratching his head sheepishly, Hing grinned. "Father, your insight is truly unmatched." Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the king nodded. "Very well, I'll address the staffing issue. But let me be clear, sustaining this kind of research effort will require considerable funding. We'll need to hold a proper discussion before committing further resources." Hing, though visibly disheartened, accepted the verdict. "I understand, Father." The king studied his son for a long moment, then added thoughtfully, "But I have the feeling you haven't shown me everything yet. I've already allocated significant funds to the Institute. This can't possibly be the full extent of your work." Hing's face tightened. He knew exactly what the king meant. Of course he'd figured it out, with a knowing glint in his eye. The king said, "I believe it's time we went to see it for ourselves, don't you?" Hing nodded. He understood. His father was referring to the Institute's most secret facility, Area 51. At dawn, the king and Hing rode side by side on horseback through the palace gardens, enjoying the fresh morning breeze. The king smiled and said, "It's rather pleasant, riding together like this, wouldn't you say?" Hing nodded brightly. "I agree, Father. It's a rare moment of peace." After a few minutes, the king's curiosity was piqued. "By the way, what does Area 51 feet even mean?" Hing blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "Oh, that. It's nothing really. Just a catchy name," he said with a sheepish chuckle, trying to play it off. The king gave him a mildly suspicious glance, but said nothing more as they continued their ride. Before long, they arrived at a high-walled compound. "This must be the place," the king said, observing the tall gate. "Yes, Father," Hing confirmed. As they approached, 2 guards stepped forward, halting them with firm voices. "Stop. This is a restricted zone. Authorization required. Present your token." The king frowned. "How dare you address me like that?" Hing quickly interjected. "Please don't be upset, Father. Even I need clearance to enter. The security here is extremely strict." From his sleeve, Hing retrieved a small emblem embossed with the Yunnan crest. The guards snapped to attention, saluting crisply. "Permission granted." The king raised an eyebrow as he watched them perform an odd but precise gesture. "That's a strange salute," he muttered. Inside the secure gates, they rode onward. The king glanced around and remarked, "You've put a lot of emphasis on security here. It's essential to protect the work being done." Father Hing said earnestly, There are secrets here that must not fall into the wrong hands. The king kept his thoughts to himself, quietly wondering just what kind of secrets required such precautions as they reached a large iron door. Two officials stood waiting, General Choi Haisan and the chief steward, both standing at attention. The general saluted in a style different from the previous guards, more traditional, more ceremonial. "Your Majesty," General Choi said respectfully, "thank you for visiting. Our team has worked tirelessly." The king noticed the soldiers around them were dressed in uniforms that bore unique markings. Curious, he asked, "And what exactly is your work here?" "With your permission, sire," the general began, "our focus is the advancement of military technology. We're researching improved explosives, enhancing cannon designs, and testing new firearms. We're also devising updated battlefield strategies." The king gave a slow nod. "I see. I'd like to witness some of this progress firsthand. Could you show me around?" "Of course," General Choi replied, gesturing ahead. "But from this point forward, we must proceed on foot." He signaled for the gates ahead to be opened. The king watched as the heavy doors creaked apart. What could be behind such heavy barriers? He wondered silently. They stepped into a vast courtyard, where rows of experimental military equipment were arranged for display. The king's eyes widened. "That's gunpowder, isn't it?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the general confirmed. "We've developed a new formula far more potent than what Zoan currently uses." The king stroked his beard thoughtfully. "May I explain further?" the general asked. "Please," the king said. Leading them toward a table, the general pointed to two powder samples. "This light brown powder is the standard formula we've been using. We refer to it as original gunpowder." He picked it up, letting some of it sift through his fingers, and "this darker substance," he continued, "is the enhanced version. It's twice as powerful." The king took the sample in his hand, examining its color. "It's definitely darker. What makes it different?" "Allow me to elaborate," the general said. "The core ingredients remain the same. We begin by mixing them, then we dampen the mixture with water to form a paste. After drying, it's ground and sifted similar to preparing fermented tofu. Up until now, the method is identical." He paused, then added, "The crucial step comes next. We introduce graphite into the mixture." The king, having mentally pieced together the gunpowder making process, suddenly understood what Hing had been asking the miners to retrieve graphite. General Choi confirmed this realization. "Yes, Your Majesty," he said. The king, intrigued, asked, "And what exactly is its purpose?" General Choi replied, "It serves many functions, but when blended with gunpowder, it prevents moisture from seeping in and reduces the risk of accidental detonation. Moreover, it enables us to remove sulfur from the formula entirely." The king's eyes widened. "No sulfur? But isn't sulfur essential for gunpowder to explode?" General Choi nodded respectfully. "It's true that sulfur has been a key component for centuries. However, we've found that the mixture still combusts reliably without it." The king leaned forward. "That seems dangerous. Are you absolutely sure it's safe?" "It does come with a trade-off," Choi admitted. "Without sulfur, the powder becomes more stable, but also harder to ignite. A standard fuse won't be enough." "Then how do you ignite it?" the king asked. In response, General Choi held up a curious bronze object. "With this, Your Majesty. We call it a Freena bronze firing cap. It holds the ignition powder designed by the Crown Prince himself." The king inspected the device, clearly fascinated, using a separate kind of powder just for ignition. "Isn't that overly complex?" Choi smiled. "Rather than explain, I believe a demonstration will clarify everything. Please, follow me to the testing ground." When the king and his ministers arrived at the open field, they were taken aback by its size. The king pointed to a line of straw mannequins. "Those must be the targets." General Choi gave the signal for the exercise to begin. Two soldiers stepped forward, each holding a strange new weapon. The ministers whispered among themselves, confused. "What are those? They don't look like any weapons we've seen." Hing grinned. "Gentlemen, those are the new firearms we've developed." As the soldiers began loading the weapons with powder and shot, General Choi narrated the process for the king. "They're inserting the ignition cap now. Once sealed, the charge can only be fired with the trigger." The soldiers raised their weapons and took careful aim. General Choi gave the command, "Fire." The sharp cracks rang through the air as the weapons discharged. The bullets hurtled across the distance, striking the targets with immense force. The sheer impact stunned the onlookers. The ministers gasped, eyes wide. Incredible, even from so far away, the power doesn't fade. The king remained silent, deeply impressed. What he had just witnessed was not merely an invention, it was a revolution. The crown prince inhaled deeply, a satisfied smile on his face. "This air, even sulfur pales in comparison," he remarked, his gaze fixed on the weapon before him. "Bows are limited by range. Guns have always carried that flaw. But this invention breaks that boundary. Its destructive force is immense, truly a pinnacle of weaponry." Hyun, standing nearby, was pleased by the praise but maintained a modest tone. "You honor me too greatly, Your Highness. This success belongs to the tireless efforts of our artisans and officials. I merely guided the vision." An official stepped forward, proposing a name. "We suggest calling it the Armored Weapon Cannon." The prince turned toward General Choi Orsan with interest. "A fitting title. Bring it here, I want to inspect this marvel personally." But General Choi raised a hand, caution in his voice. "Before that, Your Highness, I must first present another kind of explosive material." The prince raised a brow. "Another? What do you mean, Choi?" "Yes, Your Highness," Choi replied. "To the left, we have the standard gunpowder currently in use. Next to it is a compound called explosive silver, developed by the heir for use with bronze spears. Beside that, you'll find cotton-based gunpowder, derived from cloth fabric. On the far left is a refined variant known as armored gunpowder, and improved version of the cotton powder. Finally, we've produced a volatile liquid, a specialized explosive oil, also designed by the heir." The prince's expression turned wary. "Explosive silver? Is it forged from actual silver?" The heir quickly interjected, "No, Your Highness. It is named for its gleam. The main component is mercury. While mercury is still a costly material, it is far more abundant than silver, and only a small amount is needed, primarily for triggering the blast." This explanation eased the prince's concern. "I see. And what of this explosive oil?" Choi gestured, and a servant brought forth a sealed wooden box. At the prince's command, the box was opened. As a precaution, Choi advised both the prince and the heir to stand back slightly. "It is unpredictable," he warned. As the lid came off and the contents were revealed, the prince leaned in with curiosity. "Truly remarkable," he murmured. "Your ingenuity knows no bounds." The heir, though quietly proud, remained reserved. "Your words honor me, father, but this weapon, as it stands, cannot yet be deployed." The prince looked puzzled. "And why not?" Hong explained gravely. "This oil is highly reactive. During transport, even a jolt or a collision between barrels could ignite it instantly. In warmer seasons, especially spring and summer, the risk multiplies. The oil's production involves concentrated acids, which become dangerously unstable in the heat. Manufacturing it is no small feat, requires the utmost care and precision." The prince fell silent, weighing the words with newfound respect for the complexity and danger behind such innovation. As the weight of the revelation settled in, the prince furrowed his brow with concern. "It truly does sound like a volatile weapon," he murmured, visibly uneasy. General Choi stepped forward with a firm voice. "That's why we've taken it further. We've developed something new, armored gunpowder. It's a compound created by carefully blending cotton gunpowder, explosive oil, and citrus oil in precise proportions." The prince blinked in surprise and turned to Huyong. "You included explosive oil, but you just mentioned how unstable that was." Choi Hessen calmly clarified, "The cotton powder and citrus oil act as stabilizers. Your Highness, they neutralize the volatility of the explosive oil, making it far safer to handle." Understanding began to dawn on the prince, though another question quickly followed. "Then why call it armored gunpowder?" General Choi paused, then awkwardly admitted truthfully, "I don't quite know myself." At that moment, Hoon jumped in smoothly. "Ah, it's in honor of Your Majesty's support. It's because of Your Grace that our soldiers can now wield this explosive so effectively. That's the inspiration behind the name." But in truth, Huyang concealed the real reason. He couldn't possibly confess that the term originated as a covert abbreviation, inspired by weapons technology from Nazi Germany. Even if it cost him his life, that secret would remain buried. The prince, beaming with pride, clapped a hand on Haiyong's shoulder. "You've done extraordinary work, my son. This new weapon and the explosives will be powerful tools for Hosan. Our strength will grow, and with it, our prosperity." He then turned to the left minister. "How soon can we begin mass production?" The left minister bowed. "First, Your Majesty, we must calculate the costs involved." "And what would those be?" the prince asked. Hung answered, "Approximately 30% more expensive than producing an equal amount of traditional armored powder. However, because of its potency, we only need half the usual quantity to achieve the same effect," he continued with a tone of caution. "Unfortunately, the challenge lies in sourcing the raw materials. Saltpeter and sulfur are already in short supply, and the cotton fabric must be exceptionally pure, free of stray fibers. But the greatest hurdle is the explosive oil's key component, citrus oil. It's derived from animal fat, pigs, and cattle, to be exact." At this, the prince's expression twisted with dismay. In a time with no petrochemical infrastructure, perhaps I would have been better off not knowing such a devastating substance could even be made. Huang stepped closer and placed a reassuring hand on his father's arm. "Don't despair, father. Abandoning national defense leads only to ruin." "I know that," the prince sighed, "but Hosean's current state, it's hard to see the way forward." With unwavering conviction, Huang reminded him, "Wasn't it you who began these reforms to face such hardships head-on?" He pressed on, his voice rising with passion. "Right now, General Choi, Lord Neirun, Master Young BTOA, and many other officials and artisans are working tirelessly to solve these problems. Survival demands effort. Giving up is the same as surrendering to death." Those words lit a fire in the prince's heart. His shoulders squared, his eyes sharpened. "You're right. From the moment I claimed the throne, I vowed to give my all for the prosperity of Hosean." Turning to his gathered officials, he declared with renewed strength, "My loyal servants, stay focused, and give everything you have to ensure the success of our reforms." The officials, deeply moved, shouted in unison, "We pledge to give our utmost efforts." The prince smiled with satisfaction. "Good, we are one." Many years later, the palace was quieter, but the memory lingered. One by one, the officials let out weary sighs. "If only we hadn't decided to investigate Area 51, one muttered. Another grumbled. "We wouldn't be drowning in endless paperwork and planning now, Tall." LG Wang slapped a palm over his mouth. "There I go again, this cursed tongue of mine. I should have kept quiet." Truly, trouble always starts with the mouth. Their collective exhaustion was clear. The cost of ambition weighed heavily, especially for those who dared to peer too deeply into secrets meant to remain buried. As King Chengmi prepared to depart, he turned to the crown prince, unable to hide the pride in his voice. "This is an extraordinary achievement," he said. "I will allocate whatever resources are necessary. We must begin mass production of this gunpowder immediately. I want every soldier in Hosean armed with these advanced weapons." The crown prince Han bowed respectfully. "I shall carry out your command, Your Majesty." But as the king's gaze wandered over the pale, gaunt faces of the artisans who had made it all possible, concern crept into his heart. They looked utterly exhausted, worn down by relentless labor. They must have endured incredible hardship. The king thought with quiet sorrow. He turned to General Choi and asked, "Tell me, how exactly was the musket completed?" With emotion brimming in his voice and tears nearly falling, General Choi responded joyfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." In order to create a rifled musket, every single tool had to be crafted from scratch, the crown prince added. "When I first made the request, I remembered the artisans whispering among themselves, worried and unsure. 'His Highness wants us to forge a rifling rod,' one artisan had said nervously. 'Can we use the old anvil?' 'I don't know,' the other replied. 'But if it's the crown prince's order, we must try.' Just then, a messenger burst into the workshop, shouting, 'The crown prince has sent the materials.' Heads turned as a long metal rod was brought in. Without delay, Crown Prince Hun gave the command to begin. Artisan Dan took charge of coiling the rod into a rifling tool. Another artisan set the rod into the prepared casting frame, while artisan Kim began forging it using a specialized belt. The Crown Prince reminded them sternly, once the gaps are filled, use the file carefully to smooth the surface. Make sure the frame is sealed completely. Yes, Your Highness, they all responded in unison. Determined, the Crown Prince grabbed a horn and bellowed orders to his officials. Move quickly, everything must be done perfectly. Go. Though panic surged in their hearts, the artisans threw themselves into their tasks. Some were so overwhelmed they nearly wept, wondering, can we really do this? But through sheer determination and tireless effort, 5 prototype muskets were completed. These are true masterpieces. The Crown Prince declared proudly, forged with blood and sweat, at a remote testing site, Area 51. The Crown Prince stood silently, eyes sharp with resolve. The weight of history hung in the air. Soldiers and artisans alike held their breath, knowing that this moment was about more than testing weapons. It would shape Hosian's future. The Crown Prince gave his instructions with a steady voice. Let's begin. First, we test if the musket can handle the gunpowder. Yes, Your Highness, came the reply. The old model used 1 hectogram of powder, he noted. Let's start with half that. Everyone nodded in agreement. Number 1 dared make a mistake. All focus was directed toward the trial. General Choi raised his hand and commanded, fire. 2 bullets burst from the musket's barrel, cutting cleanly through the air. Everyone watched their flight in tense silence. What's the result? The Crown Prince asked, barely hiding his excitement. General Choi responded with a mix of joy and relief. Using half a hectogram of both types of gunpowder caused no issues. The Crown Prince nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Let's gradually reduce the amount to find the optimal charge. The old musket's effective range was 40 paces wheel. Use that as our standard. Yes, Your Highness. The testing continued under the Crown Prince's keen supervision. As the results began to take shape, a cheer suddenly erupted from Iron. Overwhelmed with excitement at the success unfolding before them, the musket fired cleanly. Bullet struck the target squarely from 40 paces. Its force suggested it could reach even farther. A quiet satisfaction flickered in the Crown Prince's expression as he replied with measured calm. Iron's eyes lit up. Then, let's push it 50 paces next. This is exhilarating. At his signal, 2 more shots rang out, shattering the air with a thunderous crack. Smoke curled lazily above the field, a ghostly reminder of the muskets. Raw power. Li Jun, unable to contain his excitement, burst out, Your Highness! The secondary powderite let the bullets reach 70 paces, astounding. But as the words left his mouth, his voice wavered. His joy gave way to hesitation, his brow furrowing. But it's only a partial success. This sudden change in tone made the Crown Prince glance at him, curious. We fired over 20 rounds, Li Jun continued, more subdued now. Only a few hit the target. The bullet paths are erratic and accuracy is low. The prince nodded thoughtfully, a sharp observation as expected. His gaze turned distant, reflective. It's time, he thought, to introduce them to that. But is accuracy our only issue? He asked aloud. The process of cleaning and reloading the musket also seems far too slow. What if we skipped those steps altogether? Li Jun blinked. But Your Highness, if we do that, the bullets could fall out. Then make bullets that fit the barrel properly. The Crown Prince replied coolly. Test it. Yes, Your Highness, General Choi answered, though inwardly he bristled. We already knew that. Why ask? The Crown Prince saw their confusion, but offered no clarification. Let them solve it on their own, he thought. Experience teaches better than instruction. Confidence grows through struggle. After a period of trial and error, General Choi and Heisan returned to report. We followed Your Highness's recommendation, but the residue left behind blocked the next shot. I see, the Crown Prince mused, brows slightly raised. Then cleaning is still required. He let the silence hang before posing another question. But on a battlefield, when cavalry charges swiftly, will there be time to clean the barrel? General Choi opened his mouth, then closed it again. No, Your Highness, he admitted, flustered. Beside him, Li Jun scratched his head, clearly at a loss. Then what do we do? The Crown Prince looked on in silence, disappointment flickering across his face. Must I guide them again? But before he could speak, General Choi's eyes suddenly lit up. What if we carved grooves inside the barrel? Lee? Jun turned, startled. Grooves? Yes, Choi said, gesturing toward a nearby stream. Look at that water. See how it follows the grooves carved into the earth. Fire has flow too. If we carve a channel in the barrel, the gunpowder residue might be expelled alongside the flame. Li Chen's eyes widened. That's actually worth trying. The Crown Prince gave a faint smile. Good, they're starting to understand. I don't need to intervene, after all. But the momentum was soon interrupted. A craftsman stepped forward, hesitant. General Choi, sir. How do we carve those grooves? The question hit like a splash of cold water. General Choi's excitement deflated. We're back at square. One, he muttered. The Crown Prince chuckled quietly. This path is far from over. Each step brings them closer. The artisans threw themselves into the challenge, working through sleepless nights. Eventually, they developed a tool capable of etching grooves inside the barrels. Long muskets were crafted, each with grooves ranging from 3 to 15 dot, yet during further tests, new issues emerged. General Choi Hae-san and Jang I-in returned, concern etched on their faces. Li Jun sighed. So in the end, cleaning is still part of the process. An official, troubled, asked, what are the exact results? Li Jun paused, then explained, each groove count has trade-offs. With fewer than 6 grooves, power stays high but residue builds up fast. With 9 or more, there's less residue, but the bullet loses power. Li Jie let out a long sigh, the weight of the discussion pressing on his shoulders. So, what's our next step? Is the 9-groove design our best option? He didn't sound convinced, and for good reason. The problem with 9 grooves, he added, is the significant drop in power. Another official chimed in. What if we reduce it to 6 grooves? No good, Li Jie responded immediately, shaking his head. That introduces another problem. Gunpowder residue becomes much harder to expel. We're back to square one. Everyone fell into uneasy silence, minds turning furiously, but finding no solid ground. From his place nearby, the Crown Prince observed quietly, eyes scanning the room. Would someone finally offer a breakthrough? Then, unexpectedly, Jang Yeo spoke up. What if we spiraled the grooves? The room stiffened. Even the Crown Prince said, stepping forward, curiosity piqued. Explain your idea. Jang Yeo nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. If we spiral the interior grooves, the gunpowder's path becomes longer. That means even with just 6 grooves, the extended pathway might allow residue to escape more effectively, and the spiral would channel the explosive force more efficiently instead of losing it straight through the barrel. A hush fell as, brilliant, Your Highness. This might be the breakthrough we've been waiting for. The Crown Prince didn't hesitate. Then we proceed to testing. Begin preparations. A flurry of activity followed. Numerous prototypes were built and evaluated, each test bringing them closer to perfection. Eventually, a voice rang out with excitement. The 6-groove spiral musket 1.5 turns us ready for final testing. Li Jie stepped forward with purpose. Make sure to document everything: range, accuracy, firing power. We're not just testing, we're learning. As the tests commenced, the Crown Prince watched the officials bustle with energy and focus. Pride filled his chest. They truly grasped the core of innovation, he thought. Give them the right environment, and they could change the world. They could even win a Nobel Prize. A smile touched his lips. My people adapt fast and improve even faster. Just then, both Li Jie and Yan and Su shared a glance and odd chill brushing the back of their necks. Why does it suddenly feel unsettling? They both wondered, shivering slightly. Everyone was absorbed in their tasks when Leo suddenly furrowed his brow. He stared at the instruction sheet in his hands, mumbling, "This doesn't make sense." At that moment, General Choi H. happened to walk by. Noticing Li Jie's puzzled expression, he paused and asked, "Is something wrong?" "It's nothing serious, General," Li Jie replied, still staring at the paper. "But according to Guinan Su's instructions, we omitted the spiral grooves in the musket barrels." Oddly enough, accuracy has improved dramatically. What do you make of it? General Choi's expression turned thoughtful. That's strange indeed. Enhanced performance is welcome, of course, but not understanding the reason behind it is unsettling. As the two men stood in silence, trying to make sense of the anomaly, a craftsman nearby hesitantly spoke up. Forgive me for interrupting, but might it be that the grooves make the bullet spin when it's fired? General Choi blinked, intrigued. Explain what you mean. The craftsman stepped forward, humble but confident. I was trained in fletching, sir. When I attach feathers to arrows, I always set them at a slight angle. This makes the arrow spin during flight, which helps it fly straighter and more sticky. In wind, both Lee Jae-en and General Choi were astonished. They immediately began jotting down notes, documenting the craftsman's insight in detail. The findings were quickly prepared into a report to present to King Cheng-nien. When the king reviewed the documents, his eyes sparkled with realization. So this is why the crown prince and the ministers guarded this secret so closely. If this method leaked, it would surely be stolen by our enemies. With renewed determination, he commanded, "Bring the forge here at once. This advancement must be put into full production." Without hesitation, he threw the bundle of classified research into the forge's flames, ensuring the dynasties. Secrets were preserved by fire. He turned to the crown prince, his face glowing with pride. "You've done well, my son. This is a historic contribution. It is only by your blessing and guidance, father." The king's attention shifted to the artisans, particularly intrigued by their unusual attire, strangely reminiscent of what he'd seen in Area 51. After a moment, he asked, "Before we continue, are there more innovations to show me? And also, what is the story behind those garments?" "There are still a few developments left to reveal, Your Majesty. Chief Steward, please bring forth the next item." With a formal gesture, the crown prince presented it. "Father, allow me to introduce the mounted armored weapon, the mini pistol." The king's eyes widened in surprise. "A pistol? Bring it closer." Taking the weapon in hand, the king turned it over with curiosity. Such an odd little device. Noticing the 6 chambers, he asked, "Can it truly fire 6 times in succession?" The king muttered, while the gathered officials exchanged hushed whispers. Beaming with pride, the crown prince explained, the design originated in Area 51, one of their mechanical masterpieces. Unable to contain his excitement, King Cheng-nien ordered, "I want to see it in action." Immediately, General Choi took his position, lifted the pistol, and fired 6 rapid shots, each one striking the target with precision. The officials erupted in applause. "Remarkable, General Choi. A flawless demonstration." Crown Prince Haeyong stood tall, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This was worth every effort. One of the officials stepped forward. "May I inspect the target?" "Of course," General Choi said, stepping aside. The official rushed to the dummy and closely examined the impacts. After a brief moment, he turned back to report, visibly awed. "Your Highness, with such devastating accuracy, any enemy within 30 paces would be eliminated on the spot." Kane's eyes widened as he blurted out, "Are you absolutely sure?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the official confirmed firmly. Overwhelmed with joy, the king broke into a wide smile, unable to hide his pride. "You've all achieved something remarkable," he said. "Seeing how drained you are from your efforts, I can confidently say the Deputy Minister's praise was more than justified. You've worked tirelessly, standing tall yet humble. Crown." Prince Yang gave a respectful nod. "Your Majesty is far too generous." Still marveling at the accomplishments, the king asked with keen interest, "You've done well, my son. Now, tell me what of the armor." Hyung bowed slightly and replied, "Forgive me, father, but there's still another weapon I have yet to present." The king's eyebrows shot up. "Another one? Just how many more are there?" Despite the approaching lunch hour, the crown prince remained unwavering. "The next demonstration is of the firebomb, father. As for lunch, it can wait." Kane chuckled softly, amused by his son's obsession. "This boy is truly enamored with firepower," he thought as they continued walking. Soon, they reached a location far from the palace grounds. The king looked around, noting the distance. "This is quite removed from the royal estate," he remarked. "We needed a large, open area for a safe test," Hyung explained. When they arrived, Kane found himself staring at a broad field dotted with dummies arranged at various distances. His curiosity piqued. What kind of firebomb needs this much space? Did you clear all the trees for this? Yes, Father, Hyung affirmed. To prevent wildfires, we made sure the entire area was thoroughly cleared. The king and the gathered officials watched with growing intrigue as the crown prince stepped forward. This, Hyung announced, is our latest innovation, the firebomb. We propose naming it the F-Kit Tran Lai. A wave of excitement rippled through the officials. F-Kit Tran Lai. One said, that sounds like a modern version of the heaven-shaking thunderbolt. Isn't that the legendary weapon from the ancient Jin kingdom? Another chimed in. Yes, quite similar. Though I think the addition of F-Kit implies it uses some form of rocket propulsion. Crown Prince Hyung stood off to the side, watching the reactions with quiet satisfaction. No matter the life, he thought, I wouldn't dare miss these historic moments. A true classic among classics. While the seas were governed by the northern compass, he mused, the land now bowed to the power of the F-Kit Tran Lai. Just the night before, deep inside Area 51, a crucial meeting had stretched long past midnight. Tension filled the chamber as high-ranking officials debated the weapon's final design. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Which one should we go with him? K1, MK2, or maybe MK2.1? Crown Prince Hyung, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow. What exactly is MK? Several officials exchanged knowing glances. One muttered, Here we go again. This might take all night. A weary official stood and began to explain. Your Highness, the designations represent different detonation types of the Tran Lai MK1 scatters, shrapnel in all directions after explosion. MK2, on the other hand, spews fire outward upon ignition, causing the projectile to spin and emit both flames and metal fragments. As for MK2.1ites, a modified version that uses an iron plate to contain the explosion before releasing its payload more forcefully. Before he could continue, Jang En-yu, another senior official, quickly stepped in. Apologies, but please hold your explanation for a moment. The Crown Prince's face darkened. Slamming his palm onto the table, he barked, Why are we even discussing this further? We've already committed to producing both models. But our final choice is MK2.1, the 21st century's answer to warfare. This meeting is over. Everyone, go rest. Caught off guard by the sudden command, an official hesitantly asked, But Your Highness, what about you? Hyung grinned, eyes gleaming with inspiration. I've just had a breakthrough. How could I possibly sleep now? You're all in my way dismissed. With that, Jang En-yu motioned to the others. Come, gentlemen. The Crown Prince clearly knows what he's doing. Back in the open training field, King Chung-neon stood with a furrowed brow, his eyes fixed on the unfamiliar contraption sitting atop the wooden table. It resembled nothing he had seen before, strange metal shell, gleaming under the morning sun. With a note of skepticism, he turned to General Choi. Are you telling me this device was developed here? This fight kit? He asked, voice laced with doubt. General Choi bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince himself devised it from the earliest concept to its final form. The king blinked in surprise, brows rising. Is that so? I'm intrigued. What's the principle behind it? General Choi hesitated, unsure how best to explain such a complex mechanism. But before the silence could stretch too long, Crown Prince Hyung stepped forward with calm confidence. Please, Father, allow us to show you first. We'll explain everything after the demonstration. With a sharp command, two soldiers hauled out a large iron cannon. They moved quickly, knowing what was at stake. General Choi's voice rang out with warning. Please take cover behind the wall. The area is not safe during the firing. Following orders, the attendants and officials ducked behind the brick fortification. The soldiers loaded the fight kit, gently placing it into the cannon's barrel, then scrambled for shelter. From a safe distance, a voice cried out, Fire! A burst of flame and thunder erupted from the cannon. The projectile launched like a comet, shrieking across the field. The king leaned forward, watching its arc. Then nothing a moment passed. The missile hovered at its target, but no explosion followed. The king turned, puzzled. Nothing happened. He asked General Choi, didn't take his eyes off the projectile. "It's about to detonate, Your Majesty." No sooner had he said it than the missile erupted in a massive explosion. A blinding flash lit the field, followed by a violent shockwave. The officials shielded their faces as smoke billowed into the sky. As the smoke cleared, the destruction came into focus. Dozens of practice dummies lay shredded, torn to pieces. The sheer force of the explosion left many speechless. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" one official asked urgently. The king coughed and waved off concern. "Yes, just startled." He rose, slightly unsteady, and looked across the ruined field, still transfixed by the carnage. Another official murmured almost to himself, This is the power of a single firebomb. If such a thing were used in war, another said, the battlefield would become a nightmare. King Jung's voice was low, filled with awe. Can this destruction truly come from just one device? He turned to General Choi. "Tell me, how does the fight kit work?" General Choi stepped forward again, composed. "Of course, Your Majesty. The outer shell is built with a thin yet durable casing, strong enough to survive the launch, but designed to break upon impact. Inside, it is filled with small iron pellets to maximize the shrapnel effect." He paused, then continued. "We also skip mixing clay into the gunpowder, which preserves its full explosive strength." The king looked astonished, deeply impressed, ingenious, truly ingenious. "But tell me, can this be produced in large numbers?" General Choi nodded, pleased by the question. "Yes, Your Majesty. As long as we are provided with sufficient gunpowder, mass production is entirely feasible." One official stepped forward, still wary. "But General, even with materials, doesn't it take highly skilled artisans to craft something like this? Isn't Area 51 already short on manpower?" General Choi gave a knowing smile. "That's a valid concern, Deputy Minister. But the Crown Prince anticipated this during the design process." He then recounted a recent strategy meeting. Crown Prince Hyong, along with Jiang Yunga, Lin, and General Choi Han Jungge, Eon, had gathered around a table strewn with scrolls and tools. The prince had personally drawn a detailed blueprint. "This," General Choi had said at the time, "is the official design of the fight kit Tranton, light-crafted entirely by His Highness." When presented, the other officials had been baffled. "Don't understand any of this," one had muttered. "Male and female threads. What does this mean?" Prince Hihong had smiled patiently. "The problem with crafting a full sphere and loading it with gunpowder is inefficiency. Instead, divide it into two halves. One hemisphere is carved with a male thread and the other with a female thread. This makes assembly easier, faster, and safer. By intricately weaving the components together, a perfect spherical structure could be formed. Incidentally, this also revealed the principles behind bolts and nuts mechanical concepts now brought to life through innovation. When the prototype reached its target, the resulting blast was overwhelming in both force and sound, far beyond anyone's expectations. The two officials witnessing the explosion stood frozen in astonishment. "This power, it's astonishing," one whispered. "If we can equip this for our soldiers, our advantage will be absolute." General Choi turned toward the young strategist. "Shall we inform His Majesty?" he asked. Crown Prince Huyang, calm as ever, shook his head. "Not yet. We've more to perfect. The thinner the shell, the more concentrated the energy. Let's begin by gradually reducing the shell's thickness and observe the results." The artisans, led by their gifted blacksmiths, worked relentlessly. After many iterations and sleepless nights, Li Jian burst into the courtyard, his face alight with excitement. "Your Highness," he called out, "we've determined the minimum shell thickness that can endure both launch and impact 3 units, less than the original design." Haiyung's eyes sparkled. "Excellent. Now let's add gunpowder and see how the results vary." Still in awe, Official Iron bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Once more, the artisans poured themselves into the craft, refining every detail of the weapon. Though weary, they pressed forward. By morning, another trial commenced. The reduced thickness held Iron reported with a mix of relief and excitement, but the Crown Prince frowned slightly. "Very well, report our findings to my father. However," he added thoughtfully, "the blast radius is too wide. It poses a danger to our own forces. We must find a way to narrow the radius without losing its destructive power." The directive was like a boulder dropped on the shoulders of the artisans. They retreated into a huddle, whispering anxiously among themselves. "How do we focus the power without reducing it?" one murmured. Another, rifling through pages of blueprints, sighed deeply. "His Highness demands the impossible." From a distance, Crown Prince Hoyang observed their struggle, then approached with a soft smile. "Any progress?" he asked. "Not yet, Your Highness," one artisan admitted. "We're still exploring possibilities." Hu Hong nodded. "Try this what? If we line the interior of the bomb with thick clay and embedded small lead pellets into it, once dried, the clay will secure them tightly. It may reduce the blast radius while preserving the force." The artisans were stunned. "Of course, that could work. Your Highness, that's brilliant." Hung offered a gentle smile and turned to leave. "Carry on. I'm counting on you." Once he was out of earshot, Li Jian muttered, still awestruck, "Did His Highness know the solution from the beginning?" "If so," General Choi replied, equally bewildered, "then all our sleepless nights were in vain." "Trickster," one of them grumbled half-heartedly. Yet that trick had ignited a transformation in the artisans. By being challenged to think for themselves, they had gained a deeper understanding of their craft. Their newfound confidence turned them into master craftsmen capable of producing firebombs in great quantity. Without flaw, General Choi, his tone now confident, remarked, "Mass production will be no problem." News of their success reached the king. He listened in silence, then leaned back, visibly impressed. "This boy," he murmured. "There are no words." A sudden question struck him. "One more thing. I've wondered this since the first test. Why didn't the firebomb explode immediately on impact?" General Choi, thoughtful, answered carefully, "Your Majesty, the secret lies in the F-kit trine lid compound." The king raised an eyebrow. "A hidden mechanism?" "Yes, General Choi." "Confirmed. It allows precise control over the timing of detonation." "Your Majesty!" Taeyang exclaimed in amazement. "Truly?" General Choi gave a calm nod. "Yes, by wrapping the fuse around a bamboo tube, we're able to control exactly when the explosion occurs." The king's eyes lit up with realization. "So the timing of the blast depends entirely on how long the fuse is." "Precisely, Your Majesty," General Choi replied respectfully. The king's gaze fixated on the bomb, his expression gleaming with wonder. "Only we know the precise moment it will explode." "What a subtle and clever advantage," he said, as if he'd stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Off to the side, the crown prince had been silently observing. A thought flickered through his mind. This technique has been around since the Fit Trine, created long ago by King Vannin. He approached the king and spoke carefully. "Father, I have now shown you all the weapons." But the king, not ready to conclude, the inspection placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "Wait, is there anything else you'd like me to see?" A chill ran down the crown prince's spine. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stammered, "Of course, father, please this way." When they reached the next area, the king's eyes widened with delight. "At last, I've been waiting to see this." Meanwhile, the crown prince was mentally groaning. "Why isn't he tired yet? I just want to go home." Noticing something odd, the king furrowed his brows. "These uniforms, they're different from our traditional Hosan army attire," explained Boeing slightly. The crown prince answered, "Yes, father. These new uniforms were designed specifically for musket-wielding soldiers. We've dyed them green and earth yellow." "Green and yellow?" the king interrupted, puzzled. Anticipating this reaction, the crown prince quickly added, "They're meant to camouflage our troops in forests and on open ground. It makes them harder to detect." The king stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But shouldn't soldiers wear bright uniforms to intimidate the enemy? And how will they recognize each other?" "We're still refining those tactics," the prince acknowledged. "For now, these are just test models. They're not yet in full deployment." The king gave a slow nod, considering the answer. But the crown prince wasn't done. "There's more. We've been working on improving the soldiers' armor as well." He gestured for everyone to follow him inside a nearby building. "Here," he said, pointing to a set of traditional gear, "is the standard armor currently used by our troops." The king nodded in recognition. "Yes, I'm familiar." The crown prince hesitated briefly before continuing. "In truth, many soldiers are unable to afford proper armor. Since they must often procure it themselves, the quality varies greatly." Due to financial hardship, many are forced to wear inferior protection. The officials behind the king exchanged glances, taking note of the prince's words. The king, arms crossed, listened intently. This is lamellar armor, used since the later years of the previous dynasty, the prince continued. It has layers of silk lined with iron plates, excellent for defense. But, he added, it has problems. First, it takes too long to make. Each tiny iron plate must be crafted and riveted by hand. That's labor-intensive and slow. He paused for emphasis before moving on. Second, the materials silk, iron, fur, expensive. Third, while it does protect against arrows, it leaves the underarms and sides exposed in close combat. The king frowned slightly at this, the prince continued. And finally, the armor is extremely heavy. Since it's worn like a cloak, all the weight sits on the shoulders. It's difficult for soldiers to wear it for long stretches. The king's expression slowly shifted to one of admiration. I didn't expect my son to understand the issue so deeply, he thought to himself. Is there a solution, he asked. Yes, said the crown prince, leading them toward a covered figure. He pulled aside a curtain to reveal a metallic figure clad in new armor, modeled after a royal guard. Gasps filled the room. This, the prince said proudly, is the future of our military. The king, visibly astonished, took a step forward. What is this? With a respectful nod, the crown prince began. Father, this is the newly improved armor. We've developed to correct the shortcomings of the traditional lamellar design. Do you recall when you once calculated the cost of this armor? He paused, then continued thoughtfully. The armor itself weighs 16 taels and 10 gen, while the helmet adds another 4 taels and 5 gen. At today's valuation, this entire set would cost nearly 400 coins. It's become so expensive, it feels as though only nobles can afford to fight. The prince sighed softly. Initially, I had considered omitting armor entirely, but that's no longer an option. Our close combat soldiers must be protected. So, by incorporating elements of Western plate armor and riveted armor, we've introduced several key enhancements. His voice firmed with conviction as he continued. First, we've replaced the small iron plates within the fabric, lining with a single, solid steel plate. This change means both the front and back are now shielded by durable steel layers, offering superior protection to the torso. The waist area benefits from an overlap of these plates, and the armpits are reinforced with rounded steel discs affixed to the shoulder and arm guards. He gestured to the armor beside him. The suit is divided into 2 segments. Lower body, so the weight is evenly distributed. The lower armor specifically guards the thighs. A wave of surprise rippled through those present. The prince continued, for frontline cavalry and close quarters troops, we'll provide full body armor from neck to knee. Meanwhile, artillery and musket-bearing soldiers will wear a modified upper body version. Curious voices arose from those who had tried it on. What did the general think? One asked. He mentioned it felt slightly heavier. The prince replied, but because the weight is balanced across the body, it's quite manageable. More importantly, it now covers areas that were once vulnerable, which has greatly improved morale. The crown prince looked closely at the armor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Even though I crafted this myself, I still find it fascinating. Its design is unique and its structure even more so. Best of all, it significantly reduces both cost and production time. Just as he finished, one of the men stepped forward. Thoughtful, Your Highness? May I ask something? The prince nodded. Please, go ahead. With respect, I noticed that both the helmet and armor are made entirely of steel. Does that mean every plate must be forged by hand? If so, wouldn't the labor costs exceed even those of riveted armor? The crown prince acknowledged the sharpness of the observation. That's an excellent point and one I've considered. Carefully, forging by hand would indeed be time-consuming and costly. That's why I intend to use the stamping method. His statement was met with puzzled looks. Stamping? One of the attendants repeated. Unsure. Yes, the crown prince confirmed. This concept comes directly from my studies of Western plate armor. To enable mass production, they use machines that stamp steel into uniform shapes. I've adapted that idea for our own needs. His father, intrigued, leaned forward, stamping. That's a novel approach. Did you truly come up with this yourself? I did, father, the prince answered sincerely. I understand it might sound unbelievable, but I believe it's a breakthrough. Rather than explain it in theory, I would prefer to show you. We're preparing a demonstration that I hope will speak for itself. The king, surprised, turned to the prince and asked once more, My son can't demonstrate it now. With unwavering confidence, the crown prince replied, There are still a few elements we haven't been able to present just yet. I ask you to inspect the results we've achieved so far. The king, still puzzled, wasn't entirely sure what his son had in mind. About an hour later, court officials returned with a report. There are no discrepancies in the records, Your Majesty. One of them announced. The king nodded in approval. Excellent work, everyone. He turned to General H and said kindly, You've worked hard. Thanks to everyone's dedication, our kingdom will only grow stronger. General H bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. An official, hesitating slightly, asked, Then, is court dismissed for today? A ripple of relief spread across the room. Everyone was clearly eager to return home. But just as spirits lifted, the king made a sudden announcement. I wish to visit the armory, he said, to observe the firearm and armor production process firsthand. The room fell into stunned silence. No one had expected the prince to request so many inspections in one day. Just when it seemed the court could rest, duty called once again. One official cautiously spoke up. Your Majesty, it's already late. If you're gone too long, court affairs may fall behind. After a moment's consideration, the king relented. Very well, I'll begin the inspection tomorrow morning instead. Don't worry, wasn't planning to go this instant. General H nodded. Understood, Your Majesty. At the armory the next day, cheers erupted. Long live His Highness. Standing beside the king, the crown prince beamed. First, father, let me show you how our cannons are made. Everyone gathered in anticipation. Two craftsmen stepped forward, one melting bronze, the other carefully hammering it into form. Intricate carvings began to take shape under their skillful hands. Watching them work, the king finally understood the artistry and coordination involved. I assigned specific tasks to different workers throughout the process, the prince explained proudly. It's turned out to be highly efficient. The king nodded, impressed. You were right. Seeing it for myself has made a difference. The prince bowed slightly. I'll arrange the next demonstration hour stamping method for armor production. Internally, the prince thought he must be curious about the stamping machine by now. He summoned the guards and issued commands. Yes, Your Highness, they replied, taking a loudspeaker in hand. The prince called out to the courtyard. Everyone, begin the armor production process. At once, the workers jumped into action. The king watched closely, slowly realizing just how capable his son truly was, yet something caught his eye. Workers from the cannon section were moving to different stations. Why are the cannon makers leaving their posts? He asked. We don't have enough skilled craftsmen, father, the prince admitted. Ah, the king replied, the simplicity of the answer deflating his concern. Still, a hint of frustration flickered across his face. He folded his arms, suppressing a sigh. He couldn't bring himself to scold the young prince, though unease stirred within him. This situation feels increasingly precarious. Sooner or later, His Highness will demand a more permanent solution. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the officials. Now, let the armor production begin. With a single resounding hammer strike, the work commenced as the sounds of industry filled the courtyard. The onlookers watched with a mix of awe and uncertainty, wondering if the crown prince's confidence was truly justified. In the heart of the forge, the air shimmered with heat and anticipation. Suspended mid-process, a nearly completed object hung motionless, moments away from transformation. One craftsman carefully rotated a glowing piece of copper within the flames, shaping it with practiced hands. Below, another worker pulled on a rope with precision, following the exact sequence the crown prince had detailed. Then clang. The iron rod came down with a master's force. Sparks flew. A collective gasp rose from those observing. The process was flawless, living up to its reputation. Using iron tongs, they extracted the searing hot piece and revealed the final result, a piece of armor that was both resilient and refined. Eyes wide, The king leaned in, astonishment clear on his face. This is revolutionary. With this technique, the idea of mass-producing armor is no longer fantasy, he declared, clearly impressed. As expected of the crown prince, his gaze shifted to his son, pride barely concealed. But isn't this also where gunpowder is made? I'd like to see that as well. The prince hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. Forgive me, father, but demonstrating that process isn't feasible at the moment. The king frowned, confused. The prince quickly elaborated. The materials are volatile, and the steps involved are too hazardous for a casual demonstration. We must wait for the right conditions. After a brief pause, the king nodded. One of his advisors whispered, "Your Majesty, perhaps it's best to return to the palace and rest. Your health must come first." Reluctantly, the king agreed, and his entourage immediately brightened at the suggestion. "Very well," he said. "Let's head back." As they began to depart, the king added, "By the way, I've seen the weapons stored in Section 51. They are exceptional. What are your thoughts?" An official stepped forward, eyes gleaming. "Your Majesty, I wholeheartedly agree. The cannons and firearms created by the Crown Prince are unrivaled. No other nation possesses such power." "You believe that too?" the king asked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Then we must begin large-scale production." The Crown Prince, listening quietly, allowed himself a small smile. This was exactly the response he had anticipated. "Your Majesty," another official interjected, "there are significant challenges. We must address, firstly, our pool of craftsmen with the required expertise is extremely limited. Secondly, sourcing materials has proven difficult. Even the basics, like beef, tallow, and pig fat, key ingredients in our explosives, are scarce and not readily available in bulk." The king returned to his throne, deep in thought. What if, he mused, we recruit skilled workers from across Hosan to handle the components of the cannons? The prince offered a cautious counterpoint. "Father, doing so may expose our designs and methods. The risk of leaking our military secrets would be high." "We could mitigate that," another advisor suggested, "by limiting the work of external craftsmen to only the pre-processing steps, nothing that reveals the entire assembly." "There's another problem," the prince added. "If we rely on tributes for raw materials, the quality could be inconsistent." The king raised his hand to stop further debate. "No tributes," he declared. "We'll purchase what we need through the trading posts we've established. This way, the people benefit economically, and the craftsmen will be motivated to deliver their best." A murmur of agreement spread through the hall. "This is indeed a sound strategy," someone commented. Just as the conversation began to stall, General H. San leaned forward and said firmly, "What if we try using soybean oil?" The Crown Prince's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. As though their thoughts had collided at the same moment, the two clapped in unison. "Yes, let's give it a try right away," the prince exclaimed. "After all, our kingdom has a long history of extracting various vegetable oils. Soybean oil should yield enough glycerin for our needs," the general added. "With your permission, Your Highness, I'd like to run a firing test." The Crown Prince gave a quick nod. "You may proceed, General." H-san took the weapon with solemn care, aimed steadily at the target, and fired. A thunderous crack split the air. The blast was so loud the prince instinctively raised his hands to shield his ears. Examining the results, the general turned with confidence. "With this level of performance, I believe we're ready. We must notify the king at once." Their spirits high, they barely had time to act before a voice echoed from inside the palace. "Is that true?" It was the king. "If so, that's excellent news. Can we move to mass production immediately?" Standing below, the Crown Prince bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes, father. However, there is one concern we must address." The king's brow furrowed. "What is it, my son?" the prince explained. "The soybeans used in this batch were sourced from the fields operated by the livestock farm on Niue Island. After the oil is extracted, the leftover meal serves as excellent feed for our cattle and pigs." The king stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But the scale of that operation alone isn't enough to meet national demand." "Precisely," the prince said gravely. "Both beef and soy are crucial staples. If the court begins hoarding them, it could put strain on the common people." The king gave a slow, solemn nod. Yes, national defense is vital, but never at the cost of our citizens' well-being. I'll give this matter deep consideration. You've done well, Crown Prince. Thank you, Father. I shall now take my leave. After the prince departed, the king remained seated, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the palace courtyard, the prince lingered a moment, staring at the no-closed doors. He whispered to himself, "Father, I trust you'll find the right path forward." Later that day, under the noonday sun, the royal court gathered urgently. "The crown prince has proposed a method to supply pressed oil," the king announced. "He shall present it himself." The prince stepped forward. "My plan is to promote soybean oil as our primary resource. To achieve this, I propose we encourage farmers to resettle in the northern frontier, where they'll grow soybeans on fertile new land. The court will purchase their entire yield. This will ensure both food security and economic stability." The officials were taken aback. The prince's forward-thinking approach impressed many. The king nodded with approval. "Excellent. We'll also purchase pork fat and beef tallow at fair market prices. No citizen will be left wanting. All hail His Majesty." The ministers responded in unison. The prince gazed at his father with admiration. "This solution will address all our concerns," he thought. The king, moved by his son's foresight, smiled broadly. "You've made a significant contribution, Crown Prince. I owe it all to your guidance and the tireless efforts of our people." With a sense of pride, the king declared, "Let this be the first step toward fortifying Yoshin's defenses. We proceed with utmost caution. Mistakes will not be tolerated." "We will carry out your will," the court replied in unison. The prince looked to the horizon, thinking, "There's an old legend that the name of the twin rivers in the north means land of soy. Perhaps this is destiny. I will dedicate myself to the frontier's success." Elsewhere, in a quiet garrison, a soldier approached General Himjingo, "Sir, a group of settlers has arrived. They're requesting permission to start farming." The general nodded. "Follow standard procedures. Make sure they're given what they need." He turned and said, "Come with me." The influx of work increased, despite the crown prince, granting golden pens to local commanders in recognition of their efforts. And just as the region began to bustle with new life and determination, a sudden, piercing cry rang out in the distance. "Can anyone here write this down? Please, someone help me." Voices echoed across the gathering where people bustled around a large grill, ribs sizzling over the flames. Someone shouted, "Quick, hold up the jarkage, the oil, be careful with it." The stove was a gift from the crown prince. Another reminded, as the precious fat dripped into a jar with care. Amid the smoke and laughter, a curious voice asked, "Are the officials really allowed to eat this kind of meat?" A man tending the fire answered, "For now, most of it goes to the military, but if we tend the soybean fields properly, you'll get your turn too. Just remember, when the time comes, collect the oil and deliver it to the military workshop." That's how it works in the royal palace. Elsewhere, in a room filled with scattered papers and documents fluttering in the breeze, the crown prince lay sprawled across his bed, utterly drained. One leg was crossed lazily over the other as he stared at the ceiling, his mind adrift. "Gunpowder shortages again," he muttered to himself. Every report on his desk led back to the same issue. Even if we tap into the resources up north, it won't be enough. Then a thought struck him. He sat up, with the south. What if we look there? In the aftermath of the elder official's departure from court, King Saiyang had risen quickly, seizing momentum to begin the reforms he had long envisioned. With time, his vision began to take shape. One summer day, when Huang was just 10, the king gathered his ministers. "I believe it's time we find a husband for Princess Jiangsu," he declared. One minister bowed. "Your Majesty, this is indeed a fitting moment." The crown prince blinked in surprise, caught off guard by his father's sudden announcement. "Jiang-Su is getting married." "Let the search begin," the king ordered with finality. The strange part was, historically, Princess Jiangsu had already passed away. And yet now she was alive and being matched for marriage. The moment felt surreal, but not everyone welcomed the decision. "Father, I don't want this," cried a young voice. Jiangsu stood before the king, her eyes brimming with tears. "I just want to stay with you and the queen forever. That's all I want." The king sighed. "I understand." But there comes a time in life when marriage becomes inevitable. Still, she pleaded, her voice quivering just a little longer. Please, I'm not ready to leave. The king gave a soft chuckle, though there was sorrow in his gaze. You really are stubborn. I hate you, she burst out. Then turned and fled the room, ignoring his calls behind her. Earlier that day, the crown prince had spoken to Young-soo about the idea of her marrying. But the conversation had ended with her storming off in tears, shouting, "Father, I hate you, Young-soo," he called after her, his voice echoing down. The corridor, seated beside him, the queen gently touched his arm. "She's still very young," she said reassuringly. "Let me speak with her. Try not to worry." The prince leaned forward, burying his face in his hands. "Raising children is nothing short of a battlefield," he muttered. The next morning, while Yang strolled through the palace grounds, he noticed an unusual flurry of movement among the palace maids. Curious, he turned to one of the eunuchs. Nearby, "Why is everyone so frantic this early in the morning?" The eunuch bowed respectfully and spoke in a low voice. "Your Highness the Princess. She has refused food since yesterday." He then held out a folded note, also a maid. "From Her Highness's quarters asked me to deliver this to you." Yang's brows rose. A letter from her? He took it quickly, unfolded the parchment, and read the words carefully. Once finished, he tucked it away and stood up decisively. "Prepare for a covert patrol," he ordered, his tone urgent. "But hushed, and do it fast. We can't let my father catch wind of this." The eunuchs blinked in confusion. "A covert patrol, Your Highness?" Yang gave a quick, mischievous wink. "Quiet and quick is key. Go now." They scrambled away at once. Meanwhile, back at the royal chamber, the prince was pacing. "I heard Young-soo refused to eat again this morning. Is that true?" One of the eunuchs stepped forward hesitantly. "Yes, Your Highness. I'm afraid she has locked herself away." The queen continues to counsel her, but Princess Young-soo refuses to respond. The prince groaned, rubbing his temples. Just when one child calms down, the other starts acting out. At the princess's residence, Yang arrived and signaled casually to the servants. "Announce me." Two maids bowed deeply. "Yes, Your Highness." The crown prince has arrived. From within the room, Young-soo's voice called, muffled but firm, "Let him in." Yang entered, nodding at the maids. "Thank you, you're dismissed." They bowed once more and quickly withdrew. Yang sat beside the bed where Young-soo was. Still hiding beneath her blanket, he sighed. "You've been through a lot, haven't you?" Eventually, she peeked out, brushing her hair away as she sat up. "Well, did you bring what I asked for?" "Don't just sit there." From his sleeve, Yang pulled out a small wrapped bundle. "Do you know what it took to get this? I had to sneak past the entire palace staff. I even staged a fake patrol, too. Keep father from noticing." Young-soo eagerly unwrapped the packet and pulled out a piece of ganjung, licking her lips. "This is from the store I mentioned, right? Not some knockoff resting his chin in his hand." Yang replied dryly, Yes, the exact one. But seriously, shouldn't you start thinking about finding someone to marry? You're not getting any younger. People will start calling you an old maid." She froze, mid-bite, then narrowed her eyes. "Excuse me? This is all your fault?" Yang blinked, taken aback. "Huh, what does your marriage have to do with me?" Young-soo clenched the bag of gangrong in her fist, her entire frame quivering with fury. Her eyes burned with resolve. "Before I even think about marriage," she muttered through gritted teeth, "that fool IU needs to be taught a proper lesson." With a dramatic sigh, she added, "Oh, my poor gang wrong." Yang, witnessing her emotional storm, stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. I'll take my leave," he said, bowing respectfully. "Please, take care of your health, sister, and thank you for the gang wrong." But her thoughts were far away, lost in stewing rage. Yang left the princess's quarters, bewildered. "She's really serious about this," he mumbled to himself, hands clasped behind his back. Yang strolled through the palace gardens, his mind still preoccupied. "I guess I might as well drop in on IU too," he thought. "I've got some gangrong left, anyway." At a small pavilion nestled among blossoming trees, a tutor was in the middle of a lesson with Lu. As Yang approached, they scrambled to their feet in surprise. "Crown Prince," they greeted with a bow. "Forgive the interruption," Yang said politely. I was just passing by and thought I'd say hello. Your Highness, the tutor replied. Is your brother doing well? Yang smiled, nodded. He's fine. And you, Lu? How's your studying coming along? Lu lowered his head, voice tinged with defiance. I'm working hard to keep up with my brother, but clearly you've got plenty of time to wander the gardens. Yang's smile remained on his face, but irritation bubbled beneath the surface. Why is this boy always so combative? He wondered. Before he could respond, Yong-Su's voice rang out sharply. You, I need to speak with you. Lu barely glanced her way. Well, I'm listening now, aren't I? Arms crossed, Yong-Su fixed him with a piercing glare. I've heard you've been harassing the palace maids. Care to explain yourself? Lu scoffed, dismissive. They're just servants. Who cares what they say? He turned as if to leave. If that's all, I'll be going. That was the final straw. Yong-Su's fury burst forth like a storm. She stepped forward, her voice like thunder. You insolent brat! Is that how a prince descended from Tasso the Great speaks? The shock knocked Lu off his feet. He stumbled backward and hit the ground, stunned. But Yong-Su wasn't done. Her words flew like arrows. Your brother honors the artisans and servants of this palace, and you dare call them lowly. I will not allow such arrogance. You need to learn. Respect now? Lu's eyes welled with tears. I'm sorry, sister. Truly, I am. Yong-Su's gaze sharpened. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the people you insulted. Still sobbing, Lu nodded vigorously. I will, I promise. But mere seconds later, he scrambled to his feet and huffed. Well, unlike my oh-so-talented brother, I don't have the luxury of free time. I'm too busy trying to keep up. So unless you've got something important, Yang, struggling to keep his composure, forced a smile. All right, I'm in your stud-end. Keep working hard on your studies. As Lu returned to the pavilion, Yang sighed, clearly annoyed. And here I thought he was changing for the better, he muttered. But just hearing that Yong-Su might marry, and he's back to his old stubborn self, he turned and handed the rest of the gang rong to the nearby maids. Here, enjoy. These, their eyes sparkled with delight as they accepted the treats with grateful bows. Back in the pavilion, Lu sat with a smirk, tugging at his lips, his books untouched. Just wait, he whispered to himself. Once Sister Yong-Su is married, everything will fall into my hands. Meanwhile, the sun dipped low over the palace, bathing the courtyards in a golden glow. Inside the royal court, the atmosphere was anything but serene. Officials bickered relentlessly, their voices overlapping, none willing to compromise. The funds should go to merchant Yan Kanyets. The obvious choice? No, that's absurd. Song Sang is far more reliable. You're all wrong. IU is clearly the best candidate. Enough Merchant Dono is the one we need. At the center of it all sat the prince, his jaw clenched, fingers digging into the arms of his seat, veins bulging with restrained fury. Finally, he could stand it no longer. Silence, he bellowed, rising to his feet. All at once, the room fell quiet. His voice sliced through the tension. Have any of you actually listened to a word I've said? I asked you days ago, come up with a plan to address the candy market monopoly. And this is what I get. Infighting and petty squabbles over which merchant bribes you best. His words hit like hammers. No one dared speak. Now tell me, the prince demanded, his eyes sweeping the room. Which of you has taken gifts, and how much were your loyalties bought for? Terrified, the officials immediately dropped to their knees. Foreheads pressed to the floor, voices trembling as they pleaded. Your Majesty, we deserve death. Please, punish us. The prince's cold glare swept over them. You want to die? Is that it? His voice dripped with disdain. I'll consider granting your wish after I review this policy. The officials bowed even lower, sweat beading on their foreheads. We will do our utmost, Your Majesty. They responded in unison. Blood. I trusted my judgment when I placed you in these positions. Do not make me regret that trust. Their bodies trembled as they replied, voices shaking but loud enough to fill the hall. We will remember Your Majesty's teachings. We will carve them into our hearts. To steady his anger, enough. Let's move on to the next issue. The officials exchanged uneasy glances, straightening their robes nervously. Next issue? What could it be? They whispered among themselves. Watching their confusion, the prince clicked his tongue in irritation, rubbing his temples. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath. Later that night, in the prince's residence, he sat by the window with his chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? He wondered, frustration gnawing at him. If I've already laid out the entire plan, then what's the point of having ministers and advisors? Is it that my standards are too high, or have I simply overestimated their abilities? Must I really entrust vital matters to people who can't even match the thinking of an 11-year-old child? Meanwhile, at the residence of the left prime minister, the man sat at his desk, his face pale and drawn as he drafted a lengthy memorial to the throne. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "My lord, the right prime minister has arrived." Startled, the left prime minister looked up before replying, "Invite him in." He quickly adjusted his hat as the door opened. "Ah, you've come." He greeted tired Lai. The right prime minister entered and sat across from him. For a long moment, neither spoke until both exhaled heavily in unison. The exhaustion on their faces was impossible to hide. Dark circles hung under the right prime minister's eyes, deeper than a panda's. Master Huangyan, the left prime minister, murmured, "We're both in the same boat, Master County Fat," came the weary reply. A servant entered with tea, but the left prime minister waved it away. "Forget the tea, bring wine instead." The right prime minister immediately shook his head. "No need. I only came to check on your health and talk a little. If we drink and pass out, that's one thing. But if we can't come up with a solution in 2 days, what then?" Both men fell silent as the image of the furious prince flashed. In their minds, is this the best you can do? Why do you insist on disappointing me? Just the thought made them shudder, and they quickly abandoned the idea of drinking. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, 2 eunuchs hurried across the courtyard. Inside, Ju sat comfortably, reading a book while nibbling on candied snacks. Suddenly, a maid's trembling voice broke the calm. "Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived." Ju blinked, confused. At this hour, who could Ito know? Realization struck, and her face turned pale. The door opened, revealing the "Prince, Your Majesty? It's late," she stammered, before diving under her blanket in embarrassment. The prince's expression softened with concern. "You've been fasting for 3 days. I was worried. Are you all right, Ju?" Still wrapped in the blanket, she turned and gave a half bow. "I greet my father, Your Majesty," she puffed, her cheeks out in a childish pout. And for a moment, the prince's stern demeanor melted, quickly regaining composure. He cleared his throat only for his eyes to land on several bags of candied treats in the corner. A small smile tugged at his lips. "So, he's been sneaking around for 2 days because of his sister, huh?" Straightening, the prince spoke in a serious tone. "First of all, I will cancel your engagement." Ju froze, then burst into joyous laughter, leaping into her father's arms. "Father," gently stroking her head, the prince teased, "You silly girl. You still need to maintain your dignity as a princess." After leaving the princess's quarters, the prince walked alongside the queen through the dimly lit corridors. "Is this really all right?" he asked softly. "What do you mean?" she replied. "Youngsu's marriage? Canceling it. They'll be relieved to have one less burden to worry about," the queen assured him. "Besides, Youngsu is still young. Keeping her close a while longer isn't a bad thing." The prince nodded, his gaze distant. "Earlier tonight, I dozed off and had a dream. A nightmare, really. In it, Youngsu died of illness. The grief was unbearable. Even after I woke, I couldn't shake the dread. It took me a long time to separate dream from reality. Only then did I calm down. Perhaps I still lack the courage to let go of my daughter." The next morning at the chancellery, His Highness sat in solemn silence, eyes fixed on the memorials laid before him, his brows furrowed slightly as he read, the atmosphere in the grand hall growing tense. Below, the officials stood in 2 neat rows, waiting anxiously for his verdict. After a long pause, he set the documents aside and spoke in a calm yet cutting tone. "I've reviewed each of your proposals carefully. While they show some improvement, they are still far from satisfactory. Fan's proposal, in particular, is completely off the mark. it fails to capture the essence of the policy. His ideas are outdated, focused on appearances rather than substance. His gaze shifted toward the highest-ranking ministers. As for the Grand Counselor and the Prime Minister, your drafts also require major revisions. The officials lowered their heads in silence as His Highness's words lingered in the air. Time slipped away, and by the time the hall emptied, the afternoon sun was already sinking low. Several days later, the ministers convened once again. Their faces told the story. Dark circles, heavy sighs, and an air of defeat hung over the chamber. Presiding over the meeting, the Chief Chancellor broke the silence. Everyone looks utterly exhausted. The Deputy Chancellor, rubbing his tired eyes, replied bitterly, "Since that last audience, we've been working day and night, drafting, thinking of every possible solution, and yet His Majesty dismissed it all as if it were nothing." The Chief Chancellor's voice grew more serious. "We all know what His Majesty truly wants. This specialized trading policy is designed to dismantle monopolies over the production and sale of goods. For too long, local aristocrats and corrupt officials have colluded with merchants, exploiting the people for profit. His Majesty intends to end this cycle." One minister spoke hesitantly. "Then, what if we assign officials from the Treasury Department to oversee the system directly?" The room fell into stunned silence. Eyes widened in disbelief. "The Treasury Department," someone muttered. "They only have authority over 8 circuits." Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the Deputy Chancellor added, "If we are to regulate specialized trade effectively, we'd need representation in every protectorate." Another official immediately objected. "There are far more protectorates than 1 or 2. If we deploy Treasury officials everywhere, we'll leave the department empty." Frustration erupted as the Chief Chancellor slammed the table. "Then, what do you propose? If we delegate this to commoners, His Majesty will strip us of our ranks or worse." The chamber sank into a heavy silence until, at last, the Left Chancellor spoke, his voice calm but firm. "I have a plan." Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Liu stood motionless, his entire being radiating murderous intent. His lifeless eyes stared into nothingness as a chilling thought echoed in his mind. "My name is Liu, Prince of the Joseon Dynasty." His hands, clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, trembling with barely contained fury. 3 years in this palace, and yet this is the most dangerous moment I've ever faced, he reflected grimly. Just then Yune approached, her face glowing. With a bright, innocent smile, "Brother, did you sleep well last night?" she asked warmly. "Lie, you didn't respond." He seemed lost in another world, too consumed by his thoughts. From the opposite side, Django strolled in, his tone laced with mockery. "Why are you standing there like a statue? Don't you have the manners to greet your elder brother and sister?" Startled out of his trance, Liu blinked rapidly, then lowered his head and bowed deeply. "Greetings, elder brother, elder sister. Did you both sleep well last night?" he murmured with forced calm. Before he could straighten, Yongsu turned sharply toward Yin, his piercing gaze making her flinch. "By the way, has Hyun been giving you any trouble lately?" he asked casually, though his tone hinted at something more. Yin hesitated briefly, then smiled as if brushing the question aside. "Not at all. In fact, he's been improving in his studies. Just the other day, I saw him diligently practicing. Make sure to teach me some of those sword techniques later, okay?" To everyone's surprise, Liu nodded obediently. "Yes, elder brother, I will." Yongsu's satisfied smile broadened as he shifted the conversation. "Hyung, you're attending court today, aren't you? Better get going or you'll be late." With an easy grin, Hyung replied, "Since my engagement was canceled, I'll be visiting you more often. But for now, I must excuse myself." "Do well, little brother." And with that, he departed, leaving only 2 figures behind. Throwing an arm over Liu's shoulder, Yongsu leaned in with an unsettling grin, his voice smooth yet threatening. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Spend some time with me." At the royal court, His Highness addressed the ministers, his tone firm and commanding. "The Treasury Department will directly manage the monopolized trade. If we proceed with this, their current resources will be stretched thin." The Left Chancellor, barely able to keep his eyes open yet struggling to maintain decorum, replied hoarsely, "That is correct, Your Highness." To counter the manpower shortage, we suggest holding a recruitment examination. Feeling rather pleased with his own suggestion, the Chancellor straightened slightly, believing it sufficient. But His Highness rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "It's still lacking," he said at last. "Not quite enough." His sharp gaze shifted to the Crown Prince. "What do you think, Yang?" Yang stood with poise, his voice clear and confident. "I believe the proposal has merit, but it will require considerable time and resources. However, if we recruit Confucian scholars from Sunanguan Royal Confucian Academy, we can address this problem effectively." His Highness raised a brow. "Confucian scholars from Sunanguan?" The left Chancellor's face tightened. "Your Highness, while the Crown Prince's suggestion is reasonable, these scholars have yet to pass the major state exams. They are still untested. Appointing them to official posts would be tantamount to placing hats on the incompetent." But Yang did not falter. "The scholars at Sunanguan undergo monthly exams, do they not? Their performance is clearly ranked. If we select those who have consistently achieved outstanding results in recent months, they are highly likely to succeed. In the state examinations later, those who do will become capable officials with practical experience. And even if they do not pass, they will still serve as dedicated civil servants, managing the kingdom's finances effectively." A faint smile tugged at His Highness's lips. "Well said. He truly is my son," he thought with pride. Then, masking his expression with stern authority, he turned to the Prime Minister. "What is your opinion?" The left Chancellor, powerless to oppose the reasoning, bowed his head. "Your Highness, I believe the Crown Prince's words are sound and entirely reasonable." With a commanding tone, His Highness declared, "Send word to Sunanguan. The Treasury Department must be reinforced with additional manpower. Establish state-controlled trading agencies under the Treasury at least, down to the district level." "We obey Your Highness's command," came the unified response. That evening, in a private residence, two men sat across from each other, pouring drinks, clearly preparing for a long night of heavy drinking. The left Chancellor and the Chief Chancellor raised their cups of Goro wine. "Even if we drink ourselves into oblivion and can't get up tomorrow," one said, "we must drink to our heart's content tonight." "You're absolutely right," the left Chancellor replied with a sigh. "Serving under the great King Tao, I've never felt as disheartened as I do today." The Chief Chancellor laughed loudly and teased. "Are you talking about those days when you were dismissed from office so often it became routine?" "Exactly. And after this afternoon, just looking into His Highness's eyes, I could almost hear him saying, 'Is this the best you can do?' You're still worse than my son." Both men slammed their cups on the table in unison and cursed bitterly, that damned father and son. The next morning, the main hall was filled with officials pacing back and forth. The left Chancellor approached the Chief Chancellor. With a puzzled look, "Minister, this isn't an official court assembly, just a regular session. Why are there so many officials present?" The Chief Chancellor, still smelling of wine, bowed slightly. "Forgive me. After you left last night, I drank even more." "So you haven't heard?" "Heard what?" "There's an imperial edict requiring all officials of rank grade 2 and above to attend court. Something urgent must have happened." The court session soon began. His Highness addressed the assembly. "I've called you here urgently because last night I received an emergency message from the Ming court." Yang froze for a moment, thinking, "The Ming court? What could have happened now?" His Highness continued. "The third emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Yongle, has passed away." He paused briefly, then asked, "Do any of you know anything?" About the prince who has ascended the throne, the hall remained silent. No one spoke a word. Frustrated, His Highness pressed his temples. "Oh heavens, how ignorant you all are." He didn't push further and instead issued a command. "Very well, prepare a delegation to attend the funeral immediately. Ensure that someone skilled in divination and a master of geomancy joins the group." "Understood. Yes, Your Highness." The officials responded. After court, Yang sat alone, resting his chin on his hand. "So, what will become of Ming now? Our relationship with them isn't bad. Why doesn't Kim Jin-ho study history more diligently?" Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in, calling out repeatedly, "Crown Prince." Yang frowned, scolding lightly, "Don't run in the workshop. It's dangerous for my equipment." The eunuch leaned in and whispered, Your Highness, His Majesty is in the next room. What? Really? Young was genuinely surprised. He opened the door with a smile. Father, what brings you here? You little brat, am I not allowed? To visit you? The king replied with a smirk. It's not that, Father. Your visit was just unexpected, Young said, slightly embarrassed. The two sat down. After a moment, the king spoke. Hong, you plan to search for books during the delegation's trip, don't you? Yes, Father. Though the reason for this journey isn't ideal, I won't waste the opportunity. Besides, once the own library is complete, finding books will be far easier. The king reached into his sleeve and handed him a folded slip of paper. Then take this. Bring back books related to this topic. Young unfolded the paper and stared at the words before looking back at his father in disbelief. But these are books on philology. Father, can't you just order the delegation officials to obtain them? The king clicked his tongue. If I did that, they'd cry and beg for mercy. Young looked down at the list again, stunned. Father, is this really? That's right, his father confirmed calmly. They're all books on philology. The honk's face flushed red as he pondered the word. Phonology. That can't be right. After hesitating for a moment, he nervously asked, Father, may I know why you're so intent on acquiring these books? His Highness let out. A quiet sigh before answering, I'm disappointed. The people in the palace, they're all fools. Even when it's necessary to replace them, finding capable individuals isn't easy. Here in Rhone, the examination system has its limits. There may be many intelligent men, but even among them, there are those who reach their graves without ever truly understanding Chinese characters. He paused, then continued with conviction. If we could create a script so simple that even such people could read it, wouldn't we uncover far more talent? Still puzzled, he asked, but why the focus on phonology? His Highness explained patiently. The letters in Western books represent sounds. I believe that a phonetic system letters that capture sounds would be far easier to learn. Upon hearing this, he felt a chill run down his spine. This could change the course of history. Aloud, he declared, Father, I will follow your will. I'll make sure the envoys prioritize this list of books. Meanwhile, at Xiangyun, from above came a lazy voice. Good heavens, I'm not a cuckoo bird, yet your shouting could kill me. They looked up in surprise to see Kim Anson lounging on a tree branch. Oh, there you are. Why didn't you come this morning? There's a new royal decree's incredible. Kim dropped down from the branch with a heavy sigh, brushing dust from his robe. It doesn't matter. I'm quitting my studies. I'm heading back home. Yi stared at him in shock. What? Why go home? You've always competed for the top rank. Kim gave a bitter laugh. Even if I take first place in the exam, what difference will it make? I'm 26 already, my eldest child is 6, and I still can't pass the minor exams, let alone the grand one. 8 years I've been trying. Do you know what happened during my first attempt? The ink bottle shattered. I grabbed my spare butt, that one was defective too. I ended up writing on only half the paper. He clenched his fists as memories flooded back. 5 years ago, on my way to the second exam, someone struck me on the head. I fainted, and by the time I woke up, it was over. And the third time, I was quarantined because of a disease outbreak and couldn't attend at all. At court, His Highness addressed the ministers. There are 103 students enrolled. I was told Sangquan alone has 150. What about the rest? Did they not register? The Minister of Personnel replied nervously, Yes, Your Highness, that is correct. Why? His Highness demanded sharply. The minister hesitated before murmuring some studied at Xiangyun Guan, only out of obligation. What? His Highness thundered, terrified. The minister bowed deeply. Your Highness? Respectful? How is that respectful? His Highness roared. Those who wish to serve the court yet cling to such narrow views, how can that be tolerated? The Left Chancellor tried to intercede. He is inexperienced, Your Highness. Nonsense. His Highness slammed the table, his voice echoing through the hall. A broad or narrow mind has nothing to do with experience, is about competence. How can the court be filled with people like this? The Left Chancellor immediately fell to his knees. I misspoke, Your Highness. Please forgive me, His Highness. Still seething, thought bitterly. How could my father have appointed such men? After a long breath, he asked, "Minister, what is your plan moving forward?" Flustered, the minister stammered, "Well, first, I will implement educational programs on industry and commerce for the students of Sangquanwith in 3 months, while plans for sugar reserves and a monopoly system were being set into motion." His Highness turned his attention to a pressing concern. "Each level will inevitably face manpower shortages," he said thoughtfully, "according to the personnel plan. How do you intend to resolve this issue?" The Minister of Personnel, beads of sweat forming on his brow, answered with determination. "I will select officials who have demonstrated exceptional job performance. After observing their work for a set period, I'll decide whether to promote or demote them." His Highness stroked his chin, considering the proposal. "Very well. When making these announcements, did you specify a minimum term of service?" "Yes, Your Highness," the minister replied quickly. "They must serve at least 1 year. To prevent corruption, I will also ensure that no official remains in the same position for more than 2 years." His Highness silently praised the idea this minister has thought, well, aloud, he said. "Good. Now what about the vacancies? Have the Sunan Quan students filled the gaps?" The Minister of Personnel nodded immediately. "Yes, Your Highness. First, we will promote capable officials from within. As for the Sunan Quan students, their assignments will be based on exam scores during training." His Highness pressed further. "And how do you plan to handle their promotions?" Feeling the weight of the question, the minister answered, "We'll start them at rank 9 and move them up to rank 7. His Highness paused in thought, then said firmly, "Make it rank 6. The minister froze, startled. "Rank 6. The civil service exams produce only a limited number of scholars. Can we achieve this so quickly?" His Highness tapped the memorials lightly, deep in thought, then declared, "Yes, raise it to rank 6 and proceed with Bu's plan." The minister bowed deeply. "Understood, Your Highness," and so the recruitment process began. When Kim and Sun and the An Sun joined, they could hardly believe their ears. "Rank 6? Really?" they exclaimed. The recruiter smiled. "Yes, if you work diligently in the Ministry of Personnel, you can reach a rank equal to the top civil service examiner without taking the state examination." Hearing this, the 2 scholars burst into tears of joy and embraced. The An Sun cried out, "Thank you, brother! I want to study with Scholar Kim and Sun too." Overwhelmed, Kim and Sun thought, a glimmer of hope at last. For someone like me, with such an unfortunate past, simply serving in court would have been enough, but now rank 6. This is beyond my dreams. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, "Long live His Majesty! I will devote myself completely to the Eastern Palace." Meanwhile, Yang, upon hearing the news from His Highness, said with a smile, "So even scholars who failed the exams will now have hope. It's like being an intern keep, working hard, and eventually you'll become full-time, His Highness." We chuckled. "Exactly. Beekcho's stubbornness has turned into a fine plan. They'll be paid according to rank and rewarded based on merit." "Thanks to Father's grace," Yang added warmly, "the scholars have been studying with great enthusiasm." Laughing heartily, His Highness teased, "You cheeky boy, always good at flattery." "I'm only being sincere," Father Yang replied, "and I'm truly happy you came to tell me this in person." His Highness smiled gently. "This policy wouldn't exist without your efforts. At the very least, I owe you this." Then, with a sigh, he asked, "How much longer until you turn 15? "For more years, Father," His Highness looked wistful. "For years, my time still has far to go. I almost wish it would pass faster." 3 months later, Kim and Sun reflected with pride. "Just yesterday, I was a Sunan Quan scholar, and Nai an official in the Ministry of Personnel. Though it's only a trial position, this is the first step toward becoming a true rank 6 official." From inside the room, Kim and Sun stepped out, his heart swelling with emotion. "Not long ago, I was just a scholar at Sunanguan," he thought. "But today I stand as a 7th class provisional official." Stopping in his tracks, he clenched his fists tightly and whispered with conviction, "Your Highness, I, Kim Anson, pledge my unwavering loyalty and service." His voice quivered slightly, the weight of the past 3 months pressing down on him. Those months had been nothing short of a storm, especially with the grueling challenges in commerce and mathematics. Out of 103 candidates in the final examination, only 20 had managed to pass. The rest were sent back to Sunanguan in defeat. "Brother Kim, hurry up. We'll be late for the court session." A cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. It was the An's son, waving enthusiastically. "Right, let's go," Kim replied, smiling as they walked together. "Brother Thee, have you also been assigned to the Ministry of Personnel?" Kim asked. "Yes," the nodded with a grin. Registrar Kim's eyes lit up. "That's fantastic." Both men burst into laughter, their steps quickening with excitement. "Today, we take our first steps toward becoming full-fledged officials." Nearby, a group of eunuchs swept the courtyard, watching the jubilant scholars with envy. "If only we had registered." One muttered wistfully. "Bah, their ranks aren't that high," another replied with a shrug. Even the top scorer was only appointed as a provisional 7th-class official. Sure, if they perform well, they might rise to 6th class next year. But that's easier said than done. We have to compete with seasoned officials. The first eunuch sighed. For a man, the ultimate goal is to pass the imperial examination and become a top-ranking scholar. Meanwhile, inside the Ministry of Personnel, a weary man with dark circles under his eyes approached the minister, carrying a stack of documents. "Double quotes, sir. These are the figures you requested," he said, placing them on the desk. "They show the regions where the population has increased significantly since the last census." "You've worked hard," the minister replied, opening the report. But as his eyes scanned the pages, his expression shifted from calm to alarm. "Are there so many? This area is extremely overpopulated, and this one too. These scoundrels, do they no longer fear heaven or earth?" Suddenly, a chilling memory gripped him, a nightmare that had begun when the Crown Prince launched the smallpox vaccination program. Soon after, the Chief Chancellor, the Deputy Chancellor, and even the Chief Censor had been dismissed. He remembered that day vividly. His Highness had summoned him, issuing a stern order: conduct a census of the capital to ensure the vaccination program runs efficiently. Work with the Census Bureau and the SSA office to expedite the process. The minister had bowed deeply, hiding his unease. "It's just a census," he had thought. "Routine work. What could possibly go wrong?" But then came the report, the one His Highness held in his hands, as fury burned in his eyes. "Am I losing my mind?" the Crown Prince had thundered. "Or are the common people more focused on having children than working? When our nation was founded, the population was scarce and drained by the greed of the nobility. So I reduced taxes. Naturally, I had to tighten spending. Even the stipends for the royal family and officials were cut." He slammed the report down, his voice rising like a storm. "But look, the actual population is far greater than what's recorded in the census, yet tax revenue remains abysmal. Why is the treasury empty while the people live in poverty?" His anger was palpable. He ripped the paper to shreds and roared, "Why is no one speaking? Isn't it obvious? If not the bureaucrats, then who else is to blame? The very officials you all rushed to protect." The chamber fell into a heavy silence. Faces turned pale. No one dared to breathe. Still fuming, His Highness continued, "I even raised your stipends under the new policy as a reward for your service, and this is how you repay me." The officials dropped to their knees, voices trembling. "We deserve punishment." His Highness' command rang out like thunder. "Immediately draft an accurate census and complete the land registry." "Yes, Your Highness," they all replied, in unison, bowing respectfully to obey his command inside the Ministry of Personnel. The minister himself trembled as he recorded the figures in the ledger. "Just remembering this sends chills down my spine," he thought grimly. From that moment, a relentless battle with numbers began. Officials were animatedly debating inside the office. "The population in this region has increased 8-fold, one exclaimed. "Who's responsible for this?" "Find out who the magistrate is immediately," another ordered. Before they could investigate further, someone rushed in from outside, breathless. "Sir, someone has finally arrived." The Minister of Personnel's eyes lit up with relief. "That's music to my ears," he exclaimed, hurrying out to greet the newcomers. "Please, bring them in." 2 men entered, Kim and Son, and the son startled to see the minister himself greeting them so warmly. "Greetings, Kim and Son," said politely. We are scholars sent from Suninguan to assist the Ministry of Personnel. We're ready to take on any task you assign us." The minister, delighted, turned to his aide. "Did you hear that clearly?" "Yes, sir," came the reply. "Excellent. Each of you will be assigned a mentor to guide you through your work." The newcomers were led inside. "You too can sit here," an official instructed. 2 exhausted officials appeared, dark circles under their eyes and arms burdened with towering stacks of thick documents. "Welcome, juniors," one said wearily. "Apologies for the inconvenience, but here's the pile of documents that need processing today." Kim and Son stared, completely overwhelmed by the mountain of paperwork. Later that evening, the halls echoed with the voice of the chief attendant. "Let him in," His Highness replied. The minister entered, kneeling respectfully. "Your Highness, the census is nearing completion," he reported. "However, there are matters I must discuss before presenting the final report. During the compilation of the household registry, I discovered some regions with unusually large population increases. Inside, the minister was seething. "It's those vermin. Please, Your Majesty, eradicate their entire clan." His Highness reviewed the report, gritting his teeth in anger. 5 times, 8 times the increase. This is a serious problem. He turned sharply and ordered, "Summon the chief attendant at once." "Yes, Your Majesty, you listen." Carefully, His Highness continued, "Immediately mobilize the investigative council and military officers to inspect these regions. If the local officials do not cooperate, they are authorized to use force." Far away, in a remote forest, the sound of galloping horses thundered as a squad of riders charged through the woods. "Investigate thoroughly and swiftly. We obey, Your Highness." Meanwhile, back at the ministry, Kim and Son's eyes fluttered open briefly before snapping wide in panic. "I'm late," he shouted, startling the others around him. The Son, seated next to him, almost toppled backward in shock. An older official with a dark expression chuckled. "Don't worry, Junior. As long as you haven't left yet, it's not officially." Late, Kim and Son sighed weakly, still dazed. Yes, that night, he dragged himself home, barely able to stay on his feet. The moment he stepped inside, he collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. "For more days until this shift ends," he thought bitterly. "I'm so tired." The next morning, the Ministry of Personnel was alive with activity once again. Kim and Son and the Son looked pale and worn out as they trudged forward. They gazed at their workplace with despair. Suddenly, Lord Ba appeared behind them, smiling knowingly. "I feel like I can hear your inner thoughts," he teased. "Lord Ba, you're up early," Kim and Son greeted him quickly. "How long have you two been working here now?" "It's been half a month already, sir." The chief official leaned closer to the magistrate and whispered, "Do you remember the case in Hanyang where smallpox outbreaks were discovered?" The magistrate nodded. "Yes, I remember." The chief continued, "It was Sal Hanu who led the investigation and uncovered irregularities in the population records." The magistrate furrowed his brows. "But what does that have to do with us?" The chief's eyes widened, his voice rising slightly. "Not related. It has everything to do with us." Before the magistrate could respond, Judge Choi rushed in, calling urgently, "Magistrate, magistrate." The magistrate stood immediately. "Judge Choi, I was just about to summon you." As Judge Choi approached, he said, "I saw that the Federal Bureau is here. Have they reported to you yet? We need to act quickly." The magistrate waved him inside, signaling for privacy. "Come in, tell me what you know about the Federal Bureau, and make sure no one else enters." "Yes, sir," Choi replied, and stepped in. Once the door closed, Judge Choi began, "I've heard that a large number of people from Chuncheong Province have relocated to Hanyang." The magistrate, visibly annoyed, asked, "Do you have any other suggestions?" Choi replied, calmly, "I'm currently overseeing inspections across all 8 provinces in Osan, so we still have some time. But for now, we must submit a formal explanation, justify why the population increased so drastically." The magistrate considered this and asked, "Do you have any viable solutions?" Judge Choi offered first the number of slaves pretending to be commoners has risen sharply. Additionally, smallpox spread through our district, but thanks to the treatments I administered, survival rates improved. That explains the sudden population growth. The magistrate broke into a grin, clapping his hands. Excellent idea. And if that doesn't work, I'll just blame it on my wife's second cousins, Nibirio Young Heian, the Grand Inspector. I'll handle everything, so don't worry. He laughed heartily. My connections are incredible, aren't they? Judge Choi, however, could only think to himself, he's gone too far this time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men gathered to discuss preparations. Kim Hung, how are things coming along for the Maon Sunrise? One man asked. Kim replied with a sigh, I still have to arrange drinks, food, everything. It's going to take time, and since the reward day is far off, costs are a serious problem. Another man, his face flushed, hesitated before saying, it would be unfilial of me to discuss this with my parents. Kim and Seon stroked his chin thoughtfully. People say if we don't organize the Maon Sunrise properly, life at the government office will become difficult. Suddenly, someone came running, shouting, Hey, there's a ton of work to do. Why are you all sitting around? Yes, we'll get started right away, they replied in unison. Later, Kim and Seon, carrying items into the government office, muttered under his breath, The great inspector has come again. Both men exchanged a weary glance. The senior official sighed, frustrated. Another report. Damn it. Where's it from this time? Kim and Seon answered, It's from Zongru. As Kim and Seon left the office, he bumped into another man. After a brief greeting, the man scolded lightly. You sure like to joke, newcomer. Kim and Seon bowed quickly. I'm sorry, sir. The man handed him a stack of books. Don't worry about it. Just take your time. Here, this is for you. I was about to bring it over. It's a population growth report from all 8 provinces. Compare it with this census report and identify any anomalies. I need it done by today. With that, the man walked away. Elsewhere, Kim and Seon was deep in conversation with another colleague. I've prepared everything for you guys, but what about the costs? The man leaned in and explained, if you marry multiple matchmakers, you'll get it for free. Kim and Sun instantly threw up their hands, stepping back in protest. No way, I already have a wife and kids, Kim exclaimed. The An Seong, standing nearby, chimed in, as for me, I can't make that decision either. The man smirked and jabbed a finger at them greedily. Then give me 30% of your rewards for the next 2 years. The An Seong slammed a hand on the table, anger flashing in their eyes. 30%, that's outrageous. But the man turned away with a shrug. Handle it yourselves then. If the meal sunrise isn't done properly, you could lose your positions. Kim froze, shocked by the threat. This is my first year in office. 30% is too much. I still need to buy a house for my wife and kids back in the countryside. Although he disliked it, the man sighed and lowered his demand. Fine, I'll cut it to 20% for you. The An Seong stared at Kim in disbelief. Brother Kim, let's think this through. We should discuss it with our peers first. But Kim shook his head. No need. Can't you see they're bullying us from above? It's better to settle this quickly. Don't worry about the cost aisle. Handle it. I'm your elder brother after all. The man slid to contracts across the table. Sign here, and everything will be taken care of. Both signed reluctantly. We'll leave it in your hands. As he escorted them out, the man assured, 5 days from now, I'll send someone to the government office. Just wait for the news. When they left, a shadowy figure stepped out from behind the curtains. Did you make a good haul this time? The figure asked. The man grinned. My pockets always fill up when newcomers arrive, don't worry. Give you your share. Just make sure everything is arranged. The figure fanned himself lazily. By the way, did you stir them up properly? The man frowned. What? I didn't provoke them at all. 5 days later, at Inyang San Songzhou, the celebration was in full swing. People sang and danced with laughter, filling the air. But amid the joy, chaos, Brood Kim and Seong were pinned down, their hands tied, faces smeared with ink. Elsewhere, the An Seong, along with another victim, had their faces drawn on, while others rode them like cattle. Another group was forced to drink water from filthy shoes before being shoved into a pond the next morning. News reached the senior official. His hand trembled, pen slipping from his grasp. What? They organized the meal sunrise. How many? People were there. A subordinate bowed deeply. Over 20, sir. The official's face flushed with fury as he slammed the table. Are they insane? Summon everyone to the courtyard now. When they assembled, his voice thundered, "Have you lost your minds? Even if it's a custom, the imperial court's orders come first." The Majesty forbade any banquets. Do you not understand? The crowd stood frozen in terror. A man in purple leaned toward Kim and whispered, "He's bluffing. A few days of repentance, and it'll blow over." But far away, the man seethed with rage. These fools are audacious beyond measure. The senior official, trembling at the thought of the Majesty's wrath, barked, "No matter how busy Sahanu is, this won't be overlooked. The Majesty will hear of this." Back in the Majesty's quarters, he furrowed his brow. "Summon the commander of the Yui Kampu immediately." Meanwhile, the man in purple whispered again to Kim with a sly grin. "See, I told you, just rest." Easy for a few days before he could finish, a loud commotion erupted. An entire squad of soldiers stormed in. Batons in hand, they were the elite forces of the House of Yui Kampu. The commander raised his baton and barked, "By order of the Majesty, arrest everyone who organized the meal sunrise. Surrender quietly." At the entrance of the dungeon, 2 guards stood firm, their expressions steely as they guarded the gates. One by one, trembling prisoners were thrown into the cold. Stone cells, many sobbing, others simply stunned into silence. A whisper echoed, "Through the corridor, if you're sent to Unicampo, you never come back." Kim and Sun wailed until their voices cracked, clutching the bars and crying out, "Please, I'm innocent." Another voice joined in, primict and desperate. "Prime Minister Li Sin and Chief Eunuch Elthos are my cousins. I beg you, just let me explain." Inside the royal court, the atmosphere was no less tense. The ministers, robes dusted from kneeling, begged for mercy. Faces flushed and foreheads to the floor, they pleaded with the Majesty. One senior official finally dared to speak. "Your Highness, please, we beg you to temper your fury. These men have erred gravely, yes, but Unicampo's conditions are excessively harsh." The Majesty's eyes narrowed. "Last year, I issued a ban on this practice. Anyone violating it was to be punished severely. Have I not already been lenient? Why are they still treated lightly?" Basso, the chief official, stepped forward. "Your Highness, this year's provincial deployments were unprecedented in scale. Many of those involved in the meal sunrise were top-ranking scholars from Shankun. But instead of softening, the Majesty's fury deepened. Exactly what enrages me more," I snapped. "Newcomers, supposedly disciplined, daring to defy my explicit orders, how shameless." Another minister, the left senior official, bowed and offered an explanation. "Your Highness, forgive me for speaking out, but the Mayalt Shinir tradition exists to ease tensions between veteran and new officials. It fosters cooperation, though imperfect. Reforming such a tradition takes time." For a moment, the Majesty appeared to consider this. "Building bridges between ranks, is it?" he asked coolly. "Then tell me who stands above them." The left official paused. "The minor officials, Your Highness, and above them, the left minister." The Majesty slammed his hand against the armrest. "Exactly, they only showed deference to those in higher ranks. Is that what this court has come to? You all stand here asking me to look the other—" "Why again?" The left official dropped into a deeper bow. "I have erred, Your Highness. I only ask leniency for those who did not understand the severity of their actions." The Majesty rose, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "I will not entertain excuses. These new officials deliberately defied the royal decree. This is the ideal time to rid our ranks of such rotand, rebuild our government from its core." A sudden voice interrupted him. "Your Highness, I request an audience with the king." Prince the Young's voice carried from just beyond the door. He stepped inside with a respectful bow. "Father, allow me to offer a suggestion regarding those involved." The Majesty, his temper cooling slightly, sat down again. "Go on," he said. "Speak, let all the ministers hear." The Young smiled. Calmly then, why not assign the cleanup work to the very ones who organized the meal sunrise in the first place? The Majesty's eyes gleamed with approval. "An excellent idea." The Young reminded Meath, "The last task I assigned you, how long?" "Did it take 5 years, Father?" The Young replied without hesitation. The Majesty turned to the assembly. "Then I will grant you all 1 year. Everyone involved will be assigned duties immediately. If your work is incomplete by the deadline exile, a stunned silence filled the chamber. And, he added sharply, the duration of exile will match your failure. 3 parts left unfinished. 3 years in exile, 1 part, 1 year. All 5. 5 years, Basso gasped. Your Highness, that's too severe. But the Majesty continued, undeterred. Furthermore, your pay will be slashed by 80% during the period of reassignment. The Yang stepped forward again, kneeling respectfully. Father, what if we isolate them during the task, limit their contact, and reduce their sentence to a single year? The Majesty gave him a long look. You still wish to show mercy? He asked. The Yang offered a soft smile. Most of them had no idea the Hmong-Eri ban existed. Spare them this time, and they could be the first to lead its permanent abolition. The Majesty considered it carefully, then finally smiled. A sound argument, but 1 month is too little. Make it 3 months. Now what are you all waiting for? Carry out your orders. Yes, Your Highness, came the unified reply. The next morning, the consequences of the Majesty's decision became evident. The condemned were lined up in rows, heads covered, their wrists bound. Guards flanked them on either side. Move slowly, no rushing. 1 guard barked. Walk in order. Keep the pace steady. And so they marched forward into their fate, step echoing the beginning of a long and uncertain road to redemption. A stern voice rang out. Bring the new official from the Ministry of Revenue. He wondered nervously. Does the Prime Minister even know what's happening to me? Suddenly, a voice barked out again. Did I hear that right? A chair. He imagined a torture chair with iron restraints. A punishment? Are they about to beat a confession out of me? Panic surged through him. I'll talk, I confess. I can't handle being cripple-dial. Spill everything, he blurted frantically. Yes, I worked with the merchants. I accepted. Just please go easy on me. But, as his hood was lifted, Kim blinked in confusion. He was not in a prison or torture chamber. He was in the Ministry of Revenue. The room was silent. Every official was staring at him, stunned. YEONG. One of the officials nearby raised a brow in amusement. Chief Official Barcelo, face flushed with fury, jabbed a finger toward Kim in Suyong. You ungrateful fool. Because of our distant family ties, I've looked the other way more times than I can count and. This is how you repay me. Seeing the tension crackle in the room, Young quietly slipped out, muttering, Oh dear, maybe I should just let them handle this. A few days later, at Goon Palace, His Highness sat comfortably above the officials, enjoying a light meal. He spoke casually between bites. I know everyone's been working hard lately, so I've prepared a little something to lift your spirits. The gathered ministers Barcelo, Sio, and Grand Minister Pochulukt, confused and mildly anxious. Not long ago, they'd all been sharply rebuked by His Highness. Could this be a trap? Meanwhile, the man seated beside the prince beamed and clapped. Enthusiastically, Your Highness, thank you. This is truly thoughtful. The Crown Prince picked up his bowl and glanced down at Grand Minister Seo. His tone turned playful. Grand Minister, can't you tell I'm in a good mood today? Seo caught on quickly, bowing slightly. Of course, Your Highness. I'm grateful for your kindness. The Crown Prince smiled warmly. For the people to live in peace, the court must first be stable and well run. So I hope, just for today, you can all forget the burdens of your work and enjoy this meal. The ministers bowed in unison. As Your Highness commands. But as soon as the atmosphere settled, His Highness set his bowl down and turned serious. Now, regarding the Ministry of Households they finished organizing the census records. Any delays could become a serious issue. The ministers stiffened in their seats. Also, he continued, check the inventory of salt and sugar stockpiles and revise the tribute pricing list. No room for error there. Upon hearing that, Grand Minister Pocho nearly choked on his rice. I knew it. Nothing is ever simple with him. I want to resign. As Hyung and the other ministers took a leisurely stroll through the palace gardens, a sudden burst of agitation broke the calm. Father Hyung exclaimed, stopping in his tracks. The officials and merchants, they've formed secret alliances. What? His father turned to him, startled. Yes, Hyung continued with grave urgency. This is not just rumor, it's a deeply troubling matter. His father's face darkened. You're absolutely right. Such collusion cannot be allowed to fester. Those responsible must be brought to justice harshly and without delay. Just then, a palace guard came sprinting toward them, out of breath and visibly anxious. Your Highness, he called out, bowing quickly. They've entered the city. Remaining calm and composed, His Highness turned slightly. I see. No need to panic. Who's arrived? Asked Hume, a knowing smirk already forming on his lips. His Highness allowed himself a similar smile. Ah, so they're here at last. They must be, Hume replied. Father, with your permission, I'd like to go meet the officials escorting the envoys. Go ahead, His Highness said with a nod. We'll speak again soon. Inside the Grand Hall, His Highness stood before a group of newly arrived officials, his voice formal, yet gracious. You've traveled a great distance to be here, he began, and I'm sure the journey has been exhausting. I apologize for summoning you so soon after your arrival, but the matter at hand cannot be postponed. One of the envoys stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, I do not dare refuse. As your subject, it is my duty to report truthfully. His Highness nodded. Very well. Tell me what is your impression of the new emperor. The envoy began with careful words. He presents himself as calm and composed, with a noble presence. He carries himself with dignity and speaks with measured grace. And how is he regarded by the officials at court? His Highness asked, eyes narrowed in thought. Highly, Your Highness, the envoy replied. During the late emperor's campaigns, the current ruler managed state affairs efficiently. Since his ascension, he has completed the conquests his predecessor began. He has even declared a halt to further military expansion, less absolutely necessary. His Highness exhaled deeply, letting one eye drift shut in contemplation. That is reassuring to hear. Now then bring forth the royal physician and the general who accompanied your delegation. The two men stepped into the hall, bowing low in unison. Humble servant Han Su of the Royal Medical Office greets Your Majesty. Come closer, His Highness gestured. Yes, Your Highness, they said together as they approached. His Highness fixed his gaze on the physician. Tell me your honest opinion. What do you think of the new emperor? Han Su hesitated, choosing his words carefully. On the surface, he maintains a dignified presence, but his body seems overly burdened due to grief or poor health. His eyes appear red and swollen, and his skin is pale, showing signs of weakness. According to physiognomy, there may be disharmony between him and his siblings. However, his descendant's fate looks strong, though I must add, the lines near his mouth are short, that may signify a shortened lifespan. His Highness considered this quietly, then spoke. Thank you. You may return to your quarters. Han Su bowed again. I am honored, Your Majesty. Turning back to the envoy, His Highness continued. So you too believe the new emperor's health is in decline? The envoy gave a solemn nod. Yes, Your Majesty. His physical state is troubling. He is heavily overweight, and his breathing seems labored. His condition is far from stable. These words reminded His Highness of Yong's earlier warnings. A sense of unease took hold. If this continues unchecked, it could affect his mind and his rule. And if his health fails entirely, the kingdom will be left vulnerable. A quiet sigh escaped him. If not for Huang's concerns, I may never have taken this so seriously. He spoke again, softly but firmly. All this worry stems from a father's love for his son. His eyes turned toward the map of their borders. Still, if the emperor's reign ends prematurely, what will become of Yan's trading post in Shandong? Yan, standing nearby, stepped forward. That very issue dominated our discussions on the journey here, Your Highness, he explained. Trade between Yosin and the Ming dynasty has grown increasingly active. This exchange not only boosts commerce, but also yields greater tax revenue for the imperial court. His Highness leaned in, curious. I've heard about that as well. Our treasury has seen a noticeable rise. But what are they planning now? The envoy bowed slightly and answered, Your Highness, the new emperor has decided to maintain the trading posts in Zan. They've proven extremely profitable. However, due to the increasing threat of pirates in the region, the Ming army will be stationed nearby to provide protection. A low murmur rippled through the room. Ah, that's good news, one official said. With the Ming army defending us, we can finally rest easy. Yes, a true blessing, added another. Heaven must be watching over us. But amidst the cheerful voices, no one noticed the tension rising in His Highness's expression. That's all thanks to Your Highness's wise leadership, said Lord LG with a proud smile. Surely, under such arrangements, our safety is guaranteed. Truly the grace of the Supreme Nation. Suddenly, the room's mood shifted. Faces fell. The air grew heavy. His Highness's voice cut through the quiet. Sometimes, he said, voice cool, I question whether we are even worthy to rule over the common people. A wave of dread swept over the hall. The officials turned pale. We are deeply grateful, Your Majesty. One of them, Cammered. His Highness's gaze turned sharp. Grateful. Then why do you continue to commit such disgraceful acts? He turned his ire toward Lord Tuhong. Tuhong, do you even know what you've done wrong? The accused, trembling, tried to speak. I understand my mistake. But then, in a burst of frustration, he shouted, do you really think I'd just admit fault like that? Why is it always me? His voice cracked. My son is about the same age as yours. I'm tired. I've had enough. He lurched forward, agitated, his voice rising. If you can't bear it, just strip me of my title. I'll leave. I don't want to deal with this anymore. But none of it was real. It was only in his head. The outburst, the shouting, the collapse never happened. In reality, Tukong stood still, shaking inside, clenching his fists to hold back his emotions. Just then, a quiet voice echoed in his mind, the voice of his wife, gently calling his name. An image formed, his wife holding their daughter, smiling despite the hardship. He remembered their other daughter, the one married into Lord Seo's household. She still hadn't had children and lived under constant pressure. For their sake, he had to endure. He swallowed hard and sighed. I wish I could resign, he thought. But instead, he lowered his head, bowed, and whispered, this is my fault. His Highness, now thoroughly frustrated, stood. Enough. We'll end this here. You may all leave. With that, he turned and stormed out, leaving the ministers dazed and whispering among themselves, what just happened? I don't even know. As silence fell, the envoy exhaled a long breath. Relieved, it was over. He rose from his seat and, seeing the others gathering to gossip, barked out furiously, what are you looking at? Do you think I know what's going on? Just go home already. He shoved open the doors and stormed outside. Damn it, he muttered, squinting at the clear sky. Why is the weather so damn perfect today? Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, although the courtyard was quiet, Wyong's voice could be heard from within. I can't believe you actually found it. Yes, Your Highness, came the reply. I've located it. Outside the room, the eunuch stood motionless, silent and sweating. None dared to speak out of turn. The envoy's skill and presence were overwhelming. Thank you, Your Highness. One eunuch finally stammered. But we've already been waiting half a watch. Should I report it? No need, His Highness said, smiling to himself. Let it be. You may return. At the back entrance of the Nin Hall, the guards noticed movement. Lord Hope, one of them called. The Minister of Justice is Askana's Lord Kong Fan inside. Yes, came the answer. Vice Minister Trong is with him now. The door creaked open, and Lord Kaifan looked up as the Minister of Justice entered. Lord Hope, he said in surprise, I didn't expect you here. I came seeking your advice, Hope replied. Kong Fan gestured to a chair. Please, have a seat. Thank you. The minister sat, looking weary. You've probably heard, he began, that the envoy from the Ming Kingdom returned about an hour ago. The Minister of Rights, acting as chief steward, has already reported everything. He proceeded to retell the whole event, every tense moment, every flaring temper, even mimicking the expressions of the court officials. Then His Highness stormed out. Honestly, at this point, I wonder if we'll survive much longer. What? Have we done wrong lately? All I want now is to resign and return home. I think about it at least 10 times a day. Kong Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then he stood abruptly. You'll find out soon enough. Back at the Eastern Palace, Wuyong remained seated, eyes locked on his design sketches, studying every line with care. As he stepped outside to greet an approaching official, Wai Hyung offered a polite nod. You've all worked hard. Go get some rest. "Thank you, Your Highness," they replied in unison, but just as Wai Huang turned to leave, his eyes drifted toward the palace gates. Two figures deep in conversation caught his attention. He narrowed his eyes. Wait, that's Lord Dawn. Isn't that the Minister of Justice with him? Suspicion flickered in his gaze. What business could the Research Institute have with the Minister of Justice? Rather than dwell on speculation, he decided to ask directly, "Is that not the Minister of Justice? What brings you here today?" The minister, caught off guard, began to sweat under the Crown Majesty's scrutiny. "We've come to seek Your Highness's counsel," he answered with a bow. "A wise decision," Wai Hyung replied coolly. "Come in." Inside, the tension lingered. Wai Hyung let out a slow sigh. "As expected, it's understandable that my father is angry. You're responsible for the kingdom's finances, aren't you?" "That is correct, Your Highness," the minister replied cautiously. Wai Hyung could almost see his father's furious face in his mind. How could things be allowed to spiral like this inside the palace? He shook his head slightly, disappointed. The minister looked up, confused. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, but what exactly has happened?" Wai Hyung's voice was calm but sharp. "It's quite simple. If we build an embassy near the Ming Navy base, we're going to run into serious trouble." The minister blinked. "Why? Wouldn't that be safer, strategically?" Wai Hyung dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. Ming's financial reserves are already leaking, and while the threat from Japanese pirates has lessened, it's far from over. Establishing a naval base in that area will cost us dearly. Do you know where that money will come from? After a moment of silence, the minister hesitated. "From tax revenue, I assume." "Exactly," Wai Hyung said firmly. "And soon enough, those taxes will increase. But who's to say whether that money will fund naval defense or end up elsewhere?" The minister's face turned pale. Nervously, "If that's the case, Roan's economy could be severely affected." "I hadn't considered this angle." Wai Hyung nodded, confident. "That's why we must act now. Don't block the construction, but investigate. We need a precise understanding of the Navy's scale and projected expenses. With that information, we can prepare accordingly." "I understand," the minister said, straightening. "There's no time to lose. I'll begin immediately." "Good," I've said. "There's no time." "Hurry," Wai Hyung said sharply. The minister gave a respectful bow and rushed out, turning to Lord Young. Wai Hyung asked, "Do you think the minister and the other officials will oppose my recommendation?" "Most likely, yes," Lord Young admitted. "They'll argue. In that case, the emperor's temper will surely flare again," Wai Hyung muttered, resting his chin in his hand. He paused, then added thoughtfully, "Still, I believe it's best we include their opinions as well." Lord Young nodded slowly. "I agree. Debate leads to clarity. Everyone deserves a voice. It's not about winning an argument. It's about guiding the nation forward." Wai Hyung offered a rare smile. "Yosin has advanced thanks to your work. I won't forget the role you played in that." Just then, his thoughts drifted. "How long has it been since I last saw my wife and children?" A pang of longing hit him. "Oh, my lord," Wai Hyung said suddenly, his tone brightening. "Would you like to see what I brought back from Ming?" Tears welled in Lord Young's eyes. "Truly, yes. What is it?" A moment ago, Wai Hyung had insisted there was no time. Yet now, he was offering gifts. Before the moment could settle, a voice rang out from outside. "Lord Yu Sang, is anyone here?" The Minister of Justice opened the door, but no one stood there. "There's no one," he said, confused. Then a voice came from behind. "Why are you looking for everyone?" The minister jumped, startled. It was the left minister. "What's you, Lord Yu Sang? I thought you had resigned." The left minister gave a tired smile. "After what happened, I ended up with even more work than before." The Minister of Justice stepped closer and sat down beside him. "I see. Then we need to speak. I've been meaning to discuss something with you." Before they could get into it, another figure entered. "Is that the Minister of Justice? And Lord Yu Sang? Why aren't you both working?" The Minister of Justice called out, half laughing, "Lord Yu Sang, since you're here, we really must talk." The left minister raised a brow. "Oh, what about? I've just arrived. I have no idea what's going on." Just as the atmosphere in the room was beginning to settle, the right minister entered, his voice ringing out. Now that everyone's here, let's get started. Seeing him arrive, the Minister of Justice stood and gestured for Yu Sang to take a seat. Without delay, the discussion began. I believe I understand the reason behind the Crown Majesty's anger. The Minister of Justice began only to be interrupted by yet another official walking in. Is everyone accounted for? The newcomer asked briskly. Good, then let's stay focused. The left minister nodded and turned his attention to the Minister of Justice, who paused briefly, eyes scanning the room before he spoke again. The Crown Majesty's fury was unmistakable. He drove everyone out without explanation. But why is he so enraged? Someone muttered. I believe I've figured it out, the minister said solemnly. The room gasped. So it really is because of that, one official whispered. The Minister of the Interior blinked in confusion. Wei Tai haven't even said anything yet. Then speak up already, someone snapped. No, never mind. Go on, I'll stay. Quiet, as the sky darkened and evening settled over the palace. The conversation continued in low, urgent tones. It's true, one said thoughtfully. We completely overlooked the cost implications. So that's what triggered the Crown Majesty's anger, another murmured. Now it makes sense why His Majesty is equally upset, said the left minister grimly. This can't be allowed to happen again. He turned to the others. If any of you have concerns that must be presented to His Majesty, I'll collect them and present them myself. I understand, someone replied, falling into deep thought. This all stems from the Crown Majesty's sharp foresight. Meanwhile, in the Crown Majesty's residence, a eunuch approached and bowed deeply. Let him in, came the reply. As the Crown Majesty entered, he asked at once, Did you bring the documents? Yes, father, replied Hua Hyung, holding up a bundle of papers. I also brought a few books I thought you'd want to see. Good. Let me have a look. The Crown Majesty immediately immersed himself in the documents. As he read, a quiet but intense energy began to emanate from him, reaching even Hua Hyung, who observed in awe. Whenever father reads like this, it's as if he pulls all the energy in the room toward himself. Is this what deep concentration? Looks like he really does enjoy it. Time passed. Hua Hyung shifted uncomfortably. He's completely forgotten I'm here. Father, he mumbled, eyes drooping. Don't forget about me. Eventually, the Crown Majesty looked up hours. Had passed. Hua Hyung lay fast asleep, curled up awkwardly on the floor. The Crown Majesty chuckled softly and lifted him up. You've gotten heavier, he muttered. You're growing quickly. Not too fast, though. Take your time, but still, grow strong. The following morning, a figure approached the administrative hall, visibly trembling. It was Kimin from Seoul and EU, his robes wrinkled and face-worn with fatigue. We finally finished organizing the records, he groaned. I'm completely drained. Before he could catch his breath, a sharp voice cut through the air. You, too, stop shivering like leaves. Yes, sir, they stammered, straightening up. Of course, now I'm in trouble, thanks to that exiled noble, one muttered under his breath. The annoying one? The other asked. Ya Inang. Banished to the annex right next to Pangoa's main gate, that place where we keep all the discarded records. Just then, a horse galloped up the path. A rider shouted as he dismounted. Urgent message. Back. In the Crown Majesty's residence, the Majesty held a sealed letter in his hands. After reading its contents, his eyes narrowed. Summon the minister immediately, he commanded. Double quotes. Yes, Your Highness. No, don't waste a second. Get my message to him right away. Gather all senior officials. I want them here now. At the hunting school, the voice of the AI echoed through the hall as officials gathered around a table stacked with firearms. Among them stood Hua Hyung, deep in discussion with military officers from the north. The new cannons are more efficient than the older models, one officer insisted. Perhaps, Hua Hyung replied, but in the north, we still struggle with accuracy due to unpredictable wind patterns. Another added, and don't forget the slow loading times. We must address that too. Suddenly, an attendant rushed in and bowed. Your Highness, please forgive the interruption. You are summoned immediately to the palace. All high-ranking officials have been called. Hua Hyung's eyes narrowed. Right now? What's happening? I don't know, but it seems urgent. Without hesitation, Hua Hyung turned. Let's move. I'm ready. They rode swiftly toward the capital, as the horses thundered beneath him. Wai Hong's mind raced. A summons this sudden. What could it mean? Upon arrival, he strode quickly into the palace, seeking answers. Minister Park, what's going on? The inner minister looked equally puzzled. I haven't been told the full story, only that there's urgent news from the north that sent a chill down Wai Hong's spine. The Minister of Defense stepped forward. It's serious. That much is clear. A court eunuch approached and whispered, Your Highness, your military uniform is ready. Please change inside. I understand, Wai Hong replied quietly. Minister Li Jun added, We'll wait for you in the courtyard. As Wai Hong glanced back at the officials departing, he sensed something unsettling, an instinct born of battlefield experience. That subtle but sharp awareness of danger, like blood in the air. Inside the main hall, the Crown Majesty stood tall before the gathered officials. I have summoned you all for a critical reason, he began. Urgent intelligence has just arrived from the north. A murmur spread through the chamber. Officials exchanged tense looks, their expressions hardened. What's the situation? One of them asked sharply. Minister Tannen, the Crown Majesty said, read the report aloud. Yes, Your Highness, Tannen replied, opening the scroll. As you all recall, last year, the unrest in Yanju caused major disruption. Now, further chaos has erupted. He continued, the cause, a massive migration of northern tribes into the southern provinces. They're fleeing pressure from the Tatar, estimated scale, over 100,000 households. Why? Thoughts raced. A single Nuzan household usually includes 10 to 15 members. That means possibly over 1 million people. Minister Li Jun and General Choi exchanged grim calculations. This could mean 100,000 to 300,000 cavalry, Li murmured, including perhaps 3,000 to 10,000 units of heavy cavalry. Everyone knew the Nuzans were no small force. Their formidable cavalry had once conquered the Central Plains and established the later Jin dynasty. Both Goryeo and Silla had suffered great losses in those campaigns, though the Jin dynasty eventually crumbled under Mongol invasions, splitting into over 350 tribal factions. The Nuzans remained powerful due to their semi-agricultural and nomadic lifestyle. If united under a strong leader, they could rise again as a serious threat. Minister Talji spoke up. Surely the Ming dynasty must be aware of such a large-scale migration. Tannen responded, it is being led by a man named Li. Manu, even more troubling, the Ming allowed them to cross freely. Gasps echoed across the chamber. What? Someone exclaimed. This is dangerous. Talji bowed. Your Highness, may I speak freely? This appears to be part of a larger strategy orchestrated by the Ming. The Crown Majesty nodded slowly. Your observation has merit. We must formulate a response immediately. As orders were issued, Wai Hong remained in thought. The Nuzan movement, the figures behind it. He recalled browsing military records and digital archives. A headline caught his eye once, the influence of King Taedong on the Nuzan tribe. It mentioned the powerful strategist Li Xionggai. A map, countless red markers denoted tribes under Li Xiongai's command. Uncle, he murmured, recalling those notes the names of the Nuzan leaders. They're all here. After the Yoshin dynasty was established, official positions began to be filled by Nuzan individuals. At this rate, it seemed more like a Nuzan nation than a Yoshin one. What a shame, he thought. If only I had paid more attention to history back in school. Still, with what he remembered, it was enough for now. He never imagined he'd time travel to this place. He had attempted to cross-check historical records, but only someone with the unchecked power of a tyrant like Yen Squan could access such documents. From what he could gather, Li Xiang influence on the Nuzans appeared mostly accurate. However, after King Tasso's reign, the influence of later monarchs over the Nuzan people had weakened significantly. Observing the current political climate, it was clear that the monarchy's sway over them remained fragile. Damn it, he muttered, frustration welling up. I can't come up with a single viable plan. Deep in thought, he finally spoke. Father, of course, my son. Do you have a solution in mind? He answered candidly. Not yet, but I believe we must begin by addressing the fundamentals. The Crown Majesty raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by fundamentals? He continued. Our nation must first build up its internal strength, our capabilities and military strategy before we can think about confronting the news. Leaning back in his chair, the Crown Majesty considered his words. Internally, Wai Hyung was boiling with anxiety, but he kept his expression composed. "Forgive me, Your Highness," he said calmly, "but given our current circumstances, this is the most realistic approach. Right now, we're like a kingdom trudging through a sewer." The Crown Majesty pinched his cheek thoughtfully. "That's a fair point, but I still feel uneasy about it." Wai Hyung elaborated. "In our current state, we cannot implement complex strategies effectively. If we stick to our current path, we're gambling with luck." Tall LG silently agreed. The logic made sense. Focusing on the basics and investing effort was better than relying on chance. Even highly intelligent strategists might fall into traps if they overlooked foundational issues. Wai Hyung pressed on. "Other strategies are simply beyond our capacity to execute. No matter how brilliant a plan might be, we cannot hope to defeat Shan Yu if we lack the necessary resources." Suddenly, a voice from the back rang out. "Exactly." The room fell silent. Everyone turned toward the unexpected speaker. Tall Lang, realizing he had spoken aloud, quickly covered his mouth in embarrassment. The Crown Majesty sighed and shook his head. Lang immediately bowed deeply. "Please forgive my outburst, Your Highness." The Crown Majesty waved it off. "Forget it. You've all heard what was said. We need to act on it." He turned to the Council. "Begin working on military reforms immediately and submit your proposals to me. The modernization of our nation must not be neglected." In unison, the officials responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Outside, the sky had begun to darken. The Crown Majesty suddenly burst into laughter, catching Wai Hyung off guard. "What's so funny, Father?" Still chuckling, the Crown Majesty replied, "I can't help but laugh every time I picture Tall Lang's face just now. Who would have thought such amusement could come from that scrawny old man?" As a yellow leaf drifted past, he caught it and said thoughtfully, "To be honest, I had planned to delay military reform. I feared that rushing it might lead to chaos, but clearly I was mistaken. We need a strong army, especially as our neighboring countries grow increasingly volatile." Wai Hyung nodded in admiration. "You're already thinking that far ahead, Your Highness." 5 days later, in the throne room, a stack of memorials was delivered for the Crown Majesty's review. He glanced at the man, his expression turned to rage. With a shout, he swept the documents aside. He roared. The officials trembled with fear, hearts pounding, as they heard him bark the chilling order. Poison them all. Right now. It turned out that everything so far had only played out in the Majesty's imagination. With a sigh, he gently closed the memorial before him, muttering, "This is how I truly wish to handle it. But as a ruler, I must choose the proper course." He gazed forward, conflicted. Is this truly the best path? The room tensed. The court officials standing nearby broke into a cold sweat, bowing in unison. The left minister finally spoke up, voice careful. "Given Zoan's current state, Your Highness, this is the wisest course of action." The Majesty rubbed his temples, exhaustion clinging to his features, and let out a faint chuckle. "That's the case. Then, from today onward, the Council of Government Affairs and the Young Soul Rich shall be dissolved." His words struck like thunder. All 3 ministers raised their heads, startled. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" one of them asked, breath catching in his throat. Rising to his feet, the Majesty calmly stroked his chin, then declared, "We'll form a new Bodian institution to take over the current councils. Responsibilities, I will call it the White Music Council." Stunned silence fell. This council will be led by 3 prime ministers and 1 judicial overseer. Together, these 5 will be known as the 5 courts. He continued with precision, and I believe renaming the positions will symbolize a fresh beginning. He listed them clearly: East Scribe, West Official, Central Advisor, South Clerk, and North Overseer. As he took a step forward, a fiery determination flared within him, his voice growing fierce. "This structure will give us command across all regions. With our current challenges, we'll retain the same number of personnel, new roles, and renewed purpose." His declaration sliced through the room like arrows. The ministers, overwhelmed, could barely raise their heads. "This," he said, "is the military reform you proposed. I asked you for the best course under Roan's circumstances. If things worsen, will you offer something worse next and still call it the best? Are you even reading the scriptures with sincerity? Without waiting for a response, he turned abruptly, storming out. The officials stood frozen, wide-eyed, and speechless. Leave. I'll handle this myself. The left minister opened his mouth to speak, but faltered. Your Highness, Before he could finish, the officials beside him quickly covered his mouth, silencing him. The Majesty turned back with a glare so sharp it nearly made them stumble. His eyes blazed with fury, and without another word, he walked away. Right minister leaned in toward the trembling left minister, now on his knees. If you had said one more word, you'd be facing execution. The left minister whispered bitterly, "It's a habit I can't break." Later that night, in the Majesty's private chambers, papers lay strewn across the floor. He stood amid the chaos, scribbling notes on small pieces of parchment, sticking them to the walls as he muttered, "This plan still lacks certainty. There must be a better solution." Morning came quietly, though the palace remained empty of visitors. A mechanical voice resonated through the room. Vice Tutor. His Majesty requests your review and recommendations on this matter. Two officials were already discussing inside the study. Isn't this the same scholar who came 2 days ago? Yes, and 4 days ago as well. This is his third visit. His Highness insists all scholars be assembled immediately. Silently, one of the ministers thought to himself, he's revising everything again. The laws and processes seem sound, but His Highness must be seeing something the rest of us can't. That afternoon, the chief chef stepped into the Majesty's. Study, Your Highness. The wise scholars have delivered their recommendations. The Majesty looked up, instantly alert. Bring them in. He scanned the documents, tapping his fingers against the polished wood of his desk, hesitating. Based on fiscal expansion, our firepower and naval strength will improve. We can secure the seas and reinforce the north. He leaned back, troubled. But is this really the best way? Before he could dwell further, a voice called from outside. Your son Hyung is here. May he enter? The Majesty paused. Let him in. Hyung entered quickly, bowing with concern etched across his face. Father, thank you for seeing me. The Majesty rubbed his forehead, weariness showing. I haven't slept well these past few nights. I've been wrapped up in this military. Reform? Do I really look that worn down? He let out a faint sigh. I asked the ministers for solutions. What they brought me felt like a joke, so I took it into my own hands. Hyung stepped closer, worried. Father, your health must come first. Only when you are well can Osan truly be safe. Please, take care of yourself. A rare smile tugged at the Majesty's lips. You cheeky. Boy, I hear you. He softened. I did manage to rest a bit today. But surely you didn't come just to remind me to take care of myself. Hyung suddenly remembered the reason for his visit. I've been thinking about the Nusan tribe, he said. That's why I came to see you. The Majesty raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, and what have you come up with? Hyung leaned forward, lowering his voice. All the recent unrest it's been stirred up by Lianyu of the Nusan. He led his people down the Pressure River Basin. If someone is pulling his strings, then chaos must be spreading in his wake. He pictured Lianyu not as a leader, but as a puppet, manipulated by unknown hands, barking orders to push forward. This could be our opportunity, Hyung continued. While they're distracted, we might be able to rebuild our ties with the Nusan. And I know the Johnsons have a strong influence on them, but it seems Lianyu and Ujin don't get along either. He paused, then offered a bold suggestion. Why don't we invite the tribal leader to the royal palace? We could ease tensions directly. The Majesty went quiet. Considering the idea, Hunjong pressed on. Father, they once served King Teo. We're his bloodline. Surely they haven't forgotten that. The Majesty finally smiled. Your proposal gives me chills, he said. You're not alone in thinking this. I've already sent someone to track the movements of the Nusan leaders. Hu Hong's eyes widened, as expected of you, Father. The Majesty chuckled and handed Hyung a scroll. Perhaps you'd like to review this. Hyung leaned in curiously. Is this part of your military reform plan? Not quite, the Majesty replied. This is a foundational system, passed down from the original 3 pillars during the kingdom's founding. It's been preserved through generations. The two dived into discussion, exchanging ideas. Eventually, the Majesty asked, "What's your opinion?" Huyang clapped with admiration. "It's brilliant, Father, just as I imagined." The Majesty studied his son for a moment. "You look exhausted," he said quietly. "I've been considering cutting the Research Institute's funding." Huyang's face dropped, but the Majesty added with a grin, "If your proposal helps push through the military reforms, I might reconsider. I might even increase the funding." At that, Huyang's spirit soared. "You have my word. I'll make it happen." The Majesty clapped his hands, summoned the head chef, bring new ceremonial robes from the Eastern Palace for the Crown Majesty, and have the royal kitchen send over sweets and tea. As servants rushed to fulfill the orders, Hu Zhang turned away, filled with determination. This was his moment. He recalled his old teacher's words: 1. Tongan, 2. Bohai, 3. Goro, 4. Chuan, 5. Sil, unification. The answer always lies within the question. "Do you understand?" "Yes," Teacher Hun whispered in his mind as he donned his ceremonial robes. "Thank you." He remembered how the 5th military rank had been introduced by King Seo after he seized power from his nephew Dan Zhong. Jungo referred to all able-bodied males over 16 obligated to serve. Officers came from the lower ranks, chosen through exams overseen by experienced commanders. The elite, to forces comprised of nobles and aristocratic heirs, stood at the core of the army. Though the system evolved, it wasn't resilient. It collapsed entirely during Japan's invasion of Korea, weakened further by King Sang's harsh budget cuts. But during the early Joseon dynasty, the military structure held firm in the north, quelling internal strife and staving off war. That strength had ensured the dynasty's survival through years of instability. Huyang believed it could again. He thought of King Sanjo, who had compiled the military manual after the Japanese invasion, establishing a trio of elite units: artillerymen, marksmen, and assassins, along with various specialized squads. But what exactly is the trained Is it related to the bent? He murmured to himself, overwhelmed. This must be what it feels like to study too much. Then his thoughts turned back to the man who now stood before him, his father, the guiding light of Yoshin. If anyone would understand, it was him. The two spent the night locked in discussion. At one point, the Majesty frowned, puzzled. "You suggest separating military authority into distinct roles. But what then would the civil officials do?" Huyang responded quickly. "If the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel are solely responsible for military funds and appointments, they'll struggle. But if civil officials oversee both, we could create a balance." The Majesty stopped writing and looked at him closely. "And you truly believe this would improve things?" Hang nodded. "Matters of the military should be handled solely by military officials. But if we proceed down that path, we risk paving the way for a return of military rule." The Majesty's face grew somber. "Even with someone like me on the throne, deep in thought," Hyang continued. "That's precisely the danger. We've seen it before. Look at the military regime of the former Japanese Empire." The Majesty leaned back, resigned. "You're right, and there's no guarantee future kings will be capable leaders. We must tread carefully. With the Central Army already occupying key positions," Hyang suggested, "it's time we shift our focus to the regional forces." Han agreed, adding, "And at the local level, let's establish a clear separation: civil officials and military officers, each monitoring the other." And so, the two men debated and refined their plans until dawn. The following morning, the palace's head chef arrived with a bow. "Your Highness, breakfast is served." The Majesty glanced at the table, cluttered with scrolls and ink-stained pages. "Ah, is it that time already?" He turned to Hyung. "Will you join me?" "Gladly," Hyung replied, as they sat together. The table now held two finalized versions of the reform plan, drafted side by side through the long hours of the night. At the sprawling Lee family estate, laughter rang out from one of the inner courtyards. Inside a sun-dappled study, a young man named Lee Sunji was beaming with glee, completely absorbed in a thick, foreign-bound book laid open on the table. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Sunji, A stern voice boomed. His father stormed in, eyes blazing. Startled, Sanji nearly jumped out of his seat, hastily trying to hide the book under a scroll. "I knew it," his father barked, marching toward him. "Skipping your studies again to play around, aren't you?" "Father, wait, it's not what you think," Sanji stammered, clutching the book protectively. "Show me," his father demanded, ignoring his protest. Now, too afraid to resist, Sanji reluctantly handed it over. Here, snatching the book, his father flipped it open only to scowl even harder. "Math," he snapped, holding it up like it was some heretical text, Heavenly Calculations of India. "Not this nonsense again." But Sanji's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he tried to explain. "This isn't like last time, father. This book discusses equations and the 9 sections method. It's fascinating. Using this Indian approach, calculations can be done in half the time. Don't you think that's impressive?" His father's face turned red with fury. "You rascal, you call yourself a Confucian scholar and waste your time on merchant tricks. Arithmetic, foreign nonsense." He waved the book in the air, fuming. "You spend your days fraternizing with merchants, and now you're picking up their backly math." "They're not lowlifes," Sanji protested, his voice rising. "They're honest, hard-working men, recognized by the royal court. They taught me this system." But that only made his father angrier. "Still defending them, are you? You don't get it. A scholar's path is rooted in the classics, in virtue and governance, not in trading ledgers and foreign scribbles." But Father Sanji tried. Again, more earnestly this time, arithmetic isn't a distraction. Merchants fund the kingdom with their taxes. If we understand their methods, we can help them and help the nation. Isn't that what a scholar should do? His father exhaled sharply, glaring. "Fine words won't change your duty. A scholar becomes a civil servant, nothing less. If you fail the next examination, you must at the very least pass the county talent test. Even a minor post is better than wasting your life on calculations and fantasies." Sanji lowered his eyes, finally nodding. "Yes, father, at the Imperial Council, in the heart of the royal capital." The atmosphere was tense. Crown Majesty Yihan sat atop the golden throne, his newly grown beard lending him an air of gravity as he surveyed the assembly of ministers gathered before him. He spoke calmly. "What brings all of you here in such numbers? Prime Minister, Ministers of State, explain yourselves." The Chief Minister stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Your Highness, as you're aware, many key positions have recently been vacated. The restructuring of posts and responsibilities has led to shortages across the board." The Majesty nodded slowly. "Had I received a proper petition, matters could have been resolved by now. Still, perhaps this was for the better. Crisis breeds opportunity." After a moment of silence, he asked, "What are your recommendations?" The left minister bowed and spoke up. "Your Highness, perhaps now is the time to open recruitment through the imperial examinations outside the scheduled calendar. A special exam may help us discover much-needed talent." Before the minister could continue, the Majesty raised a hand. "That won't be necessary." The chamber fell into stunned silence. A cold sweat broke across the left minister's brow. "Your Highness? Don't misunderstand," Yi said with a small smile. "I am not against holding an exam, but I've already reviewed reports. The preliminary exams have taken place in several regions. Grading is underway. Instead of repeating the process, I propose a more direct solution." He stood, his voice growing firm. "Given the urgency of the situation, I will issue an edict. The doctoral examination is to be temporarily cancelled. In its place, we will host a special recruitment exam." The court erupted in hushed gasps. "This exam will be open to promising scholars from all backgrounds," the Majesty continued. "The top candidates will be appointed directly. We shall expand the successful selection quota by 500 names." The left minister's eyes widened. 500. The Majesty turned to him. "You look surprised, Minister. Do you not approve?" Flustered, the minister immediately bowed. "No, Your Highness. It is brilliant foresight. Truly, your wisdom knows no bounds." Yihan smiled. "Good. Then let us begin preparations. At our next council meeting, we'll review candidates and finalize examination criteria. Now, since all are present, I'd also like to hear your thoughts." On the proposed military reforms, the officials exchanged uneasy glances. Then, in perfect unison, bowed and declared, "We await your guidance, Your Highness." Back at the Li estate, the ancestral altar was lit with incense. A solemn silence filled the air. 8 ceremonial cups stood in a perfect line. The AI's mechanical voice rang out softly through the automated shrine system. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, hear our plea." Sunji's mother stood before the altar, hands clasped tightly, eyes closed in deep prayer. "Grant our son, Sunji, clarity and strength. Let him pass the preliminary examination with flying colors." Behind her, her husband paced the room restlessly, muttering under his breath, "Please let that boy make something of himself." Outside, the sun crept over the hills, marking the beginning of Sunji's greatest test yet. In the dimly lit room, filled with the soft scent of incense, a woman knelt before a small altar, her hands pressed together in earnest prayer. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, guide him safely," she whispered with intensity. Beside her, her husband shifted noisily, his foot knocking a wooden bowl. The sound shattered the sacred stillness. She turned to him sharply, eyes narrowing. "Husband, please, your clatter is ruining the prayer's energy." Startled, he quickly lowered his head. My apologies." Just then, the door creaked open. The couple turned in unison, their expressions softening as they saw who it was. "Sunji," the mother exclaimed. Their son stood in the doorway, visibly drained, his ceremonial robes dusted with the day's fatigue. "You're home," his father said, moving quickly toward him. "You must be exhausted." Sunji offered a tired nod. "I am, father, mother, I've returned." His mother reached for him, but sensing how weary he was, the father gently ushered him inside. "You've had a hard day? That's clear enough. Go rest now." They watched him disappear down the hall, then leaned toward each other in hushed voices. "This preliminary exam must have been brutal," the mother whispered. "He barely had any time to prepare, and it was a special exam that Sunji, now in his study, wasted no time." He tossed aside his robes and collapsed into his desk chair. He pulled out a well-worn notebook, eyes scanning formulas and problems. "Days without study? It's unbearable," he muttered. "Let me tackle this equation first, or I'll go mad." Meanwhile, in the majestic throne hall, a royal meeting was nearing its end. "If there are no further objections," the Crown Majesty announced, "we'll conclude the matter of the special examination." Just as silence settled, Minister Yang stepped forward. "Your Highness, I must raise one final point." The Majesty raised an eyebrow. "You've been quiet until now. Speak freely." "I propose we include mathematics in the exam," Yang declared. "Many sectors of the Imperial Research Institute rely on mathematics, yet few of our officials are adequately trained." His words stirred a wave of murmurs. The left minister immediately objected. "Impossible," he said, voice sharp, even. "If this is a special exam, it's still a preliminary one. It's meant to assess knowledge of Confucian classics, not arithmetic." He narrowed his eyes at Hyung, silently fuming. Why is it always him, always pushing for change? The Majesty, rubbing his beard thoughtfully, said nothing. Then the Minister of Revenue spoke. "Your Highness, if I may, we too suffer from a lack of mathematically skilled officials. This affects everything, from budget planning to record keeping." The Minister of Public Works chimed in, addressing the deputy from Revenue. "How many officials did your ministry add this year?" "We've filled our quota," the deputy replied, "but most are from rural backgrounds. Their math skills need work." The Public Works Minister nodded. "We face the same struggle. Basic logistics keep our clerks up all night." The Right Minister joined in. "The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice have similar issues. We require personnel who can manage inventory, track armory data, and process legal cases with numerical accuracy." The Majesty listened intently, then asked, "If this is such a widespread problem, how have we managed so far?" The left minister hesitated. "Forgive me, Your Highness. The issue isn't numbers, it's funding. The budget won't support more hires." The Majesty sighed. Loudly, of course, "The budget." He turned to Hang. "So, tell me, how many candidates does the Imperial Research Institute need?" "At least 20, Your Highness," Yang replied. 20. The Majesty raised a brow. "Couldn't we select them through the regular talent exam?" "There's too much variation in candidate skill levels," Yang admitted. "It's unreliable. The Majesty leaned back, rubbing his temples. It's truth, those who pass this exam are exceptional, but talent alone won't solve everything. Finally, he looked to the left minister again. So, do you still oppose the inclusion of mathematics? The minister's jaw tensed. Everyone waited. Seconds passed, then minutes. The court held its breath. Eventually, the left minister spoke. As a Confucian scholar, I've made my position clear, but for the nation's peace, I will yield. This once, the Majesty nodded. You're right. Budget is still our greatest hurdle. He mentally calculated provincial revenues and departmental incomes, then looked at Hyung again. Can we reduce the number from 20? Hyung, sensing resistance, quickly bowed. Of course. I submit to your judgment. With that, the Majesty rose to issue the decree. The number of candidates to pass this special exam shall be increased. Mathematics will be added based on the Crown Majesty's proposal. Departments must reassess their personnel needs, have your requests, and submit revised figures. Go of selfish demands. Focus on harmony. All the officials bowed as one. Yes, Your Highness. Hyang's eyes gleamed with purpose. Now came the real work, finding the best talent. There must be a brilliant strategy for this, he thought. A few days later, back at the Lee family estate, Master, Master. A servant's voice rang out. Suji's parents rushed to the entrance. Officials from the capital, his father gasped. It was true, Suji's father's eyes sparkled with pride, and his mother's eyes welled with tears. Without a word, the father bolted toward the study and flung open the door. Startled, Sunji jumped, hastily covering the notes sprawled across his desk. His father could barely contain himself. Sunji, you passed. The preliminary results came in, you did it. Tears blurred his eyes as he embraced his son. We must celebrate. A feast tonight, Sunji blinked, stunned. Then, with a slow breath, he smiled faintly. So I glanced. He glanced down at his notebook, full of unsolved problems. I suppose arithmetic will have to wait for now. And with that, a new chapter began. Ha-young sat across from Skalatrong, his tone direct but laced with anticipation. Skalatrong, the reason I asked to meet today is simple: the upcoming secret. Competition to select the most exceptional candidates will be fiercer than anything we've seen. Trong gave a slow, measured nod. Indeed, the pressure on the Ministry of Rights, the department handling this, will be immense. Hyang's lips curled into a confident smile. That's true, but I have a plan. The certainty in his voice made Trong skeptical. And how exactly are we supposed to manage all this? I intend to appoint you, Hyang said without hesitation, as the chief examiner for the final exam. Your mastery of mathematics and your impressive record speak for themselves. If we act together, securing your position won't be difficult. Trong still looked doubtful. And what if the other departments object? They won't, Hyang replied smoothly. I'll propose that each department selects one person to serve as a chief examiner. That way, no one feels left out. Then, all the exam papers will be graded in front of the examiners themselves. Complete transparency. This is just the beginning of my initiative, which I've named UN. The goal to find the top 5 scholars with the highest mathematics scores and bring them into the research institute. Hearing this, Scholar Trong's skepticism melted into determination. I understand, Your Highness. We will succeed. Not long after, the day of the final exam arrived. At the gates of the Hantan government office, Ruggan rubbed his hands. Together, thinking to himself, today I carry out an important task for the young master. 100 scholars had gathered, the air buzzing with tension. An examiner stepped forward and addressed them in a commanding voice. From this moment, each scholar will be given a numbered token. Your seating will match your token number. Anyone caught holding more than one will be disqualified immediately. The tokens ensure a smooth verification process, so please, if possible, send a representative to collect yours. He lifted a stack of tokens high for all to see. Once distribution is complete, names will be called in ascending order. You will enter after inspection. The crowd surged forward in excitement. One poor scholar, who found himself wedged between 2 towering men, squeezed as tightly as meat between bread. We will now begin handing out tokens, the examiner bellowed. Form a line immediately. The orderly process lasted about 3 seconds before chaos broke out. Elbows flew, scholars jostled, and shouts filled the air. In a corner, a group of young masters lounged as though the whole scene was entertainment. "It's starting! See that huge man over there? He's my servant," one bragged. "Impressive," another said. "He's a wrestler I brought back after winning the town tournament. If we don't get a low number, we'll be at a disadvantage. When it's time to have our papers read, exactly, sitting somewhere between number 3 and 7, is Ideal Knot, right at the very front." Their eyes shifted toward Ruggan, who was being shoved and tripped repeatedly. "Look at that scrawny fellow, pathetic. No way he'll get a low number." Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ji chewed at his nails, muttering under his breath. "So this is the scramble before the exam. I didn't think it would be this intense. Hang in there, Ruggan. Don't get hurt." Nearby, 2 massive men were locked in a silent contest of wills, neither moving aside. Ruggan seized the moment, slipping through the narrow gap between them. The examiners, noticing the turmoil, shouted sharply, "Stop! Tokens will be handed." Out in the exact order you're standing now, Lee Sun-ji exhaled in relief, though only for a moment. It's over. No, this is only the beginning. Not far away, 2 young masters exchanged satisfied grins. "We'll be in the front row for sure," one said proudly. "Well done," the other replied. The examiner's voice boomed across the hall once again, steady and commanding. "Scholars line up according to the number on your token." Lee Sun-ji turned to Jordan, who stood beside him, battered from earlier ordeals. "Thank you, Jordan," he said earnestly. "You've worked hard." Zuka stepped forward and handed Lee Sun-ji a small wooden token. "Here's your number." Lee Sun-ji accepted it with a grateful smile. "All right, thank you. From here on, I'll handle the rest." He glanced down at the engraved number and froze. His thoughts locked up 99, no 89, out of 100.80-9. It wasn't divisible evenly by anything, at least, nothing meaningful to him. He almost laughed at the absurdity, but the humor caught in his throat. From back here, I can't see a thing. The more he considered it, the wilder his mind spun. Was this a strategic seat? Or was he sitting squarely in the jaws of a predator? A sharp clearing of throats drew his attention forward. An examiner raised the loudspeaker, seats 80 through 90. "Can you hear us clearly? If yes, raise your left hand." Lee Sun-ji and the scholar in seat 90 lifted their hands. "We can hear you," they called out. Lee Sun-ji blinked. "Why ask that? What's the point?" A flicker of unease rose, but he brushed it aside. "No distractions. Focus. Just do my best." The ceremony began. One examiner unfurled a scroll and read aloud, his voice resonant, by decree. "Of His Highness, welcome to the royal court, my loyal subjects." Lee Sun-ji bowed his head respectfully, though his thoughts wouldn't sit still. The voice sounded impossibly clear, almost as though whispered directly beside him. Was it an echo? A trick of the room? No, stop thinking about it now. When the decree concluded, Lee Sun-ji adjusted his hat and sat straighter. The next announcement followed. This final examination will span 2 days. Today, the 5 classics and the 4 books. Tomorrow, arithmetic, the special focus of this session. The word struck him like cold water. Mathematics, murmurs rippled. Through the hall, mathematics. This isn't a miscellaneous exam. The examiners quickly silenced the uproar. All is under His Highness's command and agreed upon by the ministers. If any scholar refuses these terms, you may leave immediately. Not a soul moved. "Good," the examiner continued. "We begin the first day's test now. Groups of 5. Follow your assigned examiner." From his far-off seat, Lee Sun-ji exhaled quietly. "It'll be a while before they reach me. True, the farther back you sit, the harder it is to pass. But there's still tomorrow. Arithmetic might be my chance." The first day passed. The second dawned. "The arithmetic subject will be presented directly," the examiner declared. "Remain. In your seats, officials moved between rows, placing papers on each desk. Once a sheet reached him, the proctor explained the rules. After hearing the guidelines, you may begin." "Understood," Lee Sun-ji replied, though his stomach churned with anticipation. "What kind of problems will they throw at me?" "Please, anything but the 9 chapters on the mathematical art." He looked down at the page. His eyes widened. This wasn't just rote number work, it was pure number theory, laid out in a neat horizontal format. Everything printed together on one clean sheet. Innovative, clever. "You have 2 hours," the examiner announced. "Begin." Lee Sun-ji's lips curved into a grin. "These questions are fascinating." His pulse quickened. He leaned in, eyes sharp. This was no time to drift. This was his future. And so, with every ounce of focus he could muster, he dove into the challenge by late evening. Lee Sun-ji stepped through the gates of the Lee estate. "I'm home," he called. His parents hurried to greet him. "You're back. How did it go?" "It was tough," he admitted, "but I gave it everything." His father clapped his shoulder. His mother beamed. "Our son has worked so hard." Then Lee Sun-ji added, almost in amusement, they even included arithmetic. "I heard His Highness added it personally." "Mathematics," his father repeated, puzzled, but his mother's smile widened. "Then surely the gods are helping us." 2 days later, in the palace, the AI's calm mechanical voice resounded once more. "Sir, the evaluation is complete. All scores have been arranged from highest to lowest." "Thank you," one of the officials replied with a polite nod. "Were there any difficulties during supervision or management?" "None whatsoever," came the prompt response. "I was concerned there might be disorder during the arithmetic segment, but fortunately, it went smoothly." Another official leaned in slightly, lowering his tone. "What do you think of those who topped the rankings? It would be ideal if we could secure the highest scorer, wouldn't it?" The young scholar, seated nearby, paused in thought. A memory flashed in his mind. A small slip of paper, no larger than the arithmetic exam sheet, had somehow drifted close to him. Just the right distance, just the right timing. This was his chance. Without warning, he slammed his palm onto the table, the sharp sound jolting the surrounding officials. He rose abruptly, seized the results board, and strode forward with determined steps. From his seat, the Assistant Minister of Revenue reacted instantly. "Stop, what do you think you're doing?" he demanded, rising to his feet. The young scholar's lips curled into the faintest smirk. So, the Director General had anticipated this sort of scene and made preparations. But never in my wildest thoughts did I expect the Ministry of Revenue to send someone of such high rank as the Chief Examiner himself. Good, that only made the situation more interesting. Heen's earlier advice echoed in his mind. Eon's strategy gains even more strength when facing a higher-ranked opponent. Several days before the final exam at the Imperial Court, a commotion broke out. The Minister of Revenue came rushing in, panting heavily, stopping at the doorway as he tried to catch his breath. The gathered officials turned toward him in surprise. The Right Minister frowned. "Has the Director General arrived? What's the matter?" Still struggling to speak, the Minister of Revenue began. "I've received urgent news." But before he could finish, the Chief Minister of State cut in. "If this is about the appointment of the Chief Examiners, we're already aware. You've arrived at just the right time. Come, take a seat." The Minister of Revenue produced a folded document. This contains the full list of examiners responsible for drafting the questions, grading papers, and overseeing the final exam. The left minister stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Since this year's test includes mathematics, the workload will be considerable. But what I still cannot grasp is why young NG was appointed as Chief Examiner." The Chief Minister of State nodded. "Indeed, young Joe, the Director General, and scholar young NG are rivals for the top spots in the court's mathematics rankings. And let us not forget," the left minister added, "they are both closely tied to the Crown Prince, most like his two arms. It's plain that His Highness wishes to secure the most talented candidates. But isn't that skirting dangerously close to an abuse of power?" The Minister of Revenue clenched his fists. "Exactly. This crosses into an ethical gray area." The Chief Minister rested his chin in his palm, mulling it over. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, the Crown Prince sat immersed in his paperwork. Suddenly, the Chief Chef entered with an announcement. "Your Highness, the Director General, Chief Minister Left Minister Hon Hoi, and Right Minister Mena Sol request an audience." The prince looked up. "Let them in." The three officials entered, kneeling in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness." The prince gave a small nod. The Chief Minister began carefully. "Your Highness, I Chief Minister offer my respects." But the prince interrupted. "This is about the selection of the chief examiner, isn't it? I've been giving that matter some thought." Lowering his head, the chief minister confirmed, "Yes, Your Highness. It's an ethical concern." Resting his chin in his hand, the prince said, "I am aware. I've been reviewing every detail." Encouraged, the chief minister asked, "Then, do you oppose their appointment?" The prince hesitated, then replied, "But if I don't appoint them, who would be suitable? Are they not the most qualified? If you have other suggestions, speak them." The officials exchanged uneasy glances. None willing to answer, the prince's lips curled into a subtle smile. In truth, this idea had originated from Hind. He recalled a conversation between them. "Crown Prince, I cannot agree to this," Hing had said, visibly unsettled. But Father Hing began to protest. The prince calmly explained, "I know you and the ministers worked hard to have mathematics included in the final exam. Appointing someone like Director General Young Zhou is reasonable. But Young NG is merely a scholar. If you were to take that role, people would think you were using your status to gather talent for yourself. That perception could be dangerous for you. Let it go." Hing had looked downcast for a moment, then brightened. "In that case, Father, what if each department sent one representative as a chief examiner?" The prince considered it. Each department. How would that be arranged? Back in the throne hall, the chief minister blinked in surprise. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that every department nominate one examiner?" The right minister's brows rose. "That would mean 7 chief examiners in total," the chief minister echoed. "A joint examination overseen by 7 equals such a thing has never been done before." Unexpectedly, the second left minister spoke up. "I believe it's an excellent idea, Your Highness." The right minister stared at him in disbelief. "Second left minister? You truly think so?" "Indeed," the second left minister replied firmly. "It may be the best solution we have." He gave his reply without hesitation. The prince, upon hearing it, immediately issued his order. The sooner, the better. "Yes, Your Highness," the officials answered in unison before hurrying from the throne hall. As their footsteps faded, the chief minister of state turned to the second left minister. "Why the rush? We still have time, don't we? Is this really the best method we have?" The second left minister's tone was brisk. "That's all there is to it. If you had pressed the matter earlier, we might have had the upper hand, wouldn't you agree?" The chief minister frowned. No, there's no better route left to us now. Besides, we've no grounds to oppose the prince. If we can persuade the Ministry of Personnel," before he could finish, the second left minister cut in. "If the Minister of Personnel hears the prince's proposal, he'll agree without hesitation. You know how often they've had trouble with staff assignments? The Ministry of Personnel's voice outweighs all 6 ministries combined in such matters. This is, without question, the best move." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "With each department choosing one chief examiner, the Ministry of Personnel will seize the chance to strengthen its influence. Don't you see?" The chief minister fell silent, mulling it over. "This has the crown prince's fingerprints all over it," he thought grimly. An image of Hing's self-satisfied smirk flashed in his mind. He turned sharply to the right minister. "Call the 6 ministers together now. If we're not careful, the most gifted candidates will fall into the crown prince's hands. If that happens, the Ministry of Public Works will be sidelined, and he already holds a position at the Research Institute. This will be a contest between us and him." Meanwhile, in another hall, Heng sat with Scholar Trong. As you've heard, Heng began with an easy smile. "My proposal has been approved. Father seems to understand our intentions." Scholar Trong tilted his head. "But why is it that the higher our opponent's rank, the better it is for us?" "That's simple," Heng replied. "If they make an error, their failure will be that much more damaging. And since I've already made it clear that Scholar Young will be one of the chief examiners, they'll feel pressured to appoint others of similarly high rank. At least 2 or 3 will be high-status figures." He leaned back, confident. "That's exactly what I want. The higher their rank, the more they'll pour their energy into literary exams. Even if they review the arithmetic papers themselves, they'll struggle to accurately judge a candidate's mathematical skills. That's where our advantage lies. We need only focus on finding those with outstanding mathematical talent." Heng's eyes narrowed. "Select 10 to 15 such candidates, not too many, Not too few. Scholar Trong nodded, though his brow furrowed. I understand, Your Highness, but what was that word you used just now? Deal. What does that mean? Hing blinked, then chuckled. Ah, I slipped into a Western tongue. It simply means agreement. Trong repeated the word under his breath. Deal. Unusual, but interesting. Elsewhere, the Assistant Minister of Revenue tried to block Scholar Trong's approach. The Research Institute requires people skilled in mathematics and so does everyone else here, the Assistant Minister insisted. Murmurs rose from the gathered officials. Yes, Scholar Young is just such a person. This is outrageous. Scholar. Young scanned the score list. Very well. I'll take the top 5 and the bottom 5. I am bound by the Crown Prince's orders. After all, protests erupted. No, we need mathematically skilled candidates. 2U can't do that, Young sighed, relenting. Fine, I'll take the top 8. Then, outside the royal city, gates, a restless crowd of candidates gathered, craning their necks for any sign of news. Have they posted the results yet? Not yet, I don't think, came a reply at the back of the crowd. Lee Sun-ji sighed. Too many people ahead. Of me, I can't see the questions or the results. The great gates creaked open. 2 officials emerged, their pace deliberate. All eyes followed them as they crossed to the notice board. One brushed a layer of glue onto the wood, the other pressed a sheet of results into place. A man in yellow robes pointed dramatically. The list of successful candidates, the crowd surged like a breaking wave. I passed, so did I. Failed again. Lee Sun-ji squinted, trying to read from where he stood, but the wall of bodies made it impossible. Suddenly, a voice called out over the din, "Make way," coming through. Before Lee Sun-ji knew it, he was lifted into the air. "Ah!" he exclaimed in shock. "Jordan," he gasped. Jordan grinned up at him. "Better view from up here, isn't it? Am I not too heavy?" Lee Sun-ji asked, with a laugh. "I didn't get you a good spot, so this is the next best thing. Now hurry, check the results." "That's easier said than done," Lee Sun-ji muttered, wobbling as Jordan shifted beneath him. "I still can't, young master," Jordan exclaimed, trying to steady him as the two swayed back and forth. Lee Sun-ji could only sigh. "My, you're moving around too much, I can't see a thing," Rick complained from the side, straining to get a better view. "Hurry, young master," he urged. Just then, a court official stepped forward, raised a loudspeaker, and announced, "Silence, please. From this point onward, those whose names are called should step forward." A list followed: Yen from Gahan, Lee Kangan from Bemester Sun. Lee Sun-ji and Jordan exchanged a quick glance. "I think he just called your name, young master," Jordan exclaimed. "Yes, that's me. I'm going," Lee Sun-ji replied calmly. He walked up to another official. Holding a clipboard, "I'm Lee Sun-ji from IU, originally from Ion Seoul. Here's my exam badge," he said, handing it over. The official scanned the badge and nodded. "Confirmed. Stand here beside me." As the count of candidates continued, 2 young men nearby whispered to each other. "What's happening over there? Looks like a shooting range, but I'm not sure." Before long, the group was split, and 2 those who passed were invited into the palace, while those who failed wept openly. "I'm 40 years old now. What will I do? How can I face my parents?" One man cried. The throne hall, the prince, reviewed the exam report. A total of 185 candidates passed the final exam, he remarked. "We increased the number this year, yet it's still fewer than usual." The left minister stepped forward. Some passed the practical exams and the Mangan, but they were disqualified for scoring below 20 in mathematics. The prince frowned. "Isn't that a waste of manpower?" "Yes, Your Highness," the left minister replied. "However, training someone from the very basics requires great time and effort." The prince struck his knee with his palm in frustration. "I understand those who have passed are valuable talents for the court. Use them well." He then asked, once they finished their training, "How will they be placed?" An official responded, "First, like the Sun and One scholars, they will be ranked by academic performance and work efficiency. Then, they will be evenly assigned to the 6 ministries. After a 3-month probationary period, they will receive official appointments." The prince nodded in approval. "Good. But will there be disputes over who gets which personnel?" The right minister smiled. "No. Your Highness, we've nearly reached complete agreement. The prince stroked his chin. Excellent. But what if they wish to transfer to Sunan 1? The left minister replied, if that happens, they must start from the lowest rank. But truthfully, their work here would be far more valuable than going to Sunan 1. Besides, major changes are expected there soon, so all scholars will be removed from office. The prince pondered this. But not everyone will agree. Outside the royal city, an official addressed the crowd. You will begin your work after completing your training. A plump scholar raised his hand. I aim to take the imperial examination can. I still attend Sunan 1, the official answered firmly. No. Starting this year, the system at Sunan 1 will change. All scholars there will be dismissed, and the conditions for the imperial exam will be different. Previously, exam passers could go to Sunan 1, study for a time, and then take the imperial exam. Only government officials could follow this route up. Scholars typically held 5th or 6th rank, while high-ranking officials were 3rd or 4th rank. But from now on, it will be different. Those who pass the official exams and wish to work in literary offices will go to Sunki and 1. The rest will be given lower-ranking posts in the court, undergo training, and serve a probationary period. Before their appointment, there will be regular promotion exams. Once a person reaches the required rank, they must pass another exam to even qualify for the imperial exam. He clicked his tongue. If you lack ability, you will never rise. Worse, you might be dismissed before you even get the chance. The plump scholar raised his hand again. Oh, I can't just take the imperial exam. The official clenched his jaw, thinking, if someone this dim-witted became my colleague, it would be a nightmare. But aloud, he kept his composure. The man's face tightened as he replied sharply. Not new, but honestly, were you even listening to my explanation? His patience snapped, and he raised his voice. What did I say before? If you want a high position in court, you first need the ability to deserve it. You full get out. The chubby scholar froze, wide-eyed and humiliated. Wait, am I being expelled? The official slammed his palm on the table so hard that the sound echoed through the hall. You're dismissed, you idiot. But the chubby scholar wasn't going to bow out quietly. His cheeks flushed as he shot back. Do you even know who I am, you arrogant jerk? The official leaned forward, his voice dripping with disdain. And who exactly are you? Puffing out his chest, the scholar boasted, the former Minister of Public Works is my great-uncle, and my cousin he works in the Ministry of Justice. General Zhang, who had been silently watching, gave a cold laugh. And yet, with all that, you're still nobody. The scholar's face went red with fury. What did you just say, you insolent fool? The official, thoroughly fed up, barked an order to the guards. Go to the Teen Fu and bring Song Chapnia here at once. If anyone asks, tell them General Zhang of the Ministry of Personnel commanded it. Then, pointing directly at the trembling scholar, he added with venom, so where's all that power behind you now? I can strip your title at will by royal decree. Understand? The only power I serve is His Highness, the Prince. At that exact moment, Song Chapnia strode into the room. Well spoken, General Jiang, the official said, caught slightly off guard by his sudden arrival. Jiang blinked in surprise. Song Chapnia, how did you get here so quickly? I suspected. Trouble, Nia replied, his voice laced with anger. So I stationed my men nearby. Song Chapnia, a third-rank officer of the mighty Teen Fu, was no ordinary figure. His institution had the authority to investigate and punish corrupt officials, override court decisions, and even block reforms if necessary. His voice boomed through the hall. Well, what are you waiting for? Drag that insolent fool away. The scholar's bravado crumbled. As the guard seized him, he wailed, Please, just this once spare me, I beg you. Once the room was silent again, General Zhang addressed the remaining scholars who had recently passed their exams. Me be clear any misconduct during your training. Any failure to keep up with your duties, any trouble you cause, Sandu will be expelled on the spot. Understood? At the Teen Fu headquarters, the air was tense. Two officials spoke quietly. Chapnia 1 said, I heard there was an incident during the results announcement. Yes, Grand Inspector Nia replied. The individuals involved received your documents. Good. Deliver this as well. The Grand Inspector handed him another sealed packet. Naya took a golden pen, his lips curling into a sly grin. This pen, a gift from His Highness, will be put to good use. I can smell corruption brewing. Meanwhile, in the throne hall, the prince read over a newly submitted memorial. His hands trembled in fury. They've barely passed the exam, and already they flaunt such arrogance. Just how secure is the power backing him? An official stepped forward. Your Highness, that one is about the same age as Rio and Yan. The prince stood abruptly, fists clenched. This is no matter for ceremony. If someone in this court is guilty of corruption, I want to know exactly who's behind the man, what they're plotting. He turned to the chief minister. Order the geek Camfu to investigate every family member he mentioned. As you command, Your Highness. Elsewhere in the palace, a group of young scholars walked under the guidance of an official. Where are we headed now, sir? Li Sunji asked. To the Eastern Palace, the official replied calmly. What? The group exclaimed. We just passed the examway. Are we being sent to the Crown Prince's residence? Because, the official explained, all of you have been assigned to serve at the Crown Prince's Research Institute. The scholars exchanged uneasy glances. Relax, the official said. Even the bravest feel nervous there. Then, muttering to himself, maybe I'll finally get a lighter workload out of this. Li Sunji, walking nearby, overheard and quietly remarked, I've heard. A short while later. Within the halls of the Research Institute, an artificial voice echoed through the chamber. Welcome, everyone. The deputy director stepped forward, bowing politely. I am the deputy director of this institute, he said warmly. The group of young scholars immediately returned the gesture. This is our first time meeting you, sir. Greetings, they chorused, observing their youthful faces and bright, eager eyes. The deputy director couldn't help but smile to himself. Such lively gazes, he thought. One day, those same eyes will grow weary, begging for rest. But for now, he chuckled inwardly at the thought. My apologies for keeping you standing. Please sit, he said, motioning to the chairs. Yes, sir, they replied in unison before taking their seats. Among them, Li Sunji caught a faintly familiar scent in the air. He tightened his grip on the armrests of his chair, his emotions unsettled. My heart is racing, but it feels oddly comforting. What is this feeling? The scent and the atmosphere reminded him of a memory long ago when he first discovered an old mathematics text hidden in the attic among his grandfather's belongings. At that time, a flood of unanswered questions had ignited his curiosity, the same rush of excitement he now felt again. The deputy director's voice drew him back to the present. Now then, let me explain your next steps. Tell me, has anyone here studied the Indian method of arithmetic? Li Sunji slowly raised his hand. I have, sir. The deputy director's eyes widened with surprise. Really? From what I know, the Indian method hasn't spread far in these lands. Where did you learn it? Through my dealings with merchants, sir, Sunji answered. The director studied him for a moment, then nodded. I see. Very impressive. Anyone else? Silence. None of the other scholars spoke. The director turned back toward Sunji. Then you're the only one here familiar with it. What is your name? My name is Li Sunji, sir. Recognition flickered in the deputy director's eyes. Ah, that Li Sunji, if memory serves. Your first day's scores were nearly a disaster. Yet you excelled at the mathematics examination. He smiled faintly. Very well. You will take on the responsibility of teaching the others the Indian method. Once that is mastered, the group will move on to advanced mathematics, after which you will all undergo specialized training for your appointed duties. I'll allow you a month and a half to complete this process. For now, return to your hometowns. Inform your families, gather your belongings, and then report back here in Hansung. The Crown Prince places great expectations upon you, and so do I. Let us work hard together. The young scholars responded firmly in one voice. We will do our best, sir. Late that afternoon at the Li estate, excited voices rang out. Sunji's back. He's home. Raton reassured the family. Don't worry, the boy will surely pass the exams. But Sunji's father remained uneasy. Pass. That child only knows how to waste time. What if he ends up with menial duties that tarnish the family's name? His wife countered sharply, her words cutting. Even if he were to pass both the lower and higher imperial exams without noble blood, what chance does he truly have at a high position? Do you really think our family background is enough? And do you honestly believe our son Ji is that talented? Her blunt words left him silent, though he replied with a heavy heart, "You're right, but must. You will always be so harsh. If he accomplishes something great, perhaps there will still be hope." He tried to sound optimistic, though worry lingered in his eyes. Just then, Dukan burst in, breathless with excitement. "Master, young Master Sun Ji has returned. Is that true, Sun Ji? I heard you were summoned to the palace," his father asked, anxious for answers. Li Sunji smiled calmly. "Let's go inside, father. I'll explain everything in detail." Night soon descended. Soldiers patrolled the streets, enforcing the strict curfew as the second hour approached. Inside the Li household, the family remained gathered, listening intently. Still in disbelief, Sun Ji's father asked again, "What did you say the place was called?" "The Institute for the Advancement of Science and Technology," Sun Ji answered. "It's an independent research institute founded under the authority of the Crown Prince, separate from the 6 ministries. They place great value on individuals skilled in mathematics and calculations." His parents exchanged astonished looks, then rushed forward to embrace him with joy. "Oh my son, you've done wonderfully. Serving the Crown Prince, this is beyond belief. We must celebrate with a feast." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Hing sat quietly, reviewing a set of documents. He tapped the paper thoughtfully before murmuring, "So these are the mathematics exam results. Honestly, this is something father should have overseen himself." The following morning, at the prince's residence, the chief chef announced, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." "Let him in," replied the prince. Hing entered, bowed deeply on the floor, and greeted. "Did you rest well, father?" "Yes, I slept soundly. And you?" the prince asked. Hing lowered his gaze. "In truth, father, I couldn't sleep. There's something troubling me that I must tell you." The prince sighed inwardly. This boy again. Another complaint. Out loud, he asked, "What is it now?" "Don't tell me it's about your morning exercise," Hing quickly clarified. "No, father. It's not that, though. I am grateful for your concern. What I wanted to say is thank you for the results of the recent review." Leaning against his hand, the prince arched a brow. "So it's about that. This is the first time I've heard words of thanks from the Institute." "Well then, what exactly is it you wish to discuss this morning?" At the Research Institute, Jangbei Toa was absorbed in his work, muttering under his breath, "Does this method truly work?" When a messenger appeared, Jangbei Toa, "Are you here?" "Yes. What's the matter?" "The Crown Prince has summoned you." Without hesitation, Jang set aside his work and hurried off. Upon arrival, he found Hing waiting. Crown Prince Jang greeted respectfully, without turning. Hang spoke coldly, Jangbei Toa. "The results of the periodic review have arrived. This is the first official audit since the Institute's founding." He turned, his expression stern. "Whatever excuse you have, save it. First, you must apologize. I've already instructed the eunuchs change into formal attire at once." Confused, Jang bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." But inside, unease gnawed at him. Why is His Highness acting so distant? Did I commit some grave mistake? On the way, Hing kept urging him. "Faster, yes, Your Highness," Jang replied, still lost in doubt. Suddenly, Hing's demeanor shifted. He smiled faintly. "Ah, just in time." 3 military officers approached and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness," Hing gestured. Toward Jang, "These are the captains of the military, and the future craftsmen I will work alongside." Jang's chest tightened. "So, am I being dismissed?" He recalled their very first meeting strange, almost surreal, as though the Crown Prince could see directly through him. Ion Shin. "Wake up, stop dreaming," he reminded himself. Hing's voice broke through his thoughts. "Father, they have arrived." Jang blinked, realizing where he was. Before him stood the Crown Prince, bowing respectfully to the prince. "Thank you, Father, for granting my request." Seated, the prince answered warmly, "Think nothing of it. This is what a king must do." "You've done well, Crown Prince." Startled, the military officers and Jang all dropped to their knees, bowing deeply. "We greet Your Majesty, the Emperor." The prince smiled kindly. do not call yourselves lowly. You are citizens of my realm, diligent and faithful. As the Crown Prince said, your efforts this past year have not gone unnoticed. He turned to the royal chef. Read the decree. The chef lifted a scroll and declared, Yes, your majesty. By royal command, it is decreed that Jiang Anshin of the Research Institute is hereby appointed to the 5th rank. Jianbei Toa was stunned. When he lifted his head, he saw Hing already watching him. With deep respect, Hing bowed as the decree was read aloud. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gian's eyes welled up and tears streamed down his face. The Crown Prince, you never intended to cast me aside after all, he whispered, his voice trembling. The royal chef continued to announce the decree. Additionally, military officers Kambong, Jelbak Youngmin, and Choi Chillerduk will be promoted to the 8th rank. You three shall now take your posts at the Research Institute. The 3 officers, hearing this unexpected honor, were overcome with emotion. Tears rolled down their cheeks as they bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness, they cried in unison. Once the formalities were finished, the prince addressed them again, his voice steady and commanding. The reason I have personally promoted you is not only to commend your service, but also to remind you promotion brings greater responsibility. You must never forget this. Both I and the Crown Prince hold high expectations for you. His gaze shifted toward Hing, and their eyes briefly met. Well then, Crown Prince, he asked, do you think this is sufficient? Hing smiled softly. Yes, Father, this is more than enough. This recognition will encourage them to work even harder. His expression brightened with satisfaction as he added, this will also help them realize their full potential, which will in turn improve the quality of their work. Gian Beitatoa and the 3 officers dropped to their knees and bowed once more. We are eternally grateful, Your Highness. We will risk our lives to meet your expectations. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The voices echoed throughout the hall. The following morning, the mood was light and cheerful. A figure stepped out from the housely sun, Ji, swinging his arms with a spring in his step, like a lucky cat basking in the morning sun. The air was crisp, the weather pleasant, and his mood unmatched. Doken approached him respectfully. Young Master No, my lord, how did you sleep last night? Li Sun-ji beamed. Very well, thank you, Doken, nodded with a smile. That's good to hear. The nanny mentioned that most others had trouble sleeping last night. Li Sun-ji chuckled. Yes, I suppose so. The small house, gifted by his parents, held 3 rooms, one for Jordan, one for the nanny who had cared for him since childhood, and one for himself. Standing there, Li Sun-ji felt invigorated. This is the beginning of my journey, he thought. I must keep moving forward. At the Research Institute, the deputy director greeted the gathered group warmly. I'm delighted to see you all again. It's been a month and a half, hasn't it? I'm glad to see you looking so healthy. The young scholars responded respectfully. We're glad to see you in good health as well, sir. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from outside, drawing everyone's attention. These are the scholars who passed the exam, correct? The deputy director straightened immediately. Yes, Your Highness, they are indeed. Li Sun-ji and the others froze, their jaws dropping slightly. The Crown Prince. Could it really be him? Hing entered, his steps measured, his presence dignified. The scholars quickly bowed low. We respectfully greet the Crown Prince. Hing's sharp gaze fell upon a scholar in orange robes. You're Hanu, correct? Yes, Your Highness, Hanu replied, bowing even lower. It is an honor. Hing moved on. And you, Park Jun, that's correct, Your Highness. It is a great honor to be recognized by you. The reason Hing knew their faces was simple. The day before, he had spoken privately with Gianbei Toa. I'd like your help tomorrow, Hing had said. When the scholars arrive at the institute, could you sketch their faces for me? Gian had been taken aback. You want me to draw portraits, but I've never done that before. Don't think of it as portraits, Hing explained calmly. Consider it an analysis focus on their distinct features. That will be enough. Trusting Jian's keen eye for detail, Hing had relied on him for this task. Now, as Hing continued calling each scholar by name, many of them grew teary-eyed, deeply moved by the recognition. You are Kim Jong-zuo, correct? Yes, Your Highness. It is an honor, and you must be part. Yes, Your Highness. It is a great honor. Finally, Hing stopped in front of Li Sanji. And you are. But Li Sanji wasn't paying attention. His senses were suddenly overwhelmed by a familiar scent drifting in the air. That smell. I know it. He breathed it in, his mind racing. Li Ji, Hing called with a smile. Startled, Li Sanji bowed quickly. Yes, Your Highness, it is a great honor. But inwardly, he was still distracted. That's it. The same scent I noticed the day the results were announced. You performed remarkably in the exam. Hing praised, embarrassed. Li Sanji replied, You're too kind, Your Highness. I am just an ordinary person. Heng glanced at Gyambe Tua. Don't be so modest. Even Lord Dongcho remarked that the exam was incredibly difficult. Gian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the questions were prepared by a mathematics expert. Some were so complex that they were nearly impossible to comprehend. As Hing smiled at him, Li Sanji's conviction only deepened. His realization was now certain. The familiar scent lingered in the air, undeniably the same as before. After greeting everyone warmly, Hing smiled and spoke with encouragement. I believe all of you will accomplish great things. The group of young scholars, brimming with enthusiasm, answered in unison. This is an honor for us. Hing then turned to young scholar. Young scholar, you will supervise the training of the students, correct? In that case, let us begin at once. Yes, Your Highness. I will fulfill my duties to the best of my ability, young scholar replied respectfully. As the students walked off, Hing's thoughts drifted. Lian Ji. That name sounds so familiar. Isn't he an important historical figure? Perhaps this is the consequence of not paying closer attention to history. Meanwhile, young scholar guided the students through the institute. This is the lecture hall where you'll spend the upcoming months. Each table will seat 3 people. Scholar Li Sanji, you'll take the table in the back by yourself. Standing firmly on the platform, he continued, from this point forward, you are no longer mere scholars. You are apprentices of the Ran Institute of Science and Development. I am young scholar, and I will oversee your training. From now on, you must address your instructors as professor, and you will respond with, yes, professor. Do you understand? Yes, professor, the students replied. Do you truly understand? He pressed again. Yes, professor. They answered with even greater vigor. Good now. Allow me to introduce the professor, who will teach you the foundations of number theory in your first class. Please welcome Professor Hannon. The doors opened, and immediately the room fell silent. The students gasped, whispering to one another. Isn't that him? The legendary strategist. His skin, it's so dark. How could he be here in the palace? Young scholar's eyes flashed with anger. Silence. Such disrespect will not be tolerated. This master hails from the kingdom of Antic and was personally summoned by His Highness. Any further misconduct will result in penalties. Remember, your academic performance will be graded, and those with the 2 lowest scores after the lessons are complete will be expelled. Terrified, the students bowed their heads. We're sorry. We'll remember this, Professor. Professor Hannon inclined his head slightly and introduced himself. I am Hannon. During your training, you may call me Professor. I will instruct you in Arabic numerals and the language of Yoshin. My knowledge of it may be limited, but I can teach and explain all that is necessary. Li Sanji's thoughts stirred. So he's the one who created the mathematics exam. I wonder what we'll learn from him. I'm really looking forward to this. By the time the day drew to a close, Hannon announced that will conclude today's lesson. Tomorrow, we continue. Yes, Professor. Thank you, Professor. The students answered in chorus. As Li Sanji gathered his things, a voice called out behind him. Scholar Li Sanji. Turning, he saw a tall youth approaching. Are you calling me? Yes. My name is Park Jae-hoon from Ronaldo. It seems the others in class aren't too talkative. Why don't we help each other along? Li Sanji's face brightened. Ah, I see. It's nice to meet you, Senior. Soon after, 2 more students approached. I'm Parkwi from Juncho, and I'm Kim Jensu from Hansen. Let's work together. Li Sanji introduced himself in turn. I'm Li Sanji, one of them added quickly. You're the top student in mathematics, aren't you? Please help me. I didn't understand much of today's lesson. Li Sanji chuckled softly. Of course, I'll be happy to help. Not far away, Hanu watched the scene unfold with visible displeasure. HMPH, things are shifting already. I've always disliked those Korean-American families. That evening, in a brightly lit study, Hing convened with the members of the Research Institute to review the day. Today marked the first day of classes. "What are your impressions?" he asked. Since it was the beginning, everyone seemed enthusiastic. There were no real issues. One of them reported, Professor Hannon added, "Student Lee Sun-ji's grasp of the material is remarkable. My younger brother, who is away on business, would surely be delighted to meet him." Young scholar also offered his praise. His skills are outstanding, and many of the others naturally gather around him for help. Hing stroked his chin thoughtfully. If they motivate each other to improve, that will be excellent. But where there is admiration, envy will soon follow. I trust that you will all guide them properly, the Crown Prince declared, so that everyone has the chance to grow. The students bowed their heads and replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." The following day, Professor Hassan placed a thick stack of assignments onto his desk and clapped his hands. "This week has been especially demanding for all of you," he said warmly, "but you handled it well. With this, our course on the Indian method officially concludes." Kim Jandu slumped back in his seat, utterly drained. "That was brutal," he groaned. "So hard it's almost laughable." Park Whitey nodded. "I agree. It was much tougher than I expected." Kim Jandu then glanced at Lee Sun-gi and added with a grin, "But I managed to finish everything, all thanks to this scholar's tutoring. I owe you one." Lee Sun-gi gave a modest smile. "Don't mention it. I learned just as much while helping you both." Hanu, with a smug tone, cut in, "HMPH results aren't even out yet. Why celebrate so early?" Just then, Professor Han cleared his throat. His voice carried authority as he addressed the class. "I've taken note of everything. Lee Sun-gi, you've not only maintained the top position in this class, but you've also guided your classmates in their studies." Hearing this praise, Hyung-gu's face darkened. He muttered under his breath, bitterness rising in his chest. Always Lee Sun-gi this, Lee Sun-gi that. But Professor Hannon's tone quickly grew sharper. Although the Indian method class has ended, some of you still lack true understanding. Those who score below 40 will be required to take supplementary lessons, and if you show no improvement, expulsion will follow. The classroom instantly fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down on everyone. Furthermore, the professor continued, "This afternoon we begin specialized training. It is far more demanding than the Indian method. You must complete it without faltering, endure it well, and one day we shall stand as colleagues." Lee Sun-gi straightened his back and responded firmly, "Yes, Professor." Inwardly, however, he reflected with humility at first. I doubted him. He wasn't fluent in Korean, and he came from a different background. But I've now realized that mathematics, its symbols and numbers, transcend language. They are universal, binding people across cultures. He gave a silent thanks. "Thank you, Professor." Professor Hassan glanced at him, eyes narrowing slightly as though he sensed the depth of that unspoken thought. Later, Hing sat with the exam papers in hand, reviewing the results. These are the scores from the Indian method test. They were slightly lower than the final exam, but no one fell below 40. This was only possible because of Lee Sun-gi's efforts. His contribution has been invaluable. Hing's eyes lit with determination. He clenched his fist and declared, "Good then, will strengthen their specialized training, even further raise their level, higher than before." "Yes, Your Highness," Hassan replied firmly. The lecture hall door creaked open without warning, and every head in the room snapped toward the sound. A hush fell over the students, their expressions a mix of curiosity and unease. "What now?" they wondered, exchanging nervous glances. The deputy director of the Research Institute, who had been quietly observing from the front, leaned forward. His eyes landed on the figure entering the room, assistant carrying an unwieldy stack of books. "All right, place them on the table," the deputy director instructed, his tone calm but authoritative. "You've worked hard." The assistant set the books down with a soft thud, bowing politely. "It's no trouble at all, sir. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask." The students whispered among themselves, puzzled by the easy exchange of courtesies. Their confusion deepened as the deputy director rested a hand on the pile of books and turned to address the class. "It has been some time since I first stepped into this role," he began. "From today onward, I will personally oversee your specialized training. Come forward, each of you, and collect one of these books, one by one." The deputy director continued, his voice carrying across the hall. "However, you will soon discover that much of it is inaccurate. Your task is to identify the errors, explain the reasons behind each correction, and submit a written report. You will have sufficient time to complete this, so proceed carefully." Lee Sunji accepted his book with a knowing smile. "Ah, so this is where the challenge lies. First, I'll need to rework the statistical data using the Indian method. Then, apply the inverse calculation to balance it out." Meanwhile, Hee Hung-ju stared at the dense text until his face turned red with frustration. He finally threw up his hands. "My head's about to explode. I don't understand any of this. Where do I even start?" He pushed back his chair, ready to storm out. "Forget it. I'm done. I can't do this anymore." Kim Jang-do quickly caught him by the shoulder. "Calm down. If you want to serve in the royal court, you can't quit at the first hurdle. It's only been an hour. You have to endure." At that moment, Lee Sun-ji stood and approached Hoo Hung-gu. "Don't rush," he said patiently. "Begin by turning the totals into ratios, then apply the inverse calculation. Focus on the smaller figures first. They'll lead you to the right answer." Guided step by step, Hung-ju slowly nodded, his panic easing. Soon after, Lee Sun-ji carried his completed work to the deputy director. "Here, I've finished everything including the corrected report." The deputy director raised an eyebrow. Already he flipped through the pages, then nodded. "Very well, I'll review this later. Return to your seat." But instead of sitting down, Lee Sun-ji moved through the rows, leaning over desks to help others who were struggling. "For this section, do it like this. And here, adjust your ratios." Watching the young scholars circulate the room, the deputy director sighed to himself. No wonder he attracts so much attention. That night, the results of the training were finally compiled. "Here are the outcomes after 3 months," a voice announced. Seated among the members of the Research Institute, Hing lifted the report. Scanning its contents, "It has been a difficult period for all of you," he said sincerely. "I will not forget your contributions." The deputy director and the young scholar both responded quickly, bowing their heads. "Please don't speak that way, Your Highness. This work has been invaluable to us. After all, it is all for the future of the Research Institute." Haiying smiled faintly, then turned to the deputy director. "Tell me, how has the specialized training progressed? Is everything proceeding as expected?" Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the deputy director replied, "According to your orders, I had the students apply their skills in real-world cases immediately. They analyzed and interpreted actual data from last year. Even in these advanced lessons, Lee Sun-ji distinguished himself particularly in mathematics. He not only solved problems swiftly, but also formed study groups to guide those who struggled." Professor Hassan, seated nearby, added, "During the sessions on the Indian method and basic arithmetic, Sun-ji's efforts helped weaker students improve noticeably. Those who once required supplementary classes are now keeping pace with the rest. Much of this progress is thanks to him." Hing lowered his eyes to the report again, deep in thought. "A research group, is that what this has become?" Aloud, he said, "That is excellent news. Then all that remains is the appointment process, correct?" The young scholar nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Over the next 3 months, the students will rotate through various departments. At the end of that period, they will receive official approval for their permanent appointments, according to their demonstrated strengths. 3 more months then, he mused. A tradition carried on since the time of Yoshi. And just then, the deputy director asked a question that startled him. "Your Highness, what does the phrase, 'I don't care' mean?" The words slipped from Hang's lips before he realized. Flustered, he quickly explained, "It refers to seniors and juniors working together and persevering for 3 months." The scholars exchanged curious looks. A Western phrase. If it refers to a 3-month term, it sounds fitting. Perhaps we should adopt it as the official name for this process. Hing turned away, muttering under his breath, "I need to stop letting modern language slip out." The deputy director then addressed him again, his expression serious. "Your Highness, although the students are still on probation, they will nevertheless require ranks, titles, and emblems, particularly for those assigned to Area 51. I mentioned it in my earlier report, but it would be best if you made the final decision. Yes, we will have the students observe different departments, but not all of them will go to Area 51. Only 4 shall be chosen to enter their end. The first among them will be student Lee Sun-ji. The deputy director raised his concern. What rank should be assigned to student Lee Sun-ji? The following morning, inside the Grand State Council Hall, the Crown Prince sat at the head of the chamber reviewing petitions. His sharp eyes caught a particular document, and he froze. A scholar being given the 5th rank, he leaned back in disbelief. That seems excessive. Standing respectfully below, Hing responded, "Your Highness, the scholars from Sunan and 1 are usually granted the 6th rank." But the Crown Prince immediately cut him off. "Exactly my point." Bowing low, Hing carefully replied, "Father, I truly believe he is deserving of such recognition." The prince frowned. If this is only because of his academic results, that's not sufficient. Excellence in study alone cannot be called an achievement. To assign such a rank, one must show me clear proof of accomplishment. Until now, the highest I've granted a student is the 6th rank. Hing tried to insist. But Father, the Crown Prince, raised his hand, silencing him. "Enough? Listen well, Crown Prince. I acknowledge your intelligence and your diligence. I also trust that you are fair in both rewards and punishments. But remember, above all else, fairness must guide us." Hing straightened, listening intently. As the prince's words echoed through the hall, this Lee Sun-ji may indeed be exceptionally talented. But if you place him in the 5th rank, do you believe those serving in other departments will accept it? They will not see his true merit. They will assume his success stems only from his connection to your research institute, and that would breed resentment. The prince's tone softened slightly. Were it not for this concern, I would gladly support your request. But for the sake of balance and justice, I must place him at the 6th rank. Do you understand? Hing lowered his head, a shadow of disappointment in his eyes. "Yes, Father. I will abide by your decision." The prince looked at him with quiet approval. "I am relieved you understand. Remember, our duty as rulers is not only to care for the people, but to protect the fairness that binds the realm together." And so, Lee Sun-ji was officially assigned the 6th rank. Even so, he was recognized as the highest achieving scholar in the Research Institute, and one of the brightest participants in the specialized training program known as In on Sandal. The program was divided into 4 teams, each consisting of 3 members, 1 researcher, and 2 students. Lee Sun-ji found himself placed in the very first group, and soon after, he was summoned for practical training in a place known only as Area 51. As they traveled, Lee Sun-ji looked around curiously. "This doesn't seem like the palace grounds. Senior, where exactly are we going?" The young scholar leading the way smiled faintly. "I'm no longer your professor. Training is over. I now serve as a researcher. Titles don't matter. Here, just call me Senior N." "Yes, Senior N," Lee Sun-ji replied respectfully. "Actually, there's no need for such formality." Senior N chuckled.